Dogs and All About Them by Robert Leighton, assisted by eminent authorities on the various breeds, with 17 full-page plates. Frontispiece, smooth-coated St. Bernard, ch. the Viking. Underscore from the painting by Lillian Cheviot. Transcriber's note: the capital letter, P, has been used throughout to represent the pound sign of British currency. Preface. The popularity of the dog as a companion, as a guardian of property, as an assistant in the pursuit of game, and as the object of a pleasurable hobby, has never been so great as it is at the present time. More dogs are kept in this country than ever there formerly were, and they are more skillfully bred, more tenderly treated, and cared for with a more solicitous pride than was the case a generation ago. There are fewer mongrels in our midst, and the family dog has become a respectable member of society. 2 million dog licenses were taken out in the British Isles in the course of 1909. In that year, too, as many as 906 separate dog shows were sanctioned by the Kennel Club and held in various parts of the United Kingdom. At the present time there exist no fewer than 156 specialist clubs established for the purpose of watching over the interests of the different breeds. Recognizing this advance in our national love of dogs and the growing demand for information on their distinguishing characteristics, I am persuaded that there is ample room for a concise and practical handbook on matters canine. In preparing the present volume, I have drawn abundantly upon the contents of my larger and more expensive new book of the dog, and I desire to acknowledge my obligations to the eminent experts who assisted me in the production of the earlier work and whose contributions I have further utilized in these pages. I am indebted to Mr. W. J. Stubbs for his clear exposition of the points of the Bulldog, to Colonel Claude Kane for his description of the Sporting Spaniels, to Lady Algernon Gordon Lennox for her authoritative paragraphs on the Pekingese, to Mr. Desmond O'Connell for his history of the Fox Terrier, and to Mr. Walter S. Glynn, Mr. Fred Gresham, Major J. H. Bailey, Mr. E. B. Joachim, and other specialists whose aid I have enlisted. In the following chapters the varieties of the dog are classified in the order of 1. Non-sporting and utility breeds, 2. Hounds, gundogs and other sporting breeds, 3. The terriers, 4. Toy and miniature breeds. Robert Leighton. Chapter 1. General History of the Dog 2. The English Mastiff 3. The Bulldog 4. The St. Bernard 5. The Newfoundland 6. The Great Dane 7. The Dalmatian 8. The Collie 9. The Old English Sheepdog 10. The Chow Chow 11. The Poodle 12. The Schipperke 13. The Bloodhound 14. The Otterhound 15. The Irish Wolfhound 16. The Deerhound 17. The Borze, or Russian Wolfhound 18. The Greyhound 19. The Whippet 20. The Foxhound 21. The Harrier and the Beagle 22. The Pointer 23. The Setters 24. The Retrievers 25. The Sporting Spaniel 26. The Basset Hound 27. The Dachshund 28. The Old Working Terrier 29. The White English Terrier 30. The Black and Tan Terrier 31. The Bull Terrier 32. The Smooth Fox Terrier 33. The Wirehair Fox Terrier 34. The Airedale Terrier 35. The Bedlington Terrier 36. The Irish Terrier 37. The Welsh Terrier 38. The Scottish Terrier 39. The West Highland White Terrier 40. The Dandy Dinmont 41. The Skye and Clydesdale Terriers 42. The Yorkshire Terrier 43. The Pomeranian 44. The King Charles Spaniels 45. The Pekingese and Japanese 46. The Maltese Dog and the Pug 47. The Brussels Griffon 48. The Miniature Breeds 49. Practical Management 50. Breeding and Whelping 51. Some Common Ailments of the Dog and Their Treatment 52. The Dog and the Law. Chapter 1. General History of the Dog. There is no incongruity in the idea that in the very earliest period of man's habitation of this world he made a friend and companion of some sort of aboriginal representative of our modern dog, and that in return for its aid in protecting him from wilder animals, and in guarding his sheep and goats, he gave it a share of his food, a corner in his dwelling, and grew to trust it and care for it. Probably the animal was originally little else than an unusually gentle jackal, or an ailing wolf driven by its companions from the wild marauding pack to seek shelter in alien surroundings. One can well conceive the possibility of the partnership beginning in the circumstance of some helpless whelps being brought home by the early hunters to be tended and reared by the women and children. The present-day savage of New Guinea and mid-Africa does not, as a rule, take the trouble to tame and train an adult wild animal for his own purposes, and primitive man was surely equally indifferent to the questionable advantage of harboring a dangerous guest. But a litter of woolly whelps introduced into the home as playthings for the children would grow to regard themselves, and be regarded, as members of the family, and it would soon be found that the hunting instincts of the maturing animal were of value to his captors. The savage master, treading the primeval forests in search of food, would not fail to recognize the helpfulness of a keener nose and sharper eyes even than his own unsullied senses, while the dog in his turn would find a better shelter in association with man than if he were hunting on his own account. Thus mutual benefit would result in some kind of tacit agreement of partnership, and through the generations the wild wolf or jackal would gradually become gentler, more docile, and tractable, and the dreaded enemy of the flock develop into the trusted guardian of the fold. In nearly all parts of the world traces of an indigenous dog family are found, the only exceptions being the West Indian Islands, Madagascar, the eastern islands of the Malayan archipelago, New Zealand, and the Polynesian Islands, where there is no sign that any dog, wolf, or fox has existed as a true aboriginal animal. In the ancient Oriental lands, and generally among the early Mongolians, the dog remained savage and neglected for centuries, prowling in packs, gaunt and wolf-like, as it prowls today through the streets and under the walls of every eastern city. No attempt was made to allure it into human companionship or to improve it into docility. It is not until we come to examine the records of the higher civilizations of Assyria and Egypt that we discover any distinct varieties of canine form. Assyrian sculptures depict two such, a greyhound and a mastiff, the latter described in the tablets as the chained-up, mouth-opening dog. That is to say, it was used as a watchdog, and several varieties are referred to in the cuneiform inscriptions preserved in the British Museum. The Egyptian monuments of about 3000 BC present many forms of the domestic dog, and there can be no doubt that among the ancient Egyptians it was as completely a companion of man, as much a favorite in the house, and a help in the chase, as it is among ourselves at present. In the city of Sinopolis it was reverenced next to the sacred jackal, and on the death of a dog the members of the household to which he had belonged carefully shaved their whole bodies, and religiously abstained from using the food, of whatever kind, which happened to be in the house at the time. Among the distinct breeds kept in Egypt there was a massive wolf dog, a large, heavily built hound with drooping ears and a pointed head, at least two varieties of greyhound used for hunting the gazelle, and a small breed of terrier or turnspit, with short, crooked legs. This last appears to have been regarded as an especial household pet, for it was admitted into the living rooms and taken as a companion for walks out of doors. It was furnished with a collar of leaves, or of leather, or precious metal wrought into the form of leaves, and when it died it was embalmed. Every town throughout Egypt had its place of interment for canine mummies. The dog was not greatly appreciated in Palestine, and in both the Old and New Testaments it is commonly spoken of with scorn and contempt as an unclean beast, even the familiar reference to the sheepdog in the book of Job. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to set with the dogs of my flock, is not without a suggestion of contempt, and it is significant that the only biblical allusion to the dog as a recognized companion of man occurs in the apocryphal book of Tobit v. 16. So they went forth both, and the young man's dog with them. The pagan Greeks and Romans had a kindlier feeling for dumb animals than had the Jews. Their hounds, like their horses, were selected with discrimination, bred with care, and held in high esteem, receiving pet names, and the literatures of Greece and Rome contain many tributes to the courage, obedience, sagacity, and affectionate fidelity of the dog. The Phoenicians, too, were unquestionably lovers of the dog, quick to recognize the points of special breeds. In their colony in Carthage, during the reign of Sardanapalus, they had already possessed themselves of the Assyrian Mastiff, which they probably exported to far-off Britain, as they are said to have exported the Water Spaniel to Ireland and to Spain. It is a significant circumstance when we come to consider the probable origin of the dog, that there are indications of his domestication at such early periods by so many peoples in different parts of the world. As we have seen, dogs were more or less subjugated and tamed by primitive man, by the Assyrians, Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans, as also by the ancient barbaric tribes of the Western Hemisphere. The important question now arises: had all these dogs a common origin in a definite parent stock, or did they spring from separate and unrelated parents? Half a century ago it was believed that all the evidence which could be brought to bear upon the problem pointed to an independent origin of the dog. Hewitt, writing in 1845, argued that this power of tracing back the dog to the very earliest periods of history, and the fact that he then seemed to be as sagacious, as faithful, and as valuable as at the present day, strongly favors the opinion that he was descended from no inferior and comparatively worthless animal, and that he was not the progeny of the wolf, the jackal, or the fox, but was originally created, somewhat as we now find him, the associate and friend of man. When Hewitt wrote, most people believe that the world was only 6,000 years old, and that species were originally created and absolutely unchangeable. Lyell's discoveries in geology, however, overthrew the argument of the Earth's chronology and of the antiquity of man, and Darwin's theory of evolution entirely transformed the accepted beliefs concerning the origin of species and the supposed invariability of animal types. The general superficial resemblance between the fox and many of our dogs might well excuse the belief in a relationship. Gamekeepers are often very positive that a cross can be obtained between a dog-fox and a terrier-bitch, but cases in which this connection is alleged must be accepted with extreme caution. The late Mr. A. D. Bartlett, who was for years the superintendent of the Zoological Gardens in London, studied this question with minute care, and as a result of experiments and observations he positively affirmed that he had never met with one well-authenticated instance of a hybrid dog and fox. Mr. Bartlett's conclusions are incontestable. However much in appearance the supposed dog-fox may resemble the fox, there are certain opposing characteristics and structural differences which entirely dismiss the theory of relationship. One thing is certain, that foxes do not breed in confinement, except in very rare instances. The silver fox of North America is the only species recorded to have bred in the Zoological Gardens of London. The European fox has never been known to breed in captivity. Then, again, the fox is not a sociable animal. We never hear of foxes uniting in a pack, as do the wolves, the jackals, and the wild dogs. Apart from other considerations, a fox may be distinguished from a dog, without being seen or touched, by its smell. No one can produce a dog that has half the odor of Reynard, and this odor the dog-fox would doubtless possess were its sire a fox-dog or its dam a vixen. Whatever may be said concerning the difference existing between dogs and foxes will not hold good in reference to dogs, wolves, and jackals. The wolf and the jackal are so much alike that the only appreciable distinction is that of size, and so closely do they resemble many dogs in general appearance, structure, habits, instincts, and mental endowments that no difficulty presents itself in regarding them as being of one stock. Wolves and jackals can be, and have repeatedly been, tamed. Domestic dogs can become, and again do become, wild, even consorting with wolves, interbreeding with them, assuming their gregarious habits, and changing the characteristic bark into a dismal wolf-like howl. The wolf and the jackal when tamed answer to their master's call, wag their tails, lick his hands, crouch, jump round him to be caressed, and throw themselves on their backs in submission. When in high spirits they run round in circles or in a figure of 8, with their tails between their legs. Their howl becomes a business-like bark. They smell at the tails of other dogs and void their urine sideways, and lastly, like our domestic favorites, however refined and gentlemanly in other respects, they cannot be broken of the habit of rolling on carrion or on animals they have killed. This last habit of the domestic dog is one of the surviving traits of his wild ancestry, which, like his habits of burying bones or superfluous food, and of turning round and round on a carpet as if to make a nest for himself before lying down, go far towards connecting him in direct relationship with the wolf and the jackal. The great multitude of different breeds of the dog and the vast differences in their size, points, and general appearance are facts which make it difficult to believe that they could have had a common ancestry. One thinks of the difference between the Mastiff and the Japanese Spaniel, the Deerhound and the fashionable Pomeranian, the St. Bernard and the miniature Black and Tan Terrier, and is perplexed in contemplating the possibility of their having descended from a common progenitor. Yet the disparity is no greater than that between the Shire horse and the Shetland pony, the Shorthorn and the Kerry cattle, or the Patagonian and the Pygmy, and all dog breeders know how easy it is to produce a variety in type and size by studied selection. In order properly to understand this question, it is necessary first to consider the identity of structure in the wolf and the dog. This identity of structure may best be studied in a comparison of the osseous system, or skeletons, of the two animals, which so closely resemble each other that their transposition would not easily be detected. The spine of the dog consists of 7 vertebrae in the neck, 13 in the back, 7 in the loins, 3 sacral vertebrae, and 20 to 22 in the tail. In both the dog and the wolf there are 13 pairs of ribs, 9 true and 4 false. Each has 42 teeth. They both have 5 front and 4 hind toes, while outwardly the common wolf has so much the appearance of a large, bare-boned dog, that a popular description of the one would serve for the other. Nor are their habits different. The wolf's natural voice is a loud howl, but when confined with dogs he will learn to bark. Although he is carnivorous, he will also eat vegetables, and when sickly he will nibble grass. In the chase, a pack of wolves will divide into parties, one following the trail of the quarry, the other endeavoring to intercept its retreat, exercising a considerable amount of strategy, a trait which is exhibited by many of our sporting dogs and terriers when hunting in teams. A further important point of resemblance between the Canis lupus and the Canis familiaris lies in the fact that the period of gestation in both species is 63 days. There are from 3 to 9 cubs in a wolf's litter, and these are blind for 21 days. They are suckled for 2 months, but at the end of that time they are able to eat half-digested flesh disgorged for them by their dam, or even their sire. We have seen that there is no authenticated instance of a hybrid between the dog and the fox. This is not the case with the dog and the wolf, or the dog and the jackal, all of which can interbreed. Moreover, their offspring are fertile. Pliny is the authority for the statement that the Gauls tied their female dogs in the wood that they might cross with wolves. The Eskimo dogs are not infrequently crossed with the gray Arctic wolf, which they so much resemble, and the Indians of America were accustomed to cross their half-wild dogs with the coyote to impart greater boldness to the breed. Tame dogs living in countries inhabited by the jackal often betray the jackal strain in their litters, and there are instances of men dwelling in lonely outposts of civilization being molested by wolves or jackals following upon the trail of a bitch in season. These facts lead one to refer to the familiar circumstance that the native dogs of all regions approximate closely in size, coloration, form, and habit to the native wolf of those regions. Of this most important circumstance there are far too many instances to allow of its being looked upon as a mere coincidence. Sir John Richardson, writing in 1829, observed that the resemblance between the North American wolves and the domestic dog of the Indians is so great that the size and strength of the wolf seems to be the only difference. I have more than once mistaken a band of wolves for the dogs of a party of Indians, and the howl of the animals of both species is prolonged so exactly in the same key that even the practiced ear of the Indian fails at times to discriminate between them. As the Eskimo and Indian dogs resemble the North American wolf, so the dog of the Hare Indians, a very different breed, resembles the prairie wolf. Except in the matter of barking, there is no difference whatever between the black wolf dog of the Indians of Florida and the wolves of the same country. The same phenomenon is seen in many kinds of European dogs. The shepherd dog of the plains of Hungary is white or reddish-brown, has a sharp nose, short erect ears, shaggy coat, and bushy tail, and so much resembles a wolf that Mr. Paget, who gives the description, says he has known a Hungarian mistake a wolf for one of his own dogs. Many of the dogs of Russia, Lapland, and Finland are comparable with the wolves of those countries. Some of the domestic dogs of Egypt, both at the present day and in the condition of mummies, are wolf-like in type, and the dogs of Nubia have the closest relation to a wild species of the same region, which is only a form of the common jackal. Dogs, it may again be noted, cross with the jackal as well as with wolves, and this is frequently the case in Africa, as, for example, in Boschsmans, where the dogs have a marked resemblance to the black-backed jackal, which is a South African variety. It has been suggested that the one incontrovertible argument against the lupin relationship of the dog is the fact that all domestic dogs bark, while all wild Canidae express their feelings only by howls. But the difficulty here is not so great as it seems, since we know that jackals, wild dogs, and wolf pups reared by bitches readily acquire the habit. On the other hand, domestic dogs allowed to run wild forget how to bark, while there are some which have not yet learned so to express themselves. The presence or absence of the habit of barking cannot, then, be regarded as an argument in deciding the question concerning the origin of the dog. This stumbling block consequently disappears, leaving us in the position of agreeing with Darwin, whose final hypothesis was that it is highly probable that the domestic dogs of the world have descended from two good species of wolf, C. lupus and C. latrans, and from two or three other doubtful species of wolves, namely, the European, Indian, and North African forms, from at least one or two South American canine species, from several races or species of jackal, and perhaps from one or more extinct species, and that the blood of these, in some cases mingled together, flows in the veins of our domestic breeds. Chapter 2: The English Mastiff. Of the many different kinds of dogs now established as British, not a few have had their origin in other lands, whence specimens have been imported into this country, in course of time to be so improved by selection that they have come to be commonly accepted as native breeds. Some are protected from the claim that they are indigenous by the fact that their origin is indicated in their names. No one would pretend that the St. Bernard or the Newfoundland, the Spaniel or the Dalmatian, are of native breed. They are alien immigrants whom we have naturalized, as we are naturalizing the majestic Great Dane, the decorative Borza, the alert Schipperke, and the frowning Chow Chow, which are of such recent introduction that they must still be regarded as half-acclimatized foreigners. But of the antiquity of the Mastiff there can be no doubt. He is the oldest of our British dogs, cultivated in these islands for so many centuries that the only difficulty concerning his history is that of tracing his descent, and discovering the period when he was not familiarly known. It is possible that the Mastiff owes his origin to some remote ancestor of alien strain. The Assyrian kings possessed a large dog of decided Mastiff type, and used it in the hunting of lions. It is supposed by many students that the breed was introduced into early Britain by the adventurous Phoenician traders who, in the 6th century BC, voyaged to the Scilly Islands in Cornwall to barter their own commodities in exchange for the useful metals. Knowing the requirements of their barbarian customers, these early merchants from Tyre and Sidon are believed to have brought some of the larger pugnaces, which would be readily accepted by the Britons to supplant, or improve, their courageous but undersized fighting dogs. In Anglo-Saxon times, every 2 villains were required to maintain one of these dogs for the purpose of reducing the number of wolves and other wild animals. This would indicate that the Mastiff was recognized as a capable hunting dog, but at a later period his hunting instincts were not highly esteemed, and he was not regarded as a peril to preserved game, for in the reign of Henry III, the forest laws, which prohibited the keeping of all other breeds by unprivileged persons, permitted the Mastiff to come within the precincts of a forest, imposing, however, the condition that every such dog should have the claws of the 4 feet removed close to the skin. The name Mastiff was probably applied to any massively built dog. It is not easy to trace the true breed amid the various names which it owned. Molossus, Allen, Alaunt, Tie Dog, Bandog, or Bandog were among the number. The names Tie Dog and Bandog intimate that the Mastiff was commonly kept for guard, but many were specially trained for baiting bears, imported lions, and bulls. There is constant record of the Mastiff having been kept and carefully bred for many generations in certain Old English families. One of the oldest strains of Mastiffs was that kept by Mr. Legge, of Lyme Hall, in Cheshire. They were large, powerful dogs, and longer in muzzle than those which we are now accustomed to see. Another old and valuable strain was kept by the Duke of Devonshire at Chatsworth. It is to these 2 strains that the dogs of the present day trace back. Mr. Woolmore's Crown Prince was one of the most celebrated of mastiffs. He was a fawn dog with a Dudley nose and light eye, and was pale in muzzle, and whilst full credit must be given to him for having sired many good mastiffs, he must be held responsible for the faults in many specimens of more recent years. Unfortunately, he was indiscriminately bred from, with the result that in a very short time breeders found it impossible to find a mastiff unrelated to him. It is to be deplored that ever since his era there has been a perceptible diminution in the number of good examples of this fine old English breed, and that from being an admired and fashionable dog the mastiff has so declined in popularity that few are to be seen either at exhibitions or in breeders' kennels. At the Crystal Palace in 1871 there were as many as 63 mastiffs on show, forming a line of benches 200 yards long, and not a bad one among them, whereas at a dog show held 25 years later, where more than 1,200 dogs were entered, not a single mastiff was benched. The difficulty of obtaining dogs of unblemished pedigree and superlative type may partly account for this decline, and another reason of unpopularity may be that the mastiff requires so much attention to keep him in condition that without it he is apt to become indolent and heavy. Nevertheless, the mischief of breeding too continuously from one strain such as that of Crown Prince has to some extent been eradicated, and we have had many splendid mastiffs since his time. Special mention should be made of that grand bitch Cambrian Princess by Beau. She was purchased by Mrs. Willens, who, mating her with Maximilian, a dog of her own breeding by the Emperor, obtained Minting, who shared with Mr. Sidney Turner's Beaufort the reputation of being unapproached for all-round merit in any period. The following description of a perfect mastiff, taken from the Old English Mastiff Club's Points of a Mastiff, is admirable as a standard to which future breeders should aim to attain. Points of the Mastiff: general character and symmetry, large, massive, powerful, symmetrical and well-knit frame. A combination of grandeur and good nature, courage and docility. General description of head, in general outline, giving a square appearance when viewed from any point. Breadth greatly to be desired, and should be in ratio to length of the whole head and face as 2:3. General description of body: massive, broad, deep, long, powerfully built, on legs wide apart, and squarely set. Muscles sharply defined. Size a great desideratum, if combined with quality. Height and substance important if both points are proportionately combined. Skull: broad between the ears, forehead flat, but wrinkled when attention is excited. Brows: superciliary ridges slightly raised. Muscles of the temples and cheeks, temporal and masseter, well developed. Arch across the skull of a rounded, flattened curve, with a depression up the center of the forehead from the medium line between the eyes to halfway up the sagittal suture. Face or muzzle: short, broad under the eyes, and keeping nearly parallel in width to the end of the nose. Truncated, i.e. blunt and cut off square, thus forming a right angle with the upper line of the face, of great depth from the point of the nose to underjaw. Underjaw broad to the end. Canine teeth healthy, powerful, and wide apart. Incisors level, or the lower projecting beyond the upper, but never sufficiently so as to become visible when the mouth is closed. Nose broad, with widely spreading nostrils when viewed from the front, flat, not pointed or turned up, in profile. Lips diverging at obtuse angles with the septum, and slightly pendulous so as to show a square profile. Length of muzzle to whole head and face as 1:3. Circumference of muzzle, measured midway between the eyes and nose, to that of the head, measured before the ears, as 3:5. Ears, small, thin to the touch, wide apart, set on at the highest points of the sides of the skull, so as to continue the outline across the summit, and lying flat and close to the cheeks when in repose. Eyes small, wide apart, divided by at least the space of 2 eyes. The stop between the eyes well marked, but not too abrupt. Color hazel brown, the darker the better, showing no haw. Neck, chest and ribs. Neck, slightly arched, moderately long, very muscular, and measuring in circumference about 1 or 2 inches less than the skull before the ears. Chest, wide, deep, and well let down between the forelegs. Ribs arched and well rounded. False ribs deep and well set back to the hips. Girth should be 1/3 more than the height at the shoulder. Shoulder and arm, slightly sloping, heavy and muscular. Forelegs and feet, legs straight, strong, and set wide apart, bones very large. Elbows square. Pasterns upright. Feet large and round. Toes well arched up. Nails black. Back, loins and flanks. Back and loins wide and muscular, flat and very wide in a bitch, slightly arched in a dog. Great depth of flanks. Hind legs and feet, hindquarters broad, wide, and muscular, with well-developed second thighs, hocks bent, wide apart, and quite squarely set when standing or walking. Feet round. Tail, put on high up, and reaching to the hocks, or a little below them, wide at its root and tapering to the end, hanging straight in repose, but forming a curve, with the end pointing upwards, but not over the back, when the dog is excited. Coat, color, coat short and close lying, but not too fine over the shoulders, neck and back. Color, apricot or silver fawn, or dark fawn brindle. In any case, muzzle, ears, and nose should be black, with black round the orbits, and extending upwards between them. Size is a quality very desirable in this breed. The height of many dogs of olden days was from 32 to 33 inches. The height should be obtained rather from great depth of body than length of leg. A leggy mastiff is very undesirable. 30 inches may be taken as a fair average height for dogs, and bitches somewhat less. Many of Mr. Lukey's stood 32 inches and over. Mr. Green's Monarch was over 33 inches, the Shah 32 inches, and Cardinal 32 inches. The method of rearing a mastiff has much to do with its ultimate size, but it is perhaps needless to say that the selection of the breeding stock has still more to do with this. It is therefore essential to select a dog and bitch of a large strain to obtain large mastiffs. It is not so necessary that the dogs themselves should be so large as that they come from a large strain. The weight of a full-grown dog should be anything over 160 pounds. Many have turned over the scale at 180 pounds. The Shah, for instance, was 182 pounds. In weight, Skaw fell over 200 pounds. One of the great difficulties that breeders of mastiffs and all other large dogs have to contend against is in rearing the puppies, so many bitches being clumsy and apt to kill the whelps by lying on them. It is, therefore, always better to be provided with one or more foster bitches. At about 6 weeks old, a fairly good opinion may be formed as to what the puppies will ultimately turn out in certain respects, for, although they may change materially during growth, the good or bad qualities which are manifest at that early age will, in all probability, be apparent when the puppy has reached maturity. It is, therefore, frequently easier to select the best puppy in the nest than to do so when they are from 6 to 9 or 10 months old. Puppies should be allowed all the liberty possible, and never be tied up. They should be taken out for steady, gentle exercise, and not permitted to get too fat or they become too heavy, with detrimental results to their legs. Many Mastiff puppies are very shy and nervous, but they will grow out of this if kindly handled, and eventually become the best guard and protector it is possible to have. The temper of a Mastiff should be taken into consideration by the breeder. They are, as a rule, possessed of the best of tempers. A savage dog with such power as the Mastiff possesses is indeed a dangerous creature, and therefore, some inquiries as to the temper of a stud dog should be made before deciding to use him. In these dogs, as in all others, it is a question of how they are treated by the person having charge of them. The feeding of puppies is an important matter, and should be carefully seen to by anyone wishing to rear them successfully. If goat's milk is procurable, it is preferable to cow's milk. The price asked for it is sometimes prohibitory, but this difficulty may be surmounted in many cases by keeping a goat or two on the premises. Many breeders have obtained a goat with the sole object of rearing a litter of puppies on her milk, and have eventually discarded cow's milk altogether, using goat's milk for household purposes instead. As soon as the puppies will lap, they should be induced to take arrowroot prepared with milk, oatmeal and maize meal, about 1/4 of the latter to 3/4 of the former, make a good food for puppies. Dog biscuits and the various hound meals, soaked in good broth, may be used with advantage, but no dogs, either large or small, can be kept in condition for any length of time without a fair proportion of meat of some kind. Sheep's paunches, cleaned and well boiled, mixed with sweet stale bread, previously soaked in cold water, make an excellent food and can hardly be excelled as a staple diet. In feeding on horseflesh, care should be taken to ascertain that the horse was not diseased, especially if any is given uncooked. Worms are a constant source of trouble from the earliest days of puppyhood, and no puppy suffering from them will thrive. Every effort, therefore, should be made to get rid of them. With proper feeding, grooming, exercise, and cleanliness, any large dog can be kept in good condition without resort to medicine, the use of which should be strictly prohibited unless there is real need for it. Mastiffs kept under such conditions are far more likely to prove successful stud dogs and brood bitches than those to which deleterious drugs are constantly being given. Chapter 3: The Bulldog. The Bulldog is known to have been domiciled in this country for several centuries. Like the Mastiff, of which it is a smaller form, it is a descendant of the Alaunt Mastiff, or Bandog, described by Dr. Caius, who states that the Mastiff or Bandog is vast, huge, stubborn, ugly and eager, of a heavy and burthenous body, and therefore but of little swiftness, terrible and frightful to behold, and more fierce and fell than any Arcadian cur. The first mention of Bulldog, as the distinctive name of this now national breed, occurs in a letter, written by Prestwich Eaton from St. Sebastian to George Wellingham in St. Swithin's Lane, London, in 1631 or 1632. For a good mastiff dog, a case of bottles replenished with the best liquor, and pray proser me 2 good bulldogs, and let them be sent by ye first ship. Obviously the name was derived from the dog's association with the sport of bull baiting. The object aimed at in that pursuit was that the dog should pin and hold the bull by the muzzle, and not leave it. The bull was naturally helpless when seized in his most tender part. As he lowered his head in order to use his horns, it was necessary for the dog to keep close to the ground, or, in the words of the old fanciers of the sport, to play low. Larger dogs were at a disadvantage in this respect, and therefore those of smaller proportions, which were quite as suitable for the sport, were selected. The average height of the dogs was about 16 inches, and the weight was generally about 45 pounds, whilst the body was broad, muscular, and compact, as is shown in Scott's well-known engraving of Crib and Rosa. When bull baiting was prohibited by law, the sportsmen of the period turned their attention to dog fighting, and for this pastime the bulldogs were specially trained. The chief centres in London where these exhibitions took place were the Westminster Pit, the Bear Garden at Bankside, and the Old Conduit Fields in Bayswater. In order to obtain greater quickness of movement, many of the bulldogs were crossed with the terrier, although some fanciers relied on the pure breed. It is recorded that Lord Camelford's bulldog Belcher fought 104 battles without once suffering defeat. The decline of bull baiting and dog fighting after the passing of the bill prohibiting these sports was responsible for a lack of interest in perpetuating the breed of bulldogs. Even in 1824 it was said to be degenerating, and gentlemen who had previously been the chief breeders gradually deserted the fancy. At one time it was stated that Wasp, Child, and Billy, who were of the Duke of Hamilton's strain, were the only remaining bulldogs in existence, and that upon their decease the bulldog would become extinct, a prophecy which all bulldog lovers happily find incorrect. The specimens alive in 1817, as seen in prints of that period, were not so cloddy as those met with at the present day. Still, the outline of Rosa in the engraving of Crib and Rosa is considered to represent perfection in the shape, make, and size of the ideal type of bulldog. The only objections which have been taken are that the bitch is deficient in wrinkles about the head and neck, and in substance of bone in the limbs. The commencement of the dog show era in 1859 enabled classes to be provided for bulldogs, and a fresh incentive to breed them was offered to the dog fancier. In certain districts of the country, notably in London, Birmingham, Sheffield, Manchester, and Dudley, a number of fanciers resided, and it is to their efforts that we are indebted for the varied specimens of the breed that are to be seen at the present time. In forming a judgment of a bulldog, the general appearance is of most importance, as the various points of the dog should be symmetrical and well balanced, no one point being in excess of the others so as to destroy the impression of determination, strength, and activity which is conveyed by the typical specimen. His body should be thickset, rather low in stature, but broad, powerful, and compact. The head should be strikingly massive and large in proportion to the dog's size. It cannot be too large so long as it is square, that is, it must not be wider than it is deep. The larger the head in circumference, caused by the prominent cheeks, the greater the quantity of muscle to hold the jaws together. The head should be of great depth from the occiput to the base of the lower jaw, and should not in any way be wedge-shaped, dome-shaped, or peaked. In circumference, the skull should measure in front of the ears at least the height of the dog at the shoulders. The cheeks should be well rounded, extend sideways beyond the eyes, and be well furnished with muscle. Length of skull, that is, the distance between the eye and the ear, is very desirable. The forehead should be flat, and the skin upon it and about the head very loose, hanging in large wrinkles. The temples, or frontal bones, should be very prominent, broad, square, and high, causing a wide and deep groove known as the stop between the eyes, and should extend up the middle of the forehead, dividing the head vertically, being traceable at the top of the skull. The expression, well broken up, is used where this stop and fro are well marked, and if there is the attendant looseness of skin, the animal's expression is well finished. The face, when measured from the front of the cheekbone to the nose, should be short, and its skin should be deeply and closely wrinkled. Excessive shortness of face is not natural, and can only be obtained by the sacrifice of the chop. Such shortness of face makes the dog appear smaller in head and less formidable than he otherwise would be. Formerly, this shortness of face was artificially obtained by the use of the jack, an atrocious form of torture, by which an iron instrument was used to force back the face by means of thumbscrews. The nose should be rough, large, broad, and black, and this color should extend to the lower lip. Its top should be deeply set back, almost between the eyes. The distance from the inner corner of the eye to the extreme tip of the nose should not be greater than the length from the tip of the nose to the edge of the under lip. The nostrils should be large and wide, with a well-defined straight line visible between them. The largeness of nostril, which is a very desirable property, is possessed by few of the recent prize winners. When viewed in profile, the tip of the nose should touch an imaginary line drawn from the extremity of the lower jaw to the top of the center of the skull. This angle of the nose and face is known as the layback, and can only properly be ascertained by viewing the dog from the side. The inclination backward of the nose allows a free passage of the air into the nostrils whilst the dog is holding his quarry. It is apparent that if the mouth did not project beyond the nose, the nostrils would be flat against the part to which the dog was fixed, and breathing would then be stopped. The upper lip, called the chop, or flews, should be thick, broad, pendant, and very deep, hanging completely over the lower jaw at the sides, but only just joining the under lip in front, yet covering the teeth completely. The amount of cushion which a dog may have is dependent upon the thickness of the flews. The lips should not be pendulous. The upper jaw should be broad, massive, and square, the tusks being wide apart, whilst the lower jaw, being turned upwards, should project in front of the upper. The teeth should be large and strong, and the 6 small teeth between the tusks should be in an even row. The upper jaw cannot be too broad between the tusks. If the upper and lower jaws are level, and the muzzle is not turned upwards, the dog is said to be down-faced, whilst if the underjaw is not undershot, he is said to be froggy, wry-faced. Dog is one having the lower jaw twisted, and this deformity so detracts from the general appearance of the dog as seriously to handicap him in the show ring. The underjaw projects beyond the upper in order to allow the dog, when running directly to the front, to grasp the bull, and when fixed, to give him a firmer hold. The eyes, seen from the front, should be situated low down in the skull, as far from the ears, the nose, and each other as possible, but quite in front of the forehead, so long as their corners are in a straight line at right angles with the stop, and in front of the forehead. They should be a little above the level of the base of the nasal bone, and should be quite round in shape, of moderate size, neither sunken nor prominent, and be as black in color as possible, almost, if not quite, black, showing no white when looking directly to the front. A good deal of a bulldog's appearance depends on the quality, shape, and carriage of his ears. They should be small and thin, and set high on the head, that is, the front inner edge of each ear should, as viewed from the front, join the outline of the skull at the top corner of such outline, so as to place them as wide apart, as high, and as far from the eyes as possible. The shape should be that which is known as rose, in which the ear folds inward at the back, the upper or front edge curving over outwards and backwards, showing part of the inside of the burr. If the ears are placed low on the skull, they give an applehead appearance to the dog. If the ear falls in front, hiding the interior, as is the case with the fox terrier, it is said to button, and this type is highly objectionable. Unfortunately, within the last few years the button and semi-tulip ear have been rather prevalent amongst the specimens on the show bench. If the ear is carried erect, it is known as a tulip ear, and this form also is objectionable. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the 19th century, 2 out of every 3 dogs possessed ears of this description. The neck should be moderate in length, very thick, deep, muscular, and short, but of sufficient length to allow it to be well arched at the back, commencing at the junction with the skull. There should be plenty of loose, thick, and wrinkled skin about the throat, forming a dewlap on each side from the lower jaw to the chest. The chest should be very wide laterally, round, prominent, and deep, making the dog appear very broad and short-legged in front. The shoulders should be broad, the blades sloping considerably from the body. They should be deep, very powerful, and muscular, and should be flat at the top and play loosely from the chest. The brisket should be capacious, round, and very deep from the shoulder to the lowest part, where it joins the chest, and be well let down between the forelegs. It should be large in diameter, and round behind the forelegs, either flat-sided nor sinking, which it will not do provided that the first and succeeding ribs are well rounded. The belly should be well tucked up and not pendulous, a small narrow waist being greatly admired. The desired object in body formation is to obtain great girth at the brisket, and the smallest possible around the waist, that is, the loins should be arched very high, when the dog is said to have a good cut-up. The back should be short and strong, very broad at the shoulder and comparatively narrow at the loins. The back should rise behind the shoulders in a graceful curve to the loins, the top of which should be higher than the top of the shoulders, thence curving again more suddenly to the tail, forming an arch known as the roach back, which is essentially a characteristic of the breed, though, unfortunately, many leading prize winners of the present day are entirely deficient in this respect. Some dogs dip very considerably some distance behind the shoulders before the upward curve of the spine begins, and these are known as swamp-backed. Others rise in an almost straight line to the root of the tail, and are known as stern-high. The tail should be set on low, jut out rather straight, then turned downwards, the end pointing horizontally. It should be quite round in its whole length, smooth and devoid of fringe or coarse hair. It should be moderate in length, rather short than long, thick at the root, and taper quickly to a fine point. It should have a downward carriage, and the dog should not be able to raise it above the level of the backbone. The tail should not curve at the end, otherwise it is known as ring-tailed. The ideal length of tail is about 6 inches. Many fanciers demand a screw, or kinked, tail, that is, one having congenital dislocations at the joints, but such appendages are not desirable in the best interests of the breed. The forelegs should be very stout and strong, set wide apart, thick, muscular, and short, with well-developed muscles in the calves, presenting a rather bowed outline, but the bones of the legs must be straight, large, and not bandy or curved. They should be rather short in proportion to the hind legs, but not so short as to make the back appear long or detract from the dog's activity, and so cripple him. The elbows should be low and stand well away from the ribs, so as to permit the body to swing between them. If this property be absent, the dog is said to be on the leg. The ankles or pasterns should be short, straight, and strong. The forefeet should be straight and turned very slightly outwards. They should be of medium size and moderately round, not too long or narrow, whilst the toes should be thick, compact, and well split up, making the knuckles prominent and high. The hind legs, though of slighter build than the forelegs, should be strong and muscular. They should be longer, in proportion, than the forelegs in order to elevate the loins. The stifles should be round and turned slightly outwards, away from the body, thus bending the hocks inward and the hind feet outward. The hocks should be well let down, so that the leg is long and muscular from the loins to the point of the hock, which makes the pasterns short, but these should not be so short as those of the forelegs. The hind feet, whilst being smaller than the forefeet, should be round and compact, with the toes well split up, and the knuckles prominent. The most desirable weight for a bulldog is about 50 pounds. The coat should be fine in texture, short, close, and smooth, silky when stroked from the head towards the tail owing to its closeness, but not wiry when stroked in the reverse direction. The color should be whole or smut, the latter being a whole color with a black mask or muzzle. It should be brilliant and pure of its sort. The colors in order of merit are, first, whole colors and smuts, viz., brindles, reds, white, with their varieties, as whole fawns, fallows, etc., and secondly, pied and mixed colors. Opinions differ considerably on the color question. One judge will set back a fawn and put forward a pied dog, whilst others will do the reverse. Occasionally one comes across specimens having a black and tan color, which, although not mentioned in the recognized standard as being debarred, do not as a rule figure in the prize list. Some of the best specimens which the writer has seen have been black and tans, and a few years ago on the award of a first prize to a bitch of this color, a long but non-conclusive argument was held in the canine press. Granted that the color is objectionable, a dog which scores in all other properties should not be put down for this point alone, seeing that in the dog-fighting days there were many specimens of this color. In action the bulldog should have a peculiarly heavy and constrained gait, a rolling, or slouching, movement, appearing to walk with short, quick steps on the tip of his toes, his hind feet not being lifted high but appearing to skim the ground, and running with the right shoulder rather advanced, similar to the manner of a horse when cantering. The foregoing minute description of the various show points of a bulldog indicates that he should have the appearance of a thick-set Ayrshire or Highland bull. In stature he should be low to the ground, broad and compact, the body being carried between and not on the forelegs. He should stand over a great deal of ground, and have the appearance of immense power. The height of the forelegs should not exceed the distance from the elbow to the center of the back, between the shoulder blades. Considerable importance is attached to the freedom and activity displayed by the animal in its movements. Deformed joints, or weakness, are very objectionable. The head should be strikingly massive and carried low, the face short, the muzzle very broad, blunt, and inclined upwards. The body should be short and well knit, the limbs stout and muscular. The hindquarters should be very high and strong, but rather lightly made in comparison with the heavily made foreparts. It must be acknowledged that there are many strains of this breed which are constitutionally unsound. For this reason it is important that the novice should give very careful consideration to his first purchase of a bulldog. He should ascertain beyond all doubt, not only that his proposed purchase is itself sound in wind and limb, but that its sire and dam are, and have been, in similarly healthy condition. The dog to be chosen should be physically strong and show pronounced muscular development. If these requirements are present and the dog is in no sense a contradiction of the good qualities of its progenitors, but a justification of its pedigree, care and good treatment will do the rest. It is to be remembered, however, that a bulldog may be improved by judicious exercise. When at exercise, or taking a walk with his owner, the young dog should always be held by a leash. He will invariably pull vigorously against this restraint, but such action is beneficial, as it tends to develop the muscles of the shoulders and front of the body. When taking up the bulldog fancy, 9 out of every 10 novices choose to purchase a male. The contrary course should be adopted. The female is an equally good companion in the house or on the road. She is not less affectionate and faithful, and when the inevitable desire to attempt to reproduce the species is reached, the beginner has the means at once available. It is always difficult for the uninitiated to select what is likely to be a good dog from the nest. In choosing a puppy, care should be taken to ensure it has plenty of bone in its limbs, and these should be fairly short and wide. The nostrils should be large and the face as short as possible. The chops should be thick and heavily wrinkled and the mouth square. There should be a distinct indent in the upper jaw, where the bone will eventually curve, whilst the lower jaw should show signs of curvature and protrude slightly in front of the upper jaw. The teeth from canine to canine, including the 6 front teeth, should be in a straight line. See that the ears are very small and thin, and the eyes set well apart. The puppy having these properties, together with a domed, peaked, or coconut-shaped skull, is the one which, in 9 cases out of 10, will eventually make the best-headed dog of the litter. The breeding of bulldogs requires unlimited patience, as success is very difficult to attain. The breeder who can rear 5 out of every 10 puppies born may be considered fortunate. It is frequently found in what appears to be a healthy lot of puppies that some of them begin to whine and whimper towards the end of the first day, and in such cases the writer's experience is that there will be a speedy burial. It may be that the cause is due to some acidity of the milk, but in such a case one would expect that similar difficulty would be experienced with the remainder of the litter, but this is not the usual result. Provided that the puppies can be kept alive until the 4th day, it may be taken that the chances are well in favor of ultimate success. Illustration: Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Mayer's Bulldog ch. Silent Duchess. Many breeders object to feeding the mother with meat at this time, but the writer once had 2 litter sisters who whelped on the same day, and he decided to try the effect of a meat versus farinaceous diet upon them. As a result, the bitch who was freely fed with raw beef reared a stronger lot of puppies, showing better developed bone, than did the one who was fed on milk and cereals. Similarly, in order that the puppy, after weaning, may develop plenty of bone and muscle, it is advisable to feed once a day upon finely minced raw meat. There are some successful breeders, indeed, who invariably give to each puppy a teaspoonful of cod liver oil in the morning and a similar dose of extract of malt in the evening, with the result that there are never any rickety or weak dogs in the kennels, whilst the development of the bones in the skull and limbs is most pronounced. Owing to their lethargic disposition, young bulldogs are somewhat liable to indigestion, and during the period of puppyhood it is of advantage to give them a tablespoonful of lime water once a day in their milk food. Many novices are in doubt as to the best time to breed from a bull bitch, seeing that estrus is present before she is fully developed. It may be taken as practically certain that it is better for her to be allowed to breed at her first heat. Nature has so arranged matters that a bull bitch is not firmly set in her bones until she reaches an age of from 12 to 18 months, and therefore she will have less difficulty in giving birth to her offspring if she be allowed to breed at this time. Great mortality occurs in attempting to breed from maiden bitches exceeding 3 years of age, as the writer knows to his cost. It is desirable, in the case of a young bitch having her first litter, for her master or mistress to be near her at the time, in order to render any necessary assistance, but such attentions should not be given unless actual necessity arises. Some bitches with excessive layback and shortness of face have at times a difficulty in releasing the puppy from the membrane in which it is born, and in such a case it is necessary for the owner to open this covering and release the puppy, gently shaking it about in the box until it coughs and begins to breathe. The umbilical cord should be severed from the afterbirth about 4 inches from the puppy, and this will dry up and fall away in the course of a couple of days. In general, it is true economy for the bulldog breeder to provide a foster mother in readiness for the birth of the expected litter, especially is this so in the case of a first litter, when the qualifications for nursing by the mother are unknown. Where there are more than 5 puppies, it is also desirable to obtain a foster mother in order that full nourishment may be given to the litter by both mothers. The best time of the year for puppies to be born is in the spring, when, owing to the approaching warm weather, they can lead an outdoor life. By the time they are 6 months old, they should have sufficient stamina to enable them to withstand the cold of the succeeding winter. It has been ascertained that bulldogs which have been reared out of doors are the least liable to suffer from indigestion, torpidity of the liver, asthma, or other chest ailments, whilst they invariably have the hardiest constitution. Bulldogs generally require liberal feeding, and should have a meal of dried biscuit the first thing in the morning, whilst the evening meal should consist of a good stew of butcher's offal poured over broken biscuit, bread, or other cereal food. In the winter-time it is advantageous to soak a tablespoonful of linseed in water overnight, and after the pods have opened to turn the resulting jelly into the stew pot. This ensures a fine glossy coat, and is of value in toning up the intestines. Care must, however, be taken not to follow this practice to excess in warm weather, as the heating nature of the linseed will eventually cause skin trouble. With these special points attended to, the novice should find no difficulty in successfully becoming a bulldog fancier, owner, and breeder. In conclusion, it cannot be too widely known that the bulldog is one of the very few breeds which can, with perfect safety, be trusted alone to the mercy of children, who, naturally, in the course of play, try the patience and good temper of the firmest friend of man. The miniature bulldog. 50 or 60 years ago, toy, or rather, as a recent edict of the Kennel Club requires them to be dubbed miniature, bulldogs were common objects of the canine countryside. In fact, you can hardly ever talk for 10 minutes to any bulldog breeder of old standing without his telling you tall stories of the wonderful little bulldogs, weighing about 15 or 16 pounds, he either knew or owned in those long past days. Prominent among those who made a cult of these bantams were the lace workers of Nottingham, and many prints are extant which bear witness to the excellent little specimens they bred. But a wave of unpopularity overwhelmed them, and they faded across the Channel to France, where, if, as is asserted, our Gallic neighbors appreciated them highly, they cannot be said to have taken much care to preserve their best points. When, in 1898, a small but devoted band of admirers revived them in England, they returned most attractive, 'tis true, but hampered by many undesirable features, such as bad ears, froggy faces, waving tails, and a general lack of bulldog character. However, the Toy Bulldog Club then started, took the dogs vigorously in hand, and thanks to unceasing efforts, toy bulldogs have always since been catered for at an ever-increasing number of shows. Their weight, after much heated discussion and sundry downs and ups, was finally fixed at 22 pounds and under. The original aim of miniature bulldogs, i.e. to look like the larger variety seen through the wrong end of a telescope, if not actually achieved, is being rapidly approached, and can no longer be looked upon as merely the hopeless dream of a few enthusiasts. To enumerate in detail the miniature bulldog scale of points is quite unnecessary, as it is simply that of the big ones writ small. In other words, the general appearance of the miniature bulldog must as nearly as possible resemble that of the big bulldog. A terse sentence which comprises in itself all that can be said on the subject. As companions and friends, miniature bulldogs are faithful, fond, and even foolish in their devotion, as all true friends should be. They are absolutely and invariably good-tempered, and, as a rule, sufficiently fond of the luxuries of this life, not to say greedy, to be easily cajoled into obedience. Remarkably intelligent, and caring enough for sport to be sympathetically excited at the sight of a rabbit without degenerating into cranks on the subject like terriers. Taking a keen interest in all surrounding people and objects, without, however, giving way to ceaseless barking, enjoying outdoor exercise, without requiring an exhausting amount, they are in every way ideal pets, and adapt themselves to town and country alike. As puppies they are delicate, and require constant care and supervision, but that only adds a keener zest to the attractive task of breeding them, the more so owing to the fact that as mothers they do not shine, being very difficult to manage, and generally manifesting a strong dislike to rearing their own offspring. In other respects they are quite hardy little dogs, and one great advantage, they seldom have distemper. Cold and damp they particularly dislike, especially when puppies, and the greatest care should be taken to keep them thoroughly dry and warm. When very young indeed they can stand, and are the better for, an extraordinary amount of heat. The French Bulldog, Bulldog Français. There appears to be no doubt that the French Bulldog originated in England, and is an offshoot of the English miniature variety Bulldog, not the Bulldog one sees on the bench today, but of the tulip-eared and short underjawed specimens which were common in London, Nottingham, Birmingham, and Sheffield in the early 50s. There was at that time a constant emigration of lace workers from Nottingham to the coast towns of Normandy, where lace factories were springing into existence, and these immigrants frequently took a bulldog with them to the land of their adoption. The converse method was also adopted. Prior to 1902, French bulldogs were imported into this country with the object of resuscitating the strain of bantam bulldogs, which in course of years had been allowed to dwindle in numbers, and were in danger of becoming extinct. There are superficial similarities between the English and the French toy bulldog, the one distinguishing characteristic being that in the French variety the ears are higher on the head and are held erect. Until a few years ago the two were interbred, but disputes as to their essential differences led the Kennel Club to intervene, and the types have since been kept rigidly apart, the smart little battered bulldogs of France receiving recognition under the breed name of Bulldogs Français. Chapter 4: The St. Bernard. The history of the St. Bernard dog would not be complete without reference being made to the noble work that he has done in Switzerland, his native land. How the Hospice St. Bernard kept a considerable number of dogs which were trained to go over the mountains with small barrels round their necks, containing restoratives, in the event of their coming across any poor travelers who had either lost their way or had been overcome by the cold. We have been told that the intelligent animals saved many lives in this way, the subjects of their deliverance often being found entirely buried in the snow. Handsome as the St. Bernard is, with his attractive color and markings, he is a cross-bred dog. From the records of old writers it is to be gathered that to refill the kennels at the hospice, which had been rendered vacant from the combined catastrophes of distemper and the fall of an avalanche which had swept away nearly all their hounds, the monks were compelled to have recourse to a cross with the Newfoundland and the Pyrenean sheepdog, the latter not unlike the St. Bernard in size and appearance. Then, again, there is no doubt whatever that at some time the bloodhound has been introduced, and it is known for a certainty that almost all the most celebrated St. Bernards in England at the present time are closely allied to the Mastiff. The result of all this intermixture of different breeds has been the production of an exceedingly fine race of dogs, which form one of the most attractive features at our dog shows, and are individually excellent guards and companions. As a companion, the St. Bernard cannot be surpassed, when a large dog is required for the purpose. Most docile in temperament and disposition, he is admirably suited as the associate of a lady or a child. The St. Bernard is sensitive to a degree, and seldom forgets an insult, which he resents with dignity. Specimens of the breed have occasionally been seen that are savage, but when this is the case, ill treatment of some sort has assuredly been the provoking cause. The dogs at the hospice of St. Bernard are small in comparison with those that are seen in England belonging to the same race. The Holy Fathers were more particular about their markings than great size. The body color should be brindle or orange tawny, with white markings, the muzzle white, with a line running up between the eyes, and over the skull, joining at the back the white collar that encircles the neck down to the front of the shoulders. The color round the eyes and on the ears should be of a darker shade in the red. In the center of the white line at the occiput there should be a spot of color. These markings are said to represent the stole, chasuble, and scapular which form part of the vestments worn by the monks. But it is seldom that the markings are so clearly defined. They are more often white, with brindle or orange patches on the body, with evenly marked heads. In England St. Bernards are either distinctly rough in coat or smooth, but the generality of the hospice dogs are broken in coat, having a texture between the two extremes. The properties, however, of the rough and smooth are the same, so that the two varieties are often bred together, and, as a rule, both textures of coat will be the result of the alliance. The late M. Schumacher, a great authority on the breed in Switzerland, averred that dogs with very rough coats were found to be of no use for work on the Alps, as their thick covering became so loaded with snow and their feet so clogged that they succumbed under the weight and perished. On that account they were discarded by the monks. In connection with the origin of the St. Bernard, M. Schumacher wrote in a letter to Mr. J. C. Macdona, who was the first to introduce the breed into Great Britain in any numbers. According to the tradition of the Holy Fathers of the Great St. Bernard, their race descends from the crossing of a bitch, a bulldog species, of Denmark, and a mastiff, shepherd's dog, of the Pyrenees. The descendants of the crossing, who have inherited from the Danish dog its extraordinary size and bodily strength, and from the Pyrenean mastiff the intelligence, the exquisite sense of smell, and, at the same time, the faithfulness and sagacity which characterize them, have acquired in the space of 5 centuries so glorious a notoriety throughout Europe that they well merit the name of a distinct race for themselves. From the same authority we learn that it is something like 600 years since the St. Bernard came into existence. It was not, however, till competitive exhibitions for dogs had been for some years established that the St. Bernard gained a footing in Great Britain. A few specimens had been imported from the hospice before Mr. Cumming Macdona, then the Rev. Cumming Macdona, introduced us to the celebrated Tell, who, with others of the breed brought from Switzerland, formed the foundation of his magnificent kennel at West Kirby, in Cheshire. Albert Smith, whom some few that are now alive will remember as an amusing lecturer, brought a pair from the hospice when returning from a visit to the continent, and made them take a part in his attractive entertainment. But the associations of the St. Bernard with the noble deeds recorded in history were not then so widely known, and these two dogs passed away without having created any particular enthusiasm. Later on, at a dog show at Cremorne held in 1863, two St. Bernards were exhibited, each of whom rejoiced in the name of Monk, and were, respectively, the property of the Rev. A. N. Bate and Mr. W. H. Stone. These dogs were exhibited without pedigrees, but were said to have been bred at the hospice of St. Bernard. 3 years later, at the National Show at Birmingham, a separate class was provided for the saintly breed, and Mr. Cumming Macdona was first and second with Tell and Bernard. This led to an immediate popularity of the St. Bernard. But Tell was the hero of the shows at which he appeared, and his owner was recognized as being the introducer into this country of the magnificent variety of the canine race that now holds such a prominent position as a show dog. The names of Tell and Bernard have been handed down to fame, the former as the progenitor of a long line of rough-coated offspring, the latter as one of the founders of the famous Shefford Kennel, kept by Mr. Fred Gresham, who probably contributed more to the perfecting of the St. Bernard than any other breeder. His Burney, Monk, Abbas, Grosvenor Hector, and Shaw are names which appear in the pedigrees of most of the best dogs of more recent times. When Mr. Gresham drew his long record of success to a close, there came a lull in the popularity of the breed until Dr. Inman, in partnership with Mr. B. Walmsley, established a kennel first at Barford, near Bath, and then at the Priory, at Bowden, in Cheshire, where they succeeded in breeding the finest kennel of St. Bernards that has ever been seen in the world. Dr. Inman had for several years owned good dogs, and set about the work on scientific principles. He, in conjunction with Mr. Walmsley, purchased the smooth-coated Kenilworth from Mr. Loft, bred that dogs produce with a brindle mastiff of high repute, and then crossed back to his St. Bernards with the most successful results. Dr. Inman was instrumental in forming the National St. Bernard Club, which was soon well supported with members, and now has at its disposal a good collection of valuable challenge cups. The dogs bred at Bowden carried all before them in the show ring, and were continually in request for stud purposes, improving the breed to a remarkable extent. At the disposal of Messrs. Inman and Walmsley's kennel, there were such admirable dogs as the rough-coated Wolfram, from whom were bred Tannhauser, Narcissus, Leontes and Klingser, the smooth-coated dogs, the King's Son and the Viking, the rough-coated bitch, Judith Inman, and the smooth Viola, the last named the finest specimen of her sex that has probably ever been seen. These dogs and bitches, with several others, were dispersed all over England, with the exception of Klingser, who went to South Africa. Almost all the best St. Bernards in Great Britain at the present time have been bred or are descended from the Bowden dogs. Illustration: Mr. George Sinclair's St. Bernard ch. Lord Montgomery, photographed by C. Reed, Wishaw. The following is the description of the St. Bernard as drawn up by the members of the St. Bernard Club. Head: the head should be large and massive, the circumference of the skull being more than double the length of the head from nose to occiput. From stop to tip of nose should be moderately short, full below the eye and square at the muzzle. There should be great depth from the eye to the lower jaw, and the lips should be deep throughout, but not too pendulous. From the nose to the stop should be straight, and the stop abrupt and well defined. The skull should be broad and rounded at the top, but not domed, with somewhat prominent brow. Ears: the ears should be of medium size, lying close to the cheek, but strong at the base and not heavily feathered. Eyes: the eyes should be rather small and deep-set, dark in color and not too close together. The lower eyelid should droop, so as to show a fair amount of haw. Nose: the nose should be large and black, with well-developed nostrils. The teeth should be level. Expression: the expression should betoken benevolence, dignity, and intelligence. Neck: the neck should be lengthy, muscular, and slightly arched, with dewlap developed, and the shoulders broad and sloping, well up at the withers. General description of body: The chest should be wide and deep, and the back level as far as the haunches, slightly arched over the loins. The ribs should be well rounded and carried well back, the loin wide and very muscular. Tail. The tail should be set on rather high, long, and in the long-coated variety bushy, carried low when in repose, and when excited or in motion slightly above the line of the back. Legs. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, strong in bone, and of good length, and the hind legs very muscular. The feet large, compact, with well-arched toes. Size. A dog should be at least 30 inches in height at the shoulder, and a bitch 27 inches, the taller the better, provided the symmetry is maintained, thoroughly well proportioned, and of great substance. The general outline should suggest great power and capability of endurance. Coat. In the long-coated variety the coat should be dense and flat, rather fuller round the neck, the thighs feathered but not too heavily. In the short-coated variety, the coat should be dense, hard, flat, and short, slightly feathered on thighs and tail. Color and markings. The color should be red, orange, various shades of brindle, the richer color the better, or white with patches on body of one of the above-named colors. The markings should be as follows: white muzzle, white blaze-up face, white collar round neck, white chest, forelegs, feet, and end of tail, black shadings on face and ears. If the blaze be wide and runs through to the collar, a spot of the body color on the top of the head is desirable. The weight of a dog should be from 170 pounds to 210 pounds, of a bitch 160 pounds to 190 pounds. During the past 25 years St. Bernards have been bred in this country very much taller and heavier than they were in the days of Tell, Hope, Moltke, Monk, Hector, and Othman. Not one of these measured over 32 inches in height, or scaled over 180 pounds, but the increased height and greater weight of the more modern production have been obtained by forcing them as puppies and by fattening them to such an extent that they have been injured in constitution, and in many cases converted into cripples behind. The prize-winning rough-coated St. Bernard, as he is seen today, is a purely manufactured animal, handsome in appearance certainly, but so cumbersome that he is scarcely able to raise a trot, let alone do any tracking in the snow. Usefulness, however, is not a consideration with breeders, who have reared the dog to meet the exigencies of the show ring. There is still much left to be desired, and there is room for considerable improvement, as only a few of the more modern dogs of the breed approach the standard drawn up by the clubs that are interested in their welfare. Chapter 5: The Newfoundland. The dogs which take their name from the island of Newfoundland appeal to all lovers of animals, romance, and beauty. A Newfoundland formed the subject of perhaps the most popular picture painted by Sir Edwin Landseer. A monument was erected by Byron over the grave of his Newfoundland in proximity to the place where the poet himself hoped to be buried, at Newstead Abbey, and the inscription on his monument contains the lines so frequently quoted: "But the poor dog in life the firmest friend, the first to welcome, foremost to defend, whose honest heart is still his master's own, who labors, fights, lives, breathes for him alone. To mark a friend's remains these stones arise, I never knew but one, and here he lies." Robert Burns also, in his poem, The Twa Dogs, written in 1786, refers to a Newfoundland as being an aristocrat among dogs. Doubtless, other breeds of dogs have been the subjects of popular pictures and have had their praises sung by poets, but the Newfoundlands have yet a further honor, unique amongst dogs, in being the subject for a postage stamp of their native land. All these distinctions and honors have not been conferred without reason, for no breed of dogs has greater claim to the title of friend of man, and it has become famous for its known readiness and ability to save persons in danger, especially from drowning. It is strong and courageous in the water, and on land a properly trained Newfoundland is an ideal companion and guard. Innumerable are the accounts of Newfoundlands having proved their devotion to their owners, and of the many lives saved by them in river and sea, and when Sir Edwin Landseer selected one of the breed as the subject of his picture entitled, "A Distinguished Member of the Humane Society," he was justified not only by the sentiment attaching to this remarkable race of dogs, but also by the deeds by which Newfoundlands have made good their claim to such great distinction, and the popular recognition of this, no doubt, in some degree added to the great esteem in which this painting has always been held. The picture was painted in 1838, and, as almost everyone knows, represents a white and black Newfoundland. The dog portrayed was typical of the breed, and after a lapse of over 70 years, the painting has now the added value of enabling us to make a comparison with specimens of the breed as it exists today. Such a comparison will show that among the best dogs now living are some which might have been the model for this picture. It is true that in the interval the white and black Newfoundlands have been coarser, heavier, higher on the legs, with an expression denoting excitability quite foreign to the true breed, but these departures from Newfoundland character are passing away, it is to be hoped for good. The breed is rapidly returning to the type which Landseer's picture represents, a dog of great beauty, dignity, and benevolence of character, showing in its eyes an almost human pathos. Some 25 to 30 years ago there was considerable discussion among owners of Newfoundlands in this country as to the proper color of the true breed, and there were many persons who claimed, as some still claim, that the black variety is the only true variety, and that the white and black coloring indicates a crossbreed. Again, Landseer's picture is of value, because, in the first place, we may be almost certain that he would have selected for such a picture a typical dog of the breed, and secondly, because the picture shows, nearly half a century prior to the discussion, a white and black dog, typical in nearly every respect, except color, of the black Newfoundland. There is no appearance of crossbreeding in Landseer's dog. On the contrary, he reveals all the characteristics of a thoroughbred. 70 years ago, therefore, the white and black variety may be fairly considered to have been established, and it is worthy of mention here that Idstone quoted an article written in 1819 stating that back in the 18th century Newfoundlands were large, rough-coated, liver and white dogs. It is clear, also, that in 1832 Newfoundlands in British North America were of various colors. Additional evidence, too, is provided, in the fact that when selecting the type of head for their postage stamp the government of Newfoundland chose the Landseer dog. Therefore, there are very strong arguments against the claim that the true variety is essentially black. However that may be, there are now two established varieties, the black and the white and black. There are also bronze-colored dogs, but they are rare and are not favored. It is stated, however, that puppies of that color are generally the most promising in all other respects. The black variety of the Newfoundland is essentially black in color, but this does not mean that there may be no other color, for most black Newfoundlands have some white marks, and these are not considered objectionable, so long as they are limited to white hairs on the chest, toes, or the tip of the tail. In fact, a white marking on the chest is said to be typical of the true breed. Any white on the head or body would place the dog in the other than black variety. The black color should preferably be of a dull jet appearance which approximates to brown. In the other than black class, there may be black and tan, bronze, and white and black. The latter predominates, and in this color, beauty of marking is very important. The head should be black with a white muzzle and blaze, and the body and legs should be white with large patches of black on the saddle and quarters, with possibly other small black spots on the body and legs. Apart from color, the varieties should conform to the same standard. The head should be broad and massive, but in no sense heavy in appearance. The muzzle should be short, square, and clean-cut, eyes rather wide apart, deep-set, dark and small, not showing any haw, ears small, with close side carriage, covered with fine short hair. There should be no fringe to the ears, expression full of intelligence, dignity, and kindness. The body should be long, square, and massive, loins strong and well-filled, chest deep and broad, legs quite straight, somewhat short in proportion to the length of the body, and powerful, with round bone well covered with muscle, feet large, round, and close. The tail should be only long enough to reach just below the hocks, free from kink, and never curled over the back. The quality of the coat is very important. The coat should be very dense, with plenty of undercoat, the outer coat somewhat harsh and quite straight. A curly coat is very objectionable. A dog with a good coat may be in the water for a considerable time without getting wet on the skin. The appearance generally should indicate a dog of great strength, and very active for his build and size, moving freely with the body swung loosely between the legs, which gives a slight roll in gait. This has been compared to a sailor's roll, and is typical of the breed. As regards size, the Newfoundland Club standard gives 140 pounds to 120 pounds weight for a dog, and 110 pounds to 120 pounds for a bitch, with an average height at the shoulder of 27 inches and 25 inches respectively, but it is doubtful whether dogs in proper condition do conform to both requirements. At any rate, the writer is unable to trace any prominent Newfoundlands which do, and it would be safe to assume that for dogs of the weights specified, the height should be quite 29 inches for dogs, and 27 inches for bitches. A dog weighing 150 pounds, and measuring 29 inches in height at the shoulder would necessarily be long in body to be in proportion, and would probably much nearer approach the ideal form of a Newfoundland than a taller dog. In that respect, Newfoundlands have very much improved during the past quarter of a century. 25 years ago, the most noted dogs were stated as a rule to be well over 30 inches in height, but their weight for height would indicate legginess, which is an abomination in a Newfoundland. A 29-inch Newfoundland is quite tall enough, and even that height should not be gained at the expense of type and symmetry. The white and black variety are, as a rule, slightly taller, smaller in loin and longer in head, but these differences in the two varieties are being rapidly removed, and at no distant date the white and black variety will probably be as correct in type and symmetry as the black variety now is. For very many years the black variety has been the better in type, and in breeding, if blacks are desired, it will be safer as a general rule to insist upon the absence of white and black blood in any of the immediate ancestors of the sire and dam. But if, on the contrary, white and black dogs are required, the proper course is to make judicious crosses between the black and white and black varieties, and destroy any black puppies, unless they are required for further crosses with white and black blood. In any case, the first cross is likely to produce both black and mismarked white and black puppies, but the latter, if bred back to the white and black blood, would generally produce well-marked white and black Newfoundlands. In mating, never be guided solely by the good points of the dog and bitch. It is very desirable that they should both have good points, the more good ones the better, but it is more important to ensure that they are dissimilar in their defects, and if possible, that in either case is there a very objectionable defect, especially if such defect was also apparent in the animal's sire or dam. Illustration: Mrs. Vale Nicholas's Newfoundland Ch. Shelton Viking photograph by T. Fall. It is, therefore, important to study what were the good, and still more so the bad, points in the parents and grandparents. If you do not know these, other Newfoundland breeders will willingly give information, and any trouble involved in tracing the knowledge required will be amply repaid in the results, and probably save great disappointment. When rearing puppies, give them soft food, such as well-boiled rice and milk, as soon as they will lap, and shortly afterwards, scraped lean meat. Newfoundland puppies require plenty of meat to induce proper growth. The puppies should increase in weight at the rate of 3 pounds a week, and this necessitates plenty of flesh, bone and muscle-forming food, plenty of meat, both raw and cooked. Milk is also good, but it requires to be strengthened with plasmin, or casein. The secret of growing full-sized dogs with plenty of bone and substance is to get a good start from birth, good feeding, warm, dry quarters, and freedom for the puppies to move about and exercise themselves as they wish. Forced exercise may make them go wrong on their legs. Medicine should not be required except for worms, and the puppies should be physicked for these soon after they are weaned, and again when 3 or 4 months old, or before that if they are not thriving. If free from worms, Newfoundland puppies will be found quite hardy, and under proper conditions of food and quarters, they are easy to rear. Chapter 6: The Great Dane. The origin of the Great Dane, like that of many other varieties of dogs, is so obscure that all researches have only resulted in speculative theories, but the undoubted antiquity of this dog is proved by the fact that representatives of a breed sufficiently similar to be considered his ancestors are found on some of the oldest Egyptian monuments. A few years ago a controversy arose on the breed's proper designation, when the Germans claimed for it the title Deutsche Dog. Germany had several varieties of big dogs, such as the Hatzrud, Saufanger, Ulmer Dog, and Rottweiler Metzgerhund, but contemporaneously with these there existed, as in other countries in Europe, another very big breed, but much nobler and more thoroughbred, known as the Great Dane. When after the War of 1870 national feeling was pulsating very strongly in the veins of reunited Germany, the German sinologists were on the lookout for a national dog, and for that purpose the Great Dane was rechristened Deutsche Dog, and elected as the champion of German dogdom. For a long time all these breeds had, no doubt, been indiscriminately crossed. The Great Dane was introduced into this country spasmodically some 35 years ago, when he was commonly referred to as the Boarhound, or the German Mastiff, and for a time the breed had to undergo a probationary period in the foreign class, at dog shows, but it soon gained in public favor, and in the early 80s a Great Dane Club was formed, and the breed has since become one of the most popular of the larger dogs. The Kennel Club has classed the Great Dane amongst the non-sporting dogs, probably because with us he cannot find a quarry worthy of his mettle. But for all that, he has the instincts and qualifications of a sporting dog, and he has proved himself particularly valuable for hunting big game in hot climates, which he stands very well. Respecting the temperament of the Great Dane and his suitability as a companion, writers have gone to extremes in praise and condemnation. In his favor it must be said that in natural intelligence he is surpassed by very few other dogs. He has a most imposing figure, and does not, like some other big breeds, slobber from his mouth, which is a particularly unpleasant peculiarity when a dog is kept in the house. On the other hand, it must be admitted that with almost the strength of a tiger he combines the excitability of a terrier, and no doubt a badly trained Great Dane is a very dangerous animal. It is not sufficient to teach him in the haphazard way which might be successful in getting a small dog under control, but even as a companion he ought to be trained systematically, and considering his marked intelligence, this is not difficult of accomplishment. The Great Dane attains his full development in about 1.5 to 2 years, and considering that puppies have to build up in that time a very big skeleton and straight limbs, special attention must be given to the rearing of them. The dam whelps frequently 8 puppies, and sometimes even a few more. Mr. Lark's Princess Thor had a litter of 17, but even 8 is too great a number for a bitch to suckle in a breed where great size is a desideratum. Not more than 4, or at the outside 5, should be left with the bitch. The others should be put to a foster mother, or if they are weaklings or foul-marked, it is best to destroy them. After the puppies are weaned, their food should be of bone-making quality, and they require ample space for exercise and play. Nothing is worse than to take the youngsters for forced marches before their bones have become firm. Before giving the description and standard which have been adopted by the Great Dane clubs, a few remarks on some of the leading points will be useful. The general characteristic of the Great Dane is a combination of grace and power, and therefore the lightness of the Greyhound, as well as the heaviness of the Mastiff, must be avoided. The head should be powerful, but at the same time show quality by its nice modeling. The eyes should be intelligent and vivacious, but not have the hard expression of the terrier. The distance between the eyes is of great importance. If too wide apart they give the dog a stupid appearance, and if too close he has a treacherous look. Another very important point is the graceful carriage of the tail. When it is curled over the back it makes an otherwise handsome dog look mean, and a tail that curls at the end like a corkscrew is also very ugly. In former times, faking was not infrequently resorted to correct a faulty tail carriage, but it is easily detected. Great Danes sometimes injure the end of the tail by hitting it against a hard substance, and those with a good carriage of tail are most liable to this because in excitement they slash it about, whereas the faulty position of the tail, curled over the back, ensures immunity from harm. Until recently, British Great Dane breeders and exhibitors have paid very little attention to color, on the principle that, like a good horse, a good Great Dane cannot be a bad color. The English clubs, however, have now in this particular also adopted the German standard. The orthodox colors are brindle, fawn, blue, black, and harlequin. In the brindle dogs the ground color should be any shade from light yellow to dark red yellow on which the brindle appears in darker stripes. The harlequins have on a pure white ground fairly large black patches, which must be of irregular shape, broken up as if they had been torn, and not have rounded outlines. When brindle Great Danes are continuously bred together, it has been found that they get darker, and that the peculiar striping disappears, and in that case the introduction of a good fawn into the strain is advisable. The constant mating of Harlequins has the tendency to make the black patches disappear, and the union with a good black Great Dane will prevent the loss of color. The following is the official description issued by the Great Dane Club. General appearance. The Great Dane is not so heavy or massive as the Mastiff, nor should he too nearly approach the Greyhound type. Remarkable in size and very muscular, strongly though elegantly built, the head and neck should be carried high, and the tail in line with the back, or slightly upwards, but not curled over the hindquarters. Elegance of outline and grace of form are most essential to a Dane. Size is absolutely necessary, but there must be that alertness of expression and briskness of movement without which the Dane character is lost. He should have a look of dash and daring, of being ready to go anywhere and do anything. Temperament. The Great Dane is good-tempered, affectionate, and faithful to his master, not demonstrative with strangers, intelligent, courageous, and always alert. His value as a guard is unrivaled. He is easily controlled when well trained, but he may grow savage if confined too much, kept on chain, or ill-treated. Height. The minimum height of an adult dog should be 30 inches. That of a bitch, 28 inches. Weight. The minimum weight of an adult dog should be 120 pounds, that of a bitch, 100 pounds. The greater height and weight to be preferred, provided that quality and proportion are also combined. Head. Taken altogether, the head should give the idea of great length and strength of jaw. The muzzle, or foreface, is broad, and the skull proportionately narrow, so that the whole head, when viewed from above and in front, has the appearance of equal breadth throughout. Length of head. The entire length of head varies with the height of the dog, 13 inches. From the tip of the nose to the back of the occiput is a good measurement for a dog of 32 inches. At the shoulder. The length from the end of the nose to the point between the eyes should be about equal, or preferably of greater length than from this point to the back of the occiput. Skull. The skull should be flat rather than domed, and have a slight indentation running up the center, the occipital peak not prominent. There should be a decided rise or brow over the eyes, but no abrupt stop between them. Face. The face should be chiseled well and foreface long, of equal depth throughout, and well filled in below the eyes with no appearance of being pinched. Muscles of the cheek. The muscles of the cheeks should be quite flat, with no lumpiness or cheek bumps, the angle of the jawbone well defined. Lips. The lips should hang quite square in front, forming a right angle with the upper line of foreface. Underline. The underline of the head, viewed in profile, runs almost in a straight line from the corner of the lip to the corner of the jawbone, allowing for the fold of the lip, but with no loose skin to hang down. Jaw. The lower jaw should be about level, or at any rate not project more than the 16th of an inch. Nose and nostrils. The bridge of the nose should be very wide, with a slight ridge where the cartilage joins the bone. This is quite a characteristic of the breed. The nostrils should be large, wide, and open, giving a blunt look to the nose. A butterfly or flesh-colored nose is not objected to in Harlequins. Ears. The ears should be small, set high on the skull, and carried slightly erect, with the tips falling forward. Neck. Next to the head, the neck is one of the chief characteristics. It should be long, well arched, and quite clean and free from loose skin, held well up, snake-like in carriage, well set in the shoulders, and the junction of head and neck well defined. Shoulders. The shoulders should be muscular but not loaded, and well sloped back, with the elbows well under the body, so that, when viewed in front, the dog does not stand too wide. Forelegs and feet. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, with big flat bone. The feet large and round, the toes well arched and close, the nails strong and curved. Body. The body is very deep, with ribs well sprung and belly well drawn up. Back and loins. The back and loins are strong, the latter slightly arched, as in the Greyhound. Hindquarters. The hindquarters and thighs are extremely muscular, giving the idea of great strength and galloping power. The second thigh is long and well developed as in a Greyhound, and the hocks set low, turning neither out nor in. Tail. The tail is strong at the root and ends in a fine point, reaching to or just below the hocks. It should be carried, when the dog is in action, in a straight line level with the back, slightly curved towards the end, but should not curl over the back. Coat. The hair is short and dense, and sleek-looking, and in no case should it incline to coarseness. Gait or action. The gait should be lithe, springy, and free, the action high. The hocks should move very freely, and the head should be held well up. Color. The colors are brindle, fawn, blue, black, and harlequin. The harlequin should have jet black patches and spots on a pure white ground. Gray patches are admissible but not desired, but fawn or brindle shades are objectionable. Illustration: Mrs. H. Horsfield's Great Danes Ch. Viola of Redgrave, photographed by Co., Norwich. Chapter 7: The Dalmatian. Before the Kennel Club found it necessary to insist upon a precise definition of each breed, the Dalmatian was known as the coach dog, a name appropriately derived from his fondness for following a carriage, for living in and about the stable, and for accompanying his master's horses at exercise. As an adjunct to the carriage he is peculiarly suitable, for in fine weather he will follow between the wheels for long distances without showing fatigue, keeping easy pace with the best horses. He appears almost to prefer equine to human companionship, and he is as fond of being among horses as the collie is of being in the midst of sheep. Yet he is of friendly disposition, and it must be insisted that he is by no means so destitute of intelligence as he is often represented to be. On the contrary, he is capable of being trained into remarkable cleverness, as circus proprietors have discovered. The earliest authorities agree that this breed was first introduced from Dalmatia, and that he was brought into this country purely on account of his sporting proclivities. Of late years, however, these dogs have so far degenerated as to be looked upon simply as companions, or as exhibition dogs, for only very occasionally can it be found that any pains have been taken to train them systematically for gun work. The first of the variety which appeared in the show ring was Mr. James Fawdry's Captain, in 1873. At that period they were looked upon as a novelty, and though the generosity and influence of a few admirers ensured separate classes being provided for the breed at the leading shows, it did not necessitate the production of such perfect specimens as those which a few years afterwards won prizes. At the first they were more popular in the north of England than in any other part of Great Britain. It was at Kirkby Lonsdale that Dr. James's Spotted Dick was bred, and an early exploiter of the breed who made his dogs famous was Mr. Newby Wilson, of Lakeside, Windermere. He was indebted to Mr. Hugo Droes, of London, for the foundation of his stud, inasmuch as it was from Mr. Droes that he purchased Ch. Acrobat and Ch. Berolina. At a later date the famed Coming Still and Prince 4 were secured from the same kennel, the latter dog being the progenitor of most of the best liver-spotted specimens that have attained notoriety as prize winners down to the present day. In appearance the Dalmatian should be very similar to a pointer except in head and marking. Still, though not so long in muzzle nor so pendulous in lip as a pointer, there should be no coarseness or common look about the skull, a fault which is much too prevalent. Then, again, some judges do not attach sufficient importance to the eyelids, or rather sears, which should invariably be edged round with black or brown. Those which are flesh-colored in this particular should be discarded, however good they may be in other respects. The density and pureness of color, in both blacks and browns, is of great importance, but should not be permitted to outweigh the evenness of the distribution of spots on the body. No black patches, or even mingling of the spots, should meet with favor, any more than a ringtail, or a clumsy-looking, heavy-shouldered dog should command attention. The darker spotted variety usually prevails in a cross between the two colors, the offspring very seldom having the liver-colored markings. The uninitiated may be informed that Dalmatian puppies are always born pure white. The clearer and whiter they are the better they are likely to be. There should not be the shadow of a mark or spot on them. When about a fortnight old, however, they generally develop a dark ridge on the belly, and the spots will then begin to show themselves, first about the neck and ears, and afterwards along the back, until at about the 16th day the markings are distinct over the body, excepting only the tail, which frequently remains white for a few weeks longer. The standard of points as laid down by the leading club is sufficiently explicit to be easily understood, and is as follows. General appearance. The Dalmatian should represent a strong, muscular, and active dog, symmetrical in outline, and free from coarseness and lumber, capable of great endurance combined with a fair amount of speed. Head. The head should be of a fair length, the skull flat, rather broad between the ears, and moderately well defined at the temples, i.e., exhibiting a moderate amount of stop and not in one straight line from the nose to the occiput bone as required in a bull terrier. It should be entirely free from wrinkle. Muzzle. The muzzle should be long and powerful, the lips clean, fitting the jaws moderately close. Eyes. The eyes should be set moderately well apart, and of medium size, round, bright, and sparkling, with an intelligent expression, their color greatly depending on the markings of the dog. In the black-spotted variety the eyes should be dark, black or dark brown, in the liver-spotted variety they should be light, yellow or light brown. The rim round the eyes in the black-spotted variety should be black, in the liver-spotted variety brown, never flesh color in either. Ears. The ears should be set on rather high, of moderate size, rather wide at the base, and gradually tapering to a round point. They should be carried close to the head, be thin and fine in texture, and always spotted, the more profusely the better. Nose. The nose in the black-spotted variety should always be black, in the liver-spotted variety always brown. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be fairly long, nicely arched, light and tapering, and entirely free from throatiness. The shoulders should be moderately oblique, clean, and muscular, denoting speed. Body, back, chest, and loins. The chest should not be too wide, but very deep and capacious, ribs moderately well sprung, never rounded like barrel hoops, which would indicate one of speed, the back powerful, loin strong, muscular, and slightly arched. Legs and feet. The legs and feet are of great importance. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, strong, and heavy in bone, elbows close to the body, forefeet round, compact with well-arched toes, cat-footed, and round, tough, elastic pads. In the hind legs the muscles should be clean, though well-defined, the hocks well let down. Nails. The nails in the black-spotted variety should be black and white, in the liver-spotted variety brown and white. Tail. The tail should not be too long, strong at the insertion, and gradually tapering towards the end, free from coarseness. It should not be inserted too low down, but carried with a slight curve upwards, and never curled. It should be spotted, the more profusely the better. Coat. The coat should be short, hard, dense and fine, sleek and glossy in appearance, but neither woolly nor silky. Color and markings. These are most important points. The ground color in both varieties should be pure white, very decided, and not intermixed. The color of the spots of the black-spotted variety should be black, the deeper and richer the black the better. In the liver-spotted variety they should be brown. The spots should not intermingle, but be as round and well-defined as possible, the more distinct the better. In size they should be from that of a sixpence to a florin. The spots on head, face, ears, legs, tail, and extremities to be smaller than those on the body. Weight: dogs 55 pounds, bitches 50 pounds. Chapter 8. The Collie. The townsman who knows the shepherd's dog only as he is to be seen, out of his true element, threading his confined way through crowded streets where sheep are not, can have small appreciation of his wisdom and his sterling worth. To know him properly, one needs to see him at work in a country where sheep abound, to watch him adroitly rounding up his scattered charges on a wide-stretching moorland, gathering the wandering wethers into close order and driving them before him in unbroken company to the fold, handling the stubborn pack in a narrow lane, or holding them in a corner of a field, immobile under the spell of his vigilant eye. He is at his best as a worker, conscious of the responsibility reposed in him, a marvel of generalship, gentle, judicious, slow to anger, quick to action, the priceless helpmeet of his master, the most useful member of all the tribe of dogs. Few dogs possess the fertile, resourceful brain of the collie. He can be trained to perform the duties of other breeds. He makes an excellent sporting dog, and can be taught to do the work of the pointer and the setter, as well as that of the water spaniel and the retriever. He is clever at hunting, having an excellent nose, is a good vermin killer, and a most faithful watch, guard, and companion. Major Richardson, who for some years has been successful in training dogs to ambulance work on the field of battle, has carefully tested the abilities of various breeds in discovering wounded soldiers, and he gives to the collie the decided preference. It is, however, as an assistant to the flock master, the farmer, the butcher, and the drover that the collie takes his most appropriate place in everyday life. The shepherd on his daily rounds, traveling over miles of moorland, could not well accomplish his task without his collie's skillful aid. One such dog, knowing what is expected of him, can do work which would otherwise require the combined efforts of a score of men. Little is known with certainty of the origin of the collie, but his cunning and his outward appearance would seem to indicate a relationship with the wild dog. Buffon was of opinion that he was the true dog of nature, the stock and model of the whole canine species. He considered the sheepdog superior in instinct and intelligence to all other breeds, and that, with a character in which education has comparatively little share, he is the only animal born perfectly trained for the service of man. One of the most perfect working collies in Scotland today is the old-fashioned black and white type, which is the most popular among the shepherds of Scotland. At the shows this type of dog is invariably at the top of the class. He is considered the most tractable, and is certainly the most agile. Second to this type in favor is the smooth-coated variety, a very hard, useful dog, well adapted for hill work and usually very fleet of foot. He is not so sweet in temper as the black and white, and is slow to make friends. In the Ettrick and Yarrow district the smooth is a popular sheepdog. The shepherds maintain that he climbs the hills more swiftly than the rough, and in the heavy snowstorms his clean, unfeathered legs do not collect and carry the snow. He has a fuller coat than the show specimens usually carry, but he has the same type of head, eye, and ears, only not so well developed. Then there is the Scottish bearded, or Highland collie, less popular still with the flock master, a hardy-looking dog in outward style, but soft in temperament, and many of them make better cattle than sheep dogs. This dog and the Old English sheepdog are much alike in appearance, but that the bearded is a more racy animal, with a head resembling that of the dandy Dinmont rather than the square head of the bobtail. The strong-limbed bearded collie is capable of getting through a good day's work, but is not so steady nor so wise as the old-fashioned black and white, or even the smooth-coated variety. He is a favorite with the butcher and drover who have sometimes a herd of troublesome cattle to handle, and he is well suited to rough and rocky ground, active in movement, and as sure-footed as the wild goat. He can endure cold and wet without discomfort, and can live on the Highland hills when others less sturdy would succumb. In the standard adopted for judging the breed, many points are given for good legs and feet, bone, body, and coat, while head and ears are not of great importance. Movement, size, and general appearance have much weight. The color is varied in this breed. Cream-colored specimens are not uncommon, and snow-white with orange or black markings may often be seen, but the popular color is grizzly gray. Unfortunately, the coats of many are far too soft, and the undercoat is frequently absent. Working trials to test the skill of the sheepdog have become frequent fixtures among shepherds and farmers within recent years, and these competitions have done much towards the improvement of the working qualities of the collie. In general, the excelling competitors at working trials are the rough-coated black and white collies. The smooth-coated variety and the bared eye are less frequent winners. The handsome and distinguished gentlemen of the C.H. Wishaw leader type are seldom seen on the trial field, although formerly such a dog as C.H. Ormskirk Charlie might be successfully entered with others equally well bred from the kennels of that good trainer and fancier, Mr. Piggin, of Long Eaton. A good working collie, however, is not always robed in elegance. What is desirable is that the shepherd and farmer should fix a standard of points, and breed as near as possible to that standard, as the keepers of the show collie breed to an acknowledged type of perfection. Nevertheless, from a bad worker of good descent many an efficient worker might be produced by proper mating, and those of us skilled in the breeding of collies know the importance of a well-considered process of selection from unsullied strains. It is a pity that the hard-working dog of the shepherd does not receive the attention in the way of feeding and grooming that is bestowed on the ornamental show dog. He is too often neglected in these particulars. Notwithstanding this neglect, however, the average life of the working dog is longer by a year or two than that of his more beautiful cousin. Pampering and artificial living are not to be encouraged, but on the other hand, neglect has the same effect of shortening the span of life, and bad feeding and inattention to cleanliness provoke the skin diseases which are far too prevalent. There is not a more graceful and physically beautiful dog to be seen than the show collie of the present period. Produced from the old working type, he is now practically a distinct breed. His qualities in the field are not often tested, but he is a much more handsome and attractive animal, and his comeliness will always win for him many admiring friends. The improvements in his style and appearance have been alleged to be due to an admixture with Gordon setter blood. In the early years of exhibitions he showed the shorter head, heavy ears, and much of the black and tan coloring which might seem to justify such a supposition, but there is no evidence that the cross was ever purposely sought. Gradually the color was lightened to sable and a mingling of black, white, and tan came into favor. The shape of the head was also improved. These improvements in beauty of form and color have been largely induced by the many collie clubs now in existence not only in the United Kingdom and America, but also in South Africa and Germany, by whom the standards of points have been perfected. Type has been enhanced. The head with the small ornamental ears that now prevail is more classical, and scientific cultivation and careful selection of typical breeding stock have achieved what may be considered the superlative degree of quality, without appreciable loss of stamina, size, or substance. 20 years or so ago, when collies were becoming fashionable, the rich sable coat with long white mane was in highest request. In 1888 Ch. Metchley Wonder captivated his admirers by these rich qualities. He was the first collie for which a very high purchase price was paid, Mr. Sam Boddington having sold him to Mr. A. H. Megson, of Manchester, for P530. High prices then became frequent. Mr. Megson paid as much as P1,600 to Mr. Tom Stretch for Ormskirk Emerald. No collie has had a longer or more brilliant career than Emerald, and although he was not esteemed as a successful sire, yet he was certainly the greatest favorite among our show dogs of recent years. Mr. Megson has owned many other good specimens of the breed, both rough and smooth. In the same year that he bought Metchley Wonder, he gave P350 for a 10-month puppy, Caractacus. Sable and white is his favorite combination of color, a fancy which was shared some years ago by the American buyers, who would have nothing else. Black, tan, and white became more popular in England, and while there is now a good market for these in the United States, the sable and white remains the favorite of the American buyers and breeders. The best collie of modern times was undoubtedly Ch. Squire of Titton, which went to America for P1,250. A golden sable with quality, nice size, and profuse coat, he had an unbeaten record in this country. Another of our best and most typical rough collies was Ch. Wishaw Leader. This beautiful dog, who had a most distinguished show career, was a well-made black, tan, and white, with an enormous coat and beautiful flowing white mane, one of the most active movers, displaying quality all through, and yet having plenty of substance. He had that desirable distinction of type which is so often lacking in our long-headed collies. Ormskirk Emerald's head was of good length and well balanced, the skull sufficiently flat. His eye was almond-shaped and dark brown in color, his expression keen and wise, entirely free from the soft look which we see on many of the faces today. Historical examples of the show collie have also been seen in Champions Christopher, Enfield Model, Sappho of Titton, Parbold Piccolo, and Woodmanstern Tartan. In recent years the smooth collie has gained in popularity quite as certainly as his more amply attired relative. Originally he was a dog produced by mating the old-fashioned black and white with the greyhound. But the greyhound type, which was formerly very marked, can scarcely be discerned today. Still, it is not infrequent that a throwback is discovered in a litter producing perhaps a slate-colored, a pure, white, or a jet-black individual, or that an otherwise perfect smooth collie should betray the heavy ears or the eye of a greyhound. At one time this breed of dog was much cultivated in Scotland, but nowadays the breeding of smooths is almost wholly confined to the English side of the border. Illustration: Mr. R. A. Tate's collie Ch. Wishaw Leader, photographed by C. Read, Wishaw. The following is the accepted description of the perfect collie. The skull should be flat, moderately wide between the ears, and gradually tapering towards the eyes. There should only be a slight depression at stop. The width of skull necessarily depends upon combined length of skull and muzzle, and the whole must be considered in connection with the size of the dog. The cheek should not be full or prominent. The muzzle should be of fair length, tapering to the nose, and must not show weakness or be snipy or lippy. Whatever the color of the dog may be, the nose must be black. The teeth should be of good size, sound and level. Very slight unevenness is permissible. The jaws, clean cut and powerful. The eyes are a very important feature, and give expression to the dog. They should be of medium size, set somewhat obliquely, of almond shape, and of a brown color except in the case of merles, when the eyes are frequently, one or both, blue and white or china. Expression full of intelligence, with a quick alert look when listening. The ears should be small and moderately wide at the base, and placed not too close together but on the top of the skull and not on the side of the head. When in repose they should be usually carried thrown back, but when on the alert brought forward and carried semi-erect, with tips slightly drooping in attitude of listening. The neck should be muscular, powerful and of fair length, and somewhat arched. The body should be strong, with well-sprung ribs, chest deep, fairly broad behind the shoulders, which should be sloped, loins very powerful. The dog should be straight in front. The forelegs should be straight and muscular, either in nor out at elbows, with a fair amount of bone, the forearms somewhat fleshy, the pasterns showing flexibility without weakness. The hind legs should be muscular at the thighs, clean and sinewy below the hocks, with well-bent stifles. The feet should be oval in shape, soles well padded, and the toes arched and close together. The hind feet less arched, the hocks well let down and powerful. The brush should be moderately long, carried low when the dog is quiet, with a slight upward swirl at the end, and may be gaily carried when the dog is excited, but not over the back. The coat should be very dense, the outer coat harsh to the touch, the inner or under coat soft, furry, and very close, so close as almost to hide the skin. The mane and frill should be very abundant, the mask or face smooth, as also the ears at the tips, but they should carry more hair towards the base. The forelegs well feathered, the hind legs above the hocks profusely so, but below the hocks fairly smooth, although all heavily coated collies are liable to grow a slight feathering. Hair on the brush very profuse. Color in the collie is immaterial. In general character he is a lithe active dog, his deep chest showing lung power, his neck strength, his sloping shoulders and well-bent hocks indicating speed, and his expression high intelligence. He should be a fair length on the leg, giving him more of a racy than a cloddy appearance. In a few words, a collie should show endurance, activity, and intelligence, with free and true action. In height dogs should be 22 inches to 24 inches. At the shoulders, bitches 20 inches to 22 inches. The weight for dogs is 45 to 65 pounds, bitches 40 to 55 pounds. The smooth collie only differs from the rough in its coat, which should be hard, dense, and quite smooth. The main faults to be avoided are a domed skull, high-peaked occipital bone, heavy, pendulous or pricked ears, weak jaws, snipy muzzle, full staring or light eyes, crooked legs, large, flat or hair feet, curly or soft coat, cow hocks, and brush twisted or carried right over the back, under or overshot mouth. Chapter 9: The Old English Sheepdog. Intelligent and picturesque, workmanlike and affectionate, the Old English Sheepdog combines, in his shaggy person, the attributes at once of a drover's drudge and of an ideal companion. Although the modern dog is seen less often than of old performing his legitimate duties as a shepherd dog, there is no ground whatever for supposing that he is a whit less sagacious than the mongrels which have largely supplanted him. The instincts of the race remain unchanged, but the mongrel certainly comes cheaper. Carefully handled in his youth, the bobtail is unequaled as a stock dog, and he is equally at home and efficient in charge of sheep, of cattle, and of New Forest ponies. So deep-rooted is the natural herding instinct of the breed that it is a thousand pities that the modern shepherd so frequently puts up with an inferior animal in place of the genuine article. nor is it as a shepherd dog alone that the bobtail shines in the field. His qualifications as a sporting dog are excellent, and he makes a capital retriever, being usually under excellent control, generally light-mouthed, and taking very readily to water. His natural inclination to remain at his master's heel and his exceptional sagacity and quickness of perception will speedily develop him, in a sportsman's hands, into a first-rate dog to shoot over. These points in his favor should never be lost sight of, because his increasing popularity on the show bench is apt to mislead many of his admirers into the belief that he is an ornamental rather than a utility dog. Nothing could be further from the fact. Nevertheless, he has few equals as a house dog, being naturally cleanly in his habits, affectionate in his disposition, an admirable watch, and an extraordinarily adaptable companion. As to his origin, there is considerable conflict of opinion, owing to the natural difficulty of tracing him back to that period when the dog fancier, as he flourishes today, was all unknown, and the voluminous records of a watchful kennel club were still undreamed of. From time immemorial a sheepdog, of one kind or another, has presided over the welfare of flocks and herds in every land. Probably, in an age less peaceable than ours, this canine guardian was called upon, in addition to his other duties, to protect his charges from wolves and bears and other marauders. In that case, it is very possible that the early progenitors of the breed were built upon a larger and more massive scale than is the sheepdog of today. The herd dogs of foreign countries, such as the Calabrian of the Pyrenees, the Himalayan drover's dog, and the Russian Aucha, are all of them massive and powerful animals, far larger and fiercer than our own, though each of them, and notably the Aucha, has many points in common with the English bobtail. It is quite possible that all of them may trace their origin, at some remote period, to the same ancestral strain. Indeed, it is quite open to argument that the founders of our breed, as it exists today, were imported into England at some far-off date when the duties of a sheepdog demanded of him fighting qualities no longer necessary. Throughout the 19th century, one finds conclusive evidence that the breed was very fairly represented in many parts of England, notably in Suffolk, Hampshire, and Dorsetshire, and also in Wales. Youde writes of it in 1845, Richardson in 1847, and Stonehenge in 1859. Their descriptions vary a little, though the leading characteristics are much the same, but each writer specially notes the exceptional sagacity of the breed. The dog was well known in Scotland, too, under the title of the bearded collie, for there is little doubt that this last is merely a variant of the breed. He differs, in point of fact, chiefly by reason of possessing a tail, the amputation of which is a recognized custom in England. With regard to this custom, it is said that the drovers originated it. Their dogs, kept for working purposes, were immune from taxation, and they adopted this method of distinguishing the animals thus exempted. It has been argued by disciples of the Darwinian theory of inherited effects from continued mutilations, that a long process of breeding from tailless animals has resulted in producing puppies naturally bob-tailed, and it is difficult, on any other hypothesis, to account for the fact that many puppies are so born. It is certainly a fact that one or two natural bobtails are frequently found in a litter of which the remainder are duly furnished with well-developed tails. From careful consideration of the weight of evidence, it seems unlikely that the breed was originally a tailless one, but the modern custom undoubtedly accentuates its picturesqueness by bringing into special prominence the rounded shaggy quarters and the characteristic bear-like gait which distinguished the Old English sheepdog. Somewhere about the 60s there would appear to have been a revival of interest in the bobtail's welfare, and attempts were made to bring him into prominence. In 1873 his admirers succeeded in obtaining for him a separate classification at a recognized show, and at the Curzon Hall, at Birmingham. In that year 3 temerarious competitors appeared to undergo the ordeal of expert judgment. It was an unpromising beginning, for Mr. M. B. Wynne, who officiated, found their quality so inferior that he contented himself with awarding a second prize. But from this small beginning important results were to spring, and the Old English sheepdog has made great strides in popularity since then. At Clerkenwell, in 1905, the entries in his classes reached a total of over 100, and there was no gainsaying the quality. This satisfactory result is due in no small measure to the initiative of the Old English Sheepdog Club, a society founded in 1888, with the avowed intention of promoting the breeding of the old-fashioned English sheepdog, and of giving prizes at various shows held under Kennel Club rules. The pioneers of this movement, so far as history records their names, were Dr. Edwards Kerr, an enthusiast both in theory and in practice, from whose caustic pen dissensions were wont to suffer periodical castigation, Mr. W. G. Uyghur, who has held office in the club for some 20 years, Mrs. Mayhew, who capably held her own amongst her fellow members of the sterner sex, Mr. Freeman Lloyd, who wrote an interesting pamphlet on the breed in 1889, and Messrs. J. Thomas and Perry Thomas. Theirs can have been no easy task at the outset, for it devolved upon them to lay down, in a succinct and practical form, leading principles for the guidance of future enthusiasts. It runs thus. General appearance: a strong, compact-looking dog of great symmetry, absolutely free from legginess, profusely coated all over, very elastic in its gallop, but in walking or trotting he has a characteristic ambling or pacing movement, and his bark should be loud, with a peculiar podcast ring in it. Taking him all round, he is a thick-set, muscular, able-bodied dog, with a most intelligent expression, free from all poodle or deerhound character. Skull, capacious, and rather squarely formed, giving plenty of room for brain power. The parts over the eyes should be well arched, and the whole well covered with hair. Jaw, fairly long, strong, square, and truncated. The stop should be defined to avoid a deerhound face. The attention of judges is particularly called to the above properties, as a long, narrow head is a deformity. Eyes vary according to the color of the dog, but dark or wall eyes are to be preferred. Nose, always black, large, and capacious. Teeth, strong and large, evenly placed, and level in opposition. Ears small, and carried flat to side of head, coated moderately. Legs, the forelegs should be dead straight, with plenty of bone, removing the body to a medium height from the ground, without approaching legginess, well coated all round. Feet, small, round, toes well arched and pads thick and hard. Tail, puppies requiring docking must have an appendage left of 1½ to 2 inches and the operation performed when not older than 4 days. Neck and shoulders, the neck should be fairly long, arched gracefully, and well coated with hair, the shoulders sloping and narrow at the points, the dog standing lower at the shoulder than at the loin. Body, rather short and very compact, ribs well sprung, and brisket deep and capacious. The loin should be very stout and gently arched, while the hindquarters should be round and muscular, and with well let down hocks, and the hams densely coated with a thick long jacket in excess of any other part. Coat, profuse, and of good hard texture, not straight but shaggy and free from curl. The undercoat should be a waterproof pile, when not removed by grooming or season. Color, any shade of gray, grizzle, blue or bloomerald, with or without white markings, or in reverse, any shade of brown or sable to be considered distinctly objectionable and not to be encouraged. Height, 22 inches and upwards for dogs, slightly less for bitches. Type, character, and symmetry are of the greatest importance, and on no account to be sacrificed to size alone. Turning to the questions of care and kennel management, we may start with the puppy. It is obvious that where bone and substance are matters of special desirability, it is essential to build up in the infant what is to be expected of the adult. For this reason it is a great mistake to allow the dam to bring up too many by herself. To about 6 or 7 she can do justice, but a healthy bitch not infrequently gives birth to a dozen or more. Under such circumstances the services of a foster mother are a cheap investment. By dividing the litter the weaklings may be given a fair chance in the struggle for existence, otherwise they receive scant consideration from their stronger brethren. At 3 or 4 days old the tails should be removed, as near the rump as possible. The operation is easy to perform, and if done with a sharp, clean instrument there is no danger of after ill effects. If the mother be kept on a very liberal diet, it will usually be found that she will do all that is necessary for her family's welfare for the first 3 weeks, by which time the pups have increased prodigiously in size. They are then old enough to learn to lap for themselves, an accomplishment which they very speedily acquire. Beginning with fresh cow's milk for a week, their diet may be gradually increased to melons or Benger's food, and later to gruel and Quaker oats, their steadily increasing appetites being catered for by the simple exercise of common sense. Feed them little and often, about 5 times a day, and encourage them to move about as much as possible, and see that they never go hungry, without allowing them to gorge. Let them play until they tire, and sleep until they hunger again, and they will be found to thrive and grow with surprising rapidity. At 6 weeks old they can fend for themselves, and shortly afterwards additions may be made to their diet in the shape of paunches, carefully cleaned and cooked, and Spratt's puppy Rodnim. A plentiful supply of fresh milk is still essential. Gradually the number of their meals may be decreased, first to 4 a day, and later on to 3, until at 6 months old they verge on adolescence, and may be placed upon the rations of the adult dog, 2 meals a day. Meanwhile, the more fresh air and sunshine, exercise, and freedom they receive, the better will they prosper, but care must be taken that they are never allowed to get wet. Their sleeping place especially must be thoroughly dry, well ventilated, and scrupulously clean. As to the adult dog, his needs are 3: he must be well fed, well housed, and well exercised. 2 meals a day suffice him, but he likes variety, and the more his fare can be diversified the better will he do justice to it. Biscuits, Rodnim, Flako, meat, vegetables, paunches, and sheep's heads, with an occasional big bone to gnaw, provide unlimited change, and the particular tastes of individuals should be learned and catered for. As to the bobtail's kennel, there is no need whatever for a high-priced fancy structure. Any weatherproof building will do, provided it be well ventilated and free from drafts. In very cold weather a bed of clean wheat straw is desirable, in summer the bare boards are best. In all weathers cleanliness is an absolute essential, and a liberal supply of fresh water should be always available. Grooming is an important detail in a breed whose picturesqueness depends so largely on the profuseness of their shaggy coats, but there is a general tendency to overdo it. A good stiff pair of dandy brushes give the best results, but the coats must not be allowed to mat or tangle, which they have a tendency to do if not properly attended to. Mats and tangles, if taken in time, can generally be teased out with the fingers, and it is the greatest mistake to try and drag them out with combs. These last should be used as little as possible, and only with the greatest care when necessary at all. An overgroomed bobtail loses half his natural charm. Far preferable is a muddy, matted, rough and tumble-looking customer, with his coat as nature left it. Chapter 10: The Chow Chow. The Chow Chow is a dog of great versatility. He is a born sportsman and loves an open-air life, a warrior, always ready to accept battle, but seldom provoking it. He has a way of his own with tramps, and seldom fails to induce them to continue their travels. Yet withal he is tender-hearted, a friend of children, an ideal companion, and often has a clever gift for parlor tricks. In China, his fatherland, he is esteemed for another quality, his excellence as a substitute for roast mutton. Though in his own country he is regarded as plebeian, just a common cur, he is by no means a mongrel. That he is of ancient lineage is proved by the fact that he always breeds true to type. He yields to the Pekingese Spaniel the claim to be the royal dog of China, yet his blood must be of the bluest. If you doubt it, look at his tongue. Outwardly, the Chow worthily embodies the kind, faithful heart and the brave spirit within. His compact body, weighing 40 pounds, or more, with the beautiful fur coat and ruff, the plumed tail turned over on his back and almost meeting his neck ruff, the strong, straight legs and neat, cat-like feet, gives an impression of symmetry, power, and alertness. His handsome face wears a scowl. This is the technical term for the no-nonsense look which deters strangers from undue familiarity, though to friends his expression is kindness itself. Though the Chow has many perfections, the perfect Chow has not yet arrived. He nearly came with Ch. Chow 8. Long since dead, alas, and with Ch. Fu Chow, the best Chow now living, his light-colored eyes being his only defect. With many judges, however, this dog's black coat handicaps him sadly in competition with his red brethren. Chow 8 is considered the best and most typical dog ever benched, notwithstanding his somewhat round eyes. Almond eyes are of course correct in Chinamen. Red Craze owns the head, which is perfect with the correct ear carriage and broad muzzle, and the scowl and characteristic expression of a good Chow. Dark red is the accepted color of the Chow. Modern judges will not look twice at a light or party-colored dog, and it is to be feared that if even Chow 8 could revisit the scenes of his bygone triumphs, his beautiful light markings would prove a fatal bar to his success. The judges would be quite wrong, but if you want a dog for show, you must be sure to get a good whole-colored dark red. If, on the other hand, you have a Chow as a companion and friend, do not be at all troubled if his ruff, yoke, culottes and tail are white or cream-colored. These are natural, correct and typical marks, though present-day fanciers are trying to improve them away. A list of points as drawn up by the Chow Chow Club some years ago is added. The points are fairly right, but the tongue of a live Chow is never black. It should be blue, such a color as might result from a diet of bilberries. Points of the Chow Chow: head, skull flat and broad, with little stop, well filled out under the eyes. Muzzle, moderate in length, and broad from the eyes to the point, not pointed at the end like a fox. Nose, black, large and wide. In cream or light-colored specimens, a pink nose is allowable. Tongue black. Eyes dark and small. In a blue dog, light color is permissible. Ears, small, pointed, and carried stiffly erect. They should be placed well forward over the eyes, which gives the dog the peculiar characteristic expression of the breed, viz., a sort of scowl. Teeth, strong and level. Neck strong, full, set well on the shoulders, and slightly arched. Shoulders, muscular and sloping. Chest, broad and deep. Back, short, straight and strong. Loins, powerful. Tail, curled tightly over the back. Forelegs, perfectly straight, of moderate length, and with great bone. Hind legs, same as forelegs, muscular and with hocks well let down. Feet, small, round and cat-like, standing well on the toes. Coat, abundant, dense, straight, and rather coarse in texture, with a soft, woolly undercoat. Color, whole-colored black, red, yellow, blue, white, etc., not in patches, the under part of tail and back of thighs frequently of a lighter color. General appearance: a lively, compact, short-coupled dog, well knit in frame, with tail curled well over the back. Disqualifying points: drop ears, red tongue, tail not curled over back, white spots on coat, and red nose, except in yellow or white specimens. N.B. Smooth Chows are governed by the same scale of points, except that the coat is smooth. As to the weight, bitches scale about 30 pounds, but dogs are heavier. Shylock weighed 47 3/4 pounds, and Red Craze 38 pounds. Chapter 11: The Poodle. The poodle is commonly acknowledged to be the most wisely intelligent of all members of the canine race. He is a scholar and a gentleman, but, in spite of his claims of long descent and his extraordinary natural cleverness, he has never been widely popular in this country as the collie and the fox terrier are popular. There is a general belief that he is a fop, whose time is largely occupied in personal embellishment, and that he requires a great deal of individual attention in the matter of his toilet. It may be true that to keep him in exhibition order and perfect cleanliness his owner has need to devote more consideration to him than is necessary in the case of many breeds. But in other respects he gives very little trouble, and all who are attached to him are consistent in their opinion that there is no dog so intensely interesting and responsive as a companion. His qualities of mind and his acute powers of reasoning are indeed so great that there is something almost human in his attractiveness and his devotion. His aptitude in learning is never denied, and many are the stories told of his marvelous talent and versatility. Not merely as a showman's dog has he distinguished himself. He is something more than a mountebank of the booths, trained to walk the tight-rope and stand on his head. He is an adept at performing tricks, but it is his alertness of brain that places him apart from other animals. There is the example of the famous Munito, who in 1818 perplexed the Parisians by his cleverness with playing cards and his intricate arithmetical calculations. Paris was formerly the home of most of the learned poodles, and one remembers the instance of the poodle of the Pont Neuf, who had the habit of dirtying the boots of the passers-by in order that his master, a shoeblack stationed halfway across the bridge, might enjoy the profit of cleaning them. In Belgium, poodles were systematically trained to smuggle valuable lace, which was wound round their shaven bodies and covered with a false skin. These dogs were schooled to a dislike of all men in uniform, and consequently on their journey between Mechlin and the coast they always gave a wide berth to the customs officers. On the continent, poodles of the larger kind are often used for draft work. There can be little doubt that the breed originated in Germany, where it is known as the Pudel, and classed as the Canis familiaris aquaticus. In form and coat he would seem to be closely related to the old water dog, and the resemblance between a brown poodle and an Irish water spaniel is remarkable. The poodle is no longer regarded as a sporting dog, but at one period he was trained to retrieve waterfowl, and he still on occasion displays an eager fondness for the water. Throughout Europe and in the United States, wherever these dogs are kept, it is usual to clip the coat on the face, the legs, and the hinder part of the body, leaving tufts of hair on the thighs and a ring of hair on the pasterns. The origin and purpose of the custom are not apparent, but now that poodles are almost always kept as house dogs, this mode of ornamentation at least commends itself by reducing the labor of daily grooming if the coat is to be maintained in good condition and the dog to be a pleasant associate. The profuse and long coat of this dog has the peculiarity that if not kept constantly brushed out it twists up into little cords which increase in length as the new hair grows and clings about it. The unshed old hair and the new growth entwine together thus become distinct rope-like cords. Eventually, if these cords are not cut short, or accidentally torn off, they drag along the ground, and so prevent the poor animal from moving with any degree of comfort or freedom. Some few owners, who admire and cultivate these long cords, keep them tied up in bundles on the dog's back, but so unnatural and unsightly a method of burdening the animal is not to be commended. Corded poodles are very showy, and from the remarkable appearance of the coat, attract a great deal of public attention when exhibited at shows, but they have lost popularity among most fanciers, and have become few in number owing to the obvious fact that it is impossible to make pets of them or keep them in the house. The reason of this is that the coat must, from time to time, be oiled in order to keep the cords supple and prevent them from snapping, and of course, as their coats cannot be brushed, the only way of keeping the dog clean is to wash him, which with a corded poodle is a lengthy and laborious process. Further, the coat takes hours to dry, and unless the newly washed dog be kept in a warm room he is very liable to catch cold. The result is that the coats of corded poodles are almost invariably dirty, and somewhat smelly. At one time it was suggested that cordeds and non-cordeds were two distinct breeds, but it is now generally accepted that the coat of every well-bred poodle will, if allowed, develop cords. Curly poodles, on the other hand, have advanced considerably in favor. Their coats should be kept regularly brushed and combed, and, if washed occasionally, they will always be smart and clean, and pleasant companions in the house. The four colors usually considered correct are black, white, brown, and blue. White poodles are considered the most intelligent, and it is certain that professional trainers of performing dogs prefer the white variety. The black come next in the order of intelligence, and easily surpass the brown and blue, which are somewhat lacking in true poodle character. No strict lines are drawn as regards brown, and all shades ranging from cream to dark brown are classed as brown. Mrs. Robert Long a few years ago startled her fellow enthusiasts by exhibiting some parti-colored specimens, but they were regarded as freaks, and did not become popular. The points to be looked for in choosing a poodle are, that he should be a lively, active dog, with a long, fine head, a dark oval eye, with a bright alert expression, short in the back, not leggy, but by no means low on the ground, with a good loin, carrying his tail well up. The coat should be profuse, all one color, very curly, and rather wiry to the touch. If you buy a poodle puppy you will find it like other intelligent and active youngsters, full of mischief. The great secret in training him is first to gain his affection. With firmness, kindness, and perseverance, you can then teach him almost anything. The most lively and excitable dogs are usually the easiest to train. It is advantageous to teach your dog when you give him his meal of biscuit, letting him have the food piece by piece as a reward when each trick is duly performed. Never attempt to teach him 2 new tricks at a time, and when instructing him in a new trick, let him always go through his old ones first. Make it an invariable rule never to be beaten by him. If, as frequently is the case with your dogs, he declines to perform a trick, do not pass it over or allow him to substitute another he likes better. But when you see he obstinately refuses, punish him by putting away the coveted food for an hour or 2. If he once sees he can tire you out, you will have no further authority over him, while if you are firm, he will not hold out against you long. It is a bad plan to make a dog repeat too frequently a trick which he obviously dislikes, and insistence on your part may do great harm. The poodle is exceptionally sensitive, and is far more efficiently taught when treated as a sensible being rather than as a mere quadrupedal automaton. He will learn twice as quickly if his master can make him understand the reason for performing a task. The whip is of little use when a lesson is to be taught, as the dog will probably associate his tasks with the thrashing and go through them in an unwilling, cowed, tail between legs fashion which too often betrays the unthinking hastiness of the master, and is the chief reason why the poodle has sometimes been regarded as a spiritless coward. The poodle bitch makes a good mother, rarely giving trouble in whelping, and the puppies are not difficult to rear. Their chief dangers are gastritis and congestion of the lungs, which can be avoided with careful treatment. It should be remembered that the dense coat of the poodle takes a long time to dry after being wetted, and that if the dog has been out in the rain, and got his coat soaked, or if he has been washed or allowed to jump into a pond, you must take care not to leave him in a cold place or to lie inactive before he is perfectly dry. Most poodles are kept in the house or in enclosed kennels, well protected from draught and moisture, and there is no difficulty in so keeping them, as they are naturally obedient and easily taught to be clean in the house and to be regular in their habits. The coat of a curly poodle should be kept fleecy and free from tangle by being periodically combed and brushed. The grooming keeps the skin clean and healthy, and frequent washing, even for a white dog, is not necessary. The dog will, of course, require clipping from time to time. In Paris at present it is the fashion to clip the greater part of the body and hindquarters, but the English Poodle Club recommends that the coat be left on as far down the body as the last rib, and it is also customary with us to leave a good deal of coat on the hindquarters. Probably the best-known poodle of his day in this country was C.H. the Model, a black corded dog belonging to Mr. H. A. Debois, who imported him from the continent. Model was a medium-sized dog, very well proportioned, and with a beautifully molded head and dark, expressive eyes, and I believe was only once beaten in the show ring. He died some few years ago at a ripe old age, but a great many of the best-known poodles of the present day claim relationship to him. One of his most famous descendants was C.H. the Joker, also black-corded, who was very successful at exhibitions. Another very handsome dog was C.H. Vladimir, again a black-corded, belonging to Miss Hallgrave. Since 1905 the curly poodles have very much improved, and the best specimens of the breed are now to be found in their ranks. C.H. Orchard Admiral, the property of Mrs. Crouch, a son of C.H. the Joker and Lady Godiva, is probably the best specimen living. White poodles, of which Mrs. Crouch's Orchard White Boy is a notable specimen, ought to be more widely kept than they are, but it must be admitted that the task of keeping a full-sized white poodle's coat clean in a town is no light one. Toy white poodles, consequently, are very popular. The toy variety should not exceed 15 inches in height at the shoulder, and in all respects should be a miniature of the full-sized dog, with the same points. Points of the perfect poodle: general appearance, that of a very active, intelligent, and elegant-looking dog, well built, and carrying himself very proudly. Head long, straight, and fine, the skull not broad, with a slight peak at the back. Muzzle long, but not snipy, and strong, not full in cheek. Teeth white, strong, and level. Gums black, lips black and not showing lippiness. Eyes almond-shaped, very dark, full of fire and intelligence. Nose black and sharp. Ears, the leather long and wide, low set on, hanging close to the face. Neck, well proportioned and strong, to admit of the head being carried high and with dignity. Shoulders, strong and muscular, sloping well to the back. Chest, deep and moderately wide. Back, short, strong, and slightly hollowed, the loins broad and muscular, the ribs well sprung and braced up. Feet, rather small, and of good shape, the toes well arched, pads thick and hard. Legs, forelegs set straight from shoulder, with plenty of bone and muscle. Hind legs very muscular and well bent, with the hocks well let down. Tail, set on rather high, well carried, never curled or carried over back. Coat, very profuse, and of good hard texture, if corded, hanging in tight, even cords, if non-corded, very thick and strong, of even length, the curls close and thick, without knots or cords. Colors, all black, all white, all red, all blue. The white poodle should have dark eyes, black or very dark liver nose, lips, and toenails. The red poodle should have dark amber eyes, dark liver nose, lips, and toenails. The blue poodle should be of even color, and have dark eyes, lips, and toenails. All the other points of white, red, and blue poodles should be the same as the perfect black poodle. N.B. It is strongly recommended that only 1/3 of the body be clipped or shaved, and that the hair on the forehead be left on. Chapter 12. The Schipperke. The Schipperke may fitly be described as the Paul Pry of canine society. His insatiate inquisitiveness induces him to poke his nose into everything. Every strange object excites his curiosity, and he will, if possible, look behind it. The slightest noise arouses his attention, and he wants to investigate its cause. There is no end to his liveliness, but he moves about with almost cat-like agility without upsetting any objects in a room, and when he hops he has a curious way of catching up his hind legs. The Schipperke's disposition is most affectionate, tinged with a good deal of jealousy, and even when made one of the household he generally attaches himself more particularly to one person, whom he owns, and whose protection he deems his special duty. These qualities endear the Schipperke as a canine companion, with a quaint and lovable character, and he is also a capital vermin dog. When properly entered he cannot be surpassed as a ratter. Schipperkes have always been kept as watchdogs on the Flemish canal barges, and that, no doubt, is the origin of the name, which is the Flemish for little skipper, the syllable k forming the diminutive of shipper. The respectable antiquity of this dog is proved by the result of the researches Mr. van der Snikt and Mr. van Buggenhout made in the archives of Flemish towns, which contain records of the breed going back in pure type over 100 years. The first Schipperke which appeared at a show in this country was Mr. Barry's Flo. This was, however, such a mediocre specimen that it did not appeal to the taste of the English dog-loving public. In 1888 Dr. Selig brought over Skip, Driesk, and Mia. The first named was purchased by Mr. B. Joachim, and the two others by Mr. G. R. Krell. Later on Mr. Joachim became the owner of Mr. Greenstutz, and bought Fritz of Spa in Belgium, and these dogs formed the nucleus of the two kennels which laid the foundation of the breed in England. It was probably the introduction of the Schipperke to England that induced Belgian owners to pay greater attention to careful breeding, and a club was started in 1888 in Brussels, whose members, after long and earnest consideration, settled the description and standard of points for the breed. Not long afterwards the Schipperke Club, England, was inaugurated, and drew up the following standard of points, which was adopted in December, 1890, and differed only very slightly from the one acknowledged by the Belgian Society and later by the St. Hubert's Schipperke Club. Standard of points of the Schipperke Club, England: head, foxy in type, skull should not be round, but broad, and with little stop. The muzzle should be moderate in length, fine but not weak, should be well filled out under the eyes. Nose black and small. Eyes dark brown, small, more oval than round, and not full, bright, and full of expression. Ears shape, of moderate length, not too broad at the base, tapering to a point. Carriage stiffly erect, and when in that position the inside edge to form as near as possible a right angle with the skull and strong enough not to be bent otherwise than lengthways. Teeth strong and level. Neck strong and full, rather short, set broad on the shoulders and slightly arched. Shoulders muscular and sloping. Chest broad and deep in brisket. Back short, straight, and strong. Loins powerful, well drawn up from the brisket. Forelegs perfectly straight, well under the body, with bone in proportion to the body. Hind legs strong, muscular, hocks well let down. Feet small, cat-like, and standing well on the toes. Nails black. Hindquarters fine compared to the foreparts, muscular and well-developed thighs tailless, rump well rounded. Coat black, abundant, dense, and harsh, smooth on the head, ears and legs, lying close on the back and sides, but erect and thick round the neck, forming a mane and frill, and well feathered on back of thighs. Weight about 12 pounds. General appearance: a small cobby animal with sharp expression, intensely lively, presenting the appearance of being always on the alert. Disqualifying points: drop or semi-erect ears. Faults: white hairs are objected to, but are not disqualifying. The back of the Schipperke is described as straight, but it should round off at the rump, which should be rotund and full, guinea pig-like. The continued straight line of a terrier's back is not desirable, but it will frequently be found in specimens that have been docked. The Belgian standard requires the legs to be fine and not have much bone. The bone of a terrier is only met with in coarse Schipperkes. As to size, it need only be noted that the maximum of the small size, viz., 12 pounds, is that generally preferred in England, as well as in Belgium. Further, it is only necessary to remark that the Schipperke is a dog of quality, of distinct characteristics: cobby in appearance, not long in the back, nor high on the leg. The muzzle must not be weak and thin, nor short and blunt, and finally, he is not a prick-eared, black wire-haired terrier. The Schipperke's tail, or rather its absence, has been the cause of much discussion, and at one time gave rise to considerable acrimonious feeling amongst fanciers. On the introduction of this dog into Great Britain, it arrived from abroad with the reputation of being a tailless breed, but whether Belgian owners accidentally conveyed that impression or did it purposely to give the breed an additional distinction is difficult to say. Anyhow, the Schipperke is no more tailless than the Old English sheepdog. That is to say, a larger number of individuals are born without any caudal appendage or only a stump of a tail than in any other variety of dogs. It is said that a docked dog can be told from one that has been born tailless in this way. When the docked animal is pleased, a slight movement at the end of the spine where the tail was cut off is discernible, but the naturally tailless dog sways the whole of its hindquarters. Chapter 13: The Bloodhound. The bloodhound was much used in olden times in hunting and in the pursuit of fugitives, two services for which his remarkable acuteness of smell, his ability to keep to the particular scent on which he is first laid, and the intelligence and pertinacity with which he follows up the trail, admirably fit him. The use and employment of these dogs date back into remote antiquity. We have it on the authority of Strabo that they were used against the Gauls, and we have certain knowledge that they were employed not only in the frequent feuds of the Scottish clans, and in the continuous border forays of those days, but also during the ever-occurring hostilities between England and Scotland. Indeed, the very name of the dog calls up visions of feudal castles, with their trains of knights and warriors and all the stirring panorama of these brave days of old, when the only tenure of life, property, or goods was by the strong hand. This feudal dog is frequently pictured by the poet in his ballads and romances, and in The Lady of the Lake, we find the breed again mentioned as dogs of black St. Hubert's breed, unmatched for courage, breadth, and speed. These famous black bloodhounds, called St. Huberts, are supposed to have been brought by pilgrims from the Holy Land. Another larger breed, also known by the same name, were pure white, and another kind were grayish red. The dogs of the present day are probably a blend of all these varieties. Illustration: Bloodhound C.H. Chatley Beaufort. By C.H. Chatley Blazer, Chatley Frivol. Bred and owned by Mrs. G. A. Oliphant Shrewton Wilts. The Bloodhound, from the nobler pursuit of heroes and knights, came in later years to perform the work of the more modern detective, but in this also his services were in time superseded by the justice's warrant and the police officer. We find it recorded about 1805, however, that the Thrapston Association for the Prevention of Felons in Northamptonshire have provided and trained a bloodhound for the detection of sheep stealers. The reputation it obtained for sagacity and fierceness in the capture of runaway slaves, and the cruelties attributed to it in connection with the suppression of the various Negro risings, especially that of the Maroons, have given the animal an evil repute, which more probably should attach to those who made the animal's courage and sagacity a means for the gratification of their own revolting cruelty of disposition. It has been justly remarked that if entire credence be given to the description that was transmitted through the country of this extraordinary animal, it might be supposed that the Spaniards had obtained the ancient and genuine breed of Cerberus himself. Coming again to this country, we find the bloodhound used from time to time in pursuit of poachers and criminals, and in many instances the game recovered and the man arrested. There is no doubt that the police in country districts, and at our convict prisons, could use bloodhounds to advantage, but public sentiment is decidedly against the idea, and although one of His Majesty's prisons has been offered a working hound for nothing, the authorities have refused to consider the question or give the hound a trial. Half a century ago the bloodhound was so little esteemed in this country that the breed was confined to the kennels of a very few owners. But the institution of dog shows induced these owners to bring their hounds into public exhibition, when it was seen that, like the mastiff, the bloodhound claimed the advantage of having many venerable ancestral trees to branch from. At the first Birmingham show, in 1860, Lord Bagot brought out a team from a strain which had been in his lordship's family for 2 centuries, and at the same exhibition there was entered probably one of the best bloodhounds ever seen, in Mr. T. A. Jennings' Druid. Known now as Old Druid, this dog was got by Lord Faversham's Raglan out of Baron Rothschild's historic bitch Fury, and his blood goes down in collateral veins through Mr. L. G. Morrel's Margrave, Prince Albert Sam's Druid, and Mr. Edwin Brought's Napier into the pedigrees of many of the celebrated hounds of the present day. Another famous Druid, grandsire of Colonel Cowan's hound of the name, was owned by the Hon. Grantley Berkeley. This typical dog was unsurpassed in his time, and his talent in following a line of scent was astonishing. His only blemish was one of character, for, although usually as good-tempered as most of the breed are, he was easily aroused to uncontrollable fits of savage anger. Queen Victoria at various times was the possessor of one or more fine specimens of the bloodhound, procured for her by Sir Edwin Landseer, and a capital hound from the Home Park Kennels at Windsor was exhibited at the London show in 1869, the judge on the occasion being the Rev. Thomas Pierce, afterwards known as Idstone. Landseer was especially fond of painting the majestic bloodhound, and he usually selected good models for his studies. The model for the hound in his well-known picture, Dignity and Impudence, was Grafton, who was a collateral relative of Captain J. W. Clayton's celebrated Luth 11. 4 superlative bloodhounds of the past stand out in unmistakable eminence as the founders of recognized strains. They are Mr. Jennings' Old Druid, Colonel Cowan's Druid, Mr. Reynold Ray's Roswell, and Captain Clayton's Luth 11. And the owner of a bloodhound which can be traced back in direct line of descent to any one of these 4 patriarchs may pride himself upon possessing a dog of unimpeachable pedigree. Among breeders within recent years, Mr. Edwin Brought, of Scarborough, is to be regarded as the most experienced and successful. No record of the breed would be complete without some acknowledgement of the great services he has rendered to it. Bloodhounds of the correct type would today have been very few and far between if it had not been for his enthusiasm and patient breeding. Mr. Brought bred and produced many hounds, which all bore the stamp of his ideal, and there is no doubt that for all-round quality his kennel stands first in the history of the bloodhound. His most successful cross was, perhaps, Beckford and Bianca, and one has only to mention such hounds as Burgundy, Babbo, Benedicta, and Bardolph to recall the finest team of bloodhounds that has ever been benched. Mrs. G. A. Oliphant of Shrewton, Wilts, whose kennels include Chatley Blazer and Chatley Beaufort, has of late years been a keen supporter of the breed. Mrs. Oliphant, who is the president of the ladies' branch of the Kennel Club, is a great believer in hounds being workers first and show hounds second, and her large kennels have produced many hounds of a robust type and of good size and quality. There is no doubt that as far as hunting is concerned at the present moment, this kennel stands easily first. But admirable bloodhounds have also given distinction to the kennels of Mr. S. H. Mangan, Dr. Sidney Turner, Mr. Mark Beaufoy, Mr. F. W. Cussons, Mr. A. O. Moody, Lord Decies, Mr. Hood Wright, Mr. A. Croxton Smith, Dr. C. C. Garfitt, Dr. Sements, and Mrs. C. Ashton Cross, to mention only a few owners and breeders who have given attention to this noble race of dog. The description of a perfect type of dog, as defined by the Association of Bloodhound Breeders, is as follows. General character: the Bloodhound possesses, in a most marked degree, every point and characteristic of those dogs which hunt together by scent, sagaces. He is very powerful and stands over more ground than is usual with hounds of other breeds. The skin is thin to the touch and extremely loose, this being more especially noticeable about the head and neck, where it hangs in deep folds. Height: the mean average height of adult dogs is 26 inches and of adult bitches 24 inches. Dogs usually vary from 25 inches to 27 inches and bitches from 23 inches to 25 inches. But in either case the greater height is to be preferred, provided that character and quality are also combined. Weight: the mean average weight of adult dogs in fair condition is 90 pounds and of adult bitches 80 pounds. Dogs attain the weight of 110 pounds, bitches 100 pounds. The greater weights are to be preferred, provided, as in the case of height, that quality and proportion are also combined. Expression: the expression is noble and dignified and characterized by solemnity, wisdom, and power. Temperament: in temperament he is extremely affectionate, quarrelsome neither with companions nor with other dogs. His nature is somewhat shy, and equally sensitive to kindness or correction by his master. Head: the head is narrow in proportion to its length and long in proportion to the body, tapering but slightly from the temples to the end of the muzzle, thus, when viewed from above and in front, having the appearance of being flattened at the sides and of being nearly equal in width throughout its entire length. In profile the upper outline of the skull is nearly in the same plane as that of the foreface. The length from end of nose to stop, midway between the eyes, should be not less than that from stop to back of occipital protuberance, peak. The entire length of head from the posterior part of the occipital protuberance to the end of the muzzle should be 12 inches, or more, in dogs, and 11 inches, or more, in bitches. Skull: the skull is long and narrow, with the occipital peak very pronounced. The brows are not prominent, although, owing to the deep-set eyes, they may have that appearance. Foreface: the foreface is long, deep, and of even width throughout, with square outline when seen in profile. Eyes: the eyes are deeply sunk in the orbits, the lids assuming a lozenge or diamond shape, in consequence of the lower lids being dragged down and averted by the heavy flews. The eyes correspond with the general tone of color of the animal, varying from deep hazel to yellow. The hazel color is, however, to be preferred, although very seldom seen in red and tan hounds. Ears: the ears are thin and soft to the touch, extremely long, set very low, and fall in graceful folds, the lower parts curling inwards and backwards. Wrinkle: the head is furnished with an amount of loose skin which in nearly every position appears superabundant, but more particularly so when the head is carried low. The skin then falls into loose, pendulous ridges and folds, especially over the forehead and sides of the face. Nostrils: the nostrils are large and open. Lips, flews, and dewlap: in front the lips fall squarely, making a right angle with the upper line of the foreface, whilst behind they form deep, hanging flews, and being continued into the pendant folds of loose skin about the neck constitute the dewlap, which is very pronounced. These characters are found, though in a less degree, in the bitch. Neck, shoulders, and chest: the neck is long, the shoulders muscular and well sloped backwards, the ribs are well sprung, and the chest well let down between the forelegs, forming a deep keel. Legs and feet: the forelegs are straight and large in bone, with elbows squarely set, the feet strong and well knuckled up, the thighs and second thighs, gaskins, are very muscular, the hocks well bent and let down and squarely set. Back and loins: the back and loins are strong, the latter deep and slightly arched. Stern: the stern is long and tapering and set on rather high, with a moderate amount of hair underneath. Gait: the gait is elastic, swinging, and free, the stern being carried high, but not too much curled over the back. Color: The colors are black and tan, red and tan, and tawny, the darker colors being sometimes interspersed with lighter or badger-colored hair and sometimes flecked with white. A small amount of white is permissible on chest, feet, and tip of stern. Chapter 14: The Otterhound. The Otterhound is a descendant of the old Southern Hound, and there is reason to believe that all hounds hunting their quarry by nose had a similar source. Why the breed was first called the Southern Hound, or when his use became practical in Great Britain, must be subjects of conjecture, but that there was a hound good enough to hold a line for many hours is accredited in history that goes very far back into past centuries. The hound required 3 centuries ago even was all the better esteemed for being slow and unswerving on a line of scent, and in many parts of the kingdom, up to within half that period, the so-called Southern Hound had been especially employed. In Devonshire and Wales the last sign of him in his purity was perhaps when Captain Hopwood hunted a small pack of hounds very similar in character on the Fitch or polecat, the modus operandi being to find the foraging grounds of the animal, and then on a line that might be 2 days old hunt him to his lair, often enough 10 or 12 miles off. When this sort of hunting disappeared, and improved ideas of fox hunting came into vogue, there was nothing left for the Southern Hound to do but to hunt the otter. He may have done this before at various periods, but history rather tends to show that otter hunting was originally associated with a mixed pack, and some of Sir Walter Scott's pages seem to indicate that the Dandy Dinmont and kindred Scottish terriers had a good deal to do with the sport. It is more than probable that the rough-coated terrier is identical with the now recognized otterhound as an offshoot of the Southern Hound. But be that as it may, there has been a special breed of otterhound for the last 80 years, very carefully bred and gradually much improved in point of appearance. They are beautiful hounds today, with heads as typical as those of bloodhounds, legs and feet that would do for foxhounds, a unique coat of their own, and they are exactly suitable for hunting the otter, as everyone knows who has had the enjoyment of a day's sport on river or brook. The greatest otter hunter of the last century may have been the Hon. Geoffrey Hill, a younger brother of the late Lord Hill. A powerful athlete of over 6 feet, Major Hill was an ideal sportsman in appearance, and he was noted for the long distances he would travel on foot with his hounds. They were mostly of the pure rough sort, not very big. The dogs he reckoned at about 23.5 inches, bitches 22, beautiful bloodhound type of heads, coats of thick, hard hair, big in ribs and bones, and good legs and feet. Major Hill seldom exhibited his hounds. They were seen now and then at Birmingham, but hunting as hard as they did through Shropshire, Staffordshire, Cheshire, and into Wales, where they got their best water, there was not much time for showing. Their famous master has been dead now many years, but his pack is still going, and shows great sport as the Hawkstone under the mastership of Mr. H. P. Wardell, the kennels being at Ludlow Racecourse, Bromfield. The leading pack in the kingdom for the last 60 years, at any rate, has been the Carlisle when in the hands of Mr. J. C. Carrick, who was famous both for the sport he showed and for his breed of otterhound, so well represented at all the important shows. Such hounds as Lottery and Lucifer were very typical specimens, but of late years the entries of otterhounds have not been very numerous at the great exhibitions, and this can well be explained by the fact that they are wanted in greater numbers for active service, there being many more packs than formerly, in all, 21 for the United Kingdom. The sport of otter hunting is decidedly increasing, as there have been several hunts started within the last 6 years. There can well be many more, as, according to the opinion of that excellent authority, the late Rev. Otter Davies, as he was always called, there are otters on every river, but, owing to the nocturnal and mysterious habits of the animals, their whereabouts or existence is seldom known, or even suspected. Hunting them is a very beautiful sport, and the question arises as to whether the pure otterhounds should not be more generally used than they are at present. It is often asserted that their continued exposure to water has caused a good deal of rheumatism in the breed, that they show age sooner than others, and that the puppies are difficult to rear. There are, however, many advantages in having a pure breed, and there is much to say for the perfect work of the otterhound. The scent of the otter is possibly the sweetest of all trails left by animals. One cannot understand how it is that an animal swimming 2 or 3 feet from the bottom of a riverbed, and the same from the surface should leave a clean line of burning scent that may remain for 12 or 18 hours. The supposition must be that the scent from the animal at first descends, and is then always rising. At any rate, the oldest foxhound or harrier that has never touched otter is at once in ravishing excitement on it, and all dogs will hunt it. The terrier is never keener than when he hits on such a line. The foxhound, so wonderful in his forward dash, may have too much of it for otter hunting. The otter is so wary. His holt can very well be passed, his delicious scent may be overrun, but the purebred otterhound is equal to all occasions. He is terribly certain on the trail when he finds it. Nothing can throw him off it, and when his deep note swells into a sort of savage howl, as he lifts his head towards the roots of some old pollard, there is a meaning in it, no mistake has been made. In every part of a run it is the same. The otter dodges upstream and down, lands for a moment, returns to his holt. But his adversaries are always with him, and as one sees their steady work the impression becomes stronger and stronger that for the real sport of otter hunting there is nothing as good as the purebred otterhound. There is something so dignified and noble about the hound of unsullied strain that if you once see a good one you will not soon forget him. He is a large hound, as he well needs to be, for the varmint, who is his customary quarry, is the wildest, most vicious, and for its size, the most powerful of all British wild animals, the inveterate poacher of our salmon streams, and consequently to be mercilessly slaughtered, although always in sporting fashion. To be equal to such prey, the hound must have a bulldog's courage, a Newfoundland's strength in water, a pointer's nose, a retriever's sagacity, the stamina of the foxhound, the patience of a beagle, the intelligence of a collie. The perfect otterhound head, the head, which has been described as something between that of a bloodhound and that of a foxhound, is more hard and rugged than either. With a narrow forehead, ascending to a moderate peak. Ears. The ears are long and sweeping, but not feathered down to the tips, set low and lying flat to the cheeks. Eyes. The eyes are large, dark and deeply set, having a peculiarly thoughtful expression. They show a considerable amount of the haw. Nose. The nose is large and well developed, the nostrils expanding. Muzzle. The muzzle well protected from wiry hair. The jaw very powerful with deep flews. Neck. The neck is strong and muscular, but rather long. The dewlap is loose and folded. Chest. The chest, deep and capacious, but not too wide. Back. The back is strong, wide and arched. Shoulders. The shoulders ought to be sloping, the arms and thighs substantial and muscular. Feet. The feet, fairly large and spreading, with firm pads and strong nails to resist sharp rocks. Stern. The stern when the hound is at work is carried gaily, like that of a rough Welsh harrier. It is thick and well covered, to serve as a rudder. Coat. The coat is wiry, hard, long and close at the roots, impervious to water. Color. Gray, or buff, or yellowish, or black, or rufous red, mixed with black or gray. Height. 22 to 24 inches. Chapter 15. The Irish Wolfhound. It is now some 30 years since an important controversy was carried on in the columns of the Livestock Journal on the nature and history of the great Irish Wolfhound. The chief disputants in the discussion were Captain G. A. Graham, of Disley, Mr. G. W. Hickman, Mr. F. Adcock, and the Rev. M. B. Wynne, and the main point as issue was whether the dog then imperfectly known as the Irish wolf dog was a true descendant of the ancient Canis Graius hibernicus, or whether it was a mere manufactured mongrel, owing its origin to an admixture of the Great Dane and the dog of the Pyrenees, modified and brought to type by a cross with the Highland deerhound. It was not doubted, indeed, history and tradition clearly attested, that there had existed in early times in Ireland a very large and rugged hound of greyhound form, whose vocation it was to hunt the wolf, the red deer, and the fox. It was assuredly known to the Romans, and there can be little doubt that the huge dog Sam, which Jarl Gunnar got from the Irish king Merciartan in the 10th century and took back with him to Norway, was one of this breed. But it was supposed by many to have become extinct soon after the disappearance of the last wolf in Ireland, and it was the endeavor of Captain Graham to demonstrate that specimens, although admittedly degenerate, were still to be found, and that they were capable of being restored to a semblance of the original type. At the time when he entered into the controversy, Captain Graham had been actively interesting himself for something like a score of years in the resuscitation of the breed, and his patience had been well rewarded. By the year 1881 the Irish Wolfhound had been practically restored, although it has taken close upon a quarter of a century to produce the magnificent champions Cotswold and Cotswold Patricia, those brilliant examples of the modern breed. A brace of wolfhounds who bear testimony to the vast amount of energy and perseverance which Captain Graham and his enthusiastic colleague Major Garnier displayed in evolving from rough material the majestic breed that holds so prominent a position today. There is little to be gathered from ancient writings concerning the size and appearance of the Irish wolfhounds in early times. Exaggerated figures are given as to height and weight, but all authorities agree that they were impressively large and imposing dogs, and that they were regarded as the giants of the canine race. It seems extraordinary that so little should have been accurately known and recorded of a dog which at one time must have been a familiar figure in the halls of the Irish kings. It was no mere mythical animal like the heraldic griffin, but an actual sporting dog which was accepted as a national emblem of the Emerald Isle, associated with the harp and the shamrock. As regards the origin of the Irish Wolfhound, more than one theory is advanced. By some authorities it is suggested that it was the dog which we now know as the Great Dane. Others hold that as there were rough-coated greyhounds in Ireland, it is this dog, under another name, which is now accepted. But probably the late Captain Graham was nearer the truth when he gave the opinion that the Irish hound that was kept to hunt wolves has never become extinct at all, but is now represented in the Scottish deerhound, only altered a little in size and strength to suit the easier work required of it, that of hunting the deer. This is the more probable, as the fact remains that the chief factor in the resuscitation of the Irish wolfhound has been the Scottish deerhound. The result of Captain Graham's investigations when seeking for animals bearing some relationship to the original Irish wolf dog was that 3 strains were to be found in Ireland, but none of the representatives at that time was anything like so large as those mentioned in early writings, and they all appeared to have deteriorated in bone and substance. Sir J. Power, of Kilfane, was responsible for one line, Mr. Baker, of Ballytobin, for another, and Mr. Mahoney, of Dromore, for the remaining strain. From bitches obtained from 2 of these kennels, Captain Graham, by crossing them with the Great Dane and Scottish Deerhound, achieved the first step towards producing the animal that he desired. Later on the Russian Wolfhound, better known as the Borza, an exceedingly large hound, was introduced, as also were 1 or 2 other large breeds of dogs. The intermixture of these canine giants, however, was not at first very satisfactory, as although plenty of bone was obtained, many were most ungainly in appearance and ill-shaped animals that had very little about them to attract attention. Captain Graham, however, stuck to his work, and very soon the specimens that he brought forward began to show a fixity of type both in head and in general outline. Brian was one of his best dogs, but he was not very large, as he only stood just over 30 inches at the shoulder. Banshee and Fintrack were others, but probably the best of Captain Graham's kennel was the bitch Sheila. It was not, however, until towards the end of the last century that the most perfect dogs were bred. These included O'Leary, the property of Mr. Crisp, of Playford Hall. O'Leary is responsible for many of the best dogs of the present day, and was the sire of Mrs. Percy Shule Ch. Cotswold, who is undoubtedly the grandest Irish wolfhound ever bred. In height Cotswold stands 34.5 inches and is therefore perhaps the largest dog of any breed now alive. In 1900 Mr. Crisp bred Kilcullen from O'Leary, this dog winning the championship at the Kennel Club show at the Crystal Palace in 1902 under Captain Graham. This was the year the Irish Wolfhound Club presented the hound Raja of Kidnall as a regimental pet to the newly formed Irish Guards. Raja of Kidnall, who was bred and exhibited by Mrs. A. Gerard of Malpas, was the selection of Captain Graham and 2 other judges. This dog, which has been renamed Brian Boru, is still hearty and well, and was at his post on St. Patrick's Day, 1909, when the shamrock that had been sent by Her Majesty Queen Alexandra was handed to the men. Mrs. Gerard owned one of the largest kennels of Irish wolfhounds in England, and amongst her many good dogs and bitches was Chivra, who was a wonderful brood bitch, and included amongst her stock were several that worked their way up to championship honors. She was the dam of Raja of Kidnal. Besides Ballahully, Mr. W. Williams owned a good dog in Finn by Brian too. Finn produced Miss Pax Wickham Lavengro, a black and tan dog that has won several prizes. Some judges are opposed to giving prizes to Irish wolfhounds of this color, but Captain Graham did not object to it. Finn was a very heavy dog, and weighed 148 pounds. A hound that has been of great benefit to the breed in Ireland is Ch. Marquis of Donegal, the property of Mr. Martin. Amongst the bitches that have been instrumental in building up the breed to its present high state of excellence is Princess Patricia of Connaught, who is by Dermot Astor out of Chivra, and is the dam of Ch. Cotswold Patricia. She is one of the tallest of her race, her height being 33 inches. Another bitch that measures the same number of inches at the shoulder being Dr. Pitstucker's Juno of the Finn, a daughter of Ch. Wargrave. Mr. Everett, of Felixstowe, is now one of the most successful breeders. He exhibited at the 1908 Kennel Club show a most promising young dog in Felixstowe Kilronan, with which he was second to Mrs. Schuell's Ch. Cotswold, of whom he is now kennel companion. At the same show Miss Clifford of Ryde exhibited a good hound in Wylecroft, another of Dermot Astor's sons, and other supporters of the breed are Lady Kathleen Pilkington, Mr. T. Hamilton Adams, Mr. G. H. Thurston, Mr. Bailey, Mrs. F. Marshall, Mr. J. L. T. Dobbin, and Miss Ethel McKean. The following is the description of the variety as drawn up by the club. General appearance. The Irish Wolfhound should not be quite so heavy or massive as the Great Dane, but more so than the Deerhound, which in general type he should otherwise resemble. Of great size and commanding appearance, very muscular, strongly though gracefully built, movements easy and active, head and neck carried high, the tail carried with an upward sweep, with a slight curve towards the extremity. The minimum height and weight of dogs should be 31 inches and 120 pounds, of bitches 28 inches and 90 pounds. Anything below this should be debarred from competition. Great size, including height at shoulder and proportionate length of body, is the desideratum to be aimed at, and it is desired firmly to establish a race that shall average from 32 inches to 34 inches in dogs, showing the requisite power, activity, courage, and symmetry. Head long, the frontal bones of the forehead very slightly raised and very little indentation between the eyes. Skull not too broad, muzzle long and moderately pointed, ears small and greyhound-like in carriage. Neck rather long, very strong and muscular, well arched, without dewlap and loose skin about the throat. Chest very deep, breast wide. Back rather long than short. Loins arched. Tail long and slightly curved, of moderate thickness, and well covered with hair. Belly well drawn up. Forequarters, shoulders muscular, giving breadth of chest, set sloping, elbows well under, either turned inwards nor outwards. Leg, forearm muscular, and the whole leg strong and quite straight. Hindquarters, muscular thighs, and second thigh long and strong as in the greyhound, and hocks well let down and turning neither in nor out. Feet, moderately large and round, either turned inwards nor outwards. Toes well arched and closed, nails very strong and curved. Hair, rough and hard on body, legs, and head, especially wiry and long over eyes and under jaw. Color and markings. The recognized colors are gray, brindle, red, black, pure white, fawn, or any color that appears in the Deerhound. Faults: too light or heavy in head, too highly arched frontal bone, large ears and hanging flat to the face, short neck, full dewlap, too narrow or too broad a chest, sunken and hollow or quite level back, bent forelegs, overbent fetlocks, twisted feet, spreading toes, too curly a tail, weak hindquarters, cow hocks, and a general want of muscle, too short in body. Chapter 16: The Deerhound. The Deerhound is one of the most decorative of dogs, impressively stately and picturesque wherever he is seen, whether it be amid the surroundings of the baronial hall, reclining at luxurious length before the open hearth in the fitful light of the log fire that flickers on polished armor and tarnished tapestry, out in the open, straining at the leash as he sensed the dewy air, or gracefully bounding over the purple of his native hills. Grace and majesty are in his every movement and attitude, and even to the most prosaic mind there is about him the inseparable glamour of feudal romance and poetry. He is at his best alert in the excitement of the chase, but all too rare now is the inspiring sight that once was common among the mountains of Morven and the glens of Argyll of the deep-voiced hound speeding in pursuit of his antlered prey, racing him at full stretch along the mountain's ridge, or baying him at last in the fastness of darksome quarry or deep ravine. Gone are the good romantic days of stalking beloved by Scrope. The Highlands have lost their loneliness, and the inventions of the modern gunsmith have robbed one of the grandest of hunting dogs of his glory, relegating him to the life of a pedestrian pet, whose highest dignity is the winning of a pecuniary prize under kennel club rules. Historians of the deerhound associate him with the original Irish wolf dog, of whom he is obviously a close relative, and it is sure that when the wolf still lingered in the land it was the frequent quarry of the Highland as of the Hibernian hound. Legend has it that Prince Ossian, son of Fingal, king of Morven, hunted the wolf with the grey, long-bounding dogs. Swift-footed Luth and white-breasted Bran are among the names of Ossian's hounds. I am disposed to affirm that the old Irish wolfhound and the Highland deerhound are not only intimately allied in form and nature, but that they are two strains of an identical breed, altered only in size by circumstance and environment. Whatever the source of the Highland deerhound, and at whatever period it became distinct from its now larger Irish relative, it was recognized as a native dog in Scotland in very early times, and it was distinguished as being superior in strength and beauty to the hounds of the Picts. From remote days the Scottish nobles cherished their strains of deerhound, seeking glorious sport in the Highland forests. The red deer belonged by inexorable law to the kings of Scotland, and great drives, which often lasted for several days, were made to round up the herds into given neighborhoods for the pleasure of the court, as in the reign of Queen Mary. But the organized coursing of deer by courtiers ceased during the Stuart troubles, and was left in the hands of retainers, who thus replenished their chief's larder. The revival of deer stalking dates back hardly further than 100 years. It reached its greatest popularity in the Highlands at the time when the late Queen and Prince Albert were in residence at Balmoral. Solomon, Hector, and Bran were among the Balmoral hounds. Bran was an especially fine animal, one of the best of his time, standing over 30 inches in height. Two historic feats of strength and endurance illustrate the tenacity of the deerhound at work. A brace of half-bred dogs, named Percy and Douglas, the property of Mr. Scrope, kept a stag at bay from Saturday night to Monday morning, and the purebred Bran by himself pulled down two unwounded stags, one carrying 10 and the other 11 tines. These, of course, are record performances, but they demonstrate the possibilities of the deerhound when trained to his natural sport. Illustration: Mrs. Armstrong's Deerhound Ch. Talisman. Driving was commonly resorted to in the extensive forests, but nowadays when forests are subdivided into limited shootings the deer are seldom moved from their home preserves, whilst with the use of improved telescopes and the small-bore rifle, stalking has gone out of fashion. With guns having a muzzle velocity of 2,500 feet per second, it is no longer necessary for sportsmen stealthily to stalk their game to come within easy range, and as for hounds, they have become a doubtful appendage to the chase. Primarily and essentially the deerhound belongs to the order Agasus, hunting by sight and not by scent, and although he may indeed occasionally put his nose to the ground, yet his powers of scent are not remarkable. His vocation, therefore, has undergone a change, and it was recently ascertained that of 60 deer forests there were only 6 upon which deerhounds were kept for sporting purposes. Happily the deerhound has suffered no decline in the favor bestowed upon him for his own sake. The contrary is rather the case, and he is still an aristocrat among dogs, valued for his good looks, the symmetry of his form, his grace and elegance, and even more so for his faithful and affectionate nature. Sir Walter Scott declared that he was a most perfect creature of heaven, and when one sees him represented in so beautiful a specimen of his noble race as St. Ronan's Rhyme, for example, or Talisman, or Ayrshire, one is tempted to echo this high praise. 27 years ago, Captain Graham drew up a list of the most notable dogs of the last century. Among these were Sir St. George Gore's Graham, 1843–44, Black Bran, 1850–51, the Marquis of Breadalbane's King of the Forest, said to stand 33 inches high, Mr. Beasley's Alder, 1863–67, bred by Sir John McNeill of Colonsey, Mr. Donald Cameron's Torum, 1869, and his two sons Monsey and young Torum, and Mr. Dadley's Hector, who was probably the best bred dog living in the early 80s. Torum, however, appears to have been the most successful of these dogs at stud. He was an exceedingly grand specimen of his race, strong-framed, with plenty of hair of a blue brindle color. Captain Graham's own dog Keeldar, who had been trained for deer stalking in Windsor Park, was perhaps one of the most elegant and aristocratic-looking deerhounds ever seen. His full height was 30 inches, girth 33.5 inches, and weight 95 pounds. His color bluish fawn, slightly brindled, the muzzle and ears being blue. His nearest competitor for perfection was, after Hector, probably Mr. Hoodwright's Bevis, a darkish red-brown brindle of about 29 inches. Mr. Wright was the breeder of champion Selwood Morven, who was the celebrity of his race about 1897, and who became the property of Mr. Harry Rawson. This stately dog was a dark heather brindle, standing 32 3/8 inches at the shoulder, with a chest girth of 34.5 inches. A few years ago, breeders were inclined to mar the beauty of the deerhound by a too anxious endeavor to obtain great size rather than to preserve the genuine type. But this error has been sufficiently corrected, with the result that symmetry and elegance conjoined with the desired attributes of speed are not sacrificed. The qualities aimed at now are a height of something less than 30 inches, and a weight not greater than 105 pounds, with straight forelegs and short, cat-like feet, a deep chest, with broad, powerful loins slightly arched, and strength of hindquarters, with well-bent stifles, and the hocks well let down. Straight stifles are objectionable, giving a stilty appearance. Thick shoulders are equally a blemish to be avoided, as also a too great heaviness of bone. The following is the accepted standard of merit. Head. The head should be broadest at the ears, tapering slightly to the eyes, with the muzzle tapering more decidedly to the nose. The muzzle should be pointed, but the teeth and lips level. The head should be long, the skull flat rather than round, with a very slight rise over the eyes, but with nothing approaching a stop. The skull should be coated with moderately long hair which is softer than the rest of the coat. The nose should be black, though in some blue fawns the color is blue, and slightly aquiline. In the lighter colored dogs a black muzzle is preferred. There should be a good mustache of rather silky hair, and a fair beard. Ears. The ears should be set on high, and in repose, folded back like the greyhound's, though raised above the head in excitement without losing the fold, and even, in some cases, semi-erect. A prick ear is bad. A big, thick ear, hanging flat to the head, or heavily coated with long hair, is the worst of faults. The ear should be soft, glossy, and like a mouse's coat to the touch, and the smaller it is the better. It should have no long coat or long fringe, but there is often a silky, silvery coat on the body of the ear and the tip. Whatever the general color, the ears should be black or dark colored. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be long, that is, of the length that befits the greyhound character of the dog. An overlong neck is not necessary, nor desirable, for the dog is not required to stoop in his work like a greyhound, and it must be remembered that the mane, which every good specimen should have, detracts from the apparent length of neck. Moreover, a deerhound requires a very strong neck to hold a stag. The nape of the neck should be very prominent where the head is set on, and the throat should be clean cut at the angle and prominent. The shoulders should be well sloped, the blades well back, with not too much width between them. Loaded and straight shoulders are very bad faults. Stern. Stern should be tolerably long, tapering, and reaching to within 1.5 inches of the ground, and about 1.5 inches below the hocks. When the dog is still, dropped perfectly straight down, or curved. When in motion it should be curved when excited, in no case to be lifted out of the line of the back. It should be well covered with hair, on the inside thick and wiry, underside longer, and towards the end a slight fringe is not objectionable. A curl or ring tail is very undesirable. Eyes. The eyes should be dark, generally they are dark brown or hazel. A very light eye is not liked. The eye is moderately full with a soft look in repose, but a keen, far-away gaze when the dog is roused. The rims of the eyelids should be black. Body. The body in general formation is that of a greyhound of larger size and bone. Chest deep rather than broad, but not too narrow and flat-sided. The loin well arched and drooping to the tail. A straight back is not desirable, this formation being unsuitable for going uphill, and very unsightly. Legs and feet. The legs should be broad and flat, a good broad forearm and elbow being desirable. Forelegs, of course, as straight as possible. Feet close and compact, with well-arched toes. The hindquarters drooping, and as broad and powerful as possible, the hips being set wide apart. The hind legs should be well bent at the stifle, with great length from the hip to the hock, which should be broad and flat. Cow hocks, weak pasterns, straight stifles, and splay feet are very bad faults. Coat. The hair on the body, neck, and quarters should be harsh and wiry, and about 3 inches or 4 inches long. That on the head, breast, and belly is much softer. There should be a slight hairy fringe on the inside of the fore and hind legs, but nothing approaching to the feathering of a collie. The deerhound should be a shaggy dog, but not overcoated. A woolly coat is bad. Some good strains have a slight mixture of silky coat with the hard, which is preferable to a woolly coat, but the proper covering is a thick, close-lying, ragged coat, harsh or crisp to the touch. Color is much a matter of fancy. But there is no manner of doubt that the dark blue-gray is the most preferred. Next come the darker and lighter grays or brindles, the darkest being generally preferred. Yellow and sandy red or red fawn, especially with black points, i.e., ears and muzzle, are also in equal estimation, this being the color of the oldest known strains, the McNeil and the Chesthill Menzies. White is condemned by all the old authorities, but a white chest and white toes, occurring as they do in a great many of the darkest colored dogs, are not so greatly objected to, but the less the better, as the deerhound is a self-colored dog. A white blaze on the head, or a white collar should entirely disqualify. In other cases, though passable, an attempt should be made to get rid of white markings. The less white the better, but a slight white tip to the stern occurs in the best strains. Height of dogs, from 28 inches to 30 inches, or even more if there be symmetry without coarseness, which, however, is rare. Height of bitches, from 26 inches upwards. There can be no objection to a bitch being large, unless she is too coarse, as even at her greatest height she does not approach that of the dog, and therefore, could not well be too big for work, as overbig dogs are. Besides, a big bitch is good for breeding and keeping up the size. Weight, from 85 pounds to 105 pounds in dogs, from 65 pounds to 80 pounds in bitches. Among the more prominent owners of deerhounds at the present time are Mrs. H. Armstrong, Mrs. W. C. Grew, Mrs. Jambrin Dixon, Miss A. Doxford, Mr. Harry Rawson, and Mr. H. McClauchin. Mrs. Armstrong is the breeder of 2 beautiful dog hounds in Talisman and Laird of Abbotsford, and of 2 typically good bitches in Fair Maid of Perth and Bride of Lammermoor. Mrs. Grew owns many admirable specimens, among them being Blair Athol, Ayrshire, Kenilworth, and Fairlin. Her Ayrshire is considered by some judges to be the most perfect deerhound exhibited for some time past. He is somewhat large, perhaps, but he is throughout a hound of excellent quality and character, having a most typical head, with lovely eyes and expression, perfect front, feet, and hindquarters. Other judges would give the palm to Mr. Harry Rawson's St. Ronan's Ranger, who is certainly difficult to excel in all the characteristics most desirable in the breed. Chapter 17: The Borzoi or Russian Wolfhound. Of the many foreign varieties of the dog that have been introduced into this country within recent years, there is not one among the larger breeds that has made greater headway in the public favor than the Borzoi, or Russian Wolfhound. Nor is this to be wondered at. The most graceful and elegant of all breeds, combining symmetry with strength, the wearer of a lovely silky coat that a toy dog might envy, the length of head, possessed by no other breed, all go to make the Borzer the favorite he has become. He is essentially what our American cousins would call a spectacular dog. Given, for example, the best team of terriers and a fifth-rate team of Borzes, which attracts the more attention and admiration from the man in the street? Which does he turn again to look at? Not the terriers. Add to this that the Borze makes a capital house dog, is, as a rule, affectionate and a good companion. It is not to be wondered at that he has attained the dignified position in the canine world which he now holds. In his native country the Borze is employed, as his English name implies, in hunting the wolf and also smaller game, including foxes and hares. Several methods of hunting the larger game are adopted, one form being as follows. Wolves being reported to be present in the neighborhood, the hunter set out on horseback, each holding in his left hand a leash of 3 Borzes, as nearly matched as possible in size, speed, and color. Arrived at the scene of action, the chief huntsman stations the hunters at separate points every 100 yards or so round the wood. A pack of hounds is sent in to draw the quarry, and on the wolves breaking cover the nearest hunter slips his dogs. These endeavor to seize their prey by the neck, where they hold him until the hunter arrives, throws himself from his horse, and with his knife puts an end to the fray. Another method is to advance across the open country at intervals of about 200 yards, slipping the dogs at any game they may put up. Trials are also held in Russia. These take place in a large railed enclosure, the wolves being brought in carts similar to our deer carts. In this case a brace of dogs is loosed on the wolf. The whole merit of the course is when the hounds can overtake the wolf and pin him to the ground, so that the keepers can secure him alive. It follows, therefore, that in this case also the hounds must be of equal speed, so that they reach the wolf simultaneously. One dog would, of course, be unable to hold him. Naturally, the dogs have to be trained to the work, for which purpose the best wolves are taken alive and sent to the kennels, where the young dogs are taught to pin him in such a manner that he cannot turn and use his teeth. There seems to be no reason why the Borze should not be used for coursing in this country. One of the first examples of the breed exhibited in England was owned by Messrs. Hill and Ashton, of Sheffield, about 1880, at which time good specimens were imported by the Rev. J. C. Macdona and Lady Emily Peel, whose Sandringham and Czar excited general admiration. It was then known as the Siberian Wolfhound. Some years later the Duchess of Newcastle obtained several fine dogs, and from this stock her Grace founded the kennel which has since become so famous. Later still, Queen Alexandra received from the Tsar a gift of a leash of these stately hounds, one of them being Alex, who quickly achieved honors as a champion. The breed has become as fashionable in the United States as in Great Britain, and some excellent specimens are to be seen at the annual shows at Madison Square Gardens. To take the points of the breed in detail, the description of the perfect Borze is as follows. Head: this should be long, lean, and well balanced, and the length, from the tip of the nose to the eyes, must be the same as from the eyes to the occiput. A dog may have a long head, but the length may be all in front of the eyes. The heads of this breed have greatly improved the last few years, fewer apple-headed specimens, and more of the desired triangular heads being seen. The skull should be flat and narrow, the stop not perceptible, the muzzle long and tapering. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of the head being well filled up before the eyes. The head, from forehead to nose, should be so fine that the direction of the bones and principal veins can be seen clearly, and in profile should appear rather Roman-nosed. Bitches should be even narrower in head than dogs. The eyes should be dark, expressive, almond-shaped, and not too far apart. The ears like those of a greyhound, small, thin, and placed well back on the head, with the tips, when thrown back, almost touching behind the occiput. It is not a fault if the dog can raise his ears erect when excited or looking after game, although some English judges dislike this frequent characteristic. The head should be carried somewhat low, with the neck continuing the line of the back. Shoulders, clean and sloping well back, i.e., the shoulder blades should almost touch one another. Chest, deep and somewhat narrow. It must be capacious, but the capacity must be got from depth, and not from barrel, ribs, a bad fault in a running hound. Back, rather bony, and free from any cavity in the spinal column, the arch in the back being more marked in the dog than in the bitch. Loins, broad and very powerful, showing plenty of muscular development. Thighs, long and well developed, with good second thigh. The muscle in the Borza is longer than in the Greyhound. Ribs, slightly sprung, very deep, reaching to the elbow. Forelegs, lean and straight. Seen from the front they should be narrow and from the side broad at the shoulder, and narrowing gradually down to the foot, the bone appearing flat and not round as in the Foxhound. Hind legs, the least thing under the body when standing still, not straight, and the stifle slightly bent. They should, of course, be straight as regards each other, and not cowhocked, but straight hind legs imply a want of speed. Feet, like those of the Deerhound, rather long. The toes close together and well arched. Coat, long, silky, not woolly, either flat, wavy, or curly. On the head, ears, and front legs it should be short and smooth. On the neck the frills should be profuse and rather curly. On the chest and the rest of the body, the tail and hindquarters, it should be long, the forelegs being well feathered. Tail, long, well feathered, and not gaily carried. It should be carried well down, almost touching the ground. Height, dogs from 29 inches upwards at shoulder, bitches from 27 inches upwards. Originally 27 inches and 26 inches. Altered at a general meeting of the Borza Club, held February 1906. Faults: head short and thick, too much stop, party-colored nose, eyes too wide apart, heavy ears, heavy shoulders, wide chest, barrel, ribbed, dew claws, elbows turned out, wide behind. Also light eyes and over or undershot jaws. Color: the club standard makes no mention of color. White, of course, should predominate. Fawn, lemon, orange, brindle, blue, slate, and black markings are met with. Too much of the latter, or black and tan markings, are disliked. Whole-colored dogs are also seen. The foregoing description embodies the standard of points as laid down and adopted by the Boars Club, interpolated with some remarks for the further guidance of the novice. The Boars Club was founded in 1892, and now consists of about 50 members, with the Duke and Duchess of Newcastle as joint presidents. It does much good work for the breed, guaranteeing classes at shows, where otherwise few or none would be given, encouraging the breeding of high-class Borzes by offering its valuable challenge cups and other special prizes, and generally looking after the interests of the breed. Although the club's standard of height has been raised from 27 and 26 inches to 29 and 27 inches for dogs and bitches respectively, it must be borne in mind that the best dogs of today far exceed these measurements, and unless exceptionally good in other points, a dog of 29 inches at shoulder would stand little or no chance in the showing under the majority of English judges. Indeed, bitches of 29 to 30 inches are by no means uncommon. Not many of us can afford to start at the top of the tree, and except for the favored few to whom money is no object, and who can buy ready-made champions, there is no better way of starting a kennel than to purchase a really good bitch, one, say, capable of winning at all but the more important shows. She must be of good pedigree, strong, and healthy. Such an one ought to be obtained for P15 upwards. Mate her to the best dog whose blood nicks suitably with hers, but do not waste time and money breeding from fourth-rate stud dogs, for if you do it is certain you will only meet with disappointment. On the other hand, if you have had little or no experience of dogs, you may possibly prefer to start with a puppy. If so, place yourself in the hands of a breeder with a reputation at stake, unless you have a friend who understands the breed. It is a fact that even a cast-off from a good strain that has been bred for certain points for years is more likely to turn out a better dog than a pup whose dam has been mated, haphazard, to some dog who may or may not have been a good one. Big kennels also generally possess the best bitches and breed from them, and the bitch is quite as important a factor as the sire. If, however, you prefer to rely on your own judgment, and wish to choose a puppy yourself from a litter, select the one with the longest head, biggest bone, smallest ears, and longest tail, or as many of these qualities as you can find combined in one individual. Coat is a secondary matter in quite a young pup. Here one should be guided by the coat of the sire and dam. Still, choose a pup with a heavy coat, if possible, although when this puppy coat is cast, the dog may not grow so good as one as some of the litter who in early life were smoother. As regards size, a Borza pup of 3 months should measure about 19 inches at the shoulder, at 6 months about 25 inches, and at 9 months from 27 to 29 inches. After 10 or 12 months, growth is very slow, although some continue adding to their height until they are a year and a half old. They will, of course, increase in girth of chest and develop muscle until 2 years old. A Borza may be considered in its prime at from 3 to 4 years of age. As regards price, from P5 to P10 is not too much to pay for a really good pup of about 8 to 10 weeks old. If you pay less, you will probably get only a second-rate one. Having purchased your puppy, there are 3 principal items to be considered if you intend to rear him well. Firstly, his diet must be varied. Secondly, the pup must have unlimited exercise and never be kept on the chain. Thirdly, internal parasites must be kept in check. For young puppies, Ruby worm cure is most efficacious and does not distress the patient. Food should be given at regular intervals, not less frequently than 5 times a day to newly weaned puppies, and may consist of porridge, bread and milk, raw meat minced fine, and any table scraps, with plenty of new milk. Well-boiled paunch is also greatly appreciated, and being easily digested, may be given freely. One important part of the puppy's education that must by no means be neglected is to accustom him to go on the collar and lead. Borza pups are, as a rule, extremely nervous, and it requires great patience in some cases to train them to the lead. Short lessons should be given when about 4 months old. If you can induce the puppy to think it is a new game, well and good, he will take to it naturally, but once he looks upon it as something to be dreaded, it means hours of patient work to break him in. If you decide on commencing with a brood bitch, see that she is dosed for worms before visiting the dog, that she is in good hard condition, not fat, however, and if possible, accompany her yourself and see her mated. For the first week rather less than her usual quantity of food should be given. Afterwards feed as her appetite dictates, but do not let her get too fat, or she may have a bad time when whelping. For 2 days before the puppies are due, give sloppy but nourishing diet, and this should be continued, given slightly warm, for 4 or 5 days after the pups are born. Borzas as a rule make excellent mothers, but to rear them well they should not be allowed to suckle more than 5, or, if a strong big bitch, 6, pups. If the litter is larger, it is better to destroy the remainder, or use a foster mother. Illustration: Mrs. Acheson's Borza ch. Strawberry King. Whatever they may be in their native land, and the first imported specimens were perhaps rather uncertain in temper, the Borza, as we know him in this country, is affectionate, devoted to his owner, friendly with his kennel companions, and makes a capital house dog. As a lady's companion he is hard to beat. Indeed, a glance at any show catalogue will prove that the majority of Borzas are owned by the gentle sex. No one need be deterred from keeping a Borza by a remark the writer has heard hundreds of times at shows. Those dogs are so delicate. This is not the case. Once over distemper troubles, and the breed certainly does suffer badly if it contracts the disease, the Borza is as hardy as most breeds, if not hardier. Given a good dry kennel and plenty of straw, no weather is too cold for them. Damp, of course, must be avoided, but this applies equally to other breeds. The adult hound, like the puppy, should never be kept on chain. A kennel with a railed-in run should be provided, or a loose box makes a capital place for those kept out of doors, otherwise no different treatment is required from that of other large breeds. Chapter 18: The Greyhound. The Greyhound is the oldest and most conservative of all dogs, and his type has altered singularly little during the 7,000 years in which he is known to have been cherished for his speed, and kept by men for running down the gazelle or coursing the hare. The earliest references to him are far back in the primitive ages, long before he was beautifully depicted by Assyrian artists, straining at the leash or racing after his prey across the desert sands. The Egyptians loved him and appreciated him centuries before the pyramids were built. In those days he wore a feathered tail, and his ears were heavy with a silken fringe of hair. His type was that of the modern Arabian Slugi, who is the direct and unaltered descendant of the ancient hound. The glorious King Solomon referred to him, Proverbs XXX. 31, as being one of the four things which go well and are comely in going, a lion, which is strongest among beasts, and turneth not away from any, a greyhound, an he-goat also, and a king against whom there is no rising up. That the greyhound is comely in going, as well as in repose, was recognized very early by the Greeks, whose artists were fond of introducing this graceful animal as an ornament in their decorative workmanship. In their metalwork, their carvings in ivory and stone, and more particularly as parts in the designs on their terracotta oil bottles, wine coolers, and other vases, the greyhound is frequently to be seen, sometimes following the hare, and always in remarkably characteristic attitudes. Usually these Greek greyhounds are represented with prick ears, but occasionally the true rose ear is shown. All writings in connection with greyhounds point to the high estimation in which the dog has always been held. Dr. Caius, when referring to the name, says, "The greyhound hath his name of this word giari, which word soundeth greatest in Latin, in English degree, because among all dogs these are the most principal, occupying the chiefest place, and being simply and absolutely the best of the gentle kind of hounds." It was not until the reign of Queen Elizabeth that coursing in England was conducted under established rules. These were drawn up by the then Duke of Norfolk. The sport quickly grew in favor, and continued to increase in popularity until the first coursing club was established at Swaffham in 1776. Then in 1780 the Ashdown Park meeting came into existence. The Newmarket meeting in 1805 was the next fixture that was inaugurated, and this now remains with the Champion Stakes as its most important event. Afterwards came the Amesbury meeting in 1822, but Amesbury, like Ashdown, although for many years one of the most celebrated institutions of the description, has fallen from its high estate. 3 years later came the Alcar Club. But it was not until 11 years after this period that the Waterloo Cup was instituted, in 1836, to win which is the highest ambition of followers of the leash. At the present time the run for the Waterloo Cup, which at the commencement was an 8-dog stake, is composed of 64 nominations, the entry fee for which is P25. The winner takes P500, and the cup, value P100, presented by the Earl of Sefton, the runner-up P200, the third and fourth P50 each, 4 dogs P36 each, 8 dogs P20 each, and 16 dogs P10 each. The 32 dogs beaten in the first round of the cup compete for the Waterloo purse, value P215, and the 16 dogs run out in the second round for the Waterloo plate, value P145. The winner in each case taking P75, and the runner-up P30, the remainder being divided amongst the most forward runners in the respective stakes. The Waterloo Cup holds the same position in coursing circles as the Derby does in horse racing. The National Coursing Club was established in 1858, when a stud book was commenced, and a code of laws drawn up for the regulation of coursing meetings. This is recognized in Australia and other parts of the world where coursing meetings are held. The stud book, of which Mr. W. F. Lammonby is the keeper, contains particulars of all the best-known greyhounds in the United Kingdom, and a dog is not allowed to compete at any of the large meetings held under coursing club rules unless it has been duly entered with its pedigree complete. In fact, the National Coursing Club is more particular in connection with the pedigrees of greyhounds being correctly given than the Kennel Club is about dogs that are exhibited, and that is saying a great deal. It holds the same position in coursing matters as the Jockey Club does in racing. It is, in fact, the supreme authority on all matters connected with coursing. Various opinions have been advanced as to the best size and weight for a greyhound. Like horses, greyhounds run in all forms, and there is no doubt that a really good big one will always have an advantage over the little ones. But it is so difficult to find the former, and most of the chief winners of the Waterloo Cup have been comparatively small. Kumasi was the smallest greyhound that ever won the blue ribbon of the leash. She drew the scale at 42 pounds, and was credited with the win of the cup on 2 occasions. Bab at the Bowster, who is considered by many good judges to have been the best bitch that ever ran, was 2 pounds more. She won the cup once, and many other stakes, as she was run all over the country and was not kept for the big event. Master McGrath was a small dog, and only weighed 53 pounds, but he won the Waterloo Cup 3 times. Fullerton, who was a much bigger dog, and was 4 times declared the winner of the cup, was 56 pounds in weight. There are very few greyhounds that have won the Waterloo Cup more than once, but Cerrito was credited with it 3 times, namely, in 1850, 1852, and 1853, when it was a 32-dog stake. Conorazzo, Bit of Fashion, Miss Glenine, Herschel, Thoughtless Beauty, and Fabulous Fortune are probably some of the best greyhounds that ever ran besides those already alluded to. Bit of Fashion was the dam of Fullerton, who shares with Master McGrath the reputation of being the 2 best greyhounds that ever ran. But Master McGrath came first. During his remarkable career in public he won 36 courses out of 37, the only time that he was defeated being the 1870 at his 3rd attempt to win the Waterloo Cup, and the flag went up in favor of Mr. Trevor's Lady Lions. He, however, retrieved his good fortune the following year, when he again ran through the stake. Fullerton, who, when he won all his honours, was the property of Colonel North, was bred by Mr. James Dent in Northumberland. Colonel North gave 850 guineas for him, which was then stated to be the highest price ever paid for a greyhound. He ran 5 times altogether for the Waterloo Cup, and was declared the winner on 4 occasions. The first time was in 1889, when he divided with his kennel companion Trough End. Then he won the cup outright the 3 following years. In 1893, however, after having been put to the stud, at which he proved a failure, he was again trained for the cup, but age had begun to tell its tale, and after winning 1 course he was beaten by Mr. Keating's full captain in the 2nd. This was one of the 2 occasions upon which out of 33 courses he failed to raise the flag. On the other he was beaten by Mr. Gladstone's Greengage, when running the deciding course at Haydock Park. It appears like descending from the sublime to the ridiculous to mention the greyhound as a show dog, after the many brilliant performances that have been recorded of him in the leash. But there are many dogs elegant in outline with fine muscular development that are to be seen in the judging ring. Mr. George Raper's Roasting Hot is one of the most prominent winners of the day. He is a fawn and white, as handsome as a peacock, and, moreover, is a good dog in the field. On one occasion, after competing successfully at the Kennel Club show at the Crystal Palace, he was taken to a coursing meeting where he won the stake in which he was entered. A brace of very beautiful bitches are Mr. F. Eyre's Dorset Girl and Miss W. Easton's Oakford Queen. Although, as a rule, the most consistent winners in the leash have not been noted for their good looks, there have been exceptions in which the opposite has been the case. Fullerton was a good-looking dog, if not quite up to the form required in the show ring. Mr. Harding Cox has had several specimens that could run well and win prizes as show dogs, and the same may be said of Miss Maud May's fine kennel of greyhounds in the north of England. In the south of England Mrs. A. Do keeps a number of longtails that when not winning prizes at the Crystal Palace and elsewhere are running at Plumpton and other meetings in Sussex. The following is the standard by which greyhounds should be judged. Head, long and narrow, slightly wider in skull, allowing for plenty of brain room, lips tight, without any flew, and eyes bright and intelligent and dark in color. Ears, small and fine in texture, and semi-pricked. Teeth, very strong and level, and not decayed or cankered. Neck, lengthy, without any throatiness, but muscular. Shoulders, placed well back in the body, and fairly muscular, without being loaded. Forelegs, perfectly straight, set well into the shoulders, with strong pasterns and toes set well up and close together. Body, chest very deep, with fairly well-sprung ribs, muscular back and loins, and well cut up in the flanks. Hindquarters, wide and well let down, with hocks well bent and close to the ground, with very muscular haunches, showing great propelling power, and tail long and fine and tapering with a slight upward curve. Coat, fairly fine in texture. Weight. The ideal weight of a dog is from 60 pounds to 65 pounds, of a bitch from 55 pounds to 60 pounds. Chapter 19 The Whippet. For elegance of style, cleanliness of habit, and graceful movement, few dogs can equal the Whippet, for which reason his popularity as a companion has increased very greatly within the past decade. No more affectionate creature is to be found, yet he possesses considerable determination and pluck, and on occasion will defend himself in his own way. Too fragile in his anatomy for fighting, in the ordinary sense of the word, when molested, he will snap at his opponent with such celerity as to take even the most watchful by surprise, while his strength of jaw, combined with its comparatively great length, enables him to inflict severe punishment at the first grab. It was probably owing to this habit, which is common to all whippets, that they were originally known as snapdogs. The whippet existed as a separate breed long before dog shows were thought of, and at a time when records of pedigrees were not officially preserved, but it is very certain that the greyhound had a share in his genealogical history, for not only should his appearance be precisely that of a greyhound in miniature, but the purpose for which he was bred is very similar to that for which his larger prototype is still used. The only difference being that rabbits were coursed by whippets, and hares by greyhounds. This sport has been mainly confined to the working classes, the colliers of Lancashire, Yorkshire, Durham, and Northumberland being particularly devoted to it. As a rule, the contests are handicaps, the starting point of each competitor being regulated by its weight, but the winners of previous important events are penalized in addition, according to their presumed merit, by having a certain number of yards deducted from the start to which weight alone would otherwise have entitled them. Each dog is taken to its stipulated mark according to the handicap, and they're laid hold of by the nape of the neck and hindquarters. The real starter stands behind the lot, and after warning all to be ready, discharges a pistol, upon which each attendant swings his dog as far forward as he can possibly throw him, but always making sure that he alights on his feet. The distance covered in the race is generally 200 yards, minus the starts allotted, and some idea of the speed at which these very active little animals can travel may be gleaned from the fact that the full distance has been covered in rather under 12 seconds. In order to induce each dog to do its best, the owner, or more probably the trainer, stands beyond the winning post, and frantically waves a towel or very stout rag. Accompanied by a babble of noise, the race is started, and in less time than it takes to ride it the competitors reach the goal, one and all as they finish taking a flying leap at their trainer's towel, to which they hold on with such tenacity that they are swung round in the air. The speed at which they are traveling makes this movement necessary in many cases to enable the dog to avoid accident, particularly where the space beyond the winning mark is limited. For racing purposes there is a wide margin of size allowed to the dogs, anything from 8 pounds to 23 pounds, or even more, being eligible, but in view of the handicap terms those dogs which possess speed, and scale 9 to 12 pounds, amongst the light weights, and over 17 pounds, in the heavy ones, are considered to have the best chance. Probably there is no locality where the pastime has maintained such a firm hold as in and around Oldham, one of the most famous tracks in the world being at Higgins Hall, where not infrequently 300 dogs are entered in one handicap. The Borough grounds at Oldham and the Wellington grounds at Bury are also noted centres for races. It is a remarkable but well-recognized fact that bitches are faster than dogs, and in consequence the terms upon which they are handicapped are varied. The general custom is to allow a dog 2.5 to 3 yards advantage for every pound difference in weight between it and the gentle sex. One of the fastest dogs that ever ran was Collier Lad, but he was almost a greyhound as regards size. Whitefoot, whose owner challenged the world, and was considered to be quite unbeatable, was a whippet in every sense of the word, and was a nice medium weight, though probably Capplebank's time of 11.5 seconds stands alone. The best of the present-day racing dogs are Polyfro Astley, 15 pounds, and Dinah, 11.5 pounds, and of those which promise well for the future, Eva, whose weight is only 9.75 pounds, is most prominent. The training of whippets is by no means easy work, and is more expensive than most people imagine. The very choicest food is deemed absolutely necessary. In fact, a whippet undergoing preparation for an important race is provided with the most wholesome fare. Choice mutton chops, beefsteaks, and similar dainties comprise their daily portion. Of course, exercise is a necessity, but it is not considered good policy to allow a dog in training to gambol about either on the roads or in the fields. Indeed, all dogs which are undergoing preparation for a race are practically deprived of their freedom, in lieu of which they are walked along hard roads secured by a lead, and for fear of their picking up the least bit of refuse, each is securely muzzled by a box-like leather arrangement which completely envelopes the jaws, but which is freely perforated to permit proper breathing. Any distance between 6 and a dozen miles a day, according to the stamina and condition of the dog, is supposed to be the proper amount of exercise, and scales are brought into use every few days to gauge the effect which is being produced. In addition to this, private trials are necessary in the presence of someone who is accustomed to timing races by the aid of a stopwatch, a by no means easy task, considering that a slight particle of a second means so many yards, and the average speed working out at about 16 yards per second, nearly twice as fast as the fastest pedestrian sprinter, and altogether beyond the power of the fleetest racehorse. Color in the Whippet is absolutely of no importance to a good judge, though possibly what is known as the peach fawn is the favorite among amateur fanciers. Red fawns, blue or slate-colored, black, brindled of various shades, and these colors intermingled with white, are most to be met with, however. In some quarters the idea is prevalent that Whippets are delicate in their constitution, but this is a popular error. Probably their disinclination to go out of doors on their own initiative when the weather is cold and wet may account for the opinion, but given the opportunity to roam about a house, the Whippet will find a comfortable place, and will rarely ail anything. In scores of houses Whippets go to bed with the children, and are so clean that even scrupulous housewives take no objection to their finding their way under the clothes to the foot of the bed, thereby securing their own protection and serving as an excellent foot-warmer in the winter months. Probably in no other breed, except the greyhound, do judges attach so little importance to the shape of the head, so long as the jaws are fairly long and the color of the eyes somewhat in keeping with that of the body. Very little else is looked for in front of the ears. As in the case of racing competitors, really good dogs for show purposes are much more difficult to find than bitches. The best of the males are not so classical in outline as the females, though some of them are as good in legs and feet, points which are of the greatest importance. Though it is not quite in accordance with the standard laid down by the club, it will be found that most judges favor dogs which are about 17 pounds weight, and bitches which are between 15 pounds and 16 pounds, the 20 pounds mentioned in the standard of points, without variation for sex, being considered altogether too heavy. Appearances are sometimes deceptive, but these dogs are rarely weighed for exhibition purposes, the trained eye of the judge being sufficient guide to the size of the competitors according to his partiality for middle size, big, or little animals. The South Durham and Yorkshire Show at Darlington has the credit for first introducing classes for Whippets into the prize ring. Previous to this it had not long been generally recognized as a distinct breed, and it is within the last 20 years that the Kennel Club has placed the breed on its recognized list. The following is the standard of points adopted by the Whippet Club. Head, long and lean, rather wide between the eyes and flat on the top, the jaw powerful yet cleanly cut, the teeth level and white. Eyes bright and fiery. Ears small, fine in texture and rose shape. Neck, long and muscular, elegantly arched and free from throatiness. Shoulders, oblique and muscular. Chest, deep and capacious. Back, broad and square, rather long and slightly arched over the loin, which should be strong and powerful. Forelegs, rather long, well set under the dog, possessing a fair amount of bone. Hindquarters, strong and broad across stifles, well bent thighs broad and muscular, hocks well let down. Feet, round, well split up, with strong soles. Coat, fine and close. Color, black, red, white, brindle, fawn, blue, and the various mixtures of each. Weight, 20 pounds. Chapter 20 The Foxhound. There is plenty of proof that foxhounds were the very first of the canine races in Great Britain to come under the domination of scientific breeding. There had been hounds of more ancient origin, such as the Southern Hound and the Bloodhound, but something different was wanted towards the end of the 17th century to hunt the wild deer that had become somewhat scattered after Cromwell's Civil War. The demand was consequently for a quicker hound than those hitherto known, and people devoted to the chase began to breed it. Whether there were crosses at first remains in dispute, but there is more probability that the policy adopted was one of selection. Those exceptionally fast were bred with the same, until the slow, steady line hunter was improved out of his very character and shape. At any rate, there are proofs that in 1710 hounds were to be found in packs, carefully bred, and that at that time some of the hunts in question devoted attention to the fox. The first known kennel of all was at Wardour Castle, and was said to have been established in 1696, but more reliable is the date of the Brocklesby, commenced in 1713. The first record of a pack of hounds being sold was in 1730, when a Mr. Founds sold his pack to a Mr. Bowles. The latter gentleman showed great sport with them in Yorkshire. At that time Lord Hertford began to hunt the Cotswold country, in Gloucestershire, and was the first to draw coverts for fox in the modern style. Very soon after this it became the fashion of the day to breed hounds. Many of the nobility and large landowners devoted much of their time and money to it, and would take long journeys to get fresh blood. It was the rule to breed hounds on the most scientific principles, and by 1750 there were 50 such breeders, including the 5th Duke of Beaufort, Lord Lincoln, Lord Stamford, Lord Percival, Lord Granby, Lord Ludlow, Lord Vernon, Lord Carlisle, Lord Mexborough, Sir Walter Vavasour, Sir Rowland Wins, Mr. Noel, Mr. Stanhope, Mr. Mennell, Mr. Barry, and Mr. Charles Pelham. The last named gentleman, afterward the first Lord Yarborough, was perhaps the most indefatigable of all, as he was the first to start the system of walking puppies amongst his tenantry, on the Brocklesby estates, and of keeping lists of hound pedigrees and ages. By 1760 all the above-named noblemen and gentlemen had been breeding from each other's kennels. The hounds were registered, as can be seen now in Lord Middleton's private kennel stud book, through which his lordship can trace the pedigrees of his present pack for 160 years to hounds that were entered in 1760, got by Ray Tor, son of Merryman and grandson of Lord Granby's ranter. Another pedigree was that of Ruby, who is credited with a numerous progeny, as she was by Ray Tor out of Mr. Stapleton's Cruel by Sailor, a son of Lord Granby's Sailor by Mr. Noel's Victor. This shows well how seriously foxhound breeding was gone into before the middle of the 18th century. Portraits prove also that a hound approaching very closely to those of modern times had been produced at this early period. By such evidence the foxhound had outstripped the harrier in size by nearly 5 inches, as the latter does not appear to have been more than 18 inches, and the early foxhound would have been 23 inches. Then the heavy shoulder, the dewlap, and jowl of the southern hound had been got rid of, and the coat had been somewhat altered. The old school of breeders had evidently determined upon great speed and the ability to stay, through the medium of deep ribs, hard room, wide loins, length of quarter, quality of bone, straightness of foreleg, and round strong feet. The slack-loined, loosely built, and splay-foot hound of former generations had been left behind. To such perfection, indeed, had the foxhound attained, that long before the close of the 18th century sportsmen were clamoring as to what a foxhound could do. With so much prominence given to the foxhound in the comparatively short period of 40 or 50 years, it is no wonder that individual hounds became very celebrated in almost every part of the country. Mr. Pelham's Rockwood Tickler and Bumper were names well known in Yorkshire, and Lord Ludlow's Powerful and Growler were talked of both in Lincolnshire and Warwickshire. From the first, indeed, it appeared that certain hounds were very much better than others, and old huntsmen have generally declared for one which was in the whole length of their careers, sometimes extending to 50 years, immeasurably superior to all others they had hunted. Harry Aries, who was for just half a century with Lord Fitzhardinge, declared to the day of his death that nothing had equalled Cromwell. Osbaldeston said the same of Furrier, and Frank Gillard never falters from the opinion that Weathergage was quite by himself as the best hound he ever hunted. The Foxhound Kennel Stud Book abounds in the strongest proofs that hereditary merit in their work has been transmitted from these wonderful hounds, and they really make the history of the foxhound. There have been many great hounds, but there must be the greatest of the great, and the following 12 hounds are probably the best England has ever seen: Mr. Corbett's Trojan, 1780, Lord Middleton's Vanguard, 1815, Mr. Osbaldeston's Furrier, 1820, Lord Henry Bentinck's Contest, 1848, Lord Fitzhardinge's Cromwell, 1855, Mr. Drake's Duster, 1844, Sir Richard Sutton's Dryden, 1849, the Duke of Rutland's Senator, 1862, Duke of Rutland's Weathergage, 1874, the Earl of Coventry's Rambler, 1874, Mr. E. P. Rawnsley's Freeman, 1884, and the Grafton Woodman, 1892. Breeding foxhounds is one of the most fascinating of all the pleasures of animal culture, as the above list, so full of extreme merit, can be traced for nearly 130 years. It cannot be said that the prices paid for foxhounds in very recent times have greatly exceeded those of the past. In 1790, Colonel Thornton sold Merkin for 4 hogsheads of claret, and the seller to have 2 couples of the whelps. Then in 1808, Mr. John Ward sold a pack of hounds to Lord Althorp for 1,000 guineas, and the same gentleman sold another pack for the same sum a few years later. In 1838, Lord Suffield offered 3,000 guineas for Mr. Lambton's pack, and afterwards sold it to Sir Matthew White Ridley for 2,500. In 1834, Osbaldeston sold 10 couples of bitches, all descendants of Furrier, for 2,000 sovereigns, or P100 a hound, a record that was almost eclipsed at the sale of Lord Pollettmore's hounds in 1870, when 22 couples of doghounds sold for 3,365 guineas. Of late years there has been the sale of the Corn for, it was said, P3,000, and the late Lord Willoughby de Broke valued the North Warwickshire for the county to purchase at P2,500. In 1903 the Atherstone was valued by Mr. Rawlins, the well-known representative of Tattersall's, at P3,500, or something like P50 a hound, and that has been considered very cheap. If, therefore, modern prices have not greatly exceeded those of the far past, there has not been any particular diminution, and there is no doubt about it that if certain packs could be purchased the prices would far exceed anything ever reached before. Foxhounds have very much improved in looks during the past 25 years, and unquestionably they are quite as good in the field or better. Whenever hounds have good foxes in front of them, and good huntsmen to assist or watch over them, they are as able as ever, notwithstanding that the drawbacks to good sport are more numerous now than they used to be. The noble hound will always be good enough, and ever and anon this is shown by a run of the great wood order, to hunt over 25 to 30 miles at a pace to settle all the horses, and yet every hound will be up. There has been a slight tendency to increase size of late years. The Belvoir doghound is within very little of 24 inches instead of 23.5, the standard of 20 years ago, and this increase has become very general. In elegance of form nothing has been lost, and there can be no other to possess beauty combined with power, and the essential points for pace and endurance in the same degree as a foxhound. A detailed description of the foxhound is here given. Head somewhat broad, not peaked like the bloodhound, but long from the apex to the frontal bones, eyebrows very prominent, cheeks cut clean from the eye to the nostril, ears set low and in their natural condition thin and shapely, but not large, nose large, jaw strong and level, and small dewlaps, expression fierce, and with the best often repellent. Eyes very bright and deeply set, full of determination, and with a very steady expression. The look of the foxhound is very remarkable. Neck should be perfectly clean, no skin ruffle whatever, or neck cloth, as huntsmen call it. The length of neck is of importance, both for stooping and giving an air of majesty. Shoulders, the blades should be well into the back, and should slant, otherwise be wide and strong, to meet the arms, that should be long and powerful. Legs and feet, the bones should be perfectly straight from the arm downward, and descend in the same degree of size to the ankles, or, as the saying is, down to his toes. The knee should be almost flat and level. There should be no curve until coming to the toes, which should be very strong, round, cat-shaped, and every toe clean set as it were. Fore ribs and brisket, deep, fine ribs are very essential, and the brisket should be well below the elbows. Back and loins, back should be straight. A hollow back offends the eye much, and a roach back is worse. The loin wide, back ribs deep and long, a slight prominence over the croup. Quarters and hocks, the quarters cannot be too long, full, showing a second thigh, and meeting a straight hock low down, the shank bone short, and meeting shapely feet. Coat, the coat is hard hair, but short and smooth, the texture is as stiff as bristles, but beautifully laid. Color, Belvoir tan, which is brown and black, perfectly intermixed, with white markings of various shapes and sizes. The white should be very opaque and clear. Black and white, with tan markings on head and stifles. Badger pied, a kind of gray and white. Lemon pied, light yellow and white. Hare pied, a darker yellow and white. Stern, long and carried gaily, but not curled, often half white. Height, dogs from 23.5 to 24 inches. Bitches from 22 to 22.5 inches. Chapter 21: The Harrier and the Beagle. The Harrier is a distinct breed of hound used for hunting the hare, or rather it should be said the Association of Masters of Harriers are doing their utmost to perpetuate this breed, the Harrier Stud Book bearing witness thereto, and it is to be deplored that so many Masters of Harriers ignore this fact, and are content to go solely to foxhound kennels to start their packs of Harriers, choosing, maybe, 20-inch to 22-inch foxhounds, and thenceforth calling them Harriers. It is, indeed, a common belief that the modern Harrier is but a smaller edition of the foxhound, employed for hunting the hare instead of the fox, and it is almost useless to reiterate that it is a distinct breed of hound that can boast of possibly greater antiquity than any other, or to insist upon the fact that Xenophon himself kept a pack of Harriers over 2,000 years ago. Nevertheless, in general appearance the Harrier and the foxhound are very much alike, the one obvious distinction being that of size. Opinions differ as to what standard of height it is advisable to aim at. If you want to hunt your Harriers on foot, 16 inches is quite big enough, almost too big to run with, but if you are riding to them, 20 inches is a useful height, or even 19 inches. Either is a good workable size, and such hounds should be able to slip along fast enough for most people. Choose your hounds with plenty of bone, but not too clumsy or heavy, a round, firm neck not too short, with a swan-like curve, a lean head with a long muzzle and fairly short ears, a broad chest with plenty of lung room, forelegs like gun barrels, straight and strong, hind legs with good thighs and well let down hocks, feet, round like cat's feet, and a well set on, tapering stern. Such a make and shape should see many seasons through, and allow you to be certain of pace and endurance in your pack. It is useless to lay down any hard and fast rule as to color. It is so much a matter of individual taste. Some masters have a great fancy for the dark coloring of the old southern hound, but nothing could look much smarter than a good combination of Belvoir tan with black and white. Puppies, as a rule, a week or two after they are whelped, show a greater proportion of dark marking than any other, but this as they grow older soon alters, and their white marking becomes much more conspicuous. As in the case of the foxhound, the Harrier is very seldom kept as a companion apart from the pack. But puppies are usually sent out to walk, and may easily be procured to be kept and reared until they are old enough to be entered to their work. Doubtless the rearing of a Harrier puppy is a great responsibility, but it is also a delight to many who feel that they are helping in the advancement of a great national sport. There is nothing to surpass the beauty of the beagle either to see him on the flags of his kennel, or in unraveling a difficulty on the line of a dodging hare. In neatness he is really the little model of a foxhound. He is, of course, finer, but with the length of neck so perfect in the bigger hound, the little shoulders of the same pattern, and the typical quarters and second thighs. Then how quick he is in his casts! And when he is fairly on a line, of course he sticks to it, as the saying is, like a beagle. Beagles have been carefully preserved for a great many years, and in some cases they have been in families for almost centuries. In the hereditary hunting establishments they have been frequently found, as the medium of amusement and instruction in hunting for the juvenile members of the house, and there can be nothing more likely to instill the right principles of venery into the youthful mind than to follow all the ways of these little hounds. Dorsetshire used to be the great county for beagles. The downs there were exactly fitted for them, and years ago, when roe deer were preserved on the large estates, beagles were used to hunt this small breed of deer. Mr. Crane's beagles were noted at the time, and also those of a Colonel Harding. It is on record that King George IV had a strong partiality for beagles, and was wont to see them work on the downs round about Brighton. The uses of the beagle in the early days of the last century, however, were a good deal diversified. They were hunted in big woodlands to drive game to the gun, and perhaps the ordinary beagle of from 12 inches to 14 inches was not big enough for the requirements of the times. It is quite possible, therefore, that the Beagle was crossed with the Welsh, Southern or Otterhound, to get more size and power, as there certainly was a Welsh rough-coated Beagle of good 18 inches, and an almost identical contemporary that was called the Essex Beagle. 60 years ago such hounds were common enough, but possibly through the adoption of the more prevalent plan of beating coverts, and spaniels being in more general use, the vocation of the Beagle in this particular direction died out, and a big rough-coated Beagle is now very rarely seen. That a great many of the true order were bred became very manifest as soon as the Harrier and Beagle Association was formed, and more particularly when a section of the Peterborough Hound Show was reserved for them. Then they seemed to spring from every part of the country. In 1896 one became well acquainted with many packs that had apparently held aloof from the dog shows. There was the Cheshire, the Christchurch, Oxford, Mr. T. Johnson's, the Royal Rock, the Thorpe Satchville, the Worcestershire, etc., and of late there have been many more that are as well known as packs of foxhounds. One hears now of the Charleston, the Halstead Place, very noted indeed, the Hulton, the Lee Park, the Stoke Place, the Edinburgh, the Surbiton, the Trinity Foot, the Woodale, Mrs. G. W. Hilliard's, Mrs. Price's, and Mrs. Turner's. Beagle owners, like the masters of foxhound kennels, have never been very partial to the ordinary dog shows, and so the development of the up-to-date Beagle, as seen at recent shows, is somewhat new. It is just as it should be, and if more people take up beagling, it may not be in the least surprising. They are very beautiful little hounds, can give a vast amount of amusement, and for the matter of that, healthy exercise. If a stout runner can keep within fairly easy distance of a pack of well-bred beagles on the line of a lively jack hare, he is in the sort of condition to be generally envied. Description of the Beagle: head, fair length, powerful without being coarse, skull domed, moderately wide, with an indication of peak, stop well defined, muzzle not snipey, and lips well flued. Nose black, broad, and nostrils well expanded. Eyes brown, dark hazel or hazel, not deep set nor bulgy, and with a mild expression. Ears long, set on low, fine in texture, and hanging in a graceful fold close to the cheek. Neck moderately long, slightly arched, the throat showing some dewlap. Shoulders clean and slightly sloping. Body short between the couplings, well let down in chest, ribs fairly well sprung and well ribbed up, with powerful and not tucked up loins. Hindquarters very muscular about the thighs, stifles and hocks well bent, and hocks well let down. Forelegs quite straight, well under the dog, of good substance, and round in the bone. Feet round, well knuckled up, and strongly padded. Stern moderate length, set on high, thick and carried gaily, but not curled over the back. Color any recognized hound color. Coat smooth variety, smooth, very dense and not too fine or short. Rough variety, very dense and wiry. Height not exceeding 16 inches. Pocket beagles must not exceed 10 inches. General appearance: a compactly built hound, without coarseness, conveying the impression of great stamina and vivacity. Chapter 22: The Pointer. It has never been made quite clear in history why the Spaniards had a dog that was very remarkable for pointing all kinds of game. They have always been a pleasure-loving people, certainly, but more inclined to bullfighting than field-craft, and yet as early as 1600 they must have had a better dog for game-finding than could have been found in any other part of the world. Singularly enough, too, the most esteemed breeds in many countries can be traced from the same source, such as the Russian Pointer, the German Pointer, the French double-nosed Griffon, and far more important still, the English Pointer. A view has been taken that the Spanish double-nosed Pointer was introduced into England about 200 years ago, when firearms were beginning to be popular for fowling purposes. Setters and spaniels had been used to find and drive birds into nets, but as the Spanish Pointer became known it was apparently considered that he alone had the capacity to find game for the gun. This must have been towards the end of the 17th century, and for the next 50 years at least something very slow was wanted to meet the necessities of the old-fashioned flintlock gun, which occupied many minutes in loading and getting into position. Improvements came by degrees, until they set in very rapidly, but probably by 1750, when hunting had progressed a good deal, and pace was increased in all pastimes, the old-fashioned pointer was voted a nuisance through his extreme caution and tortoise-like movements. There is evidence, through portraits, that pointers had been altogether changed by the year 1800, but it is possible that the breed then had been continued by selection rather than by crossing for a couple of decades, as it is quite certain that by 1815 sportsmen were still dissatisfied with the want of pace in the pointer, and many sportsmen are known to have crossed their pointers with foxhounds at about that time. By 1835 the old Spanish pointer had been left behind, and the English dog was a perfect model for pace, stamina, resolution, and nerve. The breed was exactly adapted to the requirements of that day, which was not quite as fast as the present. Men shot with good Joe Mantons, did their own loading, and walked to their dogs, working them right and left by hand and whistle. The dogs beat their ground methodically, their heads at the right level for body scent, and when they came on game, down they were, the dog that had got it pointing, and the other barking or awaiting developments. There was nothing more beautiful than the work of a well-bred and well-broken brace of pointers, or more perfect than the way a man got his shots from them. There was nothing slow about them, but on the contrary they went a great pace, seemed to shoot into the very currents of air for scent, and yet there was no impatience about them such as might have been expected from the foxhound cross. The truth of it was that the capacity to concentrate the whole attention on the object found was so intense as to have lessened every other propensity. The rush of the foxhound had been absorbed by the additional force of the pointer character. There has been nothing at all like it in canine culture, and it came out so wonderfully after men had been shooting in the above manner for about 40 years. It was nearing the end of this period that field trials began to occupy the attention of breeders and sportsmen, and although setters had been getting into equal repute for the beauty of their work, there was something more brilliant about the pointers at first. Brockton's Bounce was a magnificent dog, a winner on the show bench, and of the first field trial in England. Newton's Ranger was another of the early performers, and he was very staunch and brilliant, but it was in the next 5 years that the most extraordinary pointer merit was seen, as quite incomparable was Sir Richard Garth's Drake, who was just 5 generations from the Spanish pointer. Drake was rather a tall, gaunt dog, but with immense depth of girth, long shoulders, long haunches, and a benevolent, quiet countenance. There was nothing very attractive about him when walking about at Stafford prior to his trial, but the moment he was down he seemed to paralyze his opponent, as he went half as fast again. It was calculated that he went 50 miles an hour, and at this tremendous pace he would stop as if petrified, and the momentum would cover him with earth and dust. He did not seem capable of making a mistake, and his birds were always at about the same distance from him, to show thereby his extraordinary nose and confidence. Nothing in his day could beat him in a field. He got some good stock, but they were not generally show form, the bitches by him being mostly light and small, and his sons a bit high on the leg. None of them had his pace, but some were capital performers, such as Sir Thomas Leonard's Mallard, Mr. George Pilkington's Tory, Mr. Lloyd Price's Luck of Edenhall, winner of the Field Trial Derby, 1878, Lord Downe's Mars and Bounce, and Mr. Barclay Field's Riot. When Sir Richard Garth went to India and sold his kennel of pointers at Tattersall's, Mr. Lloyd Price gave 150 guineas for Drake. The mid-century owners and breeders had probably all the advantages of what a past generation had done, as there were certainly many wonderful pointers in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, as old men living today will freely allow. They were produced very regularly, too, in a marvelous type of perfection. Mr. William Arkwright, of Sutton Scarsdale, Derbyshire, has probably the best kennel in England at the present time. He discovered and revived an old breed of the north of England that was black, and bred for a great many years by Mr. Pape, of Carlisle, and his father before him. With these Mr. Arkwright has bred to the best working strains, with the result that he has had many good field trial winners. For a good many years now Elias Bishop, of Newton Abbot, has kept up the old breeds of Devon pointers, the Ch. Bangs, the Mikes, and the Brackenburg Romps, and his have been amongst the best at the shows and the field trials during the past few years. There are, of course, exceptions to the rule that many of the modern pointers do not carry about them the air of their true business, but it would appear that fewer people keep them now than was the case a quarter of a century ago, owing to the advance of quick shooting, otherwise driving, and the consequent falling away of the old-fashioned methods, both for the stubble and the moor. However, there are many still who enjoy the work of dogs, and it would be a sin indeed in the calendar of British sports if the fine old breed of pointer were allowed even to deteriorate. The apparent danger is that the personal or individual element is dying out. In the 70s the name of Drake, Bang, or Garnet were like household words. People talked of the great pointers. They were spoken of in club chat or gossip, written about, and the prospects of the moors were much associated with the up-to-date characters of the pointers and setters. There is very little of this sort of talk nowadays. Guns are more critically spoken of. There is, however, a wide enough world to supply with first-class pointers. In England's numerous colonies it may be much more fitting to shoot over dogs. It has been tried in South Africa with marvelous results. Descendants of Bang have delighted the lone colonist on Cape Partridge and quails, and pointers suit the climate, whereas setters do not. The pointer is a noble breed to take up, as those still in middle life have seen its extraordinary merit whenever bred in the right way. As to the essential points of the breed, they may be set down as follows. Head should be wide from ear to ear, long and slanting from the top of the skull to the setting on of the nose, cheek bones prominent, ears set low and thin in texture, soft and velvety, nose broad at the base, mouth large and jaws level. Neck. The neck should be very strong, but long and slightly arched, meeting shoulders well knit into the back, which should be straight and joining a wide loin. There should be great depth of heart room, very deep brisket, narrow chest rather than otherwise, shoulders long and slanting. Legs and feet should be as nearly like the foxhound's as possible. There should be really no difference, as they must be straight, the knees big, and the bones should be of goodly size down to the toes, and the feet should be very round and cat-shaped. Hindquarters. A great feature in the pointer is his hindquarters. He cannot well be too long in the haunch or strong in the stifle, which should be well bent, and the muscles in the second thigh of a good pointer are always remarkable. The hocks may be straighter than even in a foxhound, as, in pulling up sharp on his point, he in a great measure throws his weight on them. The shank bones below the hock should be short. Color. There have been good ones of all colors. The Derby colors were always liver and whites for their pointers and black-breasted reds for their gamecocks. The Seftons were liver and whites also, and so were the edges of Strelly, but mostly heavily ticked. Brockton's Bounce was so, and so were Ch. Bang, Mike, and Young Bang. Drake was more of the Derby color, dark liver and white. Mr. Whitehouse's were mostly lemon and whites, after Hamlet of that color, and notable ones of the same hue were Squire, Bang Bang, and Mr. Whitehouse's Pax and Priam, all winners of field trials. There have been several very good black and whites. Mr. Francis's, afterwards Mr. Salter's, Cham was a field trial winner of this color. A still better one was Mr. S. Beckett's Rector, a somewhat mean little dog to look at, but quite extraordinary in his work, as he won the Pointer Puppy Stake at Shrewsbury and the All-Age Stake 3 years in succession. Mr. Salter's Romp family were quite remarkable in color, a white ground, heavily shot with black in patches and in ticks. There have never been any better pointers than these. There have been, and are, good black pointers also. Height and size. A big pointer dog stands from 24.5 inches to 25 inches at the shoulder. Old Ch. Bang and Young Bang were of the former height, and the great bitch, Mr. Lloyd Price's Belle, was 24 inches. For big pointers 60 pounds is about the weight for dogs and 56 pounds bitches, smaller size, 54 pounds dogs and 48 pounds bitches. There have been some very good ones still smaller. Chapter 23 The Setters. The English setter. In some form or other setters are to be found wherever guns are in frequent use and irrespective of the precise class of work they have to perform. But their proper sphere is either on the moors, when the red grouse are in quest, or on the stubbles and amongst the root crops, when September comes in, and the partridge season commences. Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, is supposed to have been the first person to train setting dogs in the manner which has been commonly adopted by his successors. His lordship lived in the middle of the 16th century, and was therefore a contemporary of Dr. Caius, who may possibly have been indebted to the Earl for information when, in his work on English dogs, he wrote of the setter under the name of the Index. Though setters are divided into three distinct varieties, the English, the Irish, and the Gordon, or black and tan, there can be no doubt that all have a common origin, though it is scarcely probable, in view of their dissimilarity, that the same individual ancestors can be supposed to be their original progenitors. Nearly all authorities agree that the Spaniel family is accountable on one side, and this contention is borne out to a considerable extent by old illustrations and paintings of setters at work, in which they are invariably depicted as being very much like the old liver and white spaniel, though of different colors. Doubt exists as to the other side of their heredity, but it does not necessarily follow that all those who first bred them used the same means. Of the theories put forward, that which carries the most presumptive evidence must go to the credit of the old Spanish pointer. Where else could they inherit that wonderful scenting power, that style in which they draw up to their game, their statuesque attitude when on point, and above all, the staunchness and patience by which they hold their game spellbound until the shooter has time to walk leisurely up, even from a considerable distance? But apart from the question of their origin, the different varieties have many other attributes in common. All perform the same kind of work, and in the same manner. Consequently, the system of breaking or training them varies only according to the temper or ideas of those who undertake their schooling. Few dogs are more admired than English setters, and those who are looked upon as professional exhibitors have not been slow to recognize the fact that when a really good young dog makes its appearance, it is a formidable rival amongst all other breeds when the special prizes come to be allotted. Seen either at its legitimate work as a gun dog or as a domestic companion, the English setter is one of the most graceful and beautiful of the canine race, and its elegant form and feathery coat command instant admiration. 20 years ago it was known by several distinct names, among the more important being the Blue Beltons and Lavraks, and this regardless of any consideration as to whether or not the dogs were in any way connected by relationship to the stock which had earned fame for either of these time-honored names. It was the great increase in the number of shows and some confusion on the part of exhibitors that made it necessary for the Kennel Club to classify under one heading these and others which had attained some amount of notability, and the old terms have gradually been dropped. Doubtless the English Setter Club has done much since its institution in 1890 to encourage this breed of dog, and has proved the usefulness of the club by providing two very valuable trophies, the Exhibitors' Challenge Cup and the Field Trial Challenge Cup, for competition amongst its members, besides having liberally supported all the leading shows. Hence it has rightly come to be regarded as the only authority from which an acceptable and official dictum for the guidance of others can emanate. The following is the standard of points issued by the English Setter Club. Head: the head should be long and lean, with well-defined stop. The skull oval from ear to ear, showing plenty of brain room, and with a well-defined occipital protuberance. The muzzle moderately deep and fairly square. From the stop to the point of the nose should be long, the nostrils wide, and the jaws of nearly equal length, flews not too pendulous. The color of the nose should be black, or dark, or light liver, according to the color of the coat. The eyes should be bright, mild, and intelligent, and of a dark hazel color, the darker the better. The ears of moderate length, set on low and hanging in neat folds close to the cheek. The tit should be velvety, the upper part clothed with fine silky hair. Neck: the neck should be rather long, muscular, and lean, slightly arched at the crest, and clean cut where it joins the head. Towards the shoulder it should be larger, and very muscular, not throaty with any pendulosity below the throat, but elegant and blood-like in appearance. Body: the body should be of moderate length, with shoulders well set back or oblique, back short and level, loins wide, slightly arched, strong and muscular. Chest deep in the brisket, with good round widely sprung ribs, deep in the back ribs, that is, well ribbed up. Legs and feet: the stifles should be well bent and ragged, thighs long from hip to hock. The forearm big and very muscular, the elbow well let down. Pasterns short, muscular, and straight. The feet very close and compact, and well protected by hair between the toes. Tail: the tail should be set on almost in a line with the back, medium length, not curly or ropey, to be slightly curved or scimitar-shaped, but with no tendency to turn upwards, the flag or feather hanging in long, pendant flakes. The feather should not commence at the root, but slightly below, and increase in length to the middle, then gradually taper off towards the end, and the hair long, bright, soft, and silky, wavy but not curly. Coat and feathering. The coat from the back of the head in a line with the ears ought to be slightly wavy, long, and silky, which should be the case with the coat generally. The breeches and forelegs, nearly down to the feet, should be well feathered. Color and markings. The color may be either black and white, lemon and white, liver and white, or tricolor, that is, black, white, and tan, those without heavy patches of color on the body, but flecked all over preferred. 2. The Irish Setter. Though this variety has not attained such popularity as its English cousin, it is not because it is regarded as being less pleasing to the eye, for in general appearance of style and outline there is very little difference. In fact, none, if the chiseling of the head and color of the coat be excepted. The beautiful rich golden, chestnut color which predominates in all well-bred specimens is in itself sufficient to account for the great favor in which they are regarded generally, while their disposition is sufficiently engaging to attract the attention of those who desire to have a moderate-sized dog as a companion, rather than either a very large or very small one. Probably this accounts for so many lady exhibitors in England preferring them to the other varieties of setters. We have to go over to its native country, however, to find the breed most highly esteemed as a sporting dog for actual work, and there it is naturally first favorite. In fact, very few of either of the other varieties are to be met with from one end of the Green Isle to the other. It has been suggested that all Irish setters are too headstrong to make really high-class field trial dogs. Some of them, on the contrary, are quite as great in speed and not only as clever at their business, but quite as keen-nosed as other setters. Some which have competed within the past few years at the Irish Red Setter Club's trials have had as rivals some of the best pointers from England and Scotland, and have successfully held their own. The secretary of the Irish Setter Club is Mr. S. Brown, 27 Eustace Street, Dublin, and the standard of points as laid down by that authority is as follows. Head. The head should be long and lean. The skull oval, from ear to ear, having plenty of brain room, and with well-defined occipital protuberance. Brows raised, showing stop. The muzzle moderately deep and fairly square at the end. From the stop to the point of the nose should be fairly long, the nostrils wide, and the jaws of nearly equal length, flews not to be pendulous. The color of the nose dark mahogany or dark walnut, and that of the eyes, which ought not to be too large, rich hazel or brown. The ears to be of moderate size, fine in texture, set on low, well back, and hanging in a neat fold close to the head. Neck. The neck should be moderately long, very muscular, but not too thick, slightly arched, free from all tendency to throatiness. Body. The body should be long. Shoulders fine at the points, deep and sloping well back. The chest as deep as possible, rather narrow in front. The ribs well sprung, leaving plenty of lung room. Loins muscular and slightly arched. The hind quarters wide and powerful. Legs and feet. The hind legs from hip to hock should be long and muscular, from hock to heel short and strong. The stifle and hock joints well bent, and not inclined either in or out. The forelegs should be straight and sinewy, having plenty of bone, with elbows free, well let down, and, like the hocks, not inclined either in or out. The feet small, very firm, toes strong, close together, and arched. Tail. The tail should be of moderate length, set on rather low, strong at root, and tapering to a fine point, to be carried as nearly as possible on a level or below the back. Coat. On the head, front of legs, and tips of ears the coat should be short and fine, but on all other parts of the body and legs it ought to be of moderate length, flat, and as free as possible from curl or wave. Feathering. The feather on the upper portion of the ears should be long and silky, on the back of fore and hind legs long and fine, a fair amount of hair on the belly, forming a nice fringe, which may extend on chest and throat. Feet to be well feathered between the toes. Tail to have a nice fringe of moderately long hair, decreasing in length as it approaches the point. All feathering to be as straight, and as flat as possible. Color and markings. The color should be a rich golden chestnut, with no trace whatever of black, white on chest, throat, or toes, or a small star on the forehead, or a narrow streak or blaze on the nose or face not to disqualify. 3. The black and tan setter dot. Originally this variety was known as the Gordon setter, but this title was only partly correct, as the particular dogs first favored by the Duke of Gordon, from whom they took the name, were black, tan, and white, heavily built, and somewhat clumsy in appearance. But the introduction of the Irish blood had the effect of making a racier-looking dog more fashionable. The presence of white on the chest was looked upon with disfavor, and the Kennel Club settled the difficulty of name by abolishing the term Gordon altogether. Very few of this variety have appeared at field trials for several years past, but that cannot be considered a valid reason for stigmatizing them as old men's dogs, as some narrow-minded faddists delight in calling them. On the few occasions when the opportunity has been presented, they have acquitted themselves at least as well as, and on some occasions better than, their rivals of other varieties, proving to be as fast, as staunch, and as obedient as any of them. A notable example of this occurred during the season of 1902 and 1903, when Mr. Isaac Sharp's stylish Ranger was so remarkably successful at the trials. It is very difficult to account for the lack of interest which is taken in the variety outside Scotland, but the fact remains that very few have appeared at field trials within recent years, and that only about 4 owners are troubling the officials of English shows regularly at the present time. In France, Belgium, Norway, and especially in Russia, this handsome sporting dog is a far greater favorite than it is in Great Britain, not only for work with the gun, but as a companion, and it is a fact that at many a continental dog show more specimens of the breed are exhibited than could be gathered together in the whole of the United Kingdom. The want of an active organization which would foster and encourage the interests of the black and tan setter is much to be deplored, and is, without doubt, the chief cause of its being so much neglected, for in these strenuous days, when almost every breed or variety of breed is backed up by its own votaries, it cannot be expected that such as are not constantly kept in prominence will receive anything more than scant consideration. The black and tan setter is heavier than the English or Irish varieties, but shows more of the hound and less of the spaniel. The head is stronger than that of the English setter, with a deeper and broader muzzle and heavier lips. The ears are also somewhat longer, and the eyes frequently show the haw. The black should be as jet, and entirely free from white. The tan on the cheeks and over the eyes, on the feet and pasterns, should be bright and clearly defined, and the feathering on the forelegs and thighs should also be a rich, dark mahogany tan. Amongst the oldest and most successful owners of setters who have consistently competed at field trials may be mentioned Colonel Coates, whose Prince Frederick was probably the most wonderful backer ever known. Messrs. Purcell Llewellyn, W., Arkwright, Elias St. James Bishop, F. C. Lowe, J. Shorthose, G. Potter and S. Smale, who may be considered the oldest setter judges, and who have owned dogs whose prowess in the field has brought them high reputation. Mr. B. J. Warwick has within recent years owned probably more winners at field trials than any other owner, one of his being Compton Bounce. Captain Haywood Lonsdale has on several occasions proved the Eightfield strain to be staunch and true, as witnessed the doughty deeds of Duke of that ilk, and the splendid success he achieved at recent grouse trials in Scotland with his Eightfield Rob Roy, Mac, and Dot, the first named winning the all-age stake, and the others being first and third in the puppy stake. Mr. Herbert Mitchell has been another good patron of the trials, and has won many important stakes. Mr. A. T. Williams has also owned a few noted trial winners, and from Scotland comes Mr. Isaac Sharp, whose Gordon setter, stylish Ranger, has effectually put a stop to the silly argument that all this breed are old men's dogs. Many of the older field trial men hold tenaciously to the opinion that the modern exhibition setter is useless for high-class work, and contend that if field trial winners are to be produced they must be bred from noted working strains. Doubtless this prejudice in favor of working dogs has been engendered by the circumstance that many owners of celebrated bench winners care nothing about their dogs being trained, in some cases generation after generation having been bred simply for show purposes. Under such conditions, it is not to be wondered at that the capacity for fine scenting properties and the natural aptitude for quickly picking up a knowledge of their proper duties in the field is impaired. But there is no reason why a good show dog should not also be a good worker, and the recent edict of the Kennel Club, which rules that no gun dog shall be entitled to championship honors until it has gained a certificate of merit in field trials, will doubtless tend towards a general improvement in the working qualities of the breeds whose providence is in the finding and retrieving of game. Chapter 24: The Retrievers. It is obviously useless to shoot game unless you can find it after it has been wounded or killed, and from the earliest times it has been the habit of sportsmen to train their dogs to do the work which they could not always successfully do for themselves. The pointers, setters, and spaniels of our forefathers were carefully broken not only to find and stand their game, but also to fetch the fallen birds. This use of the setting and pointing dog is still common on the continent and in the United States, and there is no inaccuracy in a French artist depicting a pointer with a partridge in its mouth, or showing a setter retrieving waterfowl. The Springer and the old curly-coated water dog were regarded as particularly adroit in the double work of finding and retrieving. Pointers and setters who had been thus broken were found to deteriorate in steadiness in the field, and it gradually came to be realized that even the spaniel's capacity for retrieving was limited. A larger and quicker dog was wanted to divide the labor, and to be used solely as a retriever in conjunction with the other gun dogs. The poodle was tried for retrieving with some success, and he showed considerable aptitude in finding and fetching wounded wild duck. But he, too, was inclined to maul his birds and deliver them dead. Even the old English sheepdog was occasionally engaged in the work, and various crosses with spaniel or setter and collie were attempted in the endeavor to produce a grade breed having the desired qualities of a good nose, a soft mouth, and an understanding brain, together with a coat that would protect its wearer from the ill effects of frequent immersion in water. It was when these efforts were most active, namely about the year 1850, that new material was discovered in a black-coated dog recently introduced into England from Labrador. He was a natural water dog, with a constitution impervious to chills, and entirely free from the liability to ear canker, which had always been a drawback to the use of the spaniel as a retriever of waterfowl. Moreover, he was himself reputed to be a born retriever of game, and remarkably sagacious. His importers called him a spaniel, a breed name which at one time was also applied to his relative the Newfoundland. Probably there were not many specimens of the race in England, and although there is no record explicitly saying so, it is conjectured that these were crossed with the English setter, producing what is now familiarly known as the black, flat-coated retriever. One very remarkable attribute of the retriever is that, notwithstanding the known fact that the parent stock was mongrel, and that in the early dogs the setter type largely predominated, the ultimate result has favored the Labrador cross distinctly and prominently, proving how potent, even when grafted upon a stock admittedly various, is the blood of a pure race, and how powerful its influence for fixing type and character over the other less vital elements with which it is blended. From the first, sportsmen recognized the extreme value of the new retrieving dog. Strengthened and improved by the Labrador blood, he had lost little if any of the setter beauty of form. He was a dignified, substantial, intelligent, good-tempered, affectionate companion, faithful, talented, highly cultivated, and esteemed, in the season and out of it, for his mind as well as his beauty. It is only comparatively recently that we have realized how excellent an all-around sporting dog the retriever has become. In many cases, indeed, where grouse and partridge are driven or walked up a well-broken, soft-mouthed retriever is unquestionably superior to pointer, setter, or spaniel, and for general work in the field he is the best companion that a shooting man can possess. Doubtless in earlier days, when the art of training was less thoroughly understood, the breaking of a dog was a matter of infinite trouble to breeders. Most of the gun dogs could be taught by patience and practice to retrieve fur or feather, but game carefully and skillfully shot is easily rendered valueless by being mumbled and mauled by powerful jaws not schooled to gentleness. And this question of a tender mouth was certainly one of the problems that perturbed the minds of the originators of the breed. The difficulty was overcome by process of selection, and by the exclusion from breeding operations of all hard-mouthed specimens, with the happy effect that in the present time it is exceptional to find a working retriever who does not know how to bring his bird to hand without injuring it. A better knowledge of what is expected of him distinguishes our modern retriever. He knows his duty, and is intensely eager to perform it, but he no longer rushes off unbidden at the firing of the gun. He has learned to remain at heel until he is ordered by word or gesture from his master, upon whom he relies as his friend and director. It would be idle to expect that the offspring of unbroken sire and dam can be as easily educated as a retriever whose parents before him have been properly trained. Inherited qualities count for a great deal in the adaptability of all sporting dogs, and the reason why one meets with so many retrievers that are incapable or disobedient or gun-shy is simply that their preliminary education has been neglected, the education which should begin when the dog is very young. In his earliest youth he should be trained to prompt obedience to a given word or a wave of the hand. It is well to teach him very early to enter water, or he may be found wanting when you require him to fetch a bird from river or lake. Lessons in retrieving ought to be a part of his daily routine. Equally necessary is it to break him into the knowledge that sheep and lambs are not game to be chased, and that rabbits and hares are to be discriminated from feathered game. Gun-shyness is often supposed to be hereditary, but it is not so. Any puppy can be cured of gun-shyness in half a dozen short lessons. Sir Henry Smith's advice is to get your puppy accustomed to the sound and sight of a gun being fired, first at a distance, and gradually nearer and nearer, until he knows that no harm will come to him. Companionship and sympathy between dog and master is the beginning and end of the whole business, and there is a moral obligation between them which ought never to be strained. Both as a worker and as a show dog, the flat-coated retriever has reached something very near to the ideal standard of perfection which has been consistently bred up to. Careful selection and systematic breeding, backed up by enthusiasm, have resulted in the production of a dog combining useful working qualities with the highest degree of beauty. A very prominent admirer and breeder was the late Mr. S. E. Shirley, the president of the Kennel Club, who owned many retrievers superlative both as workers and as show dogs, and who probably did more for the breed than any other man of his generation. Illustration: Mr. H. Reginald Cook's retriever Ch. Worsley Bess from the painting by Maud Earle. Mr. Shirley's work was carried on by Mr. Harding Cox, who devoted much time and energy to the production of good retrievers, many of which were of Mr. Shirley's strain. Mr. Cox's dogs deservedly achieved considerable fame for their levelness of type, and the improvement in heads so noticeable at the present time is to be ascribed to his breeding for this point. Mr. L. Allen Shooter, the owner of Ch. Darenth and other excellent retrievers of his own breeding, claims also a large share of credit for the part he has played in the general improvement of the breed. Mr. C. A. Phillips, too, owned admirable specimens, and the name of the late Lieutenant Colonel Cornwall Legge must be included. Many of Colonel Legge's bitches were of Shirley blood, but it is believed that a breed of retrievers had existed at High Legge for several generations, with which a judicious cross was made, the result being not only the formation of a remarkable kennel, but also a decided influence for good upon the breed in general. But since the Shirley days, when competition was more limited than it is at present, no kennel of retrievers has ever attained anything like the distinction of that owned by Mr. H. Reginald Cook, at Riverside, Nantwich. By acquiring the best specimens of the breed from all available sources, Mr. Cook has gathered together a stock which has never been equaled. His ideas of type and conformation are the outcome of close and attentive study and consistent practice, and one needs to go to Riverside if one desires to see the highest examples of what a modern flat-coated retriever can be. Since Dr. Bond Moore imparted to the retriever a fixity of character, the coats have become longer and less wavy, and in conformation of skull, color of eye, straightness of legs, and quality of bone, there has been a perceptible improvement. As there is no club devoted to the breed, and consequently no official standard of points, the following description of the perfect retriever is offered. General appearance: that of a well-proportioned, bright and active sporting dog, showing power without lumber and raciness without weediness. Head: long, fine, without being weak, the muzzle square, the underjaw strong with an absence of lippiness or throatiness. Eyes dark as possible, with a very intelligent, mild expression. Neck long and clean. Ears small, well set on, and carried close to the head. Shoulders oblique, running well into the back, with plenty of depth of chest. Body short and square, and well ribbed up. Stern short and straight, and carried gaily, but not curled over the back. Forelegs straight, pasterns strong, feet small and round. Quarters strong, stifles well bent. Coat dense black or liver, of fine quality and texture. Flat, not wavy. Weight from 65 pounds to 80 pounds. For dogs, bitches rather less. As a rule, the retriever should be chosen for the intelligent look of his face, and particular attention should be paid to the shape of his head and to his eyes. His frame is important, of course, but in the retriever the mental qualities are of more significance than bodily points. There has been a tendency in recent years among retriever breeders to fall into the common error of exaggerating a particular point, and of breeding dogs with a head far too fine and narrow. It is what has been aptly called the alligator head, lacking in brain capacity and power of jaw. A perfect head should be long and clean, but neither weak nor snipey. The eye should be placed just halfway between the occiput and the tip of the nose. It is pleasing to add that to this beautiful breed the phrase, "Handsome is as handsome does," applies in full measure. Not only is the average retriever of a companionable disposition, with delightful intelligence that is always responsive, but he is a good and faithful guard and a courageous protector of person and property. It has already been said that the majority of the best-looking retrievers are also good working dogs, and it may here be added that many of the most successful working dogs are sired by prize winners in the show ring. The curly-coated retriever. The curly-coated retriever is commonly believed to be of earlier origin than his flat-coated relative, and he is of less pure descent. He probably owes ancestral tribute to the poodle. Such a cross may conceivably have been resorted to by the early retriever breeders, and there was little to lose from a merely sporting point of view from this alien introduction, for the poodle is well known to be by nature, if not by systematic training, an excellent water dog, capable of being taught anything that the canine mind can comprehend. During the early years of the 19th century the poodle was fairly plentiful in England, and we had no other curly-coated dog of similar size and type apart from the Irish Water Spaniel, who may himself lay claim to poodle relationship, while as to the retriever, either curly or flat-coated, he can in no sense be assigned to any country outside of Great Britain. The presumption is strong that the gentleman from France was largely instrumental in the manufacture of the variety, but whatever the origin of the curly-coated retriever, he is a beautiful dog, and one is gratified to note that the old prejudice against him, and the old indictment as to his hard mouth, are fast giving place to praise of his intelligence and admiration of his working abilities. Speaking generally, it seems to be accepted that he is slightly inferior in nose to his flat-coated cousin, and not quite so easy to break, but there are many keepers and handlers who have discovered in individual specimens extraordinary merit in the field combined with great endurance. It is not certain that any great improvement has been effected in the variety during recent years, but there are particular dogs today who are decidedly better than any that existed a dozen years or more ago, when such celebrities as True, Old Sam, King Coffee, Ben Wonder, Doden Ben, Lad and Una were prominent, and there is no doubt that the curly coats attain show form in advance of the flat-coated variety. The coat of the curly retriever plays a very important part in his value and personality. There are many kinds of coat, but the only true and proper one is the close-fitting nigger curl, of which each knot is solid and inseparable. A coat of this quality is not capable of improvement by any method of grooming, for the simple reason that its natural condition is in itself perfect. The little locks should be so close together as to be impervious to water, and all parts of the body should be evenly covered with them, including the tail and legs. A bad class of coat, and one which readily yields to the faker's art, is the thin open curl which by careful manipulation can be greatly improved. Another bad quality of coat is one in which, upon the withers and over the loins in particular, the curls do not tighten up naturally, but are large, loose, and soft to the feel. Regarding the dog as a whole, the following may be taken as an all-round description. General appearance: that of a smart, active, clean-cut and alert dog, full of go and fire, a sportsman from stem to stern. Head: long and not weedy in the muzzle, nor thick and coarse in the skull, but tapering down and finishing with a stout broad muzzle. Skull: should be flat and moderately broad between the ears, which are rather small, and well covered with hair. Ears: should lie close to the side of the head, but not dead in their carriage. Face: the face should be smooth, and any indication of a forelock should be penalized. Eye: the eye should in all cases be dark and not too deeply set. Neck: well placed in the shoulders and nicely arched, of moderate length, and yet powerful and free from throatiness. Shoulders: well laid back and as free from massiveness as possible, though there is a decided tendency in this variety to such a fault. Legs: straight and well covered with coat. The bone should show quality, and yet be fairly abundant. Feet: compact and hound-like. Body: should show great power, with deep, well-rounded ribs. As little cut up in the flank as possible. Tail: strong at the base, set on in a line with the back and tapering to a point, the size of the curls upon it diminishing gradually to the end. Hindquarters: should show great development of muscle, with bent hocks, the lower leg being strong and the hind feet compact. Any suspicion of cow hocks should be heavily penalized. Color: mostly a dull black. Some liver-colored dogs are seen with very good coats and bodies, but their heads are generally thick and coarse, and the color of their eyes does not always match, as it should do, with the color of the coat. A few dogs of this color have achieved distinction on the show bench. The Labrador. Within recent years, the original smooth-coated Labrador dog has taken its place as a recognized variety of the Retriever and become prominent both at exhibitions and as a worker. It is not probable that any have been imported into England for the past quarter of a century, but without the assistance of shows or imported blood they have survived marvelously. Thanks especially to the kennels of such breeders as the Dukes of Buccleuch and Hamilton, the Earl of Verulam, Lords Wimborne, Horne, and Malmesbury, the Hon. A. Holland Hibbert, Sir Savile Crossley, Mr. F. P. Barnett, Mr. C. Liddell, Mr. O. L. Mansell, and others equally enthusiastic. To the Duke of Buccleuch's kennel we are probably more indebted in the last 20 years than to any other. Its foundation was laid in 2 bitches by a dog of the Duke of Hamilton's from a bitch of Lord Malmesbury's. At Drumlanrig, as well as on the Duke's other estates, they have been most particular in preserving the purity and working qualities of their strain. And the same may be said of the Hon. A. Holland Hibbert, whose principal dogs are not only typical in appearance, but broken to perfection. The Duchess of Hamilton's kennels have been responsible for some of the best field trial winners of the present day. As far as looks are concerned, one cannot say that the Labrador compares favorably with either the flat or the curly-coated Retriever, but that is immaterial so long as he continues to work as he is doing at present. Chapter 25: The Sporting Spaniel. The Spaniel family. The Spaniel family is without any doubt one of the most important of the many groups which are included in the canine race, not only on account of its undoubted antiquity, and compared with other families, its well-authenticated lineage, but also because of its many branches and subdivisions, ranging in size from the majestic and massive clumbers to the diminutive toys which we are accustomed to associate with fair ladies' laps and gaily decked pens at our big dog shows. Moreover, the different varieties of setters undoubtedly derive their origin from the same parent stock, since we find them described by the earlier sporting writers as setting, or crouching spaniels, in contradistinction to the finding, or springing spaniel, who flushed the game he found without setting or pointing it. As time went on, the setting variety was, no doubt, bred larger and longer in the leg, with a view to increased pace. But the spaniel-like head and coat still remain to prove the near connection between the two breeds. All the different varieties of spaniels, both sporting and toy, have, with the exception of the Clumber and the Irish Water Spaniel, who is not, despite his name, a true spaniel at all, a common origin, though at a very early date we find them divided into 2 groups, viz., land and water spaniels, and these 2 were kept distinct, and bred to develop those points which were most essential for their different spheres of work. The earliest mention of spaniels to be found in English literature is contained in the celebrated Master of Game, the work of Edward Plantagenet, 2nd Duke of York, and Master of Game to his uncle, Henry IV, to whom the work is dedicated. It was written between the years 1406 and 1413, and although none of the misses, of which some 16 are in existence, is dated, this date can be fairly accurately fixed, as the author was appointed Master of Game in the former and killed at Agincourt in the latter year. His chapter on spaniels, however, is mainly a translation from the equally celebrated Livre de Chasse of Gaston Comte de Foix, generally known as Gaston Phoebus, which was written in 1387, so that we may safely assume that spaniels were well known and habitually used as aids to the chase both in France and England, as early as the middle of the 14th century. In the 18th and early part of the 19th century, the spaniel was described by many writers on sporting subjects, but there is a great similarity in most of these accounts, each author apparently having been content to repeat in almost identical language what had been said upon the subject by his predecessors, without importing any originality or opinions of his own. Many of these works, notwithstanding this defect, are very interesting to the student of spaniel lore, and the perusal of Blaine's Rural Sports, Taplin's Sporting Dictionary and Rural Repository, Scott's Sportsman's Repository, and Needham's Complete Sportsman, can be recommended to all who wish to study the history of the development of the various modern breeds. The works of the French writers, de Cominck, de Cherville, Blaise, and Magnin, are well worth reading, while of late years the subject has been treated very fully by such British writers as the late J. H. Walsh Stonehenge, Mr. Vero Shaw, Mr. Rawdon Lee, Colonel Claude Kane, and Mr. C. A. Phillips. Nearly all of the early writers, both French and English, are agreed that the breed came originally from Spain, and we may assume that such early authorities as Gaston Phoebus, Edward Plantagenet, and Dr. Caius had good reasons for telling us that these dogs were called spaniels because they came from Spain. The following distinct breeds or varieties are recognized by the Kennel Club: 1. Irish Water Spaniels, 2. Water Spaniels other than Irish, 3. Clumber Spaniels, 4. Sussex Spaniels, 5. Field Spaniels, 6. English Springers, 7. Welsh Springers, 8. Cocker Spaniels. Each of these varieties differs considerably from the others, and each has its own special advocates and admirers, as well as its own particular sphere of work for which it is best fitted, though almost any spaniel can be made into a general utility dog, which is, perhaps, one of the main reasons for the popularity of the breed. 2. The Irish Water Spaniel. There is only one breed of dog known in these days by the name of Irish Water Spaniel, but if we are to trust the writers of no longer ago than half a century, there were at one time 2, if not 3, breeds of water spaniels peculiar to the Emerald Isle. These were the Tweed Water Spaniel, the Northern Water Spaniel, and the Southern Water Spaniel, the last of these being the progenitors of our modern strains. The history of the Irish Water Spaniel is in many ways a very extraordinary one. According to the claim of Mr. Justin McCarthy, it originated entirely in his kennels, and this claim has never been seriously disputed by the subsequent owners and breeders of these dogs. It seems improbable that Mr. Justin McCarthy can actually have originated or manufactured a breed possessing so many extremely marked differences and divergences of type as the Irish Water Spaniel, but what he probably did was to rescue an old and moribund breed from impending extinction, and so improve it by judicious breeding and cross-breeding as to give it a new lease of life, and permanently fix its salient points and characteristics. However that may be, little seems to have been known of the breed before he took it in hand, and it is very certain that nearly every Irish Water Spaniel seen for the last half-century owes its descent to his old dog Bosun, who was born in 1834 and lived for 18 years. He must have been a grand old dog, since Mr. McCarthy gave him to Mr. Joliffe Tufnell in 1849, when he was 15 years old, and his new owner subsequently bred by him Jack, a dog whose name appears in many pedigrees. It was not until 1862 that the breed seems to have attracted much notice in England, but in that year the Birmingham Committee gave 2 classes for them, in which, however, several of the prizes were withheld for want of merit. The next few years saw these dogs making great strides in popularity, and classes being provided at most of the important shows, many good specimens were exhibited. During the last few years, however, the breed seems to have been progressing the wrong way, and classes at shows have not been nearly so strong, either in numbers or in quality, as they used to be. Yet there have been, and are still, quite a large number of good dogs and bitches to be seen, and it only needs enthusiasm and cooperation among breeders to bring back the palmiest days of the Irish Water Spaniel. There is no member of the whole canine family which has a more distinctive personal appearance than the Irish Water Spaniel. With him it is a case of once seen never forgotten, and no one who has ever seen one could possibly mistake him for anything else than what he is. His best friends probably would not claim beauty, in the aesthetic sense, for him, but he is attractive in a quaint way peculiarly his own, and intelligent looking. In this particular his looks do not bewray him. He is, in fact, one of the most intelligent of all the dogs used in aid of the gun, and in his own sphere one of the most useful. That sphere, there is no doubt, is that indicated by his name, and it is in a country of bogs and marshes, like the south and west of Ireland, of which he was originally a native, where snipe and wildfowl provide the staple sport of the gunner, that he is in his element and seen at his best, though, no doubt, he can do excellent work as an ordinary retriever, and is often used as such. But nature, or Mr. McCarthy's art, has specially formed and endowed him for the amphibious sport indicated above, and has provided him with an excellent nose, an almost waterproof coat, the sporting instincts of a true son of Erin, and above all, a disposition full of good sense. He is high-couraged, and at the same time adaptable to the highest degree of perfection in training. His detractors often accuse him of being hard-mouthed, but this charge is not well founded. Many a dog which is used to hunt or find game as well as to retrieve it, will often kill a wounded bird or rabbit rather than allow it to escape, while there are many Irish Water Spaniels who, under normal circumstances, are just as tender-mouthed as the most fashionable of black retrievers. Besides his virtues in the field, the Irish Water Spaniel has the reputation, a very well-founded one, of being the best of pals. Most people are well acquainted with the personal appearance of this quaint-looking dog. The points regarded as essential are as follows. Color. The color should always be a rich dark liver or puce without any white at all. Any white except the slightest of shirt fronts should disqualify. The nose, of course, should conform to the coat in color, and be dark brown. Head. The head should have a capacious skull, fairly but not excessively domed, with plenty of brain room. It should be surmounted with a regular topknot of curly hair, a most important and distinctive point. This topknot should never be square cut or like a poodle's wig, but should grow down to a well-defined point between the eyes. Eyes. The eyes should be small, dark, and set obliquely, like a Chinaman's. Ears. The ears should be long, strong in leather, low-set, heavily ringlet, and from 18 to 24 inches long, according to size. Muzzle and jaw. The muzzle and jaw should be long and strong. There should be a decided stop, but not so pronounced as to make the brows or forehead prominent. Neck. The neck should be fairly long and very muscular. Shoulders. The shoulders should be sloping. Most Irish Water Spaniels have bad, straight shoulders, a defect which should be bred out. Chest. The chest is deep, and usually rather narrow, but should not be so narrow as to constrict the heart and lungs. Back and loins. The back and loins strong and arched. Forelegs. The forelegs straight and well boned. Heavily feathered or ringlet all over. Hind legs. The hind legs with hocks set very low, stifles rather straight, feathered all over, except inside from the hocks down, which part should be covered with short hair, a most distinctive point. Feet. The feet large and rather spreading as is proper for a water dog, well clothed with hair. Stern. The stern covered with the shortest of hair, except for the first couple of inches next the buttocks, whip-like or sting-like, a most important point, and carried low, not like a hound's. Coat. The coat composed entirely of short crisp curls, not woolly like a poodle's, and very dense. If left to itself, this coat mats or cords, but this is not permissible in show dogs. The hair on the muzzle and forehead below the topknot is quite short and smooth, as well as that on the stern. general appearance, is not remarkable for symmetry, but is quaint and intelligent looking. Height: the height should be between 21 and 23 inches. 3. The English Water Spaniel. In the Kennel Club's register of breeds, no place is allotted to this variety, all Water Spaniels other than Irish being classed together. Despite this absence of official recognition, there is abundant evidence that a breed of Spaniels legitimately entitled to the designation of English Water Spaniels has been in existence for many years, in all probability a descendant of the old Water Dog, an animal closely resembling the French Barbet, the ancestor of the modern Poodle. They were even trimmed at times much in the same way as a poodle is nowadays, as Markham gives precise directions for the cutting or shearing him from the nawl downward or backward. The opinion expressed by the writer of the Sportsman's Cabinet, 1803, is that the breed originated from a cross between the large water dog and the springing spaniel, and this is probably correct, though Hewitt, a notable authority, thinks that the cross was with an English setter. Possibly some strains may have been established in this way, and not differ very much in make and shape from those obtained from the cross with the spaniel, as it is well known that setters and spaniels have a common origin. In general appearance the dog resembles somewhat closely the Springer, except that he may be somewhat higher on the leg, and that his coat should consist of crisp, tight curls, almost like astrakhan fur, everywhere except on his face, where it should be short. There should be no topknot like that of the Irish Water Spaniel. 4. The Clumber Spaniel is in high favor in the Spaniel world, both with shooting men and exhibitors, and the breed well deserves from both points of view the position which it occupies in the public esteem. No other variety is better equipped mentally and physically for the work it is called upon to do in aid of the gun, and few, certainly none of the Spaniels, surpass or even equal it in appearance. As a sporting dog, the Clumber is possessed of the very best of noses, a natural inclination both to hunt his game and retrieve it when killed, great keenness and perseverance, wonderful endurance and activity considering his massive build, and as a rule is very easy to train, being highly intelligent and more docile and biddable. The man who owns a good dog of this breed, whether he uses it as a retriever for driven birds, works it in a team, or uses it as his sole companion when he goes gunning, possesses a treasure. The great success of these spaniels in the field trials promoted by both the societies which foster those most useful institutions is enough to prove this, and more convincing still is the tenacity with which the fortunate possessors of old strains, mostly residents in the immediate neighborhood of the original home of the breed, have held on to them and continued to breed and use them year after year for many generations. As a show dog, his massive frame, powerful limbs, pure white coat, with its pale lemon markings and frecklings, and above all, his solemn and majestic aspect, mark him out as a true aristocrat, with all the beauty of refinement which comes from a long line of cultured ancestors. All research so far has failed to carry their history back any further than the last quarter of the 18th century. About that time the Duc de Noailles presented some spaniels, probably his whole kennel, which he brought from France, to the second Duke of Newcastle, from whose place, Clumber Park, the breed has taken its name. Beyond this it seems impossible to go. Indeed, the Clumber seems to be generally looked upon as a purely English breed. From Clumber Park specimens found their way to most of the other great houses in the neighborhood, notably to Althorpe Park, Welbeck Abbey, Birdsall House, Thoresby Hall, and Osberton Hall. It is from the kennels at the last named place, owned by Mr. Foljambe, that most of the progenitors of the Clumbers which have earned notoriety derive their origin. Nearly all the most famous show winners of early days were descended from Mr. Foljambe's dogs, and his beau may perhaps be considered one of the most important pillars of the stud, as he was the sire of Nabob, a great prize winner, and considered one of the best of his day, who belonged at various times during his career to such famous showmen as Messrs. Phineas Bullock, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Rawdon Lee, and Mr. G. Oliver. There has been a great deal of lamentation lately among old breeders and exhibitors about the decadence of the breed and the loss of the true old type possessed by these dogs. But despite all they can say to the contrary, the Clumber is now in a more flourishing state than it ever has been, and although perhaps we have not now, nor have had for the last decade, a John O'Gaunt or a Tower, There have been a large number of dogs shown during that time who possessed considerable merit, and would probably have held their own even in the days of these bygone heroes. Some of the most notable have been Bailey Fryer, Beechgrove Donnelly, Goring of Auchentorley, Hempstead Toby, and Preston Shot, who all earned the coveted title of champion. The field trials have, no doubt, had a great deal to do with the largely augmented popularity of the breed and the great increase in the number of those who own clumbers. For the first 2 or 3 years after these were truly established, no other breed seemed to have a chance with them, and even now, though both English and Welsh Springers have done remarkably well, they more than hold their own. The most distinguished performer by far was Mr. Winton Smith's Beechgrove B, a bitch whose work was practically faultless, and the first field trial champion among spaniels. Other good clumbers who earned distinction in the field were Beechgrove Minette, Beechgrove Maud, the Duke of Portland's Welbeck Sambo, and Mr. Phillips' Rivington Honey, Rivington Pearl, and Rivington Reel. The points and general description of the breed as published by both the Spaniel Club and the Clumber Spaniel Club are identical. They are as follows: head, large, square, and massive, of medium length, broad on top, with a decided occiput, heavy brows with a deep stop, heavy freckled muzzle, with well-developed flew. Eyes dark amber, slightly sunk. A light or prominent eye objectionable. Ears, large, vine-leaf shaped, and well covered with straight hair and hanging slightly forward, the feather not to extend below the leather. Neck, very thick and powerful, and well feathered underneath. Body, including size and symmetry, long and heavy, and near the ground. Weight of dogs about 55 pounds to 65 pounds, bitches about 45 pounds to 55 pounds, nose square and flesh-colored. Shoulders and chest, wide and deep, shoulders strong and muscular. Back and loin, back straight, broad and long, loin powerful, well let down in flank. Hindquarters, very powerful and well developed. Stern, set low, well feathered, and carried about level with the back. Feet and legs, feet large and round, well covered with hair, legs short, thick and strong, hocks low. Coat, long, abundant, soft and straight. Color, plain white with lemon markings, orange permissible but not desirable, slight head markings with white body preferred. General appearance should be that of a long, low, heavy, very massive dog, with a thoughtful expression. 4. The Sussex Spaniel. This is one of the oldest of the distinct breeds of land spaniels now existing in the British Islands, and probably also the purest in point of descent, since it has for many years past been confined to a comparatively small number of kennels, the owners of which have always been at considerable pains to keep their strains free from any admixture of foreign blood. The modern race of Sussex Spaniels, as we know it, owes its origin in the main to the kennel kept by Mr. Fuller at Rosehill Park, Brightling, near Hastings. This gentleman, who died in 1847, is said to have kept his strain for 50 years or more, and to have shot over them almost daily during the season, but at his death they were dispersed by auction, and none of them can be traced with any accuracy except a dog and a bitch which were given at the time to Ralph, the head keeper. Ralph survived his master for 40 years, and kept up his interest in the breed to the last. He used to say that the golden tinge peculiar to the Rosehill breed came from a bitch which had been mated with a dog belonging to Dr. Watts, of Battle, and that every now and then what he termed a sandy pup would turn up in her litters. Owing to an outbreak of dumb madness in the Rosehill kennels, a very large number of its occupants either died or had to be destroyed, and this no doubt accounted for the extreme scarcity of the breed when several enthusiasts began to revive it about the year 1870. Mr. Saxby and Mr. Marchant are said to have had the same strain as that at Rosehill, and certainly one of the most famous sires who is to be found in most Sussex pedigrees was Buckingham, by Marchant's rover out of Saxby's fan. It was from the union of Buckingham, who was claimed to be pure Rosehill, with Beb's daughter Peggy that the great bachelor resulted, a dog whose name is to be found in almost every latter-day pedigree, though Mr. Campbell Newington's strain, to which has descended the historic prefix, Rosehill, contains less of this blood than any other. About 1879 Mr. T. Jacobs, of Newton Abbot, took up this breed with great success, owning, amongst other good specimens, Russet, Dally, Brunette, and Bachelor 3, the latter a dog whose services at the stud cannot be estimated too highly. When this kennel was broken up in 1891, the best of the Sussex Spaniels were acquired by Mr. Wolland, and from that date this gentleman's kennel carried all before it until it in turn was broken up and dispersed in 1905. So successful was Mr. Wolland that one may almost say that he beat all other competitors off the field, though one of them, Mr. Campbell Newington, stuck most gallantly to him all through. Mr. Campbell Newington has been breeding Sussex Spaniels for over a quarter of a century with an enthusiasm and tenacity worthy of the warmest admiration, and his strain is probably the purest, and more full of the original blood than any other. His kennel has always maintained a very high standard of excellence, and many famous show specimens have come from it, notably Rose Hill Ruler II, a splendid Sussex, scarcely inferior to Bridford Giddy, Romulus, Rowan, Rita, Rush, Rock, Rag, and Ranji, and many others of almost equal merit. Colonel Claude Kane's Kennel of Sussex, started from a Wolland-bred foundation, has been going for some 17 years, the best he has shown being Jonathan Swift, Selbridge Eldorado, and Selbridge Chrysolite. The breed has always had a good character for work, and most of the older writers who mention them speak of Sussex Spaniels in very eulogistic terms. They are rather slow workers, but thoroughly conscientious and painstaking, and are not afraid of any amount of thick covert through which they will force their way, and seldom leave anything behind them. A well-bred Sussex Spaniel is a very handsome dog. Indeed, his beautiful color alone is enough to make his appearance an attractive one, even if he were unsymmetrical and ungainly in his proportions. This color, known as golden liver, is peculiar to the breed, and is the great touchstone and hallmark of purity of blood. No other dog has exactly the same shade of coat, which the word liver hardly describes exactly, as it is totally different from the ordinary liver color of an Irishman, a pointer, or even a Liverfield spaniel. It is rather a golden chestnut with a regular metallic sheen as of burnished metal, showing more especially on the head and face and everywhere where the hair is short. This is very apparent when a dog gets his new coat. In time, of course, it is liable to get somewhat bleached by sun and weather, when it turns almost yellow. Every expert knows this color well, and looks for it at once when judging a class of Sussex. The description of the breed given by the Spaniel Club is as follows. Head: the skull should be moderately long, and also wide, with an indentation in the middle, and a full stop, brows fairly heavy, occiput full, but not pointed, the whole giving an appearance of heaviness without dullness. Eyes hazel color, fairly large, soft, and languishing, not showing the haw overmuch. Nose: the muzzle should be about 3 inches long, square, and the lips somewhat pendulous. The nostrils well developed and liver color. Ears thick, fairly large, and lobe-shaped, set moderately low, but relatively not so low as in the Black Field Spaniel, carried close to the head, and furnished with soft wavy hair. Neck is rather short, strong, and slightly arched, but not carrying the head much above the level of the back. There should not be much throatiness in the skin, but well-marked frill in the coat. Chest and shoulders: the chest is round, especially behind the shoulders, deep and wide, giving a good girth. The shoulders should be oblique. Back and back ribs: the back and loin are long, and should be very muscular, both in width and depth. For this development the back ribs must be deep. The whole body is characterized as low, long, level, and strong. Legs and feet: the arms and thighs must be bony, as well as muscular, knees and hocks large and strong, pasterns very short and bony, feet large and round, and with short hair between the toes. The legs should be very short and strong, with great bone, and may show a slight bend in the forearm, and be moderately well feathered. The hind legs should not be apparently shorter than the forelegs, or be too much bent at the hocks, so as to give a settery appearance which is so objectionable. The hind legs should be well feathered above the hocks, but should not have much hair below that point. The hocks should be short and wide apart. Tail should be docked from 5 to 7 inches, set low, and not carried above the level of the back, thickly clothed with moderately long feather. Coat: body coat abundant, flat or slightly waved, with no tendency to curl, moderately well feathered on legs and stern, but clean below the hocks. Color: rich golden liver. This is a certain sign of the purity of the breed, dark liver or puce denoting unmistakably a recent cross with the black or other variety of Field Spaniel. General appearance: rather massive and muscular, but with free movements and nice tail action denoting a tractable and cheerful disposition. Weight from 35 pounds to 45 pounds. 6. The Field Spaniel. The modern Field Spaniel may be divided into two classes. Indeed, we may almost say at this stage of canine history, two breeds, as for several years past there has not been very much intermingling of blood between the blacks and those known by the awkward designation of any other variety, though, of course, all came originally from the same parent stock. The black members of the family have always been given the pride of place, and accounted of most importance, though latterly their party-colored brethren seem to have rather overtaken them. Among the really old writers there is one mention, and one only, of spaniels of a black color. Arcusius speaks of them, and of their being used in connection with the sport of hawking, but from his time up to the middle of the 19th century, though many colors are spoken of as being appropriate to the various breeds of spaniels, no author mentions black. The first strain of blacks of which we know much belonged to Mr. F. Burdett, and was obtained from a Mr. Footman, of Lutterworth, Leicestershire, who was supposed to have owned them for some time. Mr. Burdett's Bob and Frank may be found at the head of very many of the best pedigrees. At his death most of his spaniels became the property of Mr. Jones, of Oscott, and Mr. Phineas Bullock, of Bilston, the latter of whom was most extraordinarily successful, and owned a kennel of Field Spaniels which was practically unbeatable between the dates of the first Birmingham show in 1861 and the publication of the first volume of the Kennel Club's stud book in 1874, many, if not most, of the dogs which won for other owners having been bred by him. His Nellie and Bob, who won the chief prizes year after year at all the leading shows, were probably the two best specimens of their day. Another most successful breeder was Mr. W. Bolton, of Beverley, whose kennel produced many celebrated dogs, including Beverlac, said to be the largest Field Spaniel ever exhibited, and Rolfe, whose union with Bell produced 4 bitches who were destined, when mated with Nigger, a dog of Mr. Bullock's breeding, to form the foundation of the equally if not more famous kennel belonging to Mr. T. Jacobs, of Newton Abbot. It was Mr. Jacobs who, by judiciously mating his Sussex sires Bachelor 3, and others with these black-bred bitches, established the strain which in his hands and in those of his successors, Captain S. M. Thomas and Mr. Moses Willand, carried all before it for many years, and is still easily at the top of the tree, being the most sought for and highly prized of all on account of its quality. If black spaniels are not quite so popular at present as they were some years ago, the fault lies with those breeders, exhibitors, and judges, the latter being most to blame, who encouraged the absurd craze for excessive length of body and shortness of leg which not very long ago threatened to transform the whole breed into a race of cripples, and to bring it into contempt and derision among all practical men. No breed or variety of dog has suffered more from the injudicious fads and crazes of those showmen who are not sportsmen also. At one time among a certain class of judges, length and lowness was everything, and soundness, activity, and symmetry simply did not count. As happens to all absurd crazes of this kind when carried to exaggeration, public opinion has proved too much for it, but not before a great deal of harm has been done to a breed which is certainly ornamental, and can be most useful as well. Most of the prize winners of the present day are sound, useful dogs capable of work, and it is to be hoped that judges will combine to keep them so. The colored Field Spaniel has now almost invariably at the principal shows special classes allotted to him, and does not have to compete against his black brother, as used to be the case in former years. The systematic attempt to breed spaniels of various colors, with a groundwork of white, does not date back much more than a quarter of a century, and the greater part of the credit for producing this variety may be given to 3 gentlemen, Mr. F. E. Schofield, Dr. J. H. Spurgeon, and Mr. J. W. Robinson. In the early days of breeding blacks, When the bitches were mated either with Sussex or Liver and White Springers or Norfolk Spaniels, many party-colored puppies necessarily occurred, which most breeders destroyed. But it occurred to some of these gentlemen that a handsome and distinct variety might be obtained by careful selection, and they have certainly succeeded to a very great extent. The most famous names among the early sires are Dr. Spurgeon's Alonzo and his son Fop, and Mr. Robinson's Alva Dash, from one or other of whom nearly all the modern celebrities derive their descent. Those who have been, and are, interested in promoting and breeding these variety spaniels deserve a large amount of credit for their perseverance, which has been attended with the greatest success so far as producing color goes. No doubt there is a very great fascination in breeding for color, and in doing so there is no royal road to success, which can only be attained by the exercise of the greatest skill and the nicest discrimination in the selection of breeding stock. At the same time, color is not everything, and type and working qualities should never be sacrificed to it. This has too often been done in the case of colored field spaniels. There are plenty of beautiful blue roans, red roans, and tricolors, whether blue roan and tan or liver roan and tan, but nearly all of them are either cocktailed, weak in hindquarters, crooked-fronted, or houndy-headed, and showing far too much haw. In fact, in head and front the greater number of the tricolors remind one of the Basset hound almost as much as they do in color. It is to be hoped that color breeders will endeavor to get back the true spaniel type before it is too late. The points of both black and colored field spaniels are identical, bar color, and here it must be said that black and tan, liver and liver are not considered true variety colors, though of course they have to compete in those classes, but rather sports from black. The colors aimed at by variety breeders have all a ground color of white, and are black and white, blue roan, liver and white, red roan, liver white and tan, and tricolors or quadricolors, i.e., blue or red roan and tan, or both combined, with tan. The Spaniel Club furnishes the following description of the black field spaniel. Head should be quite characteristic of this grand sporting dog, as that of the bloodhound or the bulldog. Its very stamp and countenance should at once convey the conviction of high breeding, character, and nobility. Skull well developed, with a distinctly elevated occipital tuberosity, which, above all, gives the character alluded to. Not too wide across muzzle, long and lean, never snipy nor squarely cut, and in profile curving gradually from nose to throat, lean beneath eyes, a thickness here gives coarseness to the whole head. The great length of muzzle gives surface for the free development of the olfactory nerve, and thus secures the highest possible scenting powers. Eyes, not too full, but not small, receding or overhung, color dark hazel or dark brown, or nearly black, grave in expression, and bespeaking unusual docility and instinct. Ears, set low down as possible, which greatly adds to the refinement and beauty of the head, moderately long and wide, and sufficiently clad with nice setter-like feather. Neck very strong and muscular, so as to enable the dog to retrieve his game without undue fatigue. Not too short, however. Body, including size and symmetry, long and very low, well ribbed up to a good strong loin, straight or slightly arched, never slack, weight from about 35 pounds to 45 pounds, nose, well developed, with good open nostrils, and always black. Shoulders and chest, former sloping and free, latter deep and well developed, but not too round and wide. Back and loin, very strong and muscular, level and long in proportion to the height of the dog. Hindquarters, very powerful and muscular, wide, and fully developed. Stern, well set on, and carried low, if possible below the level of the back, in a perfectly straight line, or with a slight downward inclination, never elevated above the back, and in action always kept low, nicely fringed, with wavy feather of silky texture. Feet and legs, feet not too small, and well protected between the toes with soft feather, good strong pads. Legs straight and immensely boned, strong and short, and nicely feathered with straight or waved setter-like feather, overmuch feathering below the hocks objectionable. Coat, flat or slightly waved, and never curled. Sufficiently dense to resist the weather, and not too short. Silky in texture, glossy, and refined in nature, with neither duffelness on the one hand nor curl or wiriness on the other. On chest, underbelly, and behind the legs, there should be abundant feather, but never too much, and that of the right sort, viz., setter-like. The tail and hindquarters should be similarly adorned. Color, jet black throughout, glossy and true. A little white on chest, though a drawback, not a disqualification. General appearance, that of a sporting dog, capable of learning and doing anything possible for his inches and conformation. A grand combination of beauty and utility. 7. The English Springer. It is only quite recently that the Kennel Club has officially recognized the variety known by the name at the head of this section. For a long time the old-fashioned liver and white, or black spaniels, longer in the leg than either Sussex or Field spaniels, had been known as Norfolk spaniels, and under this title the Spaniel Club has published a description of them. There had, however, been a considerable amount of discussion about the propriety of this name of Norfolk, and the weight of the evidence adduced went to show that as far as any territorial connection with the county of that name went, it was a misnomer, and that it probably arose from the breed having been kept by one of the Dukes of Norfolk, most likely that one quoted by Blaine in his Rural Sports, who was so jealous of his strain that it was only on the expressly stipulated condition that they were not to be allowed to breed in the direct line that he would allow one to leave his kennels. But when this old breed was taken up by the Sporting Spaniel Society, they decided to drop the name of Norfolk, and to revert to the old title of Springer. Not, perhaps, a very happy choice, as all spaniels are, properly speaking, springers in contradistinction to setters. The complete official designation on the Kennel Club's register is English Springers other than Clumbers, Sussex, and Field. A very clumsy name for a breed. There is no doubt that this variety of spaniel retains more resemblance to the old strains which belonged to our forefathers, before the long and low idea found favor in the eyes of exhibitors, and it was certainly well worth preserving. The only way nowadays by which uniformity of type can be obtained is by somebody having authority drawing up a standard and scale of points for breeders to go by, and the Sporting Spaniel Society are to be commended for having done this for the breed under notice, the fruit of their action being already apparent in the larger and more uniform classes to be seen at shows. As the officially recognized life of the breed has been such a short one, there are naturally not very many names of note among the prize winners. The principal breeders and owners have so far been Mr. W. Arkwright, Mr. Harry Jones, Sir Hugo Fitzherbert, Mr. C. Bethune-Eversfield, and Mr. Winton Smith. They are undoubtedly the right dogs for those who want spaniels to travel faster and cover more ground than the more ponderous and short-legged Clumbers, Sussex, or Field spaniels do, but their work is hardly equal in finish and precision to that of either of the two former breeds. The following revised description of the English Springer has been issued by the Sporting Spaniel Society. Skull, long and slightly arched on top, fairly broad, with a stop, and well-developed temples. Jaws, long and broad, not snipey, with plenty of thin lip. Eyes, medium size, not too full, but bright and intelligent, of a rich brown. Ears, of fair length, low set, and lobular in shape. Neck, long, strong, and slightly arched. Shoulders, long and sloping. Forelegs, of a moderate length, straight, with flat, strong bone. Body strong, with well-sprung ribs, good girth, and chest deep and fairly broad. Loin, rather long, strong, and slightly arched. Hindquarters and hind legs, very muscular, hocks well let down, stifles moderately bent, and not twisted inwards or outwards. Feet, strong and compact. Stern, low carried, not above the level of the back, and with a vibratory motion. Coat, thick and smooth or very slightly wavy, it must not be too long. The feathering must be only moderate on the ears, and scanty on the legs, but continued down to the heels. Color, liver and black and white, with or without tan, fawn and white, yellow and white, also roans and self-colors of all these tints. The pied colors are preferable, however, as more easily seen in cover. General appearance, an active compact dog, upstanding, but by no means stilty. His height at shoulder should about equal his length from the top of the withers to the root of the tail. 8. The Welsh Springer. Like the English Springer, the Welsh Springer has only very recently come into existence, officially, that is to say. But his admirers claim for him that he has existed as a separate breed for a long time, though not beyond the bounds of the Principality, where he is referred to as the starter. When his claims were first put forward, they were vigorously contested by many who could claim to speak and write with authority upon the various breeds of spaniels existing in these islands, and it was freely asserted that they were nothing but crossbreds between the ordinary Springer and probably a Clumber, in order to account for the red or orange markings and the vine-leaf-shaped ears. Even if they are a new breed, they are a most meritorious one, both in their appearance, which is eminently sporting and workmanlike, and for the excellence of their work in the field, which has been amply demonstrated by the record earned at the field trials by Mr. A. T. Williams and others, but those who have seen them at work have nothing but good to say of them. And for working large rough tracts of country in teams, their admirers say they are unequaled. In appearance they are decidedly attractive, rather more lightly built than most spaniels, small in size, indeed very little larger than cockers, invariably white in color, with red or orange markings, and possessing rather fine heads with small Clumber-shaped ears. Their general appearance is that of extremely smart and active little dogs. The Welsh Springer is described by the Sporting Spaniel Society as follows. Skull: fairly long and fairly broad, slightly rounded with a stop at the eyes. Jaws: medium length, straight, fairly square, the nostrils well developed, and flesh-colored or dark. A short, chubby head is objectionable. Eyes: hazel or dark, medium size, not prominent, not sunken, nor showing haw. Ears: comparatively small and gradually narrowing towards the tip, covered with feather not longer than the ear, set moderately low and hanging close to the cheeks. Neck: strong, muscular, clean in throat. Shoulders: long and sloping. Forelegs: medium length, straight, good bone, moderately feathered. Body: strong, fairly deep, not long, well-sprung ribs. Length of body should be proportionate to length of leg. Loin: muscular and strong, slightly arched, well coupled up and knit together. Hindquarters and hind legs strong, hocks well let down, stifles moderately bent, not twisted in or out, not feathered below the hock on the leg. Feet: round, with thick pads. Stern: low, never carried above the level of the back, feathered, and with a lively motion. Coat: straight or flat and thick. Color: red or orange and white. General appearance: symmetrical, compact, strong, merry, active, not stilty, built for endurance and activity, and about 28 pounds, and upwards in weight, but not exceeding 45 pounds. 9. The Cocker Spaniel. For the last few years the popularity of this smaller sized branch of the Spaniel tribe has been steadily increasing, and the Cocker classes at most of the best shows are now remarkable both for the number of entries and the very high standard of excellence to which they attain. A short time ago black Cockers were decidedly more fashionable than their parti-colored relatives, but now the reverse is the case, and the various roans and tricolors have overtaken and passed the others, both in general quality and in the public esteem. The reason for this popularity of the breed as a whole is not far to seek. The affectionate and merry disposition of the Cocker and his small size compared with that of the other breeds preeminently fit him for a companion in the house as well as in the field, and he ranks among his admirers quite as many of the fair sex as he does men, a fact which is not without a certain element of danger, since it should never be lost sight of that the breed is a sporting one, which should on no account be allowed to degenerate into a race of mere house companions or toys. Small-sized spaniels, usually called Cockers, from their being more especially used in woodcock shooting, have been indigenous to Wales and Devonshire for many years, and it is most likely from one or both of these sources that the modern type has been evolved. It is probable, too, that the type in favor today, of a short coupled, rather cobby, dog, fairly high on the leg, is more like that of these old-fashioned Cockers than that which obtained a decade or two ago, when they were scarcely recognized as a separate breed, and the Spaniel classes were usually divided into Field Spaniels over 25 pounds and Field Spaniels under 25 pounds. In those days a large proportion of the prizes fell to miniature Field Spaniels. The breed was not given official recognition on the Kennel Club's register till 1893, nor a section to itself in the stud book, and up to that date the only real qualification a dog required to be enabled to compete as a cocker was that he should be under the weight of 25 pounds, a limit arbitrarily and somewhat irrationally fixed, since in the case of an animal just on the borderline he might very well have been a cocker before and a field spaniel after breakfast. It is not easy to find authentic pedigrees going back further than a quarter of a century, but Mr. C. A. Phillips can trace his own strain back to 1860, and Mr. James Farrow was exhibiting successfully 35 years ago. The former gentleman published the pedigree of his bitch Rivington Dora for 18 generations in extenso in the Sporting Spaniel, while the famous OBO strain of the latter may be said to have exercised more influence than any other on the black variety both in this country and in the United States. It was in 1880 that the most famous of all the pillars of the cocker stud, Mr. James Farrow's OBO, made his first bow to the public, he and his little sister Sally having been born the year before. He won the highest honors that the show bench can give, and the importance of his service to the breed both in his owner's kennel and outside it can scarcely be overestimated. Nearly all of the best blacks, and many of the best colored cockers, are descended from him. At this period the type mostly favored was that of a dog rather longer in the body and lower on the leg than it is at present, but the OBO family marked a progressive step, and very rightly kept on winning under all the best judges for many years, their owner being far too good a judge himself ever to exhibit anything but first-class specimens. Illustration: 3 generations of Mr. R. de C. Peel's Blue Roan Cocker Spaniels, C.H. Ben Bodler, father, C.H. Bob Bodler, son, and C.H. Dixon Bodler, grandson, from the painting by Lillian Cheviot. Meanwhile, although the blacks were far the most fashionable, and it was said that it was hopeless to try to get the same quality in colored specimens, several enthusiastic breeders for color were quietly at work, quite undismayed by the predilection shown by most exhibitors and judges for the former color. Among them was Mr. C. A. Phillips, whose 2 bitches from Mr. James Freem, of Wepper Hall, Flintshire, succeeded in breeding from one of them, whom he named Rivington Slow, the celebrated dog Rivington Signal, who, mated with Rivington Blossom, produced Rivington Bloom, who was in turn the dam of Rivington Redcoat. These dogs proved almost, if not quite, as valuable to the colored variety as OBO did to the blacks, and formed the foundation of Mr. J. M. Porter's celebrated Braeside strain which afterwards became so famous. During the last few years Mr. R. de Courcy Peel's kennel has easily held the pride of place in this variety. Most readers are no doubt familiar with the many beautiful cockers which have appeared in the show ring and carried off so many prizes under the distinguishing affix Bodler. His kennel was built up on a Braeside foundation, and has contained at one time or other such flyers as Ben Bodler, Bob Bodler, Rufus Bodler, Dixon Bodler, Eva Bodler, Mary Bodler, Bluecoat Bodler, Susan Bodler, and others, and Ben and Bob have also been, as sires, responsible for the success of a good many dogs hailing from other kennels. He has also been fairly successful with blacks, which, however, have usually been purchased and not bred by him, the 2 best being Master Reuben, bred by Miss Joan Godfrey, and Jetsam Bodler, a bitch who has distinguished herself both in the ring and in the field. Colored cockers are certainly booming just now, and as a consequence the blacks, who are equally worthy of support, are being rather neglected. Certainly it is the case that whereas one sees at most shows big classes of the former filled with a good level lot with hardly a bad specimen amongst them, the classes devoted to the latter, besides not being so well filled, are much more uneven, and always contain a large proportion of weeds and toys. A few years ago the black classes were immeasurably superior to the colored, and it is to be hoped that in the near future they will regain at least a position of equality with them. At the last few field trial meetings the Spaniel Club has provided classes confined to cockers, which have filled fairly well, and enabled the small breed to demonstrate that it can in its way be quite as useful as its larger cousins. A cocker can very often go and work as well where a larger spaniel cannot even creep, and for working really thick hedgerows or gorse has no superior. There seems to be every prospect of a brilliant future, and increased popularity for this charming breed. Its interests are looked after both by the Spaniel Club and the comparatively newly formed Cocker Spaniel Club, and it is also quite as much in favor on the other side of the Atlantic as it is in the United Kingdom. Indeed, the classes in America and Canada compare very favorably with our own. The descriptive particulars of the breed are: head, not so heavy in proportion and not so high in occiput as in the modern Field Spaniel, with a nicely developed muzzle or jaw, lean, but not snipy, and yet not so square as in the Clumber or Sussex varieties, but always exhibiting a sufficiently wide and well-developed nose. Forehead perfectly smooth, rising without a too decided stop from muzzle into a comparatively wide and rounded, well-developed skull, with plenty of room for brain power. Eyes full, but not prominent, hazel or brown colored, with a general expression of intelligence and gentleness, though decidedly wide-awake, bright and merry, never goggled nor weak as in the King Charles and Blenheim kinds. Ears, lobular, set on low, leather fine and not exceeding beyond the nose, well clothed with long silky hair, which must be straight or wavy, no positive curls or ringlets. Neck, strong and muscular, and neatly set onto fine sloping shoulders. Body, including size and symmetry, not quite so long and low as in the other breeds of spaniels, more compact and firmly knit together, giving the impression of a concentration of power and untiring activity. Weight. The weight of a Cocker Spaniel of either sex should not exceed 25 pounds, or be less than 20 pounds. Any variation either way should be penalized. Nose. Sufficiently wide and well developed to ensure the exquisite scenting powers of this breed. Shoulders and chest, the former sloping and fine, chest deep and well developed, but not too wide and round to interfere with the free action of the forelegs. Back and loin, immensely strong and compact in proportion to the size and weight of the dog, slightly sloping towards the tail. Hindquarters, wide, well-rounded, and very muscular, so as to ensure untiring action and propelling power under the most trying circumstances of a long day, bad weather, rough ground, and dense covert. Stern, that most characteristic of blue blood in all the Spaniel family may, in the lighter and more active Cocker, although set low down, be allowed a slightly higher carriage than in the other breeds, but never cocked up over, but rather in a line with the back, though the lower its carriage and action the better, and when at work its action should be incessant in this, the brightest and merriest of the whole Spaniel family. Feet and legs. The legs should be well boned, feathered and straight, for the tremendous exertions expected from this grand little sporting dog, and should be sufficiently short for concentrated power, but not too short as to interfere with its full activity. Feet firm, round, and cat-like, not too large, spreading, and loose-jointed. This distinct breed of Spaniel does not follow exactly on the lines of the larger Field Spaniel, either in lengthiness, lowness, or otherwise, but is shorter in the back, and rather higher on the legs. Coat, flat or waved, and silky in texture, never wiry, woolly, or curly, with sufficient feather of the right sort, viz., waved or setter-like, but not too profuse and never curly. General appearance, confirmatory of all indicated above, viz., a concentration of pure blood and type, sagacity, docility, good temper, affection, and activity. Chapter 26. The Basset Hound. The Basset was not familiarly known to British sportsmen before 1863, in which year specimens of the breed were seen at the first exhibition of dogs held in Paris, and caused general curiosity and admiration among English visitors. In France, however, this hound has been used for generations, much as we use our spaniel, as a finder of game in covert, and it has long been a popular sporting dog in Russia and Germany. In early times it was chiefly to be found in Artois and Flanders, where it is supposed to have had its origin, but the home of the better type of Basset is now chiefly in La Vendée, in which department some remarkably fine strains have been produced. There are three main strains of the French Basset: the Lane, the Coutroux, and the Griffon. The Griffon Basset is a hound with a hard bristly coat, and short, crooked legs. It has never found great favor here. The Lane hounds are derived from the kennels of M. Lane, of Franqueville, Baux, Saint-Inferieur, and are also very little appreciated in this country. They are a lemon and white variety, with torse or bent legs. The Couturc's hounds were a type bred up into a strain by Comte le Couturc's de Canteleu. They were tricolor, with straight, short legs, of sounder constitution than other strains, with the make generally of a more agile hound, and in the pedigree of the best Bassets owned in this country 15 years ago, when the breed was in considerable demand. Comte de Couturc's strain was prominent, and always sought for. With careful selection and judicious breeding we have now produced a beautiful hound of fine smooth coat, and a rich admixture of markings, with a head of noble character, and the best of legs and feet. Their short, twinkling legs make our Bassets more suitable for covert hunting than for hunting hares in the open, to which latter purpose they have frequently been adapted with some success. Their note is resonant, with wonderful power for so small a dog, and in tone it resembles the voice of the bloodhound. The Basset hound is usually very good-tempered and not inclined to be quarrelsome with his kennel mates. But he is willful, and loves to roam apart in search of game, and is not very amenable to discipline when alone. On the other hand, he works admirably with his companions in the pack, when he is most painstaking and indefatigable. Endowed with remarkable powers of scent, he will hunt a drag with keen intelligence. There are now several packs of Bassets kept in England, and they show very fair sport after the hares, but it is not their natural vocation, and their massive build is against the possibility of their becoming popular as harriers. The general custom is to follow them on foot, although occasionally some sportsmen use ponies. Their pace, however, hardly warrants the latter expedient. On the continent, where big game is more common than with us, the employment of the Basset is varied. He is a valuable help in the tracking of boar, wolf, and deer, and he is also frequently engaged in the lighter pastimes of pheasant and partridge shooting. The Earl of Onslow and the late Sir John Everett Millais were among the earliest importers of the breed into England. They both had recourse to the kennels of Count Couturc's. Sir John Millais' model was the first Basset hound exhibited at an English dog show at Wolverhampton in 1875. Later owners and breeders of prominence were Mr. G. Krell, Mrs. Stokes, Mrs. C. Ellis, and Mrs. Mabel Tatai. As with most imported breeds, the Basset hound when first exhibited was required to undergo a probationary period as a foreign dog in the variety class at the principal shows. It was not until 1880 that a class was provided for it by the Kennel Club. It is to be regretted that owners of this beautiful hound are not more numerous. Admirable specimens are still to be seen at the leading exhibitions, but the breed is greatly in need of encouragement. At the present time, the smooth dog hound taking the foremost place in the estimate of our most capable judges is Mr. W. White's C.H. Lululu, bred by Mrs. Tatai, by C.H. Lewis Le Beau out of Sabella. Mr. Croxton Smith's Waverer is also a dog of remarkably fine type. Among bitch hounds, Sandringham Dido, the favorite of Her Majesty the Queen, ranks as the most perfect of her kind. The rough or Griffin Basset, introduced into England at a later date than the smooth, has failed for some reason to receive great attention. In type it resembles the shaggy Otterhound, and as at present favored it is larger and higher on the leg than the smooth variety. Their coloring is less distinct, and they seem generally to be lemon and white, gray and sandy red. Their note is not so rich as that of the smooth variety. In France the rough and the smooth Bassets are not regarded as of the same race, but here some breeders have crossed the two varieties, with indifferent consequences. Some beautiful specimens of the rough Basset have from time to time been sent to exhibition from the Sandringham kennels. His Majesty the King has always given affectionate attention to this breed, and has taken several first prizes at the leading shows, latterly with Sandringham Bobs, bred in the home kennels by Sandringham Babel ex Saracenesca. Perhaps the most explicit description of the perfect Basset hound is still that compiled 25 years ago by Sir John Millais. It is at least sufficiently comprehensive and exact to serve as a guide. The Basset, for its size, has more bone, perhaps, than nearly any other dog. The skull should be peaked like that of the bloodhound, with the same dignity and expression, the nose black, although some of my own have white about theirs, and well flued. For the size of the hound I think the teeth are extremely small. However, as they are not intended to destroy life, this is probably the reason. The ears should hang like the bloodhound's, and are like the softest velvet drapery. The eyes are a deep brown, and are brimful of affection and intelligence. They are pretty deeply set, and should show a considerable haw. A Basset is one of those hounds incapable of having a wicked eye. The neck is long, but of great power, and in the Basset ajam's torsos the flews extend very nearly down to the chest. The chest is more expansive than even in the Bulldog, and should in the Basset's ajam's torsos be not more than 2 inches from the ground. In the case of the Basset's ajam's demi-torsos and jams droits, being generally lighter, their chests do not, of course, come so low. The shoulders are of great power, and terminate in the crooked feet of the Basset, which appear to be a mass of joints. The back and ribs are strong, and the former of great length. The stern is carried gaily, like that of hounds in general, and when the hound is on the scent of game this portion of his body gets extremely animated, and tells me, in my own hounds, when they have struck a fresh or a cold scent, and I even know when the foremost hound will give tongue. The hindquarters are very strong and muscular, the muscles standing rigidly out down to the hocks. The skin is soft in the smooth-haired dogs, and like that of any other hound, but in the rough variety it is like that of the otter hounds. Color, of course, is a matter of fancy, although I infinitely prefer the tricolor, which has a tan head and a black and white body. Chapter 27: The Dachshund. Persons unfamiliar with the sporting properties of this long-bodied breed are apt to refer smilingly to the Dachshund as the dog that is sold by the yard, and few even of those who know him give credit to the debonair little fellow for the grim work which he is intended to perform in doing battle with the vicious badger in its lair. Dachshund means badger dog, and it is a title fairly and squarely earned in his native Germany. Given proper training, he will perform the duties of several sporting breeds rolled into one. Possessing a wonderful nose, combined with remarkable steadiness, his kind will work out the coldest scent, and once fairly on the line they will give plenty of music and get over the ground at a pace almost incredible. Dachshunds hunt well in a pack, and though it is not their recognized vocation, they can be successfully used on hare, on fox, and any form of vermin that wears a furry coat. But his legitimate work is directed against the badger, in locating the Brock underground, worrying and driving him into his innermost earth, and there holding him until dug out. It is no part of his calling to come to close grips, though that often happens in the confined space in which he has to work. In this position a badger with his powerful claws digs with such energy and skill as rapidly to bury himself, and the Dachshund needs to be provided with such apparatus as will permit him to clear his way and keep in touch with his formidable quarry. The badger is also hunted by Dachshunds above ground, usually in the mountainous parts of Germany, and in the growing crops of maize on the lower slopes, where the vermin work terrible havoc in the evening. In this case the badger is rounded up and driven by the dogs up to the guns which are posted between the game and their earths. For this sport the dog used is heavier, coarser, and of larger build, higher on the leg, and more generally houndy in appearance. Dachshunds are frequently used for deer driving, in which operation they are especially valuable, as they work slowly, and do not frighten or overrun their quarry, and can penetrate the densest undergrowth. Packs of Dachshunds may sometimes be engaged on wild boar, and, as they are web-footed and excellent swimmers, there is no doubt that their terrier qualities would make them useful assistants to the otterhound. Apropos of their capabilities in the water, it is the case that a year or two ago, at Offenbach on Main, at some trials arranged for life-saving by dogs, a Dachshund carried off the first prize against all comers. As a companion in the house the Dachshund has perhaps no compeer. He is a perfect gentleman, cleanly in his habits, obedient, unobtrusive, incapable of smallness, affectionate, very sensitive to rebuke or to unkindness, and amusingly jealous. As a watch he is excellent, quick to detect a strange footstep, valiant to defend the threshold, and to challenge with deep voice any intruder, yet sensibly discerning his master's friends, and not annoying them with prolonged growling and grumbling as many terriers do when a stranger is admitted. Properly brought up, he is a perfectly safe and amusing companion for children, full of animal spirits, and ever ready to share in a romp, even though it be accompanied by rough and tumble play. In Germany, where he is the most popular of all dogs, large or small, he is to be found in every home, from the Emperor's palace downwards, and his quaint appearance, coupled with his entertaining personality, is daily seized upon by the comic papers to illustrate countless jokes at his expense. The origin of the dachshund is not very clear. Some writers have professed to trace the breed or representations of it on the monuments of the Egyptians. Some aver that it is a direct descendant of the French Basset Hound, and others that he is related to the old Turnspitz, the dogs so excellent in kitchen service, of whom Dr. Caius wrote that, "When any meat is to be roasted they go into a wheel, where they, turning about with the weight of their bodies, so diligently look to their business that no drudge nor scullion can do the feat more cunningly, whom the popular sort hereupon term Turnspitz." Certainly the dog commonly used in this occupation was long of body and short of leg, very much resembling the dachshund. In all probability the dachshund is a manufactured breed, a breed evolved from a large type of hound intermixed with a terrier to suit the special conditions involved in the pursuit and extermination of a quarry that, unchecked, was capable of seriously interfering with the cultivation of the land. He comprises in his small person the characteristics of both hound and terrier, his wonderful powers of scent, his long, pendulous ears, and for his size, enormous bone, speak of his descent from the hound that hunts by scent. In many respects he favors the bloodhound, and one may often see dachshunds which, having been bred from parents carefully selected to accentuate some fancy point, have exhibited the very pronounced peak, occipital bone, the protruding haw of the eye, the loose dewlap, and the color markings characteristic of the bloodhound. His small stature, iron heart, and willingness to enter the earth bespeak the terrier cross. The dachshund was first introduced to this country in sufficient numbers to merit notice in the early 60s, and speedily attracting notice by his quaint formation and undoubted sporting instincts, soon became a favorite. At first appearing at shows in the foreign dog class, he quickly received a recognition of his claims to more favored treatment, and was promoted by the Kennel Club to a special classification as a sporting dog. Since then his rise has been rapid, and he now is reckoned as one of the numerically largest breeds exhibited. Unfortunately, however, he has been little, if ever, used for sport in the sense that applies in Germany, and this fact, coupled with years of breeding from too small a stock, or stock too nearly related, and the insane striving after the fanciful and exaggerated points demanded by judges at dog shows, many of whom never saw a dachshund at his legitimate work, has seriously affected his usefulness. He has deteriorated in type, lost grit and sense too, and is often a parody of the true type of dachshund that is to be found in his native land. To the reader who contemplates possessing one or more dachshunds, a word of advice may be offered. Whether you want a dog for sport, for show, or as a companion, endeavor to get a good one, a well-bred one. To arrive at this, do not buy from an advertisement on your own knowledge of the breed, but seek out an expert amateur breeder and exhibitor, and get his advice and assistance. If you intend to start a kennel for show purposes, do not buy a high-priced dog at a show, but start with a well-bred bitch, and breed your own puppies, under the guidance of the aforementioned expert. In this way, and by rearing and keeping your puppies till they are of an age to be exhibited, and at the same time carefully noting the awards at the best shows, you will speedily learn which to retain, and the right type of dog to keep and breed for, and in future operations you will be able to discard inferior puppies at an earlier age. But it is a great mistake, if you intend to form a kennel for show purposes, to sell or part with your puppies too early. It is notorious with all breeds that puppies change very much as they grow. The best looking in the nest often go wrong later, and the ugly duckling turns out the best of the litter. This is especially true of dachshunds, and it requires an expert to pick the best puppy of a litter at a month or two old, and even he may be at fault unless the puppy is exceptionally well reared. To rear dachshund puppies successfully, you must not overload them with fat. Give them strengthening food that does not lay on flesh. Lean, raw beef, finely chopped, is an excellent food once or twice a day for the first few months, and though this comes expensive, it pays in the end. Raw meat is supposed to cause worm troubles, but these pests are also found where meat is not given, and in any case a puppy is fortified with more strength to withstand them if fed on raw meat than otherwise, and a good dosing from time to time will be all that is necessary to keep him well and happy. Young growing puppies must have their freedom to gambol about, and get their legs strong. Never keep the puppies cooped up in a small kennel run or house. If you have a fair-sized yard, give them the run of that, or even the garden. In spite of what your gardener may say, they may do a little damage to the flowers, but will assuredly do good to themselves. They love to dig in the soft borders. Digging is second nature to them, and is of great importance in their development. If you have not a garden, or if the flowers are too sacred, it is better to place your puppies as early as possible with respectable cottagers, or small farmers, especially the latter, with whom they will have entire freedom to run about, and will not be overfed. If you intend to show your puppies, you should begin some time in advance to school them to walk on the lead and to stand quiet when ordered to. Much depends on this in the judging ring, where a dog who isn't used to being on a lead often spoils his chances of appearing at his best under the, to him, strange experiences of restraint which the lead entails. During the past 25 years, the names of two particular dachshunds stand out head and shoulders above those of their competitors, champions Jackdaw and Pterodactyl. Jackdaw had a wonderful record, having, during a long show career, never been beaten in his class from start to finish, and having won many valuable prizes. He was credited with being the most perfect dachshund that had ever been seen in England, and probably as good as anything in Germany. Ch. Jackdaw was a black and tan dog, bred and owned by Mr. Harry Jones, of Ipswich. He was sired by Ch. Charcow, out of Wagtail, and born July 20, 1886. Through his dam he was descended from a famous bitch, Thusnelda, who was imported by Mr. Moody in the early 80s. She was a winner of high honors in Hanover. The name of Jackdaw figures in all the best pedigrees of today. Ch. Pterodactyl was born in 1888, and bred by Mr. Willink. He was in a measure an outcross from the standard type of the day, and his dam, whose pedigree is in dispute, was thought to have been imported. After passing through one or two hands he was purchased by Mr. Harry Jones, and in his kennel speedily made a great name in the show ring and at the stud, and was eventually sold for a high price to Mr. Sidney Woodhouse, who at that period had the largest kennel of dachshunds in England. Ptero, as he was called, was a big, light red dog, with wonderful forequarters and great muscular development. He also possessed what is called a punishing jaw, and rather short ears, and looked a thorough business dog. He had an almost unbroken series of successes at shows in England, and being taken to Germany, in the days before the quarantine regulations, he took the highest honors in the heavyweight class, and a special prize for the best dachshund of all classes. This dog became the favorite sire of his day, and the fashionable color. The black and tan thereupon went quite out of favor, and this fact, coupled with the reckless amount of inbreeding of red to red that has been going on since Ptero's day, accounts largely for the prevalence of light eyes, pink noses, and bad-colored coats of the dachshunds, as a class, today. There are, strictly speaking, 3 varieties of dachshund: A. the short-haired, B. the long-haired, and C. the rough-haired. Of these we most usually find the first named in England, and they are no doubt the original stock. Of the others, though fairly numerous in Germany, very few are to be seen in this country, and although 1 or 2 have been imported, the type has never seemed to appeal to exhibitors. Both the long-haired and rough-haired varieties have no doubt been produced by crosses with other breeds, such as the Spaniel and probably the Irish Terrier, respectively. In the long-haired variety the hair should be soft and wavy, forming lengthy plumes under the throat, lower parts of the body, and the backs of the legs, and it is longest on the underside of the tail, where it forms a regular flag like that of a setter or spaniel. The rough-haired variety shows strongly a terrier cross by his varmint expression and short ears. The Germans also subdivide by color, and again for show purposes by weight. These subdivisions are dealt with in their proper order in the standard of points, and it is only necessary to say here that all the varieties, colors, and weights are judged by the same standard except in so far as they differ in texture of coat. At the same time, the Germans themselves do not regard the dappled dachshunds as yet so fixed in type as the original colored dogs, and this exception must also apply to the long and the rough-haired varieties. The following German standard of points embodies a detailed description of the breed. General appearance and disposition. In general appearance, the dachshund is a very long and low dog, with compact and well-muscled body, resting on short, slightly crooked forelegs. A long head and ears, with bold and defiant carriage and intelligent expression. In disposition, the dachshund is full of spirit, defiant when attacked, aggressive even to foolhardiness when attacking, in play amusing and untiring, by nature willful and unheeding. Head, long, and appearing conical from above, and from a side view, tapering to the point of the muzzle, wedge-shaped. The skull should be broad rather than narrow, to allow plenty of brain room, slightly arched, and fairly straight, without a stop, but not deep or snipey. Eyes medium in size, oval, and set obliquely, with very clear, sharp expression and of a dark color, except in the case of the liver and tan, when the eyes may be yellow, and in the dapple, when the eyes may be light or wall-eyed. Nose, preferably deep black. The flesh-colored and spotted noses are allowable only in the liver and tan and dapple varieties. Ears, set on moderately high or, seen in profile, above the level of the eyes, well back, flat, not folded, pointed, or narrow, hanging close to the cheeks, very mobile, and when at attention carried with the back of the ear upward and outward. Neck moderately long, with slightly arched nape, muscular and clean, showing no dewlap, and carried well up and forward. Forequarters, his work underground demands strength and compactness, and therefore, the chest and shoulder regions should be deep, long, and wide. The shoulder blade should be long, and set on very sloping, the upper arm of equal length with, and at right angles to, the shoulder blade, strong-boned and well-muscled, and lying close to ribs, but moving freely. The lower arm is slightly bent inwards, and the feet should be turned slightly outwards, giving an appearance of crooked, legs approximating to the cabriole of a Chippendale chair. Straight, narrow, short shoulders are always accompanied by straight, short, upper arms, forming an obtuse angle, badly developed brisket and keel, or chicken breast, and the upper arm being thrown forward by the weight of the body behind causes the legs to knuckle over at the knees. Broad, sloping shoulders, on the other hand, ensure soundness of the forelegs and feet. Legs and feet. Forelegs very short and strong in bone, slightly bent inwards, seen in profile, moderately straight and never bending forward or knuckling over. Feet large, round, and strong, with thick pads, compact and well-arched toes, nails strong and black. The dog must stand equally on all parts of the foot. Body should be long and muscular, the chest very oval, rather than very narrow and deep, to allow ample room for heart and lungs, hanging low between front legs. The brisket point should be high and very prominent, the ribs well sprung out towards the loins, not flat-sided. Loins short and strong. The line of back only slightly depressed behind shoulders and only slightly arched over loins. The hindquarters should not be higher than the shoulders, thus giving a general appearance of levelness. Hindquarters, the rump round, broad, and powerfully muscled, hip bone not too short, but broad and sloping, the upper arm, or thigh, thick, of good length, and jointed at right angles to the hip bone. The lower leg, or second thigh is, compared with other animals, short, and is set on at right angles to the upper thigh, and is very firmly muscled. The hind legs are lighter in bone than the front ones, but very strongly muscled, with well-rounded out buttocks, and the knee joint well developed. Seen from behind, the legs should be wide apart and straight, and not cowhocked. The dog should not be higher at the quarters than at shoulder. Stern, set on fairly high, strong at root, and tapering, but not too long. Neither too much curved nor carry too high, well, but not too much, feathered. A bushy tail is better than too little hair. Coat and skin, hair short and close as possible, glossy and smooth, but resistant to the touch if stroked the wrong way. The skin tough and elastic, but fitting close to the body. Color, one-colored. There are several self-colors recognized, including deep red, yellowish red, smutty red. Of these the dark, or cherry, red is preferable, and in this color light shadings on any part of the body or head are undesirable. Black is rare, and is only a sport from black and tan. Two-color, deep black, brown, liver or gray, with golden or tan markings, spots, over the eyes at the side of the jaw and lips, inner rim of ears, the breast, inside and back of legs, the feet, and under the tail for about 1/3 of its length. In the above-mentioned colors, white markings are objectionable. The utmost that is allowed being a small spot, or a few hairs, on the chest. Dappled, a silver-gray to almost white foundation color, with dark, irregular spots, small for preference, of dark gray, brown, tan, or black. The general appearance should be a bright, indefinite coloration, which is considered especially useful in a hunting dog. Weight. Dachshunds in Germany are classified by weight as follows: lightweight, dogs up to 16.5 pounds, bitches up to 15.5 pounds, middleweight, dogs up to 22 pounds, bitches up to 22 pounds, heavyweight, over 22 pounds, toys, up to 12 pounds. The German pound is 1/10 more than the English. The lightweight dog is most used for going to ground. Chapter 28: The Old Working Terrier. There can hardly have been a time since the period of the Norman conquest when the small earth dogs which we now call terriers were not known in these islands and used by sporting men as assistants in the chase, and by husbandmen for the killing of obnoxious vermin. The two little dogs shown in the Bayeux tapestry running with the hounds in advance of King Harold's hawking party were probably meant for terriers. Dame Juliana Berners in the 15th century did not neglect to include the terriers in her catalogue of sporting dogs, and 100 years later Dr. Caius gave pointed recognition to their value in unearthing the fox and drawing the badger. Another sort there is, wrote the doctor's translator in 1576, which hunteth the fox and the badger or grey only, whom we call terriers, because they, after the manner and custom of ferrets in searching for connies, creep into the ground, and by that means make afraid, nip and bite the fox and the badger in such sort that either they tear them in pieces with their teeth, baying in the bosom of the earth, or else hail and pull them perforce out of their lurking angles, dark dongians, and close caws, or at the least through cosent fear drive them out of their hollow harbors, insomuch that they are compelled to prepare speedy flight, and being desirous of the next, albeit not the safest, refuge, are otherwise taken and entrapped with snares and netties laid over holes to the same purpose. But these be the least in that kind called sagax. The color, size, and shape of the original terriers are not indicated by the early writers, and art supplies but vague and uncertain evidence. Nicholas Cox, who wrote of sporting dogs in the Gentleman's Recreation, 1667, seems to suggest that the type of working terrier was already fixed sufficiently to be divided into two kinds, the one having shaggy coats and straight limbs, the other smooth coats and short bent legs. Yet some years later another authority, Blom, in the same publication was more guarded in his statements as to the terrier type when he wrote, "Everybody that is a fox hunter is of opinion that he hath a good breed, and some will say that the terrier is a peculiar species of itself. I will not say anything to the affirmative or negative of the point." Searching for evidence on the subject, one finds that perhaps the earliest references to the colors of terriers were made by Daniel in his Field Sports at the end of the 18th century, when he described two sorts, the one rough, short-legged, and long-backed, very strong, and most commonly of a black or yellowish color, mixed with white, evidently a hound-marked dog, and another smooth-coated and beautifully formed, with a shorter body and more sprightly appearance, generally of a reddish-brown color, or black with tanned legs. Gilpin's portrait of Colonel Thornton's celebrated Pitch, painted in 1790, presents a terrier having a smooth white coat with a black patch at the set-on of the undocked tail, and black markings on the face and ears. The dog's head is badly drawn and small in proportion, but the body and legs and coloring would hardly disgrace the Totteridge kennels of today. Fox terriers of a noted strain were depicted from life by Ray Nagel in the Sportsman's Cabinet, published over 100 years ago, and in the text accompanying the engraving a minute account is given of the peculiarities and working capacities of the terrier. We are told that there were two breeds, the one wire-haired, larger, more powerful, and harder bitten, the other smooth-haired and smaller, with more style. The wire hairs were white with spots, the smooths were black and tan, the tan apparently predominating over the black. The same writer states that it was customary to take out a brace of terriers with a pack of hounds, a larger and a smaller one, the smaller dog being used in emergency when the earth proved to be too narrow to admit his bigger companion. It is well known that many of the old fox hunters have kept their special breeds of terrier, and the Belvoir, the Grove, and Lord Middletons are among the packs to which particular terrier strains have been attached. That even 100 years ago terriers were bred with care, and that certain strains were held in especial value, is shown by the recorded fact that a litter of 7 puppies was sold for 21 guineas, a good price even in these days, and that on one occasion so high a sum as 20 guineas was paid for a full-grown dog. At that time there was no definite and well-established breed recognized throughout the islands by a specific name. The embracing title of terrier included all the varieties which have since been carefully differentiated. But very many of the breeds existed in their respective localities awaiting national recognition. Here and there some squire or huntsman nurtured a particular strain and developed a type which he kept pure, and at many a manor house and farmstead in Devonshire and Cumberland, on many a Highland estate and Irish riverside where there were foxes to be hunted or otters to be killed, terriers of definite strain were religiously cherished. Several of these still survive, and are as respectable in descent and quite as important historically as some of the favored and fashionable champions of our time. They do not perhaps possess the outward beauty and distinction of type which would justify their being brought into general notice, but as workers they retain all the fire and verve that are required in dogs that are expected to encounter such vicious vermin as the badger and the fox. Some of the breeds of terriers seen nowadays in every dog show were equally obscure and unknown a few years back. 37 years ago the now popular Irish Terrier was practically unknown in England, and the Scottish Terrier was only beginning to be recognized as a distinct breed. The Welsh Terrier is quite a new introduction that a dozen or so years ago was seldom seen outside the Principality, and so recently as 1881 the Airedale was merely a local dog known in Yorkshire as the Waterside or the Bingley Terrier. Yet the breeds just mentioned are all of unimpeachable ancestry, and the circumstance that they were formerly bred within limited neighborhoods is in itself an argument in favor of their purity. We have seen the process of a sudden leap into recognition enacted during the past few years in connection with the White Terrier of the Western Highlands, a dog which was familiarly known in Argyllshire centuries ago, yet which has only lately emerged from the heathery hillsides around Paltalloch to become an attraction on the benches at the Crystal Palace and on the lawns of the Botanical Gardens. And the example suggests the possibility that in another decade or so the neglected Sealyham Terrier, the ignored terrier of the borders, and the almost forgotten Jack Russell strain, may have claimed a due recompense for their long neglect. There are lovers of the hard-bitten working, earth dogs, who still keep these strains inviolate, and who greatly prefer them to the better-known terriers whose natural activities have been too often atrophied by a system of artificial breeding to show points. Few of these old unregistered breeds would attract the eye of the fancier accustomed to judge a dog parading before him in the show ring. To know their value and to appreciate their sterling good qualities, one needs to watch them at work on badger or when they hit upon the line of an otter. It is then that they display the alertness and the daredevil courage which have won for the English terriers their name and fame. An excellent working terrier was the white, rough-haired strain kept by the Rev. John Russell in Devonshire and distributed among privileged sportsmen about Somersetshire and Gloucestershire. The working attributes of these energetic terriers have long been understood, and the smart, plucky little dogs have been constantly coveted by breeders all over the country, but they have never won the popularity they deserve. Those who have kept both varieties prefer the Russell to the Sealyham Terrier, which is nevertheless an excellent worker. It is on record that one of these, a bitch of only 9 pounds weight, fought and killed, single-handed, a full-grown dog fox. The Sealyham derives its breed name from the seat of the Edwards family, near Haverfordwest, in Pembrokeshire, where the strain has been carefully preserved for well over a century. It is a long-bodied, short-legged terrier, with a hard, wiry coat, frequently whole white, but also white with black or brown markings or brown with black. They may be as heavy as 17 pounds, but 12 pounds is the average weight. Some years ago the breed seemed to be on the downgrade, requiring fresh blood from a well-chosen outcross. One hears very little concerning them nowadays, but it is certain that when in their prime they possessed all the grit, determination, and endurance that are looked for in a good working terrier. A wire-haired black and tan terrier was once common in Suffolk and Norfolk, where it was much used for rabbiting, but it may now be extinct, or, if not extinct, probably identified with the Welsh Terrier, which it closely resembled in size and coloring. There was also in Shropshire a well-known breed of wire-hair terriers, black and tan, on very short legs, and weighing about 10 pounds, or 12 pounds, with long punishing heads and extraordinary working powers. So, too, in Lancashire and Cheshire one used to meet with sandy-coloured terriers of no very well authenticated strain, but closely resembling the present breed of Irish Terrier, and Squire Thornton, at his place near Pickering, in Yorkshire, had a breed of wire hairs tan in colour with a black stripe down the back. Then there is the Cowley strain, kept by the Cowleys of Callipers, near King's Langley. These are white wire-haired dogs marked like the Fox Terrier, and exceedingly game. Possibly the Elterwater Terrier is no longer to be found, but some few of them still existed a dozen years or so ago in the Lake District, where they were used in conjunction with the West Cumberland Otterhounds. They were not easily distinguishable from the better-known Border Terriers, of which there are still many strains, ranging from Northumberland, where Mr. T. Robson, of Bellingham, has kept them for many years, to Galloway and Ayrshire and the Lothians, where their coats become longer and less crisp. There are many more local varieties of the working terrier, as, for example, the Roseneth, which is often confused with the Paltalock, or White West Highlander, to whom it is possibly related, and the Pittenweem, with which the Paltalock Terriers are now being crossed, while Mrs. Alastair Campbell, of Ardrishaig, has a pack of Cairn Terriers which seem to represent the original type of the improved Scottie. Considering the great number of strains that have been preserved by sporting families and maintained in more or less purity to type, it is easy to understand how a new breed may become fashionable, and still claim the honor of long descent. They may not in all cases have the beauty of shape which is desired on the show bench, but it is well to remember that while our show terriers have been bred to the highest perfection, we still possess in Great Britain a separate order of earth dogs, that for pluckily following the fox and the badger into their lairs or bolting an otter from his holt cannot be excelled all the world over. Chapter 29: The White English Terrier. This dog, one would think, ought, by the dignified title which he bears, to be considered a representative national terrier, forming a fourth in the distinctively British quartet whose other members are the Scottish, the Irish, and the Welsh Terriers. Possibly in the early days when Pearson and Rucroft bred him to perfection it was hoped and intended that he should become a breed typical of England. He is still the only terrier who owns the national name, but he has long ago yielded pride of place to the Fox Terrier, and it is the case that the best specimens of his race are bred north of the border, while, instead of being the most popular dog in the land, he is actually one of the most neglected and the most seldom seen. At the Kennel Club show of 1909 there was not a single specimen of the breed on view, nor was one to be found at the recent shows at Edinburgh, Birmingham, Manchester, or Islington, nor at the National Terrier Show at Westminster. It is a pity that so smart and beautiful a dog should be suffered to fall into such absolute neglect. One wonders what the reason of it can be. Possibly it is that the belief still prevails that he is of delicate constitution, and is not gifted with a great amount of intelligence or sagacity. There is no doubt, however, that a potent factor in hastening the decline is to be found in the edict against cropping. Neither the White Terrier nor the Manchester Terrier has since been anything like so popular as they both were before April 1898, when the Kennel Club passed a law that dogs' ears must not be cropped. Writers on canine history, and Mr. Roddenly among the number, tell us that the English White Terrier is a comparatively new breed, and that there is no evidence to show where he originally sprang from, who produced him, or for what reason he was introduced. His existence as a distinct breed is dated back no longer than 40 years. This is about the accepted age of most of our named English Terriers. Half a century ago, before the institution of properly organized dog shows drew particular attention to the differentiation of breeds, the generic term, terrier, without distinction was applied to all earth dogs, and the consideration of color and size was the only common rule observed in breeding. But it would not be difficult to prove that a white terrier resembling the one now under notice existed in England as a separate variety many generations anterior to the period usually assigned to its recognition. In the National Portrait Gallery there is a portrait of Mary of Modena, Queen Consort of James II, painted in 1670 by William Wissing, who has introduced at the Queen's side a terrier that is undoubtedly of this type. The dog has slight brown or brindle markings on the back, as many English White Terriers have, and it is to be presumed that it is of the breed from which this variety is descended. Apart from color, there is not a great difference between the White English Terrier and the Manchester Black and Tan. But although they are of similar shape and partake much of the same general character, yet there is the distinction that in the Black and Tan the conservation of type is stronger and more noticeable than in the White, in which the correct shape and action are difficult to obtain. It ought naturally to be easier to breed a pure white dog from white parents than to breed correctly marked and well-tanned puppies from perfect Black and Tans. But the efforts of many breeders do not seem to support such a theory in connection with the English Terrier, whose litters frequently show the blemish of a spot of brindle or russet. These spots usually appear behind the ears or on the neck, and are of course a disfigurement on a dog whose coat to be perfect should be of an intense and brilliant white. It appears to be equally difficult to breed one which, while having the desired purity of color, is also perfect in shape and terrier character. It is to be noted, too, that many otherwise good specimens are deaf, a fault which seriously militates against the dog's possibilities as a companion or as a watch. Birmingham and Manchester were the localities in which the English Terrier was most popular 40 years ago, but it was Mr. Frederick White, of Clapham, who bred all the best of the white variety and who made it popular in the neighborhood of London. His terriers were of a strain founded by a dog named King Dick, and in 1863 he exhibited a notable team in Laddie, Fly, Teddy, and Nettle. Mr. S. E. Shirley M.P. was attracted to the breed, and possessed many good examples, as also did the Rev. J. W. Meller and Mr. J. H. Murchison. Mr. Alfred Benjamin Silvio was a prominent dog in 1877. Silvio was bred by Mr. James Rucroft, of Bolton, who owned a large kennel of this variety of terrier, and who joined with his townsman, Joe Walker, and with Bill Pearson in raising the breed to popularity in Lancashire. Bill Pearson was the breeder of Tim, who was considered the best terrier of his time, a dog of 14 pounds, with a brilliant white coat, the darkest of eyes, and a perfect black nose. It is apparent that the Whippet was largely used as a cross with the English Terrier, which may account to a great extent for the decline of terrier character in the breed. Wiser breeders had recourse to the more closely allied Bull Terrier. Mr. Shirley's prize-winning purity was by Tim out of a Bull Terrier bitch, and there is no doubt that whatever stamina remains in the breed has been supported by this cross. The following is the description laid down by the White English Terrier Club. Head, narrow, long and level, almost flat skull, without cheek muscles, wedge-shaped, well filled up under the eyes, tapering to the nose, and not lippy. Eyes small and black, set fairly close together, and oblong in shape. Nose perfectly black. Ears cropped and standing perfectly erect. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be fairly long and tapering from the shoulders to the head, with sloping shoulders, the neck being free from throatiness, and slightly arched at the occiput. Chest narrow and deep. Body short and curving upwards at the loins, sprung out behind the shoulders, back slightly arched at loins, and falling again at the joining of the tail to the same height as the shoulders. Legs perfectly straight and well under the body, moderate in bone, and of proportionate length. Feet nicely arched, with toes set well together, and more inclined to be round than hare-footed. Tail moderate length, and set on where the arch of the back ends, thick where it joins the body, tapering to a point, and not carried higher than the back. Coat close, hard, short, and glossy. Color pure white, colored marking to disqualify. Condition flesh and muscles to be hard and firm. Weight from 12 pounds to 20 pounds. Chapter 30. The Black and Tan Terrier. The Black and Tan, or Manchester, Terrier as we know him today is a comparatively new variety, and he is not to be confounded with the original Terrier with tan and black coloring which was referred to by Dr. Caius in the 16th century, and which was at that time used for going to ground and driving out badgers and foxes. Formerly there was but little regard paid to color and markings, and there was a considerably greater proportion of tan in the coat than there is at the present day, while the fancy markings, such as penciled toes, thumb marks, and kissing spots, were not cultivated. The general outline of the dog, too, was less graceful and altogether coarser. During the first half of the 19th century, the chief accomplishment of this terrier was rat-killing. There are some extraordinary accounts of his adroitness, as well as courage, in destroying these vermin. The feats of a dog called Billy are recorded. He was matched to destroy 100 large rats in 8 minutes and a half. The rats were brought into the ring in bags, and as soon as the number was complete, Billy was put over the railing into their midst. In 6 minutes and 35 seconds they were all destroyed. In another match he killed the same number in 6 minutes and 13 seconds. It was a popular terrier in Lancashire, and it was in this county that the refining process in his shape and coloring was practiced, and where he came by the name of the Manchester Terrier. Like the white English terriers, the black and tan has fallen on evil days. It is not a popular dog among fanciers, and although many good ones may be seen occasionally about the streets, the breed suffers from want of the care and attention that are incidental to the breeding and rearing of dogs intended for competition at shows. There are many who hold the opinion that one of the chief reasons for the decadence in the popularity of the black and tan terrier, notwithstanding its many claims to favor, is to be found in the loss of that very alert appearance which was a general characteristic before the Kennel Club made it illegal to crop the ears of such as were intended for exhibition. It must be admitted that until very recently there was a considerable amount of truth in the prevalent opinion, inasmuch as a rather heavy ear, if carried erect, was the best material to work upon, and from which to produce the long, fine, and upright, or pricked, effect which was looked upon as being the correct thing in a cropped dog. Hence it followed that no care was taken to select breeding stock likely to produce the small, semi-erect, well-carried, and thin ears required today. Consequently, when the edict forbidding the use of scissors came into force, there were very few smaller dogs to be found. It has taken at least 10 or a dozen years to eradicate the mischief, and even yet the cure is not complete. Another factor which has had a bad effect is the belief, which has become much too prevalent, that a great deal of faking has been practiced in the past, and that it has been so cleverly performed as to deceive the most observant judge, whereby a very artificial standard of quality has been obtained. The standard of points by which the breed should be judged is as follows. General appearance: a terrier calculated to take his own part in the rat pit, and not of the whippet type. Head: the head should be long, flat, and narrow, level and wedge-shaped, without showing cheek muscles, well filled up under the eyes, with tapering, tightly lipped jaws and level teeth. Eyes: the eyes should be very small, sparkling, and bright, set fairly close together and oblong in shape. Nose black. Ears: the correct carriage of ears is a debatable point since cropping has been abolished. Probably in the large breed the drop ear is correct, but for toys either erect or semi-erect carriage of the ear is most desirable. Neck and shoulders: the neck should be fairly long and tapering from the shoulders to the head, with sloping shoulders, the neck being free from throatiness and slightly arched at the occiput. Chest: the chest should be narrow but deep. Body: the body should be moderately short and curving upwards at the loin, ribs well sprung, back slightly arched at the loin and falling again at the joining of the tail to the same height as the shoulders. Feet: the feet should be more inclined to be cat than hare-footed. Tail: the tail should be of moderate length and set on where the arch of the back ends, thick where it joins the body, tapering to a point, and not carried higher than the back. Coat: the coat should be close, smooth, short, and glossy. Color: the coat should be jet black and rich mahogany tan, distributed over the body as follows. On the head the muzzle is tan to the nose, which with the nasal bone is jet black. There is also a bright spot on each cheek and above each eye. The underjaw and throat are tanned, and the hair inside the ears is the same color, the forelegs tanned up to the knee, with black lines, pencil marks, up each toe, and a black mark, thumb mark, above the foot, inside the hind legs tanned, but divided with black at the hock joints, and under the tail also tanned, and so is the vent, but only sufficiently to be easily covered by the tail. also slightly tanned on each side of the chest. Tan outside the hind legs, commonly called breeching, is a serious defect. In all cases, the black should not run into the tan, nor vice versa, but the division between the two colors should be well defined. Weight, for toys not exceeding 7 pounds, for the large breed from 10 to 20 pounds, is most desirable. Chapter 31 The Bull Terrier. The Bull Terrier is now a gentlemanly and respectably owned dog, wearing an immaculate white coat and a burnished silver collar. He has dealings with aristocracy, and is no longer contemned for keeping bad company. But a generation or two ago he was commonly the associate of rogues and vagabonds, skulking at the heels of such members of society as Mr. William Sykes, whom he accompanied at night on darksome business to keep watch outside while Bill was within, cracking the crib. In those days the dog's ears were closely cropped, not for the sake of embellishment, but as a measure of protection against the fangs of his opponent in the pit when money was laid upon the result of a well-fought fight to the death. For fighting was the acknowledged vocation of his order, and he was bred and trained to the work. He knew something of rats, too, and many of his kind were famed in the land for their prowess in this direction. Jimmy Shaw's Jacko could finish off 60 rats in 3 minutes, and on one occasion made a record by killing 1,000 in a trifle over an hour and a half. The breed is sufficiently modern to leave no doubt as to its derivation. In the first quarter of the 19th century attention was being directed to the improvement of terriers generally, and new types were sought for. They were alert, agile little dogs, excellent for work in the country, but the extravagant Corinthians of the time, the young gamesters who patronized the prize ring and the cockpit, desired to have a dog who should do something more than kill rats, or unearth the fox, or bolt the otter, which accomplishments afforded no amusement to the town. They wanted a dog combining all the dash and gameness of the terrier with the heart and courage and fighting instinct of the bulldog. Wherefore the terrier and the bulldog were crossed. A large type of terrier was chosen, and this would be the smooth-coated black and tan, or the early English white terrier, but probably both were used indifferently, and for a considerable period. The result gave the young bucks what they required, a dog that was at once a determined vermin-killer and an intrepid fighter, upon whose skill in the pit wagers might with confidence be laid. The animal, however, was neither a true terrier nor a true bulldog, but an uncompromising mongrel, albeit he served his immediate purpose, and was highly valued for his pertinacity, if not for his appearance. In 1806 Lord Camelford possessed one for which he had paid the very high price of 84 guineas, and which he presented to Belcher, the pugilist. This dog was figured in the sporting magazine of the time. He was a short-legged, thick-set, fawn-colored specimen, with closely amputated ears, a broad blunt muzzle, and a considerable layback, and this was the kind of dog which continued for many years to be known as the Bull and Terrier. He was essentially a man's dog, and was vastly in favor among the undergraduates of Oxford and Cambridge. Gradually the bulldog element, at first pronounced, was reduced to something like a 4th degree, and with the terrier character predominating, the head was sharpened, the limbs were lengthened and straightened until little remained of the bulldog strain but the dauntless heart and the fearless fighting spirit, together with the frequent reversion to brindle coloring, which was the last outward and visible characteristic to disappear. Within the remembrance of men not yet old the bull terrier was as much marked with fawn, brindle, or even black, as are the fox terriers of our own period. But 50 years or so ago white was becoming frequent, and was much admired. A strain of pure white was bred by James Hinks, a well-known dog dealer of Birmingham, and it is no doubt to Hinks that we are indebted for the elegant bull terrier of the type that we know today. These Birmingham dogs showed a refinement and grace and an absence of the crook legs and colored patches which betrayed that Hinks had been using an outcross with the English white terrier, thus getting away further still from the bulldog. With the advent of the Hinks strain in 1862 the short-faced dog fell into disrepute, and pure white became the accepted color. There was a wide latitude in the matter of weight. If all other points were good, a dog might weigh anything between 10 and 38 pounds. But classes were usually divided for those above and those below 16 pounds. The type became fixed, and it was ruled that the perfect bull terrier Must have a long head, wide between the ears, level jaws, a small black eye, a large black nose, a long neck, straight forelegs, a small hare foot, a narrow chest, deep brisket, powerful loin, long body, a tail set and carried low, a fine coat, and small ears well hung and dropping forward. Idstone, who wrote this description in 1872, earnestly insisted that the ears of all dogs should be left uncut and as nature made them, but for 20 years thereafter the ears of the Bull Terrier continued to be cropped to a thin, erect point. The practice of cropping, it is true, was even then illegal and punishable by law, but although there were occasional convictions under the Cruelty to Animals Act, the dog owners who admired the alertness and perkiness of the cut ear ignored the risk they ran, and it was not until the Kennel Club took resolute action against the practice that cropping was entirely abandoned. The president of the Kennel Club, Mr. S. E. Shirley, M.P., had himself been a prominent owner and breeder of the Bull Terrier. His Nelson, bred by Joe Willock, was celebrated as an excellent example of the small-sized terrier, at a time, however, when there were not a great many competitors of the highest quality. His Dick, also, was a remarkably good dog. Earlier specimens which have left their names in the history of the breed were Hinks's Old Dutch, who was, perhaps, even a more perfect terrier than the same breeder's Man and Puss. Lancashire and Yorkshire have always been noted for good bull terriers, and the best of the breed have usually been produced in the neighbourhoods of Leeds, Bradford, Manchester, Bolton, and Liverpool, while Birmingham also shared in the reputation. At one time Londoners gave careful attention to the breed, stimulated thereto by the encouragement of Mr. Shirley and the success of Alfred George. Of recent years the Bull Terrier has not been a great favourite, and it has sadly deteriorated in type. But there are signs that the variety is again coming into repute, and within the past 2 years many admirable specimens, as nearly perfect, perhaps, as many that won honour in former generations, have been brought into prominence. Among dogs, for example, there are Mr. E. T. Pym's Sweet Lavender, Dr. M. Amsler's McGregor, Mr. Chris Holker's His Highness, and Mr. J. Haynes' Bloomsbury Young King. Among bitches there are Mrs. Kipping's Delphinium Wild and Desdemona, Mr. Hornby's Lady Sweetheart, Mr. W. Mayer's Mill Girl, Mr. T. Gannaway's Charlwood Belle, Dr. J. W. Lowe's Bess of Hardwick, and Mrs. E. G. Money's Eastbourne Tarquínia. While these and such as these beautiful and typical terriers are being bred and exhibited, there is no cause to fear a further decline in popularity for a variety so eminently engaging. The club description is as follows. General appearance. The general appearance of the Bull Terrier is that of a symmetrical animal, the embodiment of agility, grace, elegance, and determination. Head. The head should be long, flat, and wide between the ears, tapering to the nose, without cheek muscles. There should be a slight indentation down the face, without a stop between the eyes. The jaws should be long and very powerful, with a large black nose and open nostrils. Eyes small and very black, almond shape preferred. The lips should meet as tightly as possible, without a fold. The teeth should be regular in shape, and should meet exactly. Any deviation, such as pid-jaw, or being underhung, is a great fault. Ears. The ears, when cropped, should be done scientifically and according to fashion. Cropped dogs cannot win a prize at shows held under Kennel Club rules, if born after March 31, 1895. When not cropped, it should be a semi-erect ear, but others do not disqualify. Neck. The neck should be long and slightly arched, nicely set into the shoulders tapering to the head without any loose skin, as found in the Bulldog. Shoulders. The shoulders should be strong, muscular, and slanting, the chest wide and deep, with ribs well rounded. Back. The back short and muscular, but not out of proportion to the general contour of the animal. Legs. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, with well-developed muscles, not out at shoulder, but set on the racing lines, and very strong at the pastern joints. The hind legs are long and, in proportion to the forelegs, muscular, with good strong, straight hocks, well let down near the ground. Feet. The feet more resemble those of a cat than a hare. Color should be white. Coat short, close, and stiff to the touch, with a fine gloss. Tail, short in proportion to the size of the dog, set on very low down, thick where it joins the body, and tapering to a fine point. It should be carried at an angle of about 45 degrees, without curl, and never over the back. Height at shoulders, from 12 to 18 inches. Weight, from 15 pounds to 50 pounds. Chapter 32: The Smooth Fox Terrier. To attempt to set forth the origin of the fox terrier, as we know him today, would be of no interest to the general reader, and would entail the task of tracing back the several heterogeneous sources from which he sprang. It is a matter of very little moment whether he owes his origin to the white English terrier or to the bull terrier crossed with the black and tan, or whether he has a mixture of beagle blood in his composition, so it will suffice to take him as he emerged from the chaos of mongrelldom about the middle of the last century. Rescued in the first instance by the desire of huntsmen or masters of well-known packs to produce a terrier somewhat in keeping with their hounds, and in the second place to the advent of dog shows. Prior to that time any dog capable, from his size, conformation, and pluck, of going to ground and bolting his fox was a fox terrier, were he rough or smooth, black, brown, or white. The starting point of the modern fox terrier dates from about the 60s, and no pedigrees before that are worth considering. From 3 dogs then well known, Old Jock, Trap, and Tartar, he claims descent, and thanks to the Fox Terrier Club and the great care taken in compiling their studbooks, he can be brought down to today. Of these 3 dogs, Old Jock was undoubtedly more of a terrier than the others. It is a moot point whether he was bred, as stated in most records of the time, by Captain Percy Williams, master of the Rufford, or by Jack Morgan, huntsman to the Grove. It seems, however, well established that the former owned his sire, also called Jock, and that his dam, Grove Pepper, was the property of Morgan. He first came before the public at the Birmingham show in 1862, where, shown by Mr. Wooton, of Nottingham, he won first prize. He subsequently changed hands several times, till he became the property of Mr. Murchison, in whose hands he died in the early 70s. He was exhibited for the last time at the Crystal Palace in 1870, and though then over 10 years old won second to the same owner's trimmer. At his best he was a smart, well-balanced terrier, with perhaps too much daylight under him, and wanting somewhat in jaw power, but he showed far less of the bull terrier type than did his contemporary Tartar. This dog's antecedents were very questionable, and his breeder is given as Mr. Stevenson, of Chester, most of whose dogs were bull terriers pure and simple, save that they had drop ears and short sterns, being in this respect unlike Old Trap, whose sire is generally supposed to have been a black and tan terrier. This dog came from the Oakley Kennels, and he was supposed to have been bred by a miller at Leicester. However questionable the antecedents of these 3 terriers may have been, they are undoubtedly the progenitors of our present strain, and from them arose the kennels that we have today. Mention has been made of Mr. Murchison, and to him we owe in a great measure the start in popularity which since the foundation of his large kennel the Fox Terrier has enjoyed. Mr. Murchison's chief opponents in the early 70s were Mr. Gibson, of Brockenhurst, with his dogs Tyke and Old Foiler, Mr. Luke Turner, of Leicester, with his Belvoir strain, which later gave us C.H. Brockenhurst Joe, C.H. Olive and her son, C.H. Spice, Mr. Theodore Bassett, Mr. Allison, and a year or so later, Mr. Frederick Burbage, the Messrs. Clark, Mr. Tin, Mr. Francis Redmond, and Mr. Vickery. About this time a tremendous impetus was given to the breed by the formation, in 1876, of the Fox Terrier Club, which owed its inception to Mr. Harding Cox and a party of enthusiasts seated round his dinner table at 36, Russell Square, among whom were Messrs. Bassett, Burbage, Doyle, Allison, and Redmond, the last 2 named being still members of the club. The idea was very warmly welcomed, a committee formed, and a scale of points drawn up which, with but one alteration, is in vogue today. Every prominent exhibitor or breeder then, and with few exceptions since, has been a member, and the club is by far the strongest of all specialist clubs. It will be well to give here the said standard of points. Head and ears. The skull should be flat and moderately narrow, and gradually decreasing in width to the eyes. Not much stop should be apparent, but there should be more dip in the profile between the forehead and top jaw than is seen in the case of a greyhound. The cheeks must not be full. The ears should be V-shaped and small, of moderate thickness, and dropping forward close to the cheek, not hanging by the side of the head like a foxhound's. The jaw, upper and under, should be strong and muscular, should be of fair punishing strength, but not so in any way to resemble the greyhound or modern English terrier. There should not be much falling away below the eyes. This part of the head should, however, be moderately chiseled out, so as not to go down in a straight line like a wedge. The nose, towards which the muzzle must gradually taper, should be black. The eyes should be dark in color, small, and rather deep-set, full of fire, life, and intelligence, as nearly as possible circular in shape. The teeth should be as nearly as possible level, i.e., the upper teeth on the outside of the lower teeth. Neck should be clean and muscular, without throatiness, of fair length, and gradually widening to the shoulders. Shoulders and chest. The shoulders should be long and sloping, well laid back, fine at the points, and clearly cut at the withers. The chest deep and not broad. Back and loin. The back should be short, straight, and strong, with no appearance of slackness. The loin should be powerful and very slightly arched. The fore ribs should be moderately arched, the back ribs deep, and the dog should be well ribbed up. Hindquarters should be strong and muscular, quite free from droop or crouch, the thighs long and powerful, hocks near the ground, the dog standing well up on them like a foxhound, and not straight in the stifle. Stern should be set on rather high, and carried gaily, but not over the back or curled. It should be of good strength, anything approaching a pipe stopper, tail being especially objectionable. Legs and feet. The legs viewed in any direction must be straight, showing little or no appearance of an ankle in front. They should be strong in bone throughout, short and straight to pastern. Both fore and hind legs should be carried straight forward in traveling, the stifles not turned outwards. The elbows should hang perpendicular to the body, working free of the side. The feet should be round, compact, and not large. The soles hard and tough. The toes moderately arched, and turn neither in nor out. Coat should be straight, flat, smooth, hard, dense, and abundant. The belly and underside of the thighs should not be bare. As regards color, white should predominate. Brindle, red, or liver markings are objectionable. Otherwise, this point is of little or no importance. Symmetry, size, and character. The dog must present a general gay, lively, and active appearance. Bone and strength in a small compass are essentials, but this must not be taken to mean that a fox terrier should be cloggy, or in any way coarse. Speed and endurance must be looked to as well as power, and the symmetry of the foxhound taken as a model. The terrier, like the hound, must on no account be leggy, nor must he be too short in the leg. He should stand like a cleverly made hunter, covering a lot of ground, yet with a short back, as before stated. He will then attain the highest degree of propelling power, together with the greatest length of stride that is compatible with the length of his body. Weight is not a certain criterion of a terrier's fitness for his work. General shape, size, and contour are the main points, and if a dog can gallop and stay, and follow his fox up a drain, it matters little what his weight is to a pound or so, though, roughly speaking, it may be said he should not scale over 20 pounds in show condition. Disqualifying points: nose, white, cherry, or spotted to a considerable extent with either of these colors. Ears prick, tulip, or rose. Mouth, much overshot or much undershot. In order to give some idea of the extraordinary way in which the fox terrier took the public taste, it will be necessary to hark back and give a resume of the principal kennels and exhibitors to whom this was due. In the year in which the Fox Terrier Club was formed, Mr. Fred Burbage, at one time captain of the Surrey 11, had the principal kennels. He was the pluckiest buyer of his day, and once he fancied a dog nothing stopped him till it was in his kennels. He bought Nimrod, Dorcas, Tweezers, and Nettle, and with them and other discriminating purchases he was very hard to beat on the show bench. Strange to say, at this time he seemed unable to breed a good dog, and determined to have a clear out and start afresh. A few brood bitches only were retained, and the kennels moved from Champion Hill to Hunton Bridge in Hertfordshire. From thence in a few years came Bloom, Blossom, Tweezers too, Hunton Baron, Hunton Bridegroom, and a host of others, which spread the fame of the great Hunton strain. When the kennel was dispersed at Mr. Burbage's untimely death in 1892, the dogs, 130 lots in all, were sold by auction and realized P1, 800, Hunton Tartar fetched P135, Justice P84, Bliss P70, and Scramble P65. Messrs. A. H. and C. Clark were at this time quietly founding a kennel, which perhaps has left its mark more indelibly on the breed than any before or since. Brockenhurst Raleigh was a most fortunate purchase from his breeder, Mr. Herbert Peel, and was by Brockenhurst Joe from a bitter's bitch, as from this dog came Roysterer and Ruler, their dam being Jess, an old Turk bitch, and from Rollitt by Buff was bred Ruse and Ransom. Roysterer was the sire of Result, by many considered the best fox terrier dog of all time, and Result's own daughter Rachel was certainly the best bitch of her day. All these terriers had intense quality and style, due for the most part to inbreeding. Very little new blood was introduced, with an inevitable result, and by degrees the kennel died out. No history of the fox terrier could be complete without mention of Mr. Francis Redmond and his kennel, going back, as it does, to the Murchison and Luke Turner period, and being still today the most prominent one in existence. We can date his earlier efforts from his purchase of Deacon Nettle, the dam of Deacon Ruby. Dusty was the dam of C.H. Diamond Dust. Dickon he had from Luke Turner, and in this dog we have one of the foundation stones of the Fox Terrier stud book, as he was the sire of Splinter, who in his turn was the sire of Vesuvian. Mr. Redmond's next great winners were D'Orsay and Dominie, two sterling good terriers, the former of which was the sire of Dame D'Orsay, who, bred to Despoiler, produced Dame Fortune, the mother of Donna Fortuna, whose other parent was Dominie. Donna Fortuna, considered universally the best specimen of a fox terrier ever produced, had from the first a brilliant career, for though fearlessly shown on all occasions she never knew defeat. Some took exception to her want of what is called terrier character, and others would have liked her a shade smaller, but we have still to see the fox terrier, taken all round, that could beat her. As an outcross Mr. Redmond purchased Dreadnought, one of the highest class dogs seen for many years, but had very bad luck with him, an accident preventing him from being shown and subsequently causing his early death. We must not forget Duchess of Durham or Dukedom, but to enumerate all Mr. Redmond's winners it would be necessary to take the catalogues of all the important shows held for the past 30 years. To no one do we owe so much, no one has made such a study of the breed, reducing it almost to a science, with the result that even outside his kennels no dog has any chance of permanently holding his own unless he has an ample supply of the blood. The great opponent of the Totteridge kennel up to some few years ago was unquestionably Mr. Vickery, of Newton Abbot, who laid the foundation of his kennel with Vesuvian, who was by Splinter, out of Coiner, and from whom came the long line of winners, Venio Vesuvien, Viceregal, Valuator, Visto, and Veracity. Fierce war raged round these kennels, each having its admiring and devoted adherents, until one side would not look at anything but a Redmond Terrier to the exclusion of the Vickery type. The Newton Abbot strain was remarkable for beautiful heads and great quality, but was faulty in feet and not absolute as to fronts, each of which properties was a sine qua non amongst the Totteridge dogs. Latter-day breeders have recognized that in the crossing of the two perfection lies, and Mr. Redmond himself has not hesitated to go some way on the same road. Illustration: Fox Terriers 1, Mrs. J. H. Brown's Ch. Captain Double 2, Mr. J. C. Tin Ch. The Sylph 3, Mr. T. J. Stevens Wire Hair Ch. Sylvan. Result photographed by Reveille. It is fortunate for the breed of fox terriers how great a hold the hobby takes, and how enthusiastically its votaries pursue it, otherwise we should not have amongst us men like Mr. J. C. Tin, whose name is now a household word in the fox terrier world, as it has been any time for the past 30 years. Close proximity, in those days, to Mr. Gibson at Brockenhurst made him all the keener, and one of his first terriers was a bitch of that blood by Bitters. With daughters of old Foiler he did very well, to wit, Pungent, sister to Dorcas, while through Tara we get Banquet, the grandam of Despoiler. He purchased from Mr. Redmond both Deacon Diamond and Days, each of whom was bred to Spice, and produced respectively Auburn and Brockenhurst Dainty. From the latter pair sprang Lottery and Worry, the grandam of Tom Newcomb, to whom we owe Brockenhurst Agnes, Brockenhurst Dame, and Dinah Morris, and consequently Adam Bede and Hester Sorrel. It has always been Mr. Tin's principle to aim at producing the best terrier he could, irrespective of the fads of this kennel or that, and his judgment has been amply vindicated, as the prize lists of every large show will testify. And today he is the proud possessor of Ch. the Sylph, who has beaten every one of her sex, and is considered by many about the best fox terrier ever seen. No name is better known or more highly respected by dog owners than that of the late Mr. J. A. Doyle, as a writer, breeder, judge, or exhibitor of fox terriers. Whilst breeding largely from his own stock, he was ever on the lookout for a likely outcross. He laid great store on terrier character, and was a stickler for good coats, a point much neglected in the present-day dog. Amongst the smaller kennels is that of Mr. Reeks, now mostly identified with Oxonian and that dogs produce, but he will always be remembered as the breeder of that beautiful terrier, Avon Minstrel. Mr. Arnold Gillett has had a good share of fortune's favors, as the Ridgewood dogs testify, whilst the Messrs. Powell, Castle, Glynn, Dale, and Crostwood have all written their names on the pages of fox terrier history. Ladies have ever been supporters of the breed, and no one more prominently so than Mrs. Bennet Edwards, who through Duke of Doncaster, a son of Durham, has founded a kennel which at times is almost invincible, and which still shelters such grand terriers as Doncaster, Dominie, Dodger, Dauphin, and many others well known to fame. Mrs. J. H. Brown, too, as the owner of Captain Double, a terrier which has won, and deservedly, more prizes than any fox terrier now or in the past, must not be omitted. Whether the present fox terrier is as good, both on the score of utility and appearance, as his predecessors is a question which has many times been asked, and as many times decided in the negative as well as in the affirmative. It would be idle to pretend that a great many of the dogs now seen on the show bench are fitted to do the work nature intended them for, as irrespective of their make and shape they are so oversized as to preclude the possibility of going to ground in any average-sized earth. This question of size is one that must sooner or later be tackled in some practical way by the Fox Terrier Club, unless we are to see a race of giants in the next few generations. Their own standard gives 20 pounds. A very liberal maximum, but there are dogs several pounds heavier constantly winning prizes at shows, and consequently being bred from, with the result which we see. There are many little dogs, and good ones, to be seen, but as long as the judges favor the big ones these hold no chance, and as it is far easier to produce a good big one than a good little one, breeders are encouraged to use sires who would not be looked at if a hard and fast line were drawn over which no dogs should win a prize. There are hundreds of fox terriers about quite as capable of doing their work as their ancestors ever were, and there is hardly a large kennel which has not from time to time furnished our leading packs with one or more dogs, and with gratifying results. It is, therefore, a great pity that our leading exhibitors should often be the greatest delinquents in showing dogs which they know in their hearts should be kept at home or drafted altogether, and it is deplorable that some of our oldest judges should by their awards encourage them. Before concluding this chapter, it may not be out of place to say a few words as to the breeding and rearing of fox terriers. In the first place, never breed from an animal whose pedigree is not authenticated beyond a shadow of a doubt, and remember that while like may beget like, the inevitable tendency is to throw back to former generations. The man who elects to breed fox terriers must have the bumps of patience and hope very strongly developed, as if the tyro imagines that he has only to mate his bitch to one of the known prize-winning dogs of the day in order to produce a champion. He had better try some other breed. Let him fix in his mind the ideal dog, and set to work by patient effort and in the face of many disappointments to produce it. It is not sufficient that, having acquired a bitch good in all points save in head, that he breeds her to the best-headed dog he can find. He must satisfy himself that the head is not a chance one, but is an inherited one, handed down from many generations, good in this particular, and consequently potent to reproduce its like. So in all other points that he wishes to reproduce. In the writer's experience, little bitches with quality are the most successful. Those having masculine characteristics should be avoided, and the best results will be obtained from the first 3 litters, after which a bitch rarely breeds anything so good. See that your bitch is free from worms before she goes to the dog, then feed her well, and beyond a dose of castor oil some days before she is due to whelp, let nature take its course. Dose your puppies well for worms at 8 weeks old, give them practically as much as they will eat, and unlimited exercise. Avoid the various advertised nostrums, and rely rather on the friendly advice of some fancier or your veterinary surgeon. Take your hobby seriously, and you will be amply repaid, even if success does not always crown your efforts, as while the breeding of most animals is a fascinating pursuit, that of the fox terrier presents many varying delights. Chapter 33: The Wire-Hair Fox Terrier. The wire-hair fox terrier is, with the exception of its coat, identical with the smooth fox terrier, full brother in fact to him. The 2 varieties are much interbred, and several litters in consequence include representatives of both. And not only this, but it is quite a frequent occurrence to get a smooth puppy from wire-hair parents, although for some generations either of the parents may have had any smooth cross in their pedigrees. The north of England and South Wales, to a lesser extent, have ever been the home of the wire-hair, and nearly all the best specimens have come originally from one or the other of those districts. There is no doubt that there was excellent stock in both places, and there is also no doubt that though at times this was used to the best advantage, there was a good deal of carelessness in mating, and a certain amount in recording the parentage of some of the terriers. With regard to this latter point, it is said that one gentleman who had quite a large kennel and several stud dogs, but who kept no books, used never to bother about remembering which particular dog he had put to a certain bitch, but generally satisfied himself as to the sire of a puppy when it came in from walk, by just examining it and saying, "Oh, that pup must be by our Jock or Jim," as the case might be, "'cause he's so like him," and down he would go on the entry form accordingly. However this may be, there is no doubt that the sire would be a wire-hair fox terrier, and although the pedigree therefore may not have been quite right, the terrier was invariably purebred. In the early days the smooth was not crossed with the wire to anything like the extent that it was later, and this fact is probably the cause of the salvation of the variety. The wire-hair has had more harm done to him by his being injudiciously crossed with the smooth than probably by anything else. The greatest care must be exercised in the matter of coat before any such cross is effected. The smooth that is crossed with the wire must have a really hard, and not too full coat, and, as there are very, very few smooths now being shown with anything like a proper coat for a terrier to possess, the very greatest caution is necessary. Some few years back, almost incalculable harm was done to the variety by a considerable amount of crossing into a strain of smooths with terribly soft flannelly coats. Good-looking terriers were produced, and therein lay the danger, but their coats were as bad could be, and though people were at first too prone to look over this very serious fault, they now seem to have recovered their senses, and thus, although much harm was done, any serious damage has been averted. If a person has a full-coated wire-hair bitch, he is too apt to put her to a smooth simply because it is a smooth, whom he thinks will neutralize the length of his bitch's jacket, but this is absolute heresy, and must not be done unless the smooth has the very hardest of hair on him. If it is done, the result is too horrible for words. You get an elongated, smooth, full coat as soft as cotton wool, and sometimes as silkily wavy as a lady's hair. This is not a coat for any terrier to possess, and it is not a wire-hair terrier's coat, which ought to be a hard, crinkly, peculiar-looking broken coat on top, with a dense undercoat underneath, and must never be mistakable for an elongated smooth terrier's coat, which can never at any time be a protection from wind, water, or dirt, and is, in reality, the reverse. The wire-hair has had a great advertisement, for better or worse, in the extraordinarily prominent way he has been mentioned in connection with faking and trimming. Columns have been written on this subject, speeches of inordinate length have been delivered, motions and resolutions have been carried, rules have been promulgated, etc., etc., and the one dog mentioned throughout in connection with all of them has been our poor old, much maligned wire-hair. He has been the scapegoat, the subject of all this brilliancy and eloquence, and were he capable of understanding the language of the human, we may feel sure much amusement would be his. There are several breeds that are more trimmed than the wire-hair, and that might well be quoted before him in this connection. There is a vast difference between legitimate trimming and what is called faking. All dogs with long or wire hair or rough coats naturally require more attention and more grooming than those with short, smooth coats. For the purposes of health and cleanliness, it is absolutely necessary that such animals should be frequently well groomed. There is no necessity, given a wire hair with a good and proper coat, to use anything but an ordinary close-toothed comb, a good hard brush, and an occasional removal of long old hairs on the head, ears, neck, legs, and belly, with the finger and thumb. The Kennel Club regulations for the preparation of dogs for exhibition are perfectly clear on this subject, and are worded most properly. They say that a dog shall be disqualified if any part of his coat or hair has been cut, clipped, singed, or rasped down by any substance, or if any of the new or fast coat has been removed by pulling or plucking in any manner, and that no comb shall be used which has a cutting or rasping edge. There is no law, therefore, against the removal of old coat by finger and thumb, and anyone who keeps long-haired dogs knows that it is essential to the dog's health that there should be none. It is in fact most necessary in certain cases, at certain times, to pull old coat out in this way. Several terriers with good coats are apt to grow long hair very thickly round the neck and ears, and unless this is removed when it gets old, the neck and ears are liable to become infested with objectionable little slate-colored nits, which will never be found as long as the coat is kept down when necessary. Bitches in whelp and after whelping, although ordinarily good-coated, seem to go all wrong in their coats unless properly attended to in this way, and here again, if you wish to keep your bitch free from skin trouble, it is a necessity, in those cases which need it, to use finger and thumb. If the old hair is pulled out only when it is old, there is no difficulty about it, and no hurt whatever is occasioned to the dog, who does not in reality object at all. If, however, new or fast coat is pulled out, it not only hurts the dog, but it is also a very foolish thing to do, and the person guilty of such a thing fully merits disqualification. Most of the nonsense that is heard about trimming emanates, of course, from the ignoramus. The knife, he says, is used on them all, a sharp razor is run over their coats, they are singed, they are cut, they are rasped, the latter is the favorite term. Anything like such a sweeping condemnation is quite inaccurate and most unfair. It is impossible to cut a hair without being detected by a good judge, and very few people ever do any such thing, at any rate for some months before the terrier is exhibited, for if they do, they know they are bound to be discovered, and, as a fact, are. When the soft-coated dogs are clipped, they are operated on, say, 2 or 3 months before they are wanted, and the hair gets a chance to grow, but even then it is easily discernible, and anyone who, like the writer, has any experience of clipping dogs in order to cure them of that awful disease, follicular mange, knows what a sight the animal is when he grows his coat, and how terribly unnatural he looks. The wire hair has never been in better state than he is today. He is, generally speaking, far ahead of his predecessors of 25 years ago, not only from a show point of view, but also in working qualities. One has only to compare the old portraits of specimens of the variety with dogs of the present day to see this. A good many individual specimens of excellent merit, it is true, there were, but they do not seem to have been immortalized in this way. The portraits of those we do see are mostly representations of awful-looking brutes, as bad in shoulders, and light of bone, as they could be. They appear also to have had very soft coats, somewhat akin to that we see on a Pomeranian nowadays, though it is true this latter fault may have been that of the artist, or probably amplified by him. Perhaps the strongest kennel of wire hairs that has existed was that owned a good many years ago by Messrs. Maxwell and Castle. Several champions were in the kennel at the same time, and they were a sorty lot of nice size, and won prizes all over the country. Jack Frost, Jacks again, Liffey, Barton Wonder, Barton Marvel, and several other good ones, were inmates of this kennel, the two latter especially being high-class terriers, which at one time were owned by Sir H. de Trafford. Barton Marvel was a very beautiful bitch, and probably the best of those named above, though Barton Wonder was frequently put above her. Sir H. de Trafford had for years a very good kennel of the variety, and at that time was probably the biggest and best buyer. Mr. Carrick, of Carlisle, was also a prominent owner years ago, and showed some excellent terriers, the best being Carlisle Tack, Trick, and Tyro. The latter was an exceptionally good dog. Mr. Sam Hill, of Sheffield, had also a strong kennel, always well shown by George Porter, who is now, and has been for some years, in America, where he still follows his old love. Mr. Hill's name will ever be associated with that of his great dog Meersbrook Bristles, who has undoubtedly done the breed a great amount of good. Mr. Mayhew is another old fancier, who nearly always showed a good one. Mr. Mayhew has been in America now for many years. One dog of his, who it is believed became a champion, viz. Brittle, did at one time a big business at stud, perhaps not to the advantage of the breed, for he was possessed of a very bad fault, in that he had what was called a top-knot ring, a bunch of soft silky hairs on his forehead, an unfailing sign of a soft coat all over, and a thing which breeders should studiously avoid. This top-knot was at one time more prevalent than it is now. Whether it is a coincidence or not one cannot say, but it is a fact that in the writer's experience several terriers possessed of this fault have also blue markings, which again are almost invariably accompanied by a soft coat, and taking these two peculiarities together it would seem that at some time, years ago, a cross with that wonderfully game, but exceedingly soft-coated terrier, the Bedlington, may have been resorted to. Though if so it would appear that nowadays any effect of it is gradually dying out. Mr. George Raper is one of the old fanciers who has for many years owned some of the best specimens of the variety, Ch. Go-Bang perhaps being the most notable. Go-Bang was a beautiful terrier. There was no denying his quality. Mr. Raper sold him to Mr. G. M. Carnacan, of New York, for something like P500, probably the biggest price that has ever been paid for any fox terrier. Mr. Hayward Field is another gentleman who has been exhibiting the breed for very many years, and has owned several good terriers. The late Mr. Clear had also at one time a strong kennel, the best of which by a long way was Ch. Jack St. Ledger. Mr. Wharton was a well-known exhibitor, and judge some time back. It was he who owned that excellent little terrier Ch. Bushy Broom, who created quite a furore when first exhibited at the Westminster Aquarium. Mr. Harding Cox was years ago a great supporter of the variety. He exhibited with varying success, and was always much in request as a judge. One knew in entering under him that he wanted firstly a terrier, and further that the terrier had to be sound. Mr. Cox has of course played a big part in the popularization of the fox terrier, for, as all the world knows, he was the instigator of the Fox Terrier Club, it being founded at a meeting held at his house. His love has ever been for the small terrier, and certainly the specimens shown by him, whatever their individual faults, were invariably a sporting, game-looking lot. Mr. Sidney Castle has for many years shown wire-hair fox terriers of more than average merit, and thoroughly understands the variety, indeed, perhaps as well as anybody. Messrs. Bartle, Brumby Mutter, G. Welch, and S. Wilson are all old fanciers who have great experience, have bred and shown excellent specimens. In mentioning the names of celebrated men and terriers of years gone by, reference must be made to a terrier shown some time ago, which was as good, taken all round, as any that have so far appeared. This was Ch. Quantock Nettle, afterwards purchased by a gentleman in Wales and renamed Lexden Nettle. Of correct size, with marvelous character, an excellent jacket, and very takingly marked with badger tan and black on a wonderful head and ears, this bitch swept the board, as they say, and unquestionably rightly so. No article on the wire-hair fox terrier would be complete without mentioning the name of the late Mr. S. E. Shirley, president of the Kennel Club. Mr. Shirley was a successful exhibitor in the early days of the variety, and while his terriers were a good-looking lot, though not up to the show form of today, they were invariably hard-bitten, game dogs, kept chiefly for work. On the question of size nearly all the principal judges of the fox terrier are agreed. Their maxim is, "A good little one can always beat a good big one." The difficulty arises when the little ones are no good, and the big ones are excellent. It is a somewhat common occurrence, and to anyone who loves a truly formed dog, and who knows what a truly formed dog can do, it is an extremely difficult thing to put the little above the larger. All big dogs with properly placed shoulders and sound formation are better terriers for work of any sort than dogs half their size, short on the leg, but bad in these points. It is in reality impossible to make an inexorable rule about this question of size. Each class must be judged on its own merits. Chapter 34: The Airedale Terrier. There is perhaps no breed of dog that in so short a time has been improved so much as the Airedale. He is now a very beautiful animal, whereas but a few years back, although maybe there were a few fairly nice specimens, by far the greater number were certainly the reverse of this. In place of the shaggy, soft-coated, ugly-colored brute with large hound ears and big full eyes, we have now a very handsome creature, possessing all the points that go to make a really first-class terrier of taking color, symmetrical build, full of character and amply justifying, in looks, at any rate, its existence as a terrier. Whether it is common sense to call a dog weighing 40 pounds to 50 pounds a terrier is a question that one often hears discussed. The fact remains the dog is a terrier, a sort of glorified edition of what we understand by the word, it is true, but in points, looks, and character, a terrier nevertheless, and it is impossible otherwise to classify him. People will ask, how can he be a terrier? Why, he is an outrage on the very word, which can only mean a dog to go to ground, and to what animal in the country of his birth can an Airedale go to ground? Above ground and in water, however, an Airedale can, and does, perform in a very excellent manner everything that any other terrier can do. As a water dog he is, of course, in his element. For work on land requiring a hard, strong, fast and resolute terrier he is, needless to say, of great value, and he is said to be also, when trained, as can easily be imagined when one considers his power of scent, his strength, sagacity, and speed, a most excellent gun dog. He is, in fact, a general utility dog, for add to the above-mentioned qualities those of probably an incomparable guard and a most excellent companion, faithful and true, and ask yourself what do you want more, and what breed of dog, taken all round, can beat him. The Airedale is not of ancient origin. He was probably first heard of about the year 1850. He is undoubtedly the product of the Otterhound and the old black and tan wire-haired terrier referred to in the chapters on the wire-hair fox and the Welsh terriers. When one considers the magnificent nobleness, the great sagacity, courage, and stateliness of the Otterhound, the great gameness, cheek, and pertinacity of the old black and tan wire-hair, such a cross must surely produce an animal of excellent type and character. Yorkshire, more especially that part of it round and about the town of Otley, is responsible for the birth of the Airedale. The inhabitants of the country of Broad Acres are, and always have been, exceedingly fond of any kind of sport, as, indeed, may also be said of their brothers of the Red Rose. But if in connection with that sport a dog has to be introduced, then indeed are they doubly blessed, for they have no compeers at the game. Otter hunting was formerly much indulged in by the people living in the dales of the Aire and the Wharfe, and not only were packs of otterhounds kept, but many sportsmen maintained on their own account a few hounds for their personal delectation. These hounds were no doubt in some instances a nondescript lot, as, indeed, are several of the packs hunting the otter today, but there was unquestionably a good deal of otterhound blood in them, and some pure-bred hounds were also to be found. Yorkshire also has always been the great home of the terrier. Fox terriers, as we now know them, had at this time hardly been seen. The terrier in existence then was the black and tan wire-hair, a hardy game terrier, a great workman on land or in water. Whether by design or accident is not known, but the fact remains that in or about the year mentioned a cross took place between these same hounds and terriers. It was found that a handier dog was produced for the business for which he was required, and it did not take many years to populate the district with these terrier hounds, which soon came to be recognized as a distinct breed. The Waterside Terrier was the name first vouchsafed to the new variety. After this they went by the name of Bingley Terriers, and eventually they came to be known under their present appellation. The specimens of the Airedale which were first produced were not of very handsome appearance, being what would now be called bad in color, very shaggy coated, and naturally big and ugly in ear. It, of course, took some time to breed the hound out at all satisfactorily. Some authorities tell us that for this purpose the common fighting pit bull terrier and also the Irish terrier were used, the latter to a considerable extent, and whether this is correct or not there is no doubt that there would also be many crosses back again into the small black and tan terrier, primarily responsible for his existence. In about 20 years' time, the breed seems to have settled down and become thoroughly recognized as a variety of the terrier. It was not, however, for some 10 years after this that classes were given for the breed at any representative show. In 1883 the committee of the National Show at Birmingham included 3 classes for Airedales in their schedule, which were fairly well supported, and 3 years after this recognition was given to the breed in the stud book of the ruling authority. From this time on the breed prospered pretty well. Several very good terriers were bred, the hound gradually almost disappeared, as also did to a great extent the bad-colored ones. The best example amongst the early shown dogs was undoubtedly Newbold Test, who had a long and very successful career. This dog excelled in terrier character, and he was sound all over. His advent was opportune. He was just the dog that was wanted, and there is no doubt he did the breed a great amount of good. A dog called Colne Crack, who was a beautiful little terrier, was another of the early shown ones by whom the breed has lost nothing, and 2 other terriers whose names are much revered by lovers of the breed are Cholmondeley Briar and Briar Test. Some years ago, when the breed was in the stage referred to above, a club was formed to look after its interests, and there is no doubt that though perhaps phenomenal success did not attend its efforts, it did its best, and forms a valuable link in the chain of popularity of the Airedale. It was at best apparently a sleepy sort of concern, and never seems to have attracted new fanciers. Some dozen or so years ago, however, a club, destined not only to make a great name for itself, but also to do 1,000-fold more good to the breed it espouses than ever the old club did, was formed under the name of the South of England Airedale Terrier Club, and a marvelously successful and popular life it has so far lived. The younger club was in no way an antagonist of the older one, and it has ever been careful that it should not be looked upon in any way as such. The old club has, however, been quite overshadowed by the younger, which, whether it wishes it or not, is now looked upon as the leading society in connection with the breed. At a meeting of the first club, which went by the name of the Airedale Terrier Club, held in Manchester some 18 or 20 years ago, the following standard of perfection and scale of points was drawn up and adopted. Head, long, with flat skull, but not too broad between the ears, narrowing slightly to the eyes free from wrinkle, stop hardly visible, and cheeks free from fullness, jaw deep and powerful, well filled up before the eyes, lips light, ears V-shaped with a side carriage small but not out of proportion to the size of the dog, the nose black, the eyes small and dark in color, not prominent, and full of terrier expression, the teeth strong and level. The neck should be of moderate length and thickness, gradually widening towards the shoulders and free from throatiness. Shoulders and chest: shoulders long and sloping well into the back, shoulder blades flat, chest deep, but not broad. Body: back short, strong and straight, ribs well sprung. Hindquarters: strong and muscular, with no drop, hocks well let down, the tail set on high and carried gaily, but not curled over the back. Legs and feet: legs perfectly straight, with plenty of bone, feet small and round with good depth of pad. Coat: hard and wiry, and not so long as to appear ragged. It should also be straight and close, covering the dog well over the body and legs. Color: the head and ears, with the exception of dark markings on each side of the skull, should be tan, the ears being a darker shade than the rest, the legs up to the thigh and elbows being also tan, the body black or dark grizzle. Weight: dogs 40 pounds to 45 pounds, bitches slightly less. At the time of the formation of the Southern Club the state of the Airedale was critical, possessed of perhaps unequaled natural advantages. Lovely dog as he is, he had not made that progress that he should have done. He had not been boomed in any way, and had been crawling when he should have galloped. From the moment the new club was formed, however, the Airedale had a new lease of life. Mr. Holland Buckley and other keen enthusiasts seem to have recognized to a nicety exactly what was required to give a necessary fillip to the breed. They appear also to have founded their club at the right moment, and to have offered such an attractive bill of fare, that not only did everyone in the South who had anything to do with Airedales join at once, but very shortly a host of new fanciers was enrolled, and crowds of people began to take the breed up who had had nothing to do with it, or, indeed, any other sort of dog previously. Some few years after the foundation of this club, a junior branch of it was started, and this, ably looked after by Mr. R. Lauder McLaren, is almost as big a success in its way as is the parent institution. Other clubs have been started in the North and elsewhere, and altogether the Airedale is very well catered for in this respect, and if things go on as they are now going, is bound to prosper and become even more extensively owned than he is at present. To Mr. Holland Buckley, Mr. G. H. Elder, Mr. Royston Mills, and Mr. Marshall Lee, the Airedale of the present day owes much. The Airedales that have struck the writer as the best he has come across are Master Briar, Clonmel Monarch, Clonmel Marvel, Dumbarton Lass, Tone Masterpiece, Mistress Royal, Master Royal, Tone Chief, Huckleberry Lass, Field and Fashion, York Sceptre, and Clonmel Floriform. Nearly every one of these is now, either in the flesh or spirit, in the United States or Canada. In all probability, the person who knows more about this terrier than anyone living is Mr. Holland Buckley. He has written a most entertaining book on the Airedale. He has founded the principal club in connection with the breed. He has produced several very excellent specimens, and it goes without saying that he is, when he can be induced to take the ring, a first-rate judge. Mr. Buckley has frequently told the writer that in his opinion one of the best terriers he has seen was the aforesaid Clonmel Floriform. But, as this dog was sold for a big price very early in his career, the writer never saw him. Most of the articles that have been written on the Airedale have come from the pen of Mr. Buckley, and therefore but modest reference is made to the man who has worked so wholeheartedly, so well, and so successfully in the interests of the breed he loves. It would be ungenerous and unfair in any article on the Airedale, written by anyone but Mr. Buckley, if conspicuous reference were not made to the great power this gentleman has been, and to the great good that he has done. The Airedale is such a beautiful specimen of the canine race, and is, in reality, in such healthy state, that every one of his admirers, and they are legion, is naturally jealous for his welfare, and is wishful that all shall go well with him. It is gratifying to state that he has never been the tool of faction, though at one time he was doubtless near the brink, but this was some time ago, and it would be a grievous pity if he ever again became in jeopardy of feeling the baneful influence of any such curse. There is one serious matter in connection with him, however, and that is the laxity displayed by some judges of the breed in giving prizes to dogs shown in a condition, with regard to their coats, which ought to disentitle them to take a prize in any company. Shockingly badly trimmed shoulders are becoming quite a common thing to see in Airedales. There is no necessity for this sort of thing. It is very foolish, and it is impossible to imagine anything more likely to do harm to a breed than that the idea should get abroad that this is the general practice in connection with it. Chapter 35 The Bedlington Terrier. This gamest of all the terriers has been known as a distinct and thoroughly British breed for over a century, which is, I think, a fairly ancient lineage. There are various theories as to its original parentage, but the one which holds that he was the result of a cross between the Otterhound and the Dandy Dinmont suggests itself to me as the most probable one. His characteristics strongly resemble in many points both these breeds, and there can be but little doubt of his near relationship at some time or other to the Dandy. The earliest authentic record we have of the Bedlington was a dog named Old Flint, who belonged to Squire Trevelyan, and was whelped in 1782. The pedigree of Mr. William Clark Scamp, a dog well known about 1792, is traced back to Old Flint, and the descendants of Scamp were traced in direct line from 1792 to 1873. A mason named Joseph Ainsley has the credit for giving the name of Bedlington to this terrier in 1825. It was previously known as the Rothbury Terrier, or the Northern Counties Fox Terrier. Mr. Thomas J. Pickett, of Newcastle on Tyne, was perhaps the earliest supporter of the breed on a large scale, and his Tynedale and Tyneside in especial have left their names in the history of the Bedlington. The present-day Bedlington, like a good many other terriers, has become taller and heavier than the old-day specimens. This no doubt is due to breeding for show points. He is a lathy dog, but not shelly, inclined to be flat-sided, somewhat light in bone for his size, very lively in character, and has plenty of courage. If anything, indeed, his pluck is too insistent. The standard of points as adopted by the National Bedlington Terrier and the Yorkshire Bedlington Terrier Clubs is as follows. Skull, narrow, but deep and rounded, high at the occiput, and covered with a nice silky tuft or topknot. Muzzle, long, tapering, sharp and muscular, as little stop as possible between the eyes, so as to form nearly a line from the nose end along the joint of skull to the occiput. The lips close-fitting and without flew. Eyes should be small and well sunk in the head. The blues should have a dark eye, the blues and tans ditto, with amber shades, livers and sandies, a light brown eye. Nose large, well angled. Blues and tans should have black noses, livers and sandies flesh-colored. Teeth, level or pincher-jawed. Ears, moderately large, well-formed, flat to the cheek, thinly covered and tipped with fine silky hair. They should be filbert-shaped. Legs, of moderate length, not wide apart, straight and square set, and with good-sized feet, which are rather long. Tail, thick at the root, tapering to a point, slightly feathered on lower side, 9 inches to 11 inches long and scimitar-shaped. Neck and shoulders, neck long, deep at base, rising well from the shoulders, which should be flat. Body, long and well proportioned, flat-ribbed, and deep, not wide in chest, slightly arched back, well ribbed up, with light quarters. Coat, hard, with close bottom, and not lying flat to sides. Color, dark blue, blue and tan, liver and tan, sandy, or sandy and tan. Height, about 15 inches to 16 inches. Weight, dogs about 24 pounds, bitches about 22 pounds. General appearance, he is a light-made, lathy dog, but not shelly. There is a tendency nowadays towards excess of size in the Bedlington. It is inclined to be too long in the body and too leggy, which, if not checked, will spoil the type of the breed. It is, therefore, very important that size should be more studied by judges than is at present the case. The faults referred to are doubtless the result of breeding for exceptionally long heads, which seem to be the craze just now, and of course, one cannot get extra long heads without proportionately long bodies and large size. If it were possible to do so, then the dog would become a mere caricature. As a sporting terrier, the Bedlington holds a position in the first rank. He is very fast and enduring, and exceedingly pugnacious, and is equally at home on land and in water. He will work an otter, draw a badger, or bolt a fox, and he has no superior at killing rats and all kinds of vermin. He has an exceptionally fine nose, and makes a very useful dog for rough shooting, being easily taught to retrieve. If he has any fault at all, it is that he is of too jealous a disposition, which renders it almost impossible to work him with other dogs, as he wants all the fun to himself, and if he cannot get it he will fight for it. But by himself he is perfect. As a companion he is peculiarly affectionate and faithful, and remarkably intelligent. He makes a capital house dog, is a good guard, and is very safe with children. Bedlingtons are not dainty feeders, as most writers have asserted, nor are they tender dogs. If they are kept in good condition and get plenty of exercise they feed as well as any others, and are as hard as nails if not pampered. They are easy to breed and rear, and the bitches make excellent mothers. If trained when young they are very obedient, and their tendency to fight can in a great measure be cured when they are puppies. But if not checked then, it cannot be done afterwards. Once they take to fighting nothing will keep them from it, and instead of being pleasurable companions they become positive nuisances. On the other hand, if properly broken they give very little trouble, and will not quarrel unless set upon. Chapter 36: The Irish Terrier. The daredevil Irish Terrier has most certainly made his home in our bosom. There is no breed of dog more genuinely loved by those who have sufficient experience and knowledge to make the comparison. Other dogs have a larger share of innate wisdom, Others are most aesthetically beautiful, others more peaceable. But our Rufus friend has a way of winning into his owner's heart and making there an abiding place which is all the more secure because it is gained by sincere and undemonstrative devotion. Perhaps one likes him equally for his faults as for his merits. His very failings are due to his soldierly faithfulness and loyalty, to his too ardent vigilance in guarding the threshold, to his officious belligerence towards other canines who offend his sense of proprietorship in his master. His particular stature may have some influence in his success as a chum. He is just tall enough to rest his chin upon one's knee and look up with all his soul into one's eyes. Whatever be the secret of his attraction, 'tis certain that he has the Hibernian art of compelling affection and forgiveness, and that he makes one value him, not for the beauty of his ruddy raiment, the straightness of his forelegs, the set of his eye and ear, the levelness of his back, or his ability to win prizes, but rather for his true and trusty heart, that exacts no return and seeks no recompense. He may be but an indifferent specimen of his kind, taken in as a stranger at the gates, but when at length the inevitable time arrives, as it does all too soon in canine nature, one then discovers how surely one has been harboring an angel unawares. Statistics would probably show that in numbers the Fox Terrier justifies the reputation of being a more popular breed, and the Scottish Terrier is no doubt a formidable competitor for public esteem. It is safe, however, to say that the Irish Terrier shares with these the distinction of being one of the 3 most popular terriers in the British Isles. This fact taken into consideration, it is interesting to reflect that 30 years ago the daredevil was virtually unknown in England. Idstone, in his book on dogs, published in 1872, did not give a word of mention to the breed, and dog shows had been instituted 16 years before a class was opened for the Irish Terrier. The dog existed, of course, in its native land. It may indeed be almost truthfully said to have existed as long as that country has been an island. About the year 1875, experts were in dispute over the Irish Terrier, and many averred that his rough coat and length of hair on forehead and muzzle were indubitable proof of Scotch blood. His very expression, they said, was Scotch. But the argument was quelled by more knowing disputants on the other side, who claimed that Ireland had never been without her terrier, and that she owed no manner of indebtedness to Scotland for a dog whose every hair was essentially Irish. In the same year, at a show held in Belfast, a goodly number of the breed were brought together, notable among them being Mr. D. O'Connell's Slasher, a very good-looking wire-coated working terrier, who is said to have excelled as a field and water dog. Slasher was lint white in color, and reputed to be descended from a pure white strain. 2 other terriers of the time were Mr. Morton's Fly, the first Irish Terrier to gain a championship, and Mr. George Jameson's Sport. The prominent Irish Terriers of the 70s varied considerably in type. Stinger, who won the first prize at Lisbon in 1875, was long-backed and short-legged, with a dark blue grizzle-colored back, tan legs, and white turned-out feet. The dam of Mr. Burke's Killiney Boy was a rough black and tan, a combination of colors which was believed to accompany the best class of coats. Brindles were not uncommon. Some were tall on the leg, some short, some were lanky and others cobby, many were very small. There were classes given at a Dublin show in 1874 for Irish Terriers under 9 pounds weight. Jameson's Sport is an important dog historically, for various reasons. He was undoubtedly more akin to our present type than any other Irish Terrier of his time of which there is record. His dark ears were uncropped at a period when cropping was general. His weight approximated to our modern average. He was an all-colored red, and his legs were of a length that would not now be seriously objected to. But in his day he was not accepted as typical, and he was not particularly successful in the show ring. The distinguished terrier of his era was Burke's Killiney Boy, to whom, and to Mr. W. Graham's bitch Erin, with whom he was mated, nearly all the pedigrees of the best Irish Terriers of today date back. Erin was said to be superior in all respects to any of her breed previous to 1880. In her first litter by Killiney Boy were Playboy, Pretty Lass, Poppy, Gerald, Pagan too, and Peggy, every one of whom became famous. More than one of these showed the black markings of their grandam, and their progeny for several generations were apt to throw back to the black and tan, gray, or brindle coloring. Playboy and Poppy were the best of Aaron's first litter. The dog's beautiful ears, which were left as nature made them, were transmitted to his son Bogey Rattler, who was sire of Bachelor and Benedict, the latter the most successful stud dog of his time. Poppy had a rich red coat, and this color recurred with fair regularity in her descendants. Red, which had not at first been greatly appreciated, came gradually to be the accepted color of an Irish Terrier's jacket. Occasionally it tended towards flaxen, occasionally to a deep rich auburn, but the black and brindle were so rigidly bred out that by the year 1890, or thereabout, they very seldom recurred. Nowadays it is not often that any other color than red is seen in a litter of Irish Terriers, although a white patch on the breast is frequent, as it is in all self-colored breeds. In addition to the early celebrities already named, Extreme Carelessness, Michael, Brickbat, Poppy too, Moy Doolan, Straight Tip, and Gaelic have taken their places in the records of the breed, while yet more recent Irish Terriers who have achieved fame have been Mrs. Butcher's Bound Boy and Bound Beauty, Mr. Wallace's Treasurer, Mr. S. Wilson's Bolton Woods Mixer, Dr. Smith's Sarah Kidd, and Mr. C. J. Barnett's Breda Muddler. Naturally, in the case of a breed which has departed from its original type, discussions were frequent before a standard of perfection for the Irish Terrier was fixed. His size and weight, the length or shortness of his limbs, the carriage of his tail, the form of his skull and muzzle, the color and texture of his coat were the subjects of controversy. It was considered at one juncture that he was being bred too big, and at another that he was being brought too much to resemble a red wire hair fox terrier. When once the black marking on his body had been eliminated, no one seems to have desired that it should be restored. Red was acknowledged to be the one and only color for an Irish Terrier. But some held that the correct red should be deep auburn, and others that wheaten color was the tone to be aimed at. A medium shade between the two extremes is now generally preferred. As to size, it should be about midway between that of the Airedale and the Fox Terrier, represented by a weight of from 22 to 27 pounds. The two breeds just mentioned are, as a rule, superior to the Irish Terrier in front legs and feet, but in the direction of these points great improvements have recently been observable. The heads of our Irish Terriers have also been brought nearer to a level of perfection, chiseled to the desired degree of leanness, with the determined expression so characteristic of the breed, and with the length, squareness, and strength of muzzle which formerly were so difficult to find. This squareness of head and jaw is an important point to be considered when choosing an Irish Terrier. Opinions differ in regard to slight details of this terrier's conformation, but the official description, issued by the Irish Terrier Club, supplies a guide upon which the uncertain novice may implicitly depend. Head long, skull flat, and rather narrow between ears, getting slightly narrower towards the eye, free from wrinkles, stop hardly visible except in profile. The jaw must be strong and muscular, but not too full in the cheek, and of a good punishing length. There should be a slight falling away below the eye, so as not to have a greyhound appearance. Hair on face of same description as on body, but short, about 1/4 of an inch long, in appearance almost smooth and straight. A slight beard is the only longish hair, and it is only long in comparison with the rest, that is permissible, and this is characteristic. Teeth should be strong and level. Lips, not so tight as a bull terrier's, but well-fitting, showing through the hair their black lining. Nose must be black. Eyes, a dark hazel color, small, not prominent, and full of life, fire, and intelligence. Ears, small and V-shaped, of moderate thickness, set well on the head, and dropping forward closely to the cheek. The ear must be free of fringe, and the hair thereon shorter and darker in color than the body. Neck should be of a fair length, and gradually widening towards the shoulders, well carried, and free of throatiness. There is generally a slight sort of frill visible at each side of the neck, running nearly to the corner of the ear. Shoulders and chest. Shoulders must be fine, long, and sloping well into the back, the chest deep and muscular, but neither full nor wide. Back and loin, body moderately long. Back should be strong and straight, with no appearance of slackness behind the shoulders, the loin broad and powerful, and slightly arched, ribs fairly sprung, rather deep than round, and well-ribbed back. Hindquarters should be strong and muscular, thighs powerful, hocks near ground, stifles moderately bent. Stern, generally docked, should be free of fringe or feather, but well covered with rough hair, set on pretty high, carried gaily, but not over the back or curled. Feet and legs. Feet should be strong, tolerably round, and moderately small, toes arched, and neither turned out nor in. Black toe-nails most desirable. Legs moderately long, well set from the shoulders, perfectly straight, with plenty of bone and muscle, the elbows working freely clear of the sides, pasterns short and straight, hardly noticeable. Both fore and hind legs should be moved straight forward when traveling, the stifles not turned outwards, the legs free of feather, and covered, like the head, with as hard a texture of coat as body, but not so long. Coat, hard and wiry, free of softness or silkiness, not so long as to hide the outlines of the body, particularly in the hindquarters, straight and flat, no shagginess, and free of lock or curl. Color should be whole-colored, the most preferable being bright red, wheaten, or yellow red. White sometimes appears on chest and feet. It is more objectionable on the latter than on the chest, as a speck of white on chest is frequently to be seen in all self-colored breeds. Size and symmetry. The most desirable weight in show condition is, for a dog 24 pounds, and for a bitch 22 pounds. The dog must present an active, lively, lithe, and wiry appearance, lots of substance, at the same time free of clumsiness, as speed and endurance, as well as power, are very essential. They must be either cloddy or cobby, but should be framed on the lines of speed, showing a graceful racing outline. Temperament. Dogs that are very game are usually surly or snappish. The Irish Terrier as a breed is an exception, being remarkably good-tempered, notably so with mankind, it being admitted, however, that he is perhaps a little too ready to resent interference on the part of other dogs. There is a heedless, reckless pluck about the Irish Terrier which is characteristic, and coupled with the headlong dash, blind to all consequences, with which he rushes at his adversary, has earned for the breed the proud epithet of the daredevils. When off duty, they are characterized by a quiet, caress-inviting appearance, and when one sees them endearingly, timidly pushing their heads into their master's hands, it is difficult to realize that on occasions, at the set-on, they can prove they have the courage of a lion, and will fight unto the last breath in their bodies. They develop an extraordinary devotion to and have been known to track their masters almost incredible distances. Illustration: Mr. Fred W. Breckle's Irish Terrier ch. Killarney Sport. It is difficult to refer to particular Irish Terriers of today without making invidious distinctions. There are so many excellent examples of the breed that a list even of those who have gained championship honors would be formidable. But one would hardly hesitate to head the list with the name of Paymaster, a dog of rare and almost superlative quality and true Irish Terrier character. Paymaster is the property of Miss Lillian Paul, of Weston-super-Mare, who bred him from her beautiful bitch Era's Mike, from Breda Muddler, the sire of many of the best. Side by side with Paymaster, Mr. F. Clifton's Mile End Barrister might be placed. It would need a council of perfection, indeed, to decide which is the better dog of the two. Very high in the list, also, would come Mr. Henry Ridley's Redeemer and Mr. Breckle's Killarney Sport. And among bitches one would name certainly Mr. Gregg's Belfast Erin, Mr. Clifton's Charwoman, Mr. Everill's Erminy, and Mr. J. S. Macomb's Beeston Betty. These are but half a dozen, but they represent the highest level of excellence that has yet been achieved by scientific breeding in Irish Terrier type. Breeding up to the standard of excellence necessary in competition in dog shows has doubtless been the agent which has brought the Irish Terrier to its present condition of perfection, and it is the means by which the general dog-owning public is most surely educated to a practical knowledge of what is a desirable, and what an undesirable dog to possess. But, after all, success in the show ring is not the one and only thing to be aimed at, and the Irish Terrier is not to be regarded merely as the possible winner of prizes. He is above all things a dog for man's companionship, and in this capacity he takes a favored place. He has the great advantage of being equally suitable for town and country life. In the home he requires no pampering, he has a good, hearty constitution, and when once he has got over the ills incidental to puppyhood, worms and distemper, he needs only to be judiciously fed, kept reasonably clean, and to have his fill of active exercise. If he is taught to be obedient, and of gentlemanly habit, there is no better house dog. He is naturally intelligent and easily trained. Although he is always ready to take his own part, he is not quarrelsome, but remarkably good-tempered and a safe associate of children. Perhaps with his boisterous spirits, he is prone sometimes to be overzealous in the pursuit of trespassing tabbies and in assailing the ankles of intruding butcher boys and officious postmen. These characteristics come from his sense of duty, which is strongly developed, and careful training will make him discriminative in his assaults. Very justly is he classed among the sporting dogs. He is a born sportsman, and of his pluck it were superfluous to speak. Fear is unknown to him. In this characteristic, as in all others, he is truly a son of Erin. Chapter 37: The Welsh Terrier. This breed is near akin to the wire-hair fox terrier, the principal differences being merely of color and type. The Welsh Terrier is a wire-haired black or grizzle and tan. The most taking coloring is a jet black body and back with deep tan head, ears, legs, belly, and tail. Several specimens have, however, black foreheads, skulls, ears, and tail, and the black will frequently be seen also extending for a short way down the legs. There must be no black, however, below the hock, and there must be no substantial amount of white anywhere. A dog possessing either of these faults is, according to the recognized standard of the breed, disqualified. Many of the most successful bench winners have, nevertheless, been possessed of a little white on the chest and even a few hairs of that color on their hind toes, and apparently, by the common consent of all the judges of the breed, they have been in no wise handicapped for these blemishes. There are not so many grizzle-colored Welsh Terriers now as there used to be. A grizzle and tan never looks so smart as a black and tan, but though this is so, if the grizzle is of a dark hard color, its owner should not be handicapped as against a black and tan. If, on the contrary, it is a wash-out, bluish-looking grizzle, a judge is entitled to handicap its possessor. Apart altogether from the fact that any such color on the back is invariably accompanied by an objectionable light tan on the legs, the whole being a certain sign of a soft, silky, unterrier-like coat. The coat of the Welsh Terrier slightly differs from that of the wire-hair fox terrier in that it is, as a rule, not so abundant, and is, in reality, a different class of coat. It is not so broken as is that of the fox terrier, and is generally a smoother, shorter coat, with the hairs very close together. When accompanied with this there is a dense undercoat. One has, for a terrier used to work a good deal in water, an ideal covering, as waterproof almost as the feathers on a duck's back. The other difference between the fox and Welsh Terrier, viz., type, is very hard to define. To anyone who really understands Welsh Terriers, the selection of those of proper type from those of wrong type presents little if any difficulty. As a show bench exhibit, the Welsh Terrier is not more than 22 years old. He has, however, resided in Wales for centuries. There is no doubt that he is in reality identical with the old black and tan wire-haired dog which was England's first terrier, and which has taken such a prominent part in the production and evolution of all the other varieties of the sporting terrier. There are several people living in or about Carnarvonshire who can show that Welsh Terriers have been kept by their ancestors from, at any rate, 100 to 200 years ago. Notable among these is the present master of the Innisfore Otterhounds, whose great-grandfather, John Jones, of Innisfore, owned Welsh Terriers in or about the year 1760. This pack of Otterhounds has always been kept by the Jones of Innisfore, who have always worked and still work Welsh Terriers with them. From this strain some good terriers have sprung, and this although neither the present master nor any of his ancestors have concerned themselves greatly about the looks of their terriers, or kept anything but a head record of their pedigrees. They are all, however, purebred, and are set much store on by their owner and his family, just as they always have been by their predecessors. Until about the year 1884 no one seems to have considered the question of putting specimens of the breed on the show bench. About that year, however, several gentlemen interested in the variety met together to see what could be done in connection with the matter, the outcome being that the Welsh Terrier Club was shortly afterwards founded. The Kennel Club recognized the breed, and the terrier himself began his career as a show dog. The specimens which were first shown were, as may be imagined, not a very high-class looking lot. Although the breed had been kept pure, no care had been taken in the culture of it, except that which was necessary to produce a sporting game terrier, able to do its work. One can readily understand, therefore, that such an entirely fancy point as a long foreface and narrow, clean skull had never been thought of for a moment, and it was in these particulars that the Welsh Terrier at first failed, from a show point of view. Naturally enough, good shoulders, sound hindquarters, more than fair legs and feet, and excellent jackets were to be found in abundance, but as the body was almost invariably surmounted by a very short and wedge-shaped head and jaw, often accompanied with a pair of heavy, round ears, an undershot mouth, and a light, full eye, it will be realized that the general appearance of the dog was not prepossessing. The Welsh Terrier today is very much improved beyond what he was when first put on the bench. This improvement has been brought about by careful and judicious breeding from nothing but pure-bred specimens. No outside aid has been invoked, at any rate in the production of any of the best terriers, and none has been required. It is a matter for great congratulation that the breed has been kept pure despite all temptation and exhortation. The Welsh Terrier breeds as true as steel. You know what you are going to get. Had popular clamor had its way years ago, goodness only know what monstrosities would now be being bred. The color of the Welsh Terrier is, of course, against him for working with a pack of hounds, especially in water. It is only fair, however, to the breed to say that, barring this color drawback, there is no better terrier to hounds living. They are not quarrelsome, show very little jealousy one of another in working, can therefore easily be used, exercised, and kennelled together, being much better in this respect than any of the other breeds of terriers. They also, as a general rule, are dead game. They want a bit of rousing, and are not so flashily, showily game as, say, the fox terrier. But, just as with humans, when it comes to real business, when the talking game is played out and there is nothing left but the doing part of the business, then one's experience invariably is that the quiet man, the quiet terrier, is the animal wanted. On the formation of the Welsh Terrier Club, a standard of perfection was drawn up and circulated with the club rules. This standard has remained unchanged up to the present day, and is as follows. Head: the skull should be flat and rather wider between the ears than the wire hair fox terrier. The jaw should be powerful, clean cut rather deeper and more punishing, giving the head a more masculine appearance than that usually seen in a fox terrier. The stop not too defined, fair length from stop to end of nose, the latter being of a black color. Ears: the ears should be V-shaped, small, not too thin, set on fairly high, carried forward, and close to the cheek. Eyes: the eyes should be small, not being too deeply set in or protruding out of skull, of a dark hazel color, expressive and indicating abundant pluck. Neck: the neck should be of moderate length and thickness, slightly arched and sloping gracefully into the shoulders. Body: the back should be short and well ribbed up, the loins strong, good depth, and moderate width of chest. The shoulders should be long, sloping and well set back. The hindquarters should be strong, thighs muscular and of good length, with the hocks moderately straight, well set down and fair amount of bone. The stern should be set on moderately high, but not too gaily carried. Legs and feet: the legs should be straight and muscular, possessing fair amount of bone with upright and powerful pasterns. The feet should be small, round and cat-like. Coat: the coat should be wiry, hard, very close and abundant. Color: the color should be black and tan or black grizzle and tan, free from black penciling on toes. Size: the height at shoulders should be 15 inches for dogs, bitches proportionately less. 20 pounds shall be considered a fair average weight in working condition, but this may vary a pound or so either way. Disqualifying points: nose white, cherry, or spotted to a considerable extent with either of these colors. Ears prick, tulip, or rose. Undershot jaw or pig-jawed mouth. black below hocks or white anywhere to any appreciable extent, black penciling on toes. Chapter 38: The Scottish Terrier. The Scottish Terrier as a show dog dates from about 1877 to 1879. He seems almost at once to have attained popularity, and he has progressed gradually since then, ever in an upward direction, until he is today one of the most popular and extensively owned varieties of the dog. Sir Paignton Pigott had, at the date mentioned, a very fine kennel of the breed, for in the Livestock Journal of May 30, 1879, we find his kennel fully reviewed in a most enthusiastic manner by a correspondent who visited it in consequence of a controversy that was going on at the time, as to whether or not there was such a dog at all, and who, therefore, wished to see and judge for himself as to this point. At the end of his report on the kennel the writer adds these words: "It was certainly one of the happiest days of my life to have the pleasure of looking over so many grand little dogs, but to find them in England quite staggered me. 4 dogs and 8 bitches are not a bad beginning, and with care and judicious selection in mating, I have little doubt but Mr. Pigott's kennel will be as renowned for terriers as the late Mr. Laverack's was for setters. I know but few that take such a delight in the brave little diehards as Mr. Pigott, and he may well feel proud of the lot he has got together at great trouble and expense." Illustration: Mrs. Spencer's Dandy Dimment Ch. Bra Lad, photographed by T. Fall. Illustration: a typical Airedale head. Illustration: Mr. W. L. McCandlish's Scottish Terrier EMS Cosmetic. The fact that there was such a kennel already in existence proved, of course, a strong point in favor of the bona fides of the breed. The best dog in it was Granite, whose portrait and description were given in the journal in connection with the said review, and the other animals of the kennel being of the same type, it was at once recognized that there was, in fact, such a breed, and the mouths of the doubters were stopped. Granite was unquestionably a typical Scottish Terrier, even as we know them at the present day. He was certainly longer in the back than we care for nowadays, and his head also was shorter, and his jaw more snipey than is now seen, but his portrait clearly shows he was a genuine Scottish Terrier, and there is no doubt that he, with his kennelmates, Tartan, Crofter, Syringa, Kavak, and Posey, conferred benefit upon the breed. To dive deeper into the antiquity of the Scottish Terrier is a thing which means that he who tries it must be prepared to meet all sorts of abuse, ridicule, and criticism. One man will tell you there never was any such thing as the present-day Scottish Terrier, that the mere fact of his having prick ears shows he is a mongrel. Another, that he is merely an offshoot of the Skye or the Dandy. Another, that the only Scottish Terrier that is a Scottish Terrier is a white one. Another, that he is merely a manufactured article from Aberdeen, and so on ad infinitum. It is a most extraordinary fact that Scotland should have unto herself so many different varieties of the terrier. There is strong presumption that they one and all came originally from one variety, and it is quite possible, nay probable, that different crosses into other varieties have produced the assortment of today. The writer is strongly of opinion that there still exist in Scotland at the present time specimens of the breed which propagated the lot, which was what is called even now the Highland Terrier, a little long-backed, short-legged, snipey-faced, prick or drop-eared, mostly sandy and black-colored terrier, game as a pebble, lively as a cricket, and all in all a most charming little companion, and further, that to produce our present-day Scottish Terrier, or shall we say, to improve the points of his progenitor, the assistance of our old friend the black and tan wire-haired terrier of England was sought by a few astute people living probably not very far from Aberdeen. Scottish Terriers frequently go by the name of Aberdeen Terriers, an appellation, it is true, usually heard only from the lips of people who do not know much about them. Mr. W. L. McCandlish, one of the greatest living authorities on the breed, in an able treatise published some time back, tells us, in reference to this matter, that the terrier under notice went at different periods under the names of Highland, Cairn, Aberdeen, and Scotch, that he is now known by the proud title of Scottish Terrier, and that the only surviving trace of the differing nomenclature is the title Aberdeen, which many people still regard as a different breed, a want of knowledge frequently turned to account by the unscrupulous dealer who is able to sell under the name of Aberdeen a dog too bad to dispose of as a Scottish Terrier. but there can be no doubt that originally there must have been some reason for the name. In a letter to the writer, Sir Peyton Pigott says, "Some people call them and advertise them as the Aberdeen Terrier, which is altogether a mistake. But the reason of it is that 40 years ago a Dr. Van Bust, who lived in Aberdeen, bred these terriers to a large extent and sold them, and those buying them called them, in consequence, Aberdeen Terriers, whereas they were in reality merely a picked sort of old Scotch or Highland Terrier." Sir Peyton himself, as appears from the columns of the Livestock Journal, March 2, 1877, bought some of the strain of Van Bust, and therein gives a full description of the same. Sir Peyton Pigott's kennel of the breed assumed quite large proportions, and was most successful, several times winning all the prizes offered in the variety at different shows. He may well be called the father of the breed in England, for when he gave up exhibiting, a great deal of his best blood got into the kennels of Mr. H. J. Ludlow, who, as everyone knows, has done such a tremendous amount of good in popularizing the breed and has also himself produced such a galaxy of specimens of the very best class. Mr. Ludlow's first terrier was a bitch called Splinter II. The name of Kildee is, in the breed, almost world famous, and it is interesting to note that in every line does he go back to the said Splinter II. Rambler, called by the great authorities the first pillar of the stud book, was a son of a dog called Bonaccord, and it is to this latter dog and Roger Ruff, and also the aforesaid Tartan and Splinter II, that nearly all of the best present-day pedigrees go back. This being so, it is unnecessary to give many more names of dogs who have in their generations of some years back assisted in bringing the breed to its present state of perfection. An exception, however, must be made in the case of two sons of Rambler, by name Dundee and Alistair, names very familiar in the Scottish Terrier pedigrees of the present day. Alistair especially was quite an extraordinary stud dog. His progeny were legion, and some very good terriers of today own him as progenitor in nearly every line. The best descendants of Alistair were Kildee, Tiree, Winstone, Prince Alexander, and Heather Prince. He was apparently too much inbred to, and though he produced or was responsible for several beautiful terriers, it is much to be doubted whether in a breed which is suffering from the ill effects of too much inbreeding, he was not one of the greatest sinners. The Scottish Terrier Club was formed in the year 1882. In the same year a joint committee drew up a standard of perfection for the breed. Messrs. J. B. Morrison and Thomson Gray, two gentlemen who were looked upon as great authorities, having a good deal to do with it. Standard of points of the Scottish Terrier: skull proportionately long, slightly domed and covered with short hard hair about 3/4 inch long or less. It should not be quite flat, as there should be a sort of stop or drop between the eyes. Muzzle, very powerful, and gradually tapering towards the nose, which should always be black and of a good size. The jaws should be perfectly level, and the teeth square, though the nose projects somewhat over the mouth, which gives the impression of the upper jaw being longer than the under one. Eyes, a dark brown or hazel color, small, piercing, very bright and rather sunken. Ears, very small, prick or half prick, the former is preferable, but never drop. They should also be sharp-pointed, and the hair on them should not be long, but velvety, and they should not be cut. The ears should be free from any fringe at the top. Neck short, thick and muscular, strongly set on sloping shoulders. Chest, broad in comparison to the size of the dog, and proportionately deep. Body, of moderate length, but not so long as a Skye's, and rather flat-sided, well ribbed up, and exceedingly strong in hindquarters. Legs and feet, both fore and hind legs, should be short and very heavy in bone, the former being straight and well set on under the body, as the Scottish Terrier should not be out at elbows. The hocks should be bent, and the thighs very muscular, and the feet strong, small and thickly covered with short hair, the fore feet being larger than the hind ones. Tail should be about 7 inches long, never docked, carried with a slight bend and often gaily. Coat should be rather short, about 2 inches, intensely hard and wiry in texture, and very dense all over the body. Size, from 15 pounds to 20 pounds, the best weight being as near as possible 18 pounds, for dogs, and 16 pounds, for bitches when in condition for work. Color, steel or iron gray, black brindle, brown brindle, gray brindle, black, sandy, and wheaten. White markings are objectionable, and can only be allowed on the chest and to a small extent. General appearance: the face should wear a very sharp, bright, and active expression, and the head should be carried up. The dog, owing to the shortness of his coat, should appear to be higher on the leg than he really is, but at the same time he should look compact and possessed of great muscle in his hindquarters. In fact, a Scottish Terrier, though essentially a terrier, cannot be too powerfully put together, and should be from about 9 inches to 12 inches in height. Special faults: muzzle, either under or over hum. Eyes, large or light-colored. Ears, large, round at the points or drop. It is also a fault if they are too heavily covered with hair. Legs bent, or slightly bent, and out at elbows. Coat: any silkiness, wave, or tendency to curl is a serious blemish, as is also an open coat. Size: specimens of over 20 pounds should be discouraged. There have, of recent years, been many very excellent specimens of the Scottish Terrier bred and exhibited. Preeminent among them stands Mrs. Hannay's Ch. Haworth Rascal, who was a most symmetrical terrier, and probably the nearest approach to perfection in the breed yet seen. Other very first-class terriers have been the same Lady Ch. Gare, Mr. Powlett's Ch. Callum Dhu, Mr. McCandlish's EMS Cosmetic, Mr. Chapman's Heather Bob and Heather Charm, Mr. Kinnear's Seafield Rascal, Mr. Wood's Hinman Chief, Messrs. Buckley and Mills's Clonmel Invader, and Mr. Dean Willis's Ch. Huntley Daisy and Ch. Carter Laddie. It is highly probable that of all the terrier tribe, the Scottie, taken as a whole, is the best companion. He makes a most excellent house dog, is not too big, does not leave white hairs about all over the place, loves only his master and his master's household, and is, withal, a capable and reliable guard. He is, as a rule, a game, attractive terrier, with heaps of brain power, and from a show point of view there is always some recompense in keeping him, as it will be found he breeds true to type and does not beget offspring of all sorts, shapes, and makes. Chapter 39: The West Highland White Terrier. Man, being a hunting animal, kills the otter for his skin, and the badger also. The fox he kills because the animal likes lamb and game to eat. Man, being unable to deal in the course of a morning with the rocks under and between which his quarry harbors, makes use of the small dog which will go underground, to which the French name terrier has been attached. Towards the end of the reign of James I of England and VI of Scotland, we find him riding to Edinburgh to have half a dozen birth dogs or terriers sent carefully to France as a present, and he directs that they be got from Argyle, and sent over in 2 or more ships lest they should get harmed by the way. That was roughly 300 years ago, and the king most probably would not have so highly valued a newly invented strain as he evidently did value the terriers from Argyle. We may take it then that in 1600 the Argyllshire Terriers were considered to be the best in Scotland, and likely enough too, seeing the almost boundless opportunities the county gives for the work of the birth dogs. But men kept their dogs in the evil pre-show days for work and not for points, and mighty indifferent were they whether an ear cocked up or lay flat to the cheek, whether the tail was exactly of fancy length, or how high to a hair's breadth it stood. These things are sine qua non on the modern show bench, but were not thought of in the cruel, hard-fighting days of old. In those days 2 things, and 2 things only, were imperatively necessary: pluck and capacity to get at the quarry. This entailed that the body in which the pluck was enshrined must be small and most active, to get at the innermost recesses of the lair, and that the body must be protected by the best possible teeth and jaws for fighting, on a strong and rather long neck and directed by a most capable brain. It is held that feet turned out a little are better for scrambling up rocks than perfectly straight fox terrier-like feet. In addition, it was useful to have your dog of a color easy to see when in motion, though no great weight was laid upon that point, as in the days before newspapers and trains men's eyes were good, as a rule. Still, the quantity of white in the existing terriers all through the west coast of Scotland shows that it must have been rather a favoured colour. White West Highland Terriers were kept at Paltalock 60 years ago, and so they were first shown as Paltalock Terriers. Yet although they were kept in their purest strain in Argyllshire, they are still to be found all along the west coast of Scotland, good specimens belonging to Ross Shire, to Skye, and at Balachalish on Loch Leven, so that it is a breed with a long pedigree and not an invented breed of the present day. Emphatically, they are not simply white-colored Scottish Terriers, and it is an error to judge them on Scottish Terrier lines. They are smaller than the average Scottie, more foxy, in general conformation, straight-limbed, rather long, rather low, and active in body, with a broad forehead, light muzzle and underjaw, and a bright, small, intelligent eye. Colonel Malcolm, of Paltalloch, who is recognized as the great authority on the breed, lays stress upon the quality of the coat. The outer coat, he says, should be very soft on the forehead and get gradually harder towards the haunches, but the harsh coat beloved of the show bench is all nonsense, and is the easiest thing in the world to fake, as anyone can try who will dip his own hair into the now fashionable Anturic baths. The outer coat should be distinctly long, but not long in the fancy or show sense. Still, it should be long enough to hang as a thatch over the soft, woolly real coat of the animal and keep it dry so that a good shake or two will throw off most of the water, while the undercoat should be so thick and naturally oily that the dog can swim through a fair-sized river and not get wet, or be able to sit out through a drenching rain guarding something of his master's and be none the worse. This undercoat I, at least, have never seen a judge look for, but for the working terrier it is most important. The size of the dog is perhaps best indicated by weight. The dog should not weigh more than 18 pounds, nor the bitch more than 16 pounds. There is among judges, I find, with all respect I say it, an undue regard for weight and what is called strength, also for grooming, which means brushing or plucking out all the long hair to gratify the judge. One might as well judge of Sando's strength, not by his performances, but by the kind of wax he puts on his mustache. The West Highland Terrier of the old sort, I do not, of course, speak of bench dogs, earn their living following fox, badger, or otter wherever these went underground, between, over, or under rocks that no man could get at to move, and some of such size that 100 men could not move them. And oh, the beauty of their note when they came across the right scent! I want my readers to understand this, and not to think of a Highland fox-cairn as if it were an English fox-earth dug in sand, nor of badger work as if it were a question of locating the badger and then digging him out. No, the badger makes his home amongst rocks, the small ones perhaps 2 or 3 tons in weight, and probably he has his hinner end against one of 300 or 400 tons, no digging him out, and moreover, the passages between the rocks must be taken as they are, no scratching them a little wider. So if your dog's ribs are a trifle too big he may crush 1 or 2 through the narrow slit and then stick. He will never be able to pull himself back, at least, until starvation has so reduced him that he will probably be unable, if set free, to win, as we say in Scotland, his way back to the open. I remember a tale of one of my father's terriers who got so lost. The keepers went daily to the cairn hoping against hope. At last one day a pair of bright eyes were seen at the bottom of a hole. They did not disappear when the dog's name was called. A brilliant idea seized one of the keepers. The dog evidently could not get up, so a rabbit's skin was folded into a small parcel round a stone and let down by a string. The dog at once seized the situation, and the skin, held on, was drawn up, and fainted on reaching the mouth of the hole. He was carried home tenderly and nursed. He recovered. Referring to the characteristics of this terrier, Colonel Malcolm continues, attention to breeding as to color has undoubtedly increased the whiteness, but other points being good, a dog of the West Highland White Terrier breed is not to be rejected if he shows his descent by a slight degree of pale red or yellow on his back or his ears. I know an old Argyllshire family who consider that to improve their terriers they ought all to have browny yellow ears. Neither again, except for the show bench, is there the slightest objection to half-drop ears, i.e., the points of one or both ears just falling over. Unfortunately, the show bench has a great tendency to spoil all breeds from too much attention being given to what is evident, and ears are grand things for judges to pin their faith to. Also, they greatly admire a fine long face and what is called, but wrongly called, a strong jaw, meaning by that an ugly, heavy face. I have often pointed out that the tiger, the cat, the otter, all animals remarkable for their strength of jaw, have exceedingly short faces, but their bite is cruelly hard. And what, again, could be daintier than the face of a fox? The terrier of the West Highlands of Scotland has come down to the present day, built on what I may perhaps call the fox lines, and it is a type evolved by work, hard and deadly dangerous work. It is only of late years that dogs have been bred for show. The so-called Scottish Terrier, which at present rules the roost, dates from 1879 as a show dog. I therefore earnestly hope that no fancy will arise about these dogs which will make them less hardy, less wise, less companionable, less active, or less desperate fighters underground than they are at present. A young dog that I gave to a keeper got its stomach torn open in a fight. It came out of the cairn to its master to be helped. He put the entrails back to the best of his ability, and then the dog slipped out of his hands to finish the fight, and forced the fox out into the open. That is the spirit of the breed, but alas, that cannot be exhibited on the show bench. They do say that a keeper of mine, when chaffed by the fancy about the baby faces of his lot, was driven to ask, "Well, can any of you gentlemen oblige me with a cat, and I'll show you?" I did not hear him say it, so it may only be a tale. Anyhow, I have in my kennel a dog who, at 10 months old, met a vixen fox as she was bolting out of her cairn, and he at once caught her by the throat, stuck to her till the pack came up, and then on till she was killed. In the course of 1 month his wounds were healed, and he had 2 other classical fights, one with a cat and the other with a dog-fox. Not bad for a pup with a baby face. I trust my readers understand that the West Highland White Terriers are not White Aberdeens, not a new invention, but have a most respectable ancestry of their own. I had the formal list of points, but this is the work of show bench experts, and it will be seen from what I have written that I do not agree with them on certain particulars. There should be feather to a fair degree on the tail, but if experts will not allow it, put rosin on your hands and pull the hair out, and the rosin will win your prize. The eye should not be sunk, which gives the sulky look of the Scotch Terrier, but should be full and bright, and the expression friendly and confiding. The skull should not be narrow anywhere. It is almost impossible to get black nails in a dog of pure breed, and the black soon wears off the pad work, so folk must understand this. On 2 occasions recently I have shown dogs, acknowledged, as dogs, to be quite first class, but you see, they are not the proper type. The judges unfortunately have as yet their eyes filled with the Scottish Terrier type and prefer mongrels that show it to the real Simon Pure. Standard of points. The general appearance of the West Highland White Terrier is that of a small, game, hardy-looking terrier, possessed with no small amount of self-esteem, with a varminty appearance, strongly built, deep in chest and back ribs, straight back and powerful quarters, on muscular legs, and exhibiting in a marked degree a great combination of strength and activity. Color, white. Coat, very important, and seldom seen to perfection, must be double-coated. The outer coat consists of hard hair, about 2½ inches long, and free from any curl. The undercoat, which resembles fur, is short, soft, and close. Open coats are objectionable. Size, dogs to weigh from 14 to 18 pounds, and bitches from 12 to 16 pounds, and measure from 8 to 12 inches at the shoulder. Skull should not be too narrow, being in proportion to his powerful jaw, proportionately long, slightly domed, and gradually tapering to the eyes, between which there should be a slight indentation or stop. Eyebrows heavy. The hair on the skull to be from 3/4 to 1 inch long, and fairly hard. Eyes widely set apart, medium in size, dark hazel in color, slightly sunk in the head, sharp and intelligent, which, looking from under the heavy eyebrows, give a piercing look. Full eyes, and also light-colored eyes, are very objectionable. Muzzle should be powerful, proportionate in length, and should gradually taper towards the nose, which should be fairly wide, and should not project forward beyond the upper jaw. The jaws level and powerful, and teeth square or evenly met, well set, and large for the size of the dog. The nose and roof of mouth should be distinctly black in color. Ears small, carried erect or semi-erect, but never drop, and should be carried tightly up. The semi-erect ears should drop nicely over at the tips, the break being about 3/4 up the ear, and both forms of ears should terminate in a sharp point. The hair on them should be short, smooth, velvety, and they should not be cut. The ears should be free from any fringe at the top. Round, pointed, broad, and large ears are very objectionable, also ears too heavily covered with hair. Neck muscular, and nicely set on sloping shoulders. Chest very deep, with breadth in proportion to the size of the dog. Body compact, straight back, ribs deep and well arched in the upper half of rib, presenting a flattish side appearance. Loins broad and strong. Hindquarters strong, muscular, and wide across the top. Legs and feet, both fore and hind legs, should be short and muscular. The shoulder blades should be comparatively broad and well sloped backwards. The points of the shoulder blades should be closely knit into the backbone, so that very little movement of them should be noticeable when the dog is walking. The elbows should be close into the body both when moving or standing, thus causing the foreleg to be well placed and under the shoulder. The forelegs should be straight and thickly covered with short, hard hair. The hind legs should be short and sinewy. The thighs very muscular and not too wide apart. The hocks bent and well set in under the body, so as to be fairly close to each other either when standing, walking, or running, trotting, and when standing, the hind legs, from the point of the hock down to fetlock joint, should be straight or perpendicular and not far apart. The forefeet are larger than the hind ones, are round, proportionate in size, strong, thickly padded, and covered with short, hard hair. The foot must point straight forward. The hind feet are smaller, not quite as round as forefeet, and thickly padded. The under surface of the pads of feet and all the nails should be distinctly black in color. Hocks too much bent, cow hocks, detract from the general appearance. Straight hocks are weak. Both kinds are undesirable, and should be guarded against. Tail, 6 or 7 inches long, covered with hard hairs, no feathers, as straight as possible, carried gaily, but not curled over back. A long tail is objectionable. Movement should be free, straight, and easy all round. In front, the legs should be freely extended forward by the shoulder. The hind movement should be free, strong, and close. The hocks should be freely flexed and drawn close in under the body, so that, when moving off the foot, the body is thrown or pushed forward with some force. Stiff, stilty movement behind is very objectionable. Faults, coat, any silkiness, wave, or tendency to curl is a serious blemish, as is also an open coat. Black or gray hairs disqualify for competition. Size, any specimens under the minimum, or above the maximum weight, are objectionable. Eyes, full or light colored. Ears, round pointed, drop, broad and large, or too heavily covered with hair. Muzzle, either under or overshot, and defective teeth. Illustration: Colonel Malcolm's West Highland White Terriers Sonny and Sarah. Illustration: Miss E. McKean's Skye Terriers Ch. Fairfield Diamond and Ch. Wolverley Chummy. Photograph by T. Fall. Chapter 40: The Dandy Dinmont. The breed of terrier now known as the Dandy Dinmont is one of the races of the dog which can boast of a fairly ancient lineage. Though it is impossible now to say what was the exact origin of this breed, we know that it was first recognized under its present name after the publication of Scott's Guy Mannering, in the year 1814, and we know that for many years previously there had existed in the border counties a rough-haired, short-legged race of terrier, the constant and very effective companion of the border farmers and others in their fox-hunting expeditions. Various theories have been suggested by different writers as to the manner in which the breed was founded. Some say that the Dandy is the result of crossing a strain of rough-haired terriers with the Dachshund, others that a rough-haired terrier was crossed with the Otterhound, and others again assert that no direct cross was ever introduced to found the breed, but that it was gradually evolved from the rough-haired terriers of the border district. And this latter theory is probably correct. The Dandy would appear to be closely related to the Bedlington Terrier. In both breeds we find the same indomitable pluck, the same pendulous ear, and a light silky topknot adorning the skull of each, but the Dandy was evolved into a long-bodied, short-legged dog, and the Bedlington became a long-legged, short-bodied dog. Indeed, to illustrate the close relationship of the two breeds, a case is quoted of the late Lord Antrim, who, in the early days of dog shows, exhibited 2 animals from the same litter, and with the one obtained a prize or honorable mention in the dandy classes, and with the other a like distinction in the Bedlington classes. It may be interesting to give a few particulars concerning the traceable ancestors of the modern dandy. In Mr. Charles Cook's book on this breed, we are given particulars of one William Allen, of Holystone, born in 1704, and known as Piper Allen, and celebrated as a hunter of otters and foxes, and for his strain of rough-haired terriers who so ably assisted him in the chase. William Allen's terriers descended to his son James, also known as the Piper, and born in the year 1734. James Allen died in 1810, and was survived by a son who sold to Mr. Francis Somner at Yet home a terrier dog named Old Pepper, descended from his grandfather's famous dog Hitchum. Old Pepper was the great-grandsire of Mr. Somner's well-known dog Shem. These terriers belonging to the Allens and others in the district are considered by Mr. Cook to be the earliest known ancestors of the modern dandy Dinmont. Sir Walter Scott himself informs us that he did not draw the character of Dandy Dinmont from any one individual in particular, but that the character would well fit a dozen or more of the Lidderdale yeomen of his acquaintance. However, owing to the circumstance of his calling all his terriers Mustard and Pepper, without any other distinction except Auld, and Young, and Little, the name came to be fixed by his associates upon one James Davidson, of Hindley, a wild farm in the Teviotdale Mountains. James Davidson died in the year 1820, by which time the Dandy Dinmont Terrier was being bred in considerable numbers by the border farmers and others to meet the demand for it which had sprung up since the appearance of Guy Mannering. As a result of the controversies that were continually recurring with regard to the points of a typical Dandy Dinmont, there was formed in the year 1876 the Dandy Dinmont Terrier Club, with the object of settling the question forever, and for this purpose all the most noted breeders and others interested were invited to give their views upon it. The standard of points adopted by the club is as follows. Head, strongly made and large, not out of proportion to the dog's size, the muscles showing extraordinary development, more especially the maxillary. Skull, broad between the ears, getting gradually less towards the eyes, and measuring about the same from the inner corner of the eyes to back of skull as it does from ear to ear. The forehead well domed. The head is covered with very soft silky hair, which should not be confined to a mere topknot, and the lighter in color and silkier it is the better. The cheeks, starting from the ears proportionately with the skull, have a gradual taper towards the muzzle, which is deep and strongly made, and measures about 3 inches in length, or in proportion to skull as 3 is to 5. The muzzle is covered with hair of a little darker shade than the topknot, and of the same texture as the feather of the forelegs. The top of the muzzle is generally bare for about an inch from the black part of the nose, the bareness coming to a point towards the eye, and being about 1 inch broad at the nose. The nose and inside of mouth black or dark colored. The teeth very strong, especially the canine, which are of extraordinary size for such a small dog. The canines fit well into each other, so as to give the greatest available holding and punishing power, and the teeth are level in front, the upper ones very slightly overlapping the under ones. Many of the finest specimens have a swine mouth, which is very objectionable, but it is not so great an objection as the protrusion of the under jaw. Eyes, set wide apart, large, full, round, bright, expressive of great determination, intelligence, and dignity, set low and prominent in front of the head, color a rich dark hazel. Ears, pendulous, set well back, wide apart and low on the skull, hanging close to the cheek, with a very slight projection at the base, broad at the junction of the head and tapering almost to a point, the fore part of the ear tapering very little, the tapering being mostly on the back part, the fore part of the ear coming almost straight down from its junction with the head to the tip. They should harmonize in color with the body color. In the case of a pepper dog they are covered with a soft, straight, brownish hair, in some cases almost black. In the case of a mustard dog the hair should be mustard in color, a shade darker than the body, but not black. All should have a thin feather of light hair starting about 2 inches from the tip, and of nearly the same color and texture as the topknot, which gives the ear the appearance of a distinct point. The animal is often 1 or 2 years old before the feather is shown. The cartilage and skin of the ear should not be thick, but rather thin. Length of ear, from 3 to 4 inches. Neck very muscular, well developed, and strong, showing great power of resistance, being well set into the shoulders. Body long, strong, and flexible, ribs well sprung and round, chest well developed and let well down between the forelegs. The back rather low at the shoulder, having a slight downward curve and a corresponding arch over the loins, with a very slight gradual drop from top of loins to root of tail, both sides of backbone well supplied with muscle. Tail rather short, say from 8 inches to 10 inches, and covered on the upper side with wiry hair of darker color than that of the body, the hair on the under side being lighter in color, and not so wiry, with a nice feather, about 2 inches long, getting shorter as it nears the tip, rather thick at the root, getting thicker for about 4 inches, then tapering off to a point. It should not be twisted or curled in any way, but should come up with a curve like a scimitar, the tip, when excited, being in a perpendicular line with the root of the tail. It should neither be set on too high nor too low. When not excited, it is carried gaily, and a little above the level of the body. Legs, the forelegs short, with immense muscular development and bone, set wide apart, the chest coming well down between them. The feet well formed, and not flat, with very strong brown or dark-colored claws. Bandy legs and flat feet are objectionable. The hair on the forelegs and feet of a pepper dog should be tan, varying according to the body color from a rich tan to a pale fawn. Of a mustard dog they are of a darker shade than its head, which is a creamy white. In both colors there is a nice feather, about 2 inches long, rather lighter in color than the hair on the forepart of the leg. The hind legs are a little longer than the fore ones, and are set rather wide apart, but not spread out in an unnatural manner, while the feet are much smaller, the thighs are well developed, and the hair of the same color and texture as the fore ones, but having no feather or dew claws. The whole claws should be dark, but the claws of all vary in shade according to the color of the dog's body. Coat. This is a very important point. The hair should be about 2 inches long, that from skull to root of tail a mixture of hardish and soft hair, which gives a sort of crisp feel to the hand. The hair should not be wiry. The coat is termed pily or penciled. The hair on the under part of the body is lighter in color and softer than that on the top. The skin on the belly accords with the color of dog. Color. The color is pepper or mustard. The pepper ranges from a dark bluish-black to a light silver-gray, the intermediate shades being preferred, the body color coming well down the shoulder and hips, gradually merging into the leg color. The mustards vary from a reddish-brown to a pale fawn, the head being a creamy white, the legs and feet of a shade darker than the head. The claws are dark as in other colors. Nearly all dandy dinmants have some white on the chest, and some have also white claws. Size. The height should be from 8 to 11 inches at the top of shoulder. Length from top of shoulder to root of tail should not be more than twice the dog's height, but preferably 1 or 2 inches less. Weight, from 14 pounds to 24 pounds, the best weight as near 18 pounds as possible. These weights are for dogs in good working order. In the above standard of points we have a very full and detailed account of what a dandy should be like, and if only judges at shows would bear them in mind a little more, we should have fewer conflicting decisions given, and dandy fanciers and the public generally would not from time to time be set wondering as to what is the correct type of the breed. A dandy makes an excellent house guard. For such a small dog he has an amazingly deep, loud bark, so that the stranger, who has heard him barking on the far side of the door, is quite astonished when he sees the small owner of the big voice. When kept as a companion he becomes a most devoted and affectionate little friend, and is very intelligent. As a dog to be kept in kennels there is certainly one great drawback where large kennels are desired, and that is the risk of keeping 2 or more dogs in one kennel. Sooner or later there is sure to be a fight, and when dandies fight it is generally a very serious matter. If no one is present to separate them, one or both of the combatants is pretty certain to be killed. But when out walking the dandy is no more quarrelsome than other breeds of terriers, if properly trained from puppyhood. There is one little matter in breeding dandies that is generally a surprise to the novice, and that is the very great difference in the appearance of the young pups and the adult dog. The pups are born quite smooth-haired, the peppers are black and tan in color, and the mustards have a great deal of black in their coloring. The top knot begins to appear sometimes when the dog is a few months old, and sometimes not till he is a year or so old. It is generally best to mate a mustard to a pepper, to prevent the mustards becoming too light in color, though two rich-colored mustards may be mated together with good results. It is a rather curious fact that when two mustards are mated, some of the progeny are usually pepper in color, though when two peppers are mated there are very seldom any mustard puppies. The popularity of the dandy has now lasted for nearly 100 years, and there is no reason why it should not last for another century, if breeders will only steer clear of the exaggeration of show points, and continue to breed a sound, active, and hardy terrier. Chapter 41: The Skye and Clydesdale Terriers. That the Skye Terrier should be called the heavenly breed is a tribute to the favor in which he is held by his admirers. Certainly when he is seen in perfection he is an exceedingly beautiful dog. As certainly there is no breed more affectionate, more faithful, or more lovable. Among his characteristics are a long-enduring patience, a prompt obedience, and a deep-hearted tenderness, combined with fearless courage. He is more sensitive to rebuke and punishment than most dogs, and will nurse resentment to those who are unjust to him, not viciously, but with an almost human plaintiveness which demands an immediate reconciliation. He is staunch and firm as his native hills to those who are kind to him, and for entering into battle with an enemy there is no dog more recklessly daring and resolute. Visitors to dog shows are disposed to believe that the Skye Terrier, with its well-groomed coat that falls in smooth cascades down its sides, and its veil of thick hair that obscures the tender softness of its dark and thoughtful eyes, is meant only to look beautiful upon the bench or to recline in comfortable indolence on silken cushions. This is a mistake. See a team of skis racing up a hillside after a fugitive rabbit, tirelessly burrowing after a rat, or displaying their terrier strategy around a fox's earth or an otter's holt, and you will admit that they are meant for sport, and are demons at it. Even their peculiarity of build is a proof that they are born to follow vermin underground. They are long of body, with short, strong legs, adapted for burrowing. With the dachshund they approximate more closely than any other breeds to the shape of the badger, the weasel, and the otter, and so many animals which nature has made long and low in order that they may inhabit earths and insinuate themselves into narrow passages in the moorland cairns. There can be no question that these dogs, which are so typically Highland in character and appearance, as well as the Clydesdale, the Scottish, the Dandy Dinmont, and the White Paltalock Terriers, are all the descendants of a purely native Scottish original. They are all interrelated, but which was the parent breed it is impossible to determine. It is even difficult to discover which of the two distinct types of the Skye Terrier was the earlier, the variety whose ears stand alertly erect, or its near relative whose ears are pendulous. Perhaps it does not matter. The differences between the prick-eared Skye and the drop-eared are so slight, and the characteristics which they have in common are so many, that a dual classification was hardly necessary. The earliest descriptions and engravings of the breed present a terrier considerably smaller than the type of today, carrying a fairly profuse, hard coat, with short legs, a body long in proportion to its height, and with ears that were neither erect nor drooping, but semi-erect and capable of being raised to alertness in excitement. It is the case that drop-eared puppies often occur in the litters of prick-eared parents, and vice versa. As its name implies, this terrier had its early home in the misty island of Skye, which is not to say that it was not also to be found in Lewis, Oronsay, Colonsay, and others of the Hebrides, as well as on the mainland of Scotland. Dr. Johnson, who visited these islands with Boswell in 1773, noticed these terriers and observed that otters and weasels were plentiful in Skye, that the foxes were numerous, and that they were hunted by small dogs. He was so accurate an observer that one regrets he did not describe the MacLeod's terriers and their work. They were at that time of many colors, varying from pure white to fawn and brown, blue-gray and black. The lighter-colored ones had black muzzles, ears, and tails. Their tails were carried more gaily than would be permitted by a modern judge of the breed. In those days the Highlander cared less for the appearance than he did for the sporting proclivities of his dogs, whose business it was to oust the tod from the earth in which it had taken refuge, and for this purpose certain qualities were imperative. First and foremost, the terrier needed to be small, short of leg, long and lithe in body, with ample face fringe to protect his eyes from injury, and possessed of unlimited pluck and dash. The Skye Terrier of today does not answer to each and every one of these requirements. He is too big, decidedly he is too big, especially in regard to the head. A noble-looking skull, with large, well-feathered ears may be admirable as ornament, but would assuredly debar its possessor from following into a fox's lair among the boulders. Then, again, his long coat would militate against the activity necessary for his legitimate calling. It was not until about 1860 that the Skye Terrier attracted much notice among dog lovers south of the border, but Queen Victoria's admiration of the breed, of which from 1842 onwards she always owned favorite specimens, and Sir Edwin Landseer's paintings in which the Skye was introduced, had already drawn public attention to the decorative and useful qualities of this terrier. The breed was included in the first volume of the Kennel Club stud book, and the best among the early dogs were such as Mr. Pratt's Gilly and Dunvegan, Mr. D. W. Fife's Novelty, Mr. John Bowman's Dandy, and Mr. Macdonough's Rook. These were mostly of the droppered variety, and were bred small. About the year 1874, fierce and stormy disputes arose concerning the distinctions of the Scottish breeds of terriers. The controversy was continued until 1879, when the Kennel Club was approached with the view to furnishing classes. The controversy was centered upon three types of Scottish terriers: those which claimed to be pure Skye terriers, a dog described briefly as Scotch, and a third, which for a time was miscalled the Aberdeen. To those who had studied the varieties, the distinctions were clear, but the question at issue was, to which of the three rightly belonged the title of Scottish Terrier? The dog which the Scots enthusiasts were trying to get established under this classification was the Cairn Terrier of the Highlands, known in some localities as the short-coated, working Skye, and in others as the Fox Terrier, or Todhunter. A subdivision of this breed was the more leggy, Aberdeen, variety. The present-day Skye is without doubt one of the most beautiful terriers in existence. He is a dog of medium size, with a weight not exceeding 25 pounds, and not less than 18 pounds. He is long in proportion to his height, with a very level back, a powerful jaw with perfectly fitting teeth, a small hazel eye, and a long hard coat just reaching the ground. In the pricked variety the ears are carried erect, with very fine ear feathering, and the face fringe is long and thick. The ear feathering and face fall are finer in quality than the coat, which is exceedingly hard and weather-resisting. And here it is well to point out that the Skye has two distinct coats: the under coat, somewhat soft and woolly, and the upper, hard and rainproof. This upper coat should be as straight as possible, without any tendency to wave or curl. The tail is not very long, and should be nicely feathered, and in repose never raised above the level of the back. The same description applies to the dropper type, except that the ears in repose, instead of being carried erect, fall evenly on each side of the head. When, however, the dog is excited, the ears are pricked forward, in exactly the same fashion as those of the Airedale Terrier. This is an important point, a houndy carriage of ear being a decided defect. The droppered variety is usually the heavier and larger dog of the two, and for some reason does not show the quality and breeding of its neighbor. Lately, however, there has evidently been an effort made to improve the droppered type, with the result that some very excellent dogs have recently appeared at the important shows. Probably Mr. James Pratt has devoted more time and attention to the Skye Terrier than any other now living fancier, though the names of Mr. Kidd and Mr. Todd are usually well known. Mr. Pratt's Skees were allied to the type of terrier claiming to be the original Skye of the Highlands. The head was not so large, the ears also were not so heavily feathered, as is the case in the Skye of today, and the colors were very varied, ranging from every tint between black and white. In 1892 a great impetus was given to the breed by Mrs. Hughes, whose kennels at Wolverley were of overwhelmingly good quality. Mrs. Hughes was quickly followed by such ardent and successful fanciers as Sir Claude and Lady Alexander, of Ballochmyle, Mrs. Freeman, Miss Bowyer-Smith, and Miss McKean. Lately other prominent exhibitors have forced their way into the front rank, among whom may be mentioned the Countess of Aberdeen, Mrs. Hugh Ripley, Mrs. Wilmer, Miss Wishaw, and Mrs. Sandwith. Mrs. Hughes Wolverley Duchess and Wolverley Jock were excellent types of what a prick-eared Skye should be. Excellent, too, were Mrs. Freeman's Alistair and Sir Claude Alexander's young Rosebery, Olden Times, Abbess, and Wee Mac of Adele, Mrs. Wilmer's Jean, and Mr. Miller's Prince Donald. But the superlative Skye of the period, and probably the best ever bred, is Wolverley Chummy, the winner of 30 championships which are but the public acknowledgment of his perfections. He is the property of Miss McKean, who is also the owner of an almost equally good specimen of the other sex in Fairfield Diamond. Among the drop-eared Skees of present celebrity may be mentioned Mrs. Hugh Ripley's Perfection, Miss Wishaw's Piper Grey, and Lady Aberdeen's Cromer Kelpie. There are 2 clubs in England and 1 in Scotland instituted to protect the interests of this breed, namely, the Skye Terrier Club of England, the Skye and Clydesdale Club, and the Skye Terrier Club of Scotland. The Scottish Club's description is as follows. Head, long, with powerful jaws and incisive teeth closing level, or upper just fitting over under. Skull, wide at front of brow, narrowing between the ears, and tapering gradually towards the muzzle, with little falling in between or behind the eyes. Eyes hazel, medium size, close set. Muzzle, always black. Ears, prick or pendant, when prick, not large, erect at outer edges, and slanting towards each other at inner, from peak to skull. When pendant, larger, hanging straight, lying flat, and close at front. Body, preeminently long and low. Shoulders broad, chest deep, ribs well sprung and oval-shaped, giving a flattish appearance to the sides. Hindquarters and flank full and well developed. Back level and slightly declining from the top of the hip joint to the shoulders. The neck long and gently crested. Tail, when hanging, the upper half perpendicular, the under half thrown backward in a curve. When raised, a prolongation of the incline of the back, and not rising higher nor curling up. Legs, short, straight, and muscular. No dew claws, the feet large and pointing forward. Coat double and under, short, close, soft, and woolly. And over, long, averaging 5½ inches, hard, straight, flat, and free from crimp or curl. Hair on head, shorter, softer, and veiling the forehead and eyes, on the ears, overhanging inside, falling down and mingling with the side locks, not heavily, but surrounding the ear like a fringe, and allowing its shape to appear. Tail also gracefully feathered. Color, any variety, dark or light blue or gray, or fawn with black points. Shade of head and legs approximating that of body. 1. Average measurements, dog, height at shoulder, 9 inches. Length, back of skull to root of tail, 22½ inches. Muzzle to back of skull, 8½ inches. Root of tail to tip joint, 9 inches. Total length, 40 inches. Bitch, half an inch lower, and 2½ inches shorter than dog, all points proportional. Thus, body, 21 inches, head, 8 inches, and tail, 8½ inches. Total, 37½ inches. 2. Average weight, dog 18 pounds, bitch 16 pounds. No dog should be over 20 pounds, nor under 16 pounds, and no bitch should be over 18 pounds, nor under 14 pounds. Whereas the Scottish Club limits the approved length of coat to 5½ inches, the English Club gives a maximum of 9 inches. This is a fairly good allowance, but many of the breed carry a much longer coat than this. It is not uncommon, indeed, to find a Skye with a covering of 12 inches in length, which, even allowing for the round of the body, causes the hair to reach and often to trail upon the ground. The Clydesdale may be described as an anomaly. He stands as it were upon a pedestal of his own, and unlike other Scotch terriers he is classified as non-sporting. Perhaps his marvelously fine and silky coat precludes him from the rough work of hunting after vermin, though it is certain his game-like instincts would naturally lead him to do so. Of all the Scottish dogs he is perhaps the smallest, his weight seldom exceeding 18 pounds. He is thus described by the Skye Terrier Club of Scotland. General appearance: a long, low, level dog, with heavily fringed erect ears, and a long coat like the finest silk or spun glass, which hangs quite straight and evenly down each side, from a parting extending from the nose to the root of the tail. Head, fairly long, skull flat and very narrow between the ears, gradually widening towards the eyes and tapering very slightly to the nose, which must be black. The jaws strong and the teeth level. Eyes medium in size, dark in color, not prominent, but having a sharp, terrier-like expression, eyelids black. Ears, small, set very high on the top of the head, carried perfectly erect, and covered with long silky hair, hanging in a heavy fringe down the sides of the head. Body, long, deep in chest, well ribbed up, the back being perfectly level. Tail, perfectly straight, carried almost level with the back, and heavily feathered. Legs, as short and straight as possible, well set under the body, and entirely covered with silky hair. Feet round and cat-like. Coat, as long and straight as possible, free from all trace of curl or waviness, very glossy and silky in texture, with an entire absence of undercoat. Color, a level, bright steel blue, extending from the back of the head to the root of the tail, and on no account intermingled with any fawn, light or dark hairs. The head, legs, and feet should be a clear, bright, golden tan, free from gray, sooty, or dark hairs. The tail should be very dark blue or black. The Clydesdale Terrier is rare, at any rate as regards the show bench. There are never more than 2 or 3 at most exhibited south of the Tweed, even when classes are provided at the big shows and championships offered, thus indicating that the breed is not a popular one. And amongst those kennels who do show there exists at the present time but one dog who can lay claim to the title of champion. This unique specimen is the property of Sir Claude Alexander, Bart, of Ballochmyle, and is known under the name of Wee Wattie. There are of course several fanciers in Scotland, among whom may be mentioned Mr. G. Shaw of Glasgow, who is the owner of several fine examples of the breed, including beautiful Santoy and the equally beautiful Mozart. As with the Skye Terrier, it seems a matter of difficulty to produce a perfect Clydesdale, and until the breed is taken up with more energy it is improbable that first-class dogs will make an appearance in the show ring. A perfect Clydesdale should figure as one of the most elegant of the terrier breed. His lovely silken coat, the golden brown hue of his face fringe, paws and legs, his well-pricked and feathery ear, and his generally smart appearance should combine to form a picture exciting general admiration. Chapter 42 The Yorkshire Terrier. The most devout lover of this charming and beautiful terrier would fail if he were to attempt to claim for him the distinction of descent from antiquity. Bradford, and not Babylon, was his earliest home, and he must be candidly acknowledged to be a very modern manufactured variety of the dog. Yet it is important to remember that it was in Yorkshire that he was made, Yorkshire, where live the cleverest breeders of dogs that the world has known. One can roughly reconstitute the process. What the Yorkshiremen desired to make for themselves was a pygmy, prick-haired terrier with a long, silky, silvery gray and tan coat. They already possessed the foundation in the Old English black and tan wire-haired terrier. To lengthen the coat of this working breed they might very well have had recourse to a cross with the prick-haired Skye, and to eliminate the wiry texture of the hair a further cross with the Maltese dog would impart softness and silkiness without reducing the length. Again, a cross with the Clydesdale, which was then assuming a fixed type, would bring the variety yet nearer to the ideal, and a return to the black and tan would tend to conserve the desired color. In all probability the Dandy Dinmont had some share in the process. Evidence of origin is often to be found more distinctly in puppies than in the mature dog, and it is to be noted that the puppies of both the Dandy and the Yorkshire are born with decided black and tan coloring. The original broken-haired Yorkshire Terrier of 30 years ago was often called a Scottish Terrier, or even a Skye, and there are many persons who still confound him with the Clydesdale, whom he somewhat closely resembles. At the present time he is classified as a toy dog and exhibited almost solely as such. It is to be regretted that until very lately the terrier character was being gradually bred out of him, and that the prickiness, the exuberance, and gameness which once distinguished him as the companion of the Yorkshire operative, was in danger of being sacrificed to the desire for diminutive size and inordinate length of coat. Perhaps it would be an error to blame the breeders of Yorkshire Terriers for this departure from the original type as it appeared, say, about 1870. It is necessary to take into consideration the probability that what is now called the old-fashioned working variety was never regarded by the Yorkshire men who made him as a complete and finished achievement. It was possibly their idea at the very beginning to produce just such a diminutive dog as is now to be seen in its perfection at exhibitions, glorying in its flowing tresses of steel blue silk and ruddy gold. And one must give them full credit for the patience and care with which during the past 40 years they have been steadily working to the fixed design of producing a dwarfed breed which should excel all other breeds in the length and silkiness of its robe. The extreme of cultivation in this particular quality was reached some years ago by Mrs. Trauffier, whose little dog Conqueror, weighing 5½ pounds, had a beautiful enveloping mantle of the uniform length of 24 inches. Doubtless all successful breeders and exhibitors of the Yorkshire Terrier have their little secrets, and their peculiar methods of inducing the growth of hair. They regulate the diet with extreme particularity, keeping the dog lean rather than fat, and giving him nothing that they would not themselves eat. Bread, mixed with green vegetables, a little meat and gravy or fresh fish, varied with milk puddings and sprats, toy pet biscuits, should be the staple food. Bones ought not to be given, as the act of gnawing them is apt to mar the beard and mustache. For the same reason it is well when possible to serve the food from the fingers. But many owners use a sort of mask or hood of elastic material which they tie over the dog's head at mealtimes to hold back the long face fall and whiskers, that would otherwise be smeared and sullied. Similarly, as a protection for the coat, when there is any skin irritation and an inclination to scratch, linen or cotton stockings are worn upon the hind feet. Many exhibitors pretend that they use no dressing, or very little, and this only occasionally, for the jackets of their Yorkshire Terriers. But it is quite certain that continuous use of grease of some sort is not only advisable but even necessary. Opinions differ as to which is the best cosmetic, but Hermero, the dressing prepared for the purpose by Miss D. Wilmer, of Yoxford, Suffolk, could not easily be improved upon for this or any other long-coated breed. For the full display of their beauty, Yorkshire Terriers depend very much upon careful grooming. It is only by grooming that the silvery cascade of hair down the dog's sides and the beautiful tan face fall that flows like a rain of gold from his head can be kept perfectly straight and free from curl or wrinkle, and no grease or pomade, even if their use were officially permitted, could impart to the coat the glistening sheen that is given by the dexterous application of the brush. The gentle art of grooming is not to be taught by theory. Practice is the best teacher. But the novice may learn much by observing the deft methods employed by an expert exhibitor. Mr. Peter Eden, of Manchester, is generally credited with being the actual inventor of the Yorkshire Terrier. He was certainly one of the earliest breeders and owners, and his celebrated Albert was only one of the many admirable specimens with which he convinced the public of the charms of this variety of dog. He may have given the breed its first impulse, but Mrs. M. A. Foster, of Bradford, was for many years the head and center of all that pertained to the Yorkshire Terrier, and it was undoubtedly she who raised the variety to its highest point of perfection. Her dogs were invariably good in type. She never exhibited a bad one, and her Huddersfield Ben, Toy Smart, Bright, Sandy, Ted, Bradford Hero, Bradford Marie, and Bradford Queen, the last being a bitch weighing only 24 ounces, are remembered for their uniform excellence. Of more recent examples that have approached perfection may be mentioned Mrs. Walton's Ashton King, Queen, and Bright, and her Montfaber Duchess. Mr. Mitchell's Westbrook Fred has deservedly won many honors, and Mr. Firmstone's Grand Duke and M. Wyndy Damaris, and Mrs. Sinclair's Mascus Superbus, stand high in the estimation of expert judges of the breed. Perhaps the most beautiful bitch ever shown was Waveless, the property of Mrs. R. Marshall, the owner of another admirable bitch in Little Picture. Mrs. W. Shaw's Ch. Sneinton Amethyst is also an admirable specimen. The standard of points laid down by the Yorkshire Terrier Club is as follows. General appearance: that of a long-coated pet dog, the coat hanging quite straight and evenly down each side, a parting extending from the nose to the end of the tail. The animal should be very compact and neat, his carriage being very sprightly, bearing an air of importance. Although the frame is hidden beneath a mantle of hair, The general outline should be such as to suggest the existence of a vigorous and well-proportioned body. Head should be rather small and flat, not too prominent or round in the skull, rather broad at the muzzle, with a perfectly black nose. The hair on the muzzle very long, which should be a rich, deep tan, not sooty or gray. Under the chin, long hair, about the same color as on the crown of the head, which should be a bright, golden tan, and not on any account intermingled with dark or sooty hairs. Hairs on the sides of the head should be very long, of a few shades deeper tan than that on the top of the head, especially about the ear roots. Eyes medium in size, dark in color, having a sharp, intelligent expression, and placed so as to look directly forward. They should not be prominent. The edges of the eyelids should be dark. Ears small, V-shaped, and carried semi-erect, covered with short hair, color to be a deep rich tan. Mouth, good even mouth, teeth as sound as possible. A dog having lost a tooth or two, through accident or otherwise, is not to disqualify, providing the jaws are even. Body, very compact, with a good loin, and level on the top of the back. Coat, the hair, as long and as straight as possible, not wavy, should be glossy, like silk, not woolly, extending from the back of the head to the root of the tail. Color, a bright steel blue, and on no account intermingled with fawn, light or dark hairs. All tan should be darker at the roots than at the middle of the hairs, shading off to a still lighter tan at the tips. Legs, quite straight, should be of a bright golden tan, well covered with hair, a few shades lighter at the end than at the roots. Feet, as round as possible, toenails black. Tail, cut to medium length, with plenty of hair, darker blue than the rest of the body, especially at the end of the tail, which is carried slightly higher than the level of the back. Weight, divided into two classes, under 5 pounds, and over 5 pounds, to 12 pounds. Chapter 43 The Pomeranian. Long before the Pomeranian dog was common in Great Britain, this breed was to be met with in many parts of Europe, especially in Germany, and he was known under different names, according to his size and the locality in which he flourished. The title of Pomeranian is not admitted by the Germans at all, who claim this as one of their national breeds, and give it the general name of the German Spitz. At Athens, in the Street of Tombs, there is a representation of a little Spitz leaping up to the daughter of a family as she is taking leave of them, which bears the date equivalent to 56 BC, and in the British Museum there is an ancient bronze jar of Greek workmanship, upon which is engraved a group of winged horses at whose feet there is a small dog of undoubted Pomeranian type. The date is the 2nd century, BC. It is now generally accepted that, wherever our Pomeranian originated, he is a northern or Arctic breed. Evidence goes to show that his native land in prehistoric times was the land of the Samoyeds, in the north of Siberia, along the shores of the Arctic Ocean. The Samoyed dog is being gradually introduced into England, and good specimens can be frequently seen at the principal shows. The similarity between our large white Pomeranian and the Samoyed is too great to be accidental, and we are drawn to the conclusion that in prehistoric times a migration of the Samoyeds was made from their native land into Pomerania, the most eastern province of Prussia bordering on the Baltic Sea, and that these people took with them their dogs, which were the progenitors of the present race of Pomeranian or Spitz. But in any case the Pomeranian dog, so called, has been a native of various parts of Europe from very early times. His advent into England has been of comparatively recent date, at least in any great numbers, so far as can be ascertained, since no ancient records exist on this question. Gainsborough, however, painted the famous actress, Mrs. Robinson, with a large white Pomeranian sitting by her side. In Rees' Encyclopedia, published in 1816, a good picture of a white Pomeranian is given with a fairly truthful description. In this work he is said to be larger than the common sheep dog. Rees gives his name as Canis Pomeranius, from Linnaeus, and Chien Lu, from Buffon. From these examples, therefore, we may infer that the large Pomeranian, or Wolf Spitz, was already known in England towards the end of the 18th century at least. There are, however, no systematic registers of Pomeranians prior to the year 1870. Even 10 years later than this last date, so little was the breed appreciated that a well-known writer on dogs began an article on the Pomeranian with the words, The Pomeranian is admittedly one of the least interesting dogs in existence, and consequently his supporters are few and far between. The founders of the Kennel Club held their first dog show in 1870, and in that year only 3 Pomeranians were exhibited. For the next 20 years little or no permanent increase occurred in the numbers of Pomeranians entered at the chief dog show in England. The largest entry took place in 1881, when there were 15, but in 1890 there was not a single Pomeranian shown. From this time, however, the numbers rapidly increased. Commencing in 1891 with 14, increasing in 1901 to 60, it culminated in 1905 with the record number of 125. Such a rapid advance between the years 1890 and 1905 is unprecedented in the history of dog shows, although it is right to add that this extraordinarily rapid rise into popularity has since been equaled in the case of the now fashionable Pekingese. This tendency to advancement in public favor was contemporaneous with the formation of the Pomeranian Club of England, which was founded in 1891, and through its fostering care the Pomeranian has reached a height of popularity far in advance of that attained by any other breed of toy dog. One of the first acts of the club was to draw up a standard of points as follows. Appearance. The Pomeranian should be a compact, short coupled dog, well knit in frame. He should exhibit great intelligence in his expression, and activity and buoyancy in his deportment. Head and nose should be foxy in outline or wedge-shaped, the skull being slightly flat, large in proportion to the muzzle, which should finish rather fine and free from lippiness. The teeth should be level, and should on no account be undershot. The hair on the head and face should be smooth and short-coated. The nose should be black and white, orange and sable dogs, but in other colors may be self, but never party color or white. Ears should be small, not set too far apart, nor too low down, but carried perfectly erect like those of a fox, and, like the head, should be covered with short, soft hair. Eyes should be medium in size, not full, nor set too wide apart, bright and dark in color, showing great intelligence. In white, shaded sable, or orange dogs the rims round the eyes should be black. Neck and body. The neck should be rather short, well set in. The back must be short and the body compact, being well ribbed up and the barrel well rounded. The chest must be fairly deep and not too wide, but in proportion to the size of the dog. Legs. The forelegs must be well feathered, perfectly straight, of medium length, and not such as would be termed leggy, or low, on leg, but in due proportion in length and strength to a well-balanced frame. Must be fine in bone and free in action. The hind legs and thighs must be well feathered, either contracted nor wide behind, the feet small and compact in shape. Shoulders should be clean, and well laid back. Tail. The tail is one of the characteristics of the breed, and should be turned over the back and carried flat and straight, being profusely covered with long, harsh, spreading hair. Coat. There should be 2 coats, an undercoat and an overcoat. The one a soft, fluffy undercoat, the other a long, perfectly straight coat, harsh in texture, covering the whole of the body, being very abundant round the neck and fore part of the shoulders and chest, where it should form a frill of profuse standing off straight hair, extending over the shoulders. The hind quarters should be clad with long hair or feathering, from the top of the rump to the hock. Color. All whole colors are admissible, but they should be free from white or shadings, and the whites must be quite free from lemon or any other color. A few white hairs in any of the self-colors shall not necessarily disqualify. At present the whole-colored dogs are white, black, brown, light or dark, blue, as pale as possible, orange, which should be as deep and even in color as possible, beaver or cream. Dogs, other than white, with white foot or feet, leg or legs, are decidedly objectionable and should be discouraged, and cannot compete as whole-colored specimens. In party-colored dogs the colors should be evenly distributed on the body in patches. A dog with white or tan feet or chest would not be a party color. Shaded sables should be shaded throughout with 3 or more colors, the hairs to be as uniformly shaded as possible, with no patches of self-color. In mixed classes where whole-colored and party-colored Pomeranians compete together, the preference should, if in other points they are equal, be given to the whole-colored specimens. Where classification is not by colors, the following is recommended for adoption by show committees. 1. Not exceeding 7 pounds. Pomeranian miniatures. 2. Exceeding 7 pounds. Pomeranians. 3. Pomeranians and Pomeranian miniatures mixed. The early type of a Pomeranian was that of a dog varying from 10 pounds, or 12 pounds, weight up to 20 pounds, weight, or even more, and some few of about 12 pounds, and over are still to be met with, but the tendency among present-day breeders is to get them as small as possible, so that diminutive specimens weighing less than 5 pounds are now quite common, and always fetch higher prices than the heavier ones. The dividing weight, as arranged some 10 years ago by the Pomeranian Club, is 8 pounds, and the Kennel Club has recently divided the breed into 2 classes of Pomeranians and Pomeranians miniature. As a rule, the white specimens adhere more nearly to the primitive type, and are generally over 8 pounds in weight, but through the exertions of many breeders, several are now to be seen under this limit. The principal breeders of this color in England today are Miss Hamilton of Roselle, Miss Chell, Miss Lee Roberts, Mrs. Pope, and Mrs. Goodall Copestake. The first 2 whites to become full champions under Kennel Club rules were Rob of Roselle and Koenig of Roselle, both belonging to Miss Hamilton of Roselle. More black Pomeranians have been bred in England than of any other color, and during the last 15 years the number of good specimens that have appeared at our great exhibitions has been legion. There do not seem to be so many really good ones today as heretofore. This is explained, perhaps, by the fact that other colors are now receiving more and more attention from breeders. A typical small black of today is Billy T., the property of Mr. and Mrs. Stanley Mappin. He scales only 5.5 pounds, and is therefore, as to size and weight as well as shape, style, and smartness of action, a good type of a toy Pomeranian. He was bred by Mrs. Cates, and is the winner of over 50 prizes and many specials. To enumerate all the first-class blacks during the last 30 years would be impossible, but those which stand out first and foremost have been Black Boy, King Pippin, Kaffir Boy, Bayswater Swell, Kensington King, Marland King, Black Prince, Hatcham Nip, Walkley Queenie, Viva, Gaytaker Zulu, Glimpton King Edward, and Billy T. The brown variety has for a long time been an especial favorite with the public, and many good ones have been bred during the last 10 years. There are many different shades of browns, varying from a dark chocolate to a light beaver, but in all cases they should be whole-colored. An admirable example of the brown Pomeranians is the incomparable C.H. Tina. This beautiful little lady was bred by Mrs. Addis from Bayswater Swell ex Kitsey, and scaled a little under 5 pounds. She won over every Pomeranian that competed against her, besides having been many times placed over all other dogs of any breed in open competition. The shaded sables are among the prettiest of all the various colors which Pomeranians may assume. They must be shaded throughout with 3 or more colors, as uniformly as possible, with no patches of self-color. They are becoming very popular, and good specimens are much sought after at high prices. Mrs. Hall Walker has been constant in her devotion to this variety for several years, and she possesses a very fine team in champions Dainty Boy, Dainty Belle, Bibbery Belle, and in Gaytaker Sable Sue. Mrs. Vale Nicholas also has recently been most successful with shaded sables. C.H. Nankeepa, over 8 pounds, and champion Sable Mite and Adam bear witness to this statement. Her lovely Mite is a typical example of a small Pomeranian of this color. He was bred by Mr. Hurst, by Little Nipper ex Laurel Fluffy, and scales only 4.25 pounds. Mention should also be made of Miss Ives' Dragonfly, Mrs. Boucher's Lady Wolfino, Miss Bland's Marland Topaz, Mr. Walter Winan's Morning Light, and Mr. Fowler's May Duchess. The blues, or smoke-colored Pomeranians, have likewise their admirers, and among those who have taken up these as a speciality may be mentioned Miss Ives, Mrs. Parker, Mrs. Loy, and Miss Ruby Cook. Another color which has attained of late years increasing popularity in England is orange. These should be self-colored throughout, and light shadings, though not disqualifying, should be discouraged. The principal breeder of the orange Pomeranian today is Mr. W. Brown, of Raleigh, Essex, who has probably more specimens in his kennels than any other breeder of this color. Tiny Boy the Boy, and Orange Boy are his best, and all three are approved sires. Mrs. Hull Walker is an admirer of this color, and her gaytaker Philander, Lupino, and Orange Girl are great prize winners. Miss Hamilton of Roselle has for many years bred oranges, and has given to the Pomeranian Club, of which she is president, 2 challenge cups for Pomeranians of this color. Mrs. Birch also is a lover of this hue, and possesses such good dogs as Rufus Rusticus and Sherry Winkle. There is still another variety which bears the name of party-colored. As the name implies, these dogs must be of more than one color, and the colors should be evenly distributed on the body in patches. For example, a black dog with a white foot or leg or chest would not be a party color. As a matter of fact, there have been bred in England very few party-colored Pomeranians. They seem to be freaks which are rarely produced. It does not follow that by mating a black dog to a white bitch, or vice versa, a party-colored will be necessarily obtained. On the contrary, it is more likely that the litter will consist of some whole-colored blacks, and some whole-colored whites. Miss Hamilton's Mafeking of Roselle, and Mrs. Vale Nicholas's Shelton Novelty, are the 2 most prominent specimens at the present time, although Mrs. Harcourt Clare's Magpie and Mr. Temple's Layswood Tom Tit were perhaps better known some time ago. Among toy dogs, this particular breed has enjoyed an unprecedented popularity. The growth in the public favor among all classes has been gradual and permanent during the last 15 years, and there are no signs that it is losing its hold on the love and affection of a large section of the English people. His handsome appearance, his activity and hardihood, his devotedness to his owner, his usefulness as a house dog, and his many other admirable qualities will always make the Pomeranian a favorite both in the cottage and in the palace. Chapter 44: The King Charles Spaniels. In the 4th chapter of Macaulay's History of England we read of King Charles II. That he might be seen before the dew was off the grass in St. James's Park, striding among the trees playing with his spaniels and flinging corn to his ducks, and these exhibitions endeared him to the common people, who always liked to see the great unbend. Queen Elizabeth's physician, Dr. Caius, described these little spaniels as delicate, neat, and pretty kind of dogs, called the spaniel gentle or the comforter, and further said, "These dogs are little, pretty, proper, and fine, and sought for to satisfy the delicateness of dainty dames and wanton women's wills, instruments of folly for them to play and dally withal, to trifle away the treasure of time, to withdraw their mindies from their commendable exercises. These puppies, the smaller they be, the more pleasure they provoke, as more meet playfellows for mincing mistresses to bear in their bosoms, to keep company withal in their chambers, to succor with sleep in bed, and nourish you with meat at board, to lie in their laps, and lick their lips as they ride in their wagons. In good reason it should be so, for coarseness with fineness hath no fellowship, but featness with neatness hath neighborhood enough." There would appear to be much divergence of opinion as to the origin of this breed, and the date of its first appearance in England, but it was certainly acclimatized here as early as the reign of Henry VIII, and it is generally thought that it is of Japanese origin, taken from Japan to Spain by the early voyagers to the East, and thence imported into England. The English toy spaniels of today, especially the Blenheim variety, are also said by some to be related to some sporting spaniels which belonged to Queen Mary about the year 1555, and might have been brought over from Germany. Mary kept a pack of spaniels for hunting purposes. There is another theory advanced, and with some reason, that the English toy spaniel of the present day derived its origin from the cocker spaniel, as these larger dogs have the same colors and markings, black and tan, tricolor, and red and white. The cocker also occasionally has the spot on the forehead which is a characteristic of the Blenheim. Be the origin of the King Charles Spaniel, and its advent in this country, what it may, King Charles II so much indulged and loved these little friends that they followed him hither and thither as they pleased, and seemed to have been seldom separated from him. By him they were loved and cherished, and brought into great popularity. In his company they adorned canvas and ancient tapestries, and are reputed to have been allowed free access at all times to Whitehall, Hampton Court, and other royal palaces. There are now 4 recognized varieties of the English Toy Spaniel, or, more properly speaking, 5, as the Marlborough Blenheims are considered a distinct type. The latter are said by some to be the oldest of the toy spaniels, by others to have been first brought over from Spain during the reign of Charles II. By John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, from whose home, Blenheim Palace, the name was derived, and has ever since been retained. If we may take the evidence of Van Dyck, Watteau, François Boucher, and Groys, in whose pictures they are so frequently introduced, all the toy spaniels of bygone days had much longer noses and smaller, flatter heads than those of the present time, and they had much longer ears, these in many instances dragging on the ground. The Marlborough Blenheim has retained several of the ancestral points. Although this variety is of the same family, and has the same name, as the short-nosed Blenheim of the present day, there is a great deal of difference between the two types. The Marlborough is higher on the legs, which need not be so fully feathered. He has a much longer muzzle and a flatter and more contracted skull. The Marlborough possesses many of the attributes of a sporting spaniel, but so also does the modern Blenheim, although perhaps in a lesser degree. He has a very good scent. Mr. Roddenby Lee states that the Blenheims of Marlborough were excellent dogs to work the coverts for cock and pheasant, and that excepting in color there is in reality not much difference in appearance between the older orange and white dogs, not as they are today, with their abnormally short noses, round skulls, and enormous eyes, and the liver and white cockers which H.B. Challen drew for Daniel's Rural Sports in 1801. This will bear out the statement that the smaller type of spaniel may be descended from the cockers. The ground color of this dog is white, with chestnut encircling the ears to the muzzle. The sides of the neck are chestnut, as are also the ears. There is a white blaze on the forehead, in the center of which should be a clear lozenge-shaped chestnut spot, called the beauty spot, which by inbreeding with other varieties is fast being lost. Chestnut markings are on the body and on the sides of the hind legs. The coat should incline to be curly, the head must be flat, not broad, and the muzzle should be straight. The chestnut should be of a rich color. The four varieties, the King Charles, Tricolor or, as he has been called, Charles I. Spaniel, the modern Blenheim, and the Ruby, have all the same points, differing from one another in color only, and the following description of the points as determined by the Toy Spaniel Club serves for all. Head should be well domed, and in good specimens is absolutely semiglobular, sometimes even extending beyond the half circle, and projecting over the eyes, so as nearly to meet the upturned nose. Eyes. The eyes are set wide apart, with the eyelids square to the line of the face, not oblique or fox-like. The eyes themselves are large, and dark as possible, so as to be generally considered black, their enormous pupils, which are absolutely of that color, increasing the description. There is always a certain amount of weeping shown at the inner angles. This is owing to a defect in the lacrimal duct. This stop, or hollow between the eyes is well marked, as in the bulldog, or even more so. Some good specimens exhibit a hollow deep enough to bury a small marble. Nose. The nose must be short and well turned up between the eyes, and without any indication of artificial displacement afforded by a deviation to either side. The color of the end should be black, and it should be both deep and wide with open nostrils. Jaw. The muzzle must be square and deep, and the lower jaw wide between the branches, leaving plenty of space for the tongue, and for the attachment of the lower lips, which should completely conceal the teeth. It should also be turned up or finished, so as to allow of its meeting the end of the upper jaw turned up in a similar way, as above described. Ears. The ears must be long, so as to approach the ground. In an average-sized dog they measure 20 inches from tip to tip, and some reach 22 inches, or even a trifle more. They should be set low on the head, hang flat to the sides of the cheeks, and be heavily feathered. In this last respect the King Charles is expected to exceed the Blenheim, and his ears occasionally extend to 24 inches. Size. The most desirable size is indicated by the accepted weight of from 7 pounds to 10 pounds. Shape. In compactness of shape these spaniels almost rival the pug, but the length of coat adds greatly to the apparent bulk, as the body, when the coat is wetted, looks small in comparison with that dog. Still, it ought to be decidedly cobby, with strong, stout legs, short, broad back, and wide chest. The symmetry of the King Charles is of importance, but it is seldom that there is any defect in this respect. Coat. The coat should be long, silky, soft and wavy, but not curly. In the Blenheim there should be a profuse mane, extending well down in the front of the chest. The feathers should be well displayed on the ears and feet, and in the latter case so thickly as to give the appearance of their being webbed. It is also carried well up the backs of the legs. In the black and tan the feather on the ears is very long and profuse, exceeding that of the Blenheim by an inch or more. The feather on the tail, which is cut to the length of 3½ to 4 inches, should be silky, and from 5 to 6 inches in length, constituting a marked flag of a square shape, and not carried above the level of the back. Color. The color differs with the variety. The black and tan is a rich glossy black and deep mahogany tan, tan spots over the eyes, and the usual markings on the muzzle, chest, and legs are also required. The ruby is a rich chestnut red, and is whole-colored. The presence of a few white hairs intermixed with the black on the chest of a black and tan, or intermixed with the red on the chest of a ruby spaniel, shall carry weight against the dog, but shall not in itself absolutely disqualify. But a white patch on the chest or white on any other part of a black and tan or ruby spaniel shall be a disqualification. The Blenheim must on no account be whole-colored, but should have a ground of pure pearly white, with bright rich chestnut or ruby red markings evenly distributed in large patches. The ears and cheeks should be red, with a blaze of white extending from the nose up the forehead, and ending between the ears in a crescentic curve. In the center of this blaze at the top of the forehead there should be a clear spot of red, of the size of a sixpence. Tan ticks on the forelegs and on the white muzzle are desirable. The tricolor should in part have the tan of the black and tan, with markings like the Blenheim in black instead of red on a pearly white ground. The ears and under the tail should also be lined with tan. The tricolor has no spot, that beauty being peculiarly the property of the Blenheim. The all-red King Charles is known by the name of Ruby Spaniel. The color of the nose is black. The points of the ruby are the same as those of the black and tan, differing only in color. The King Charles variety used to consist of black and tan and black and white spaniels, and it is thought that by the interbreeding of the two specimens the tricolor was produced. The color of the King Charles now is a glossy black with rich mahogany tan spots over the eyes and on the cheeks. There should also be some tan on the legs and under the tail. The Prince Charles, or tricolor, should have a pearly white ground with glossy black markings evenly distributed over the body in patches. The ears should be lined with tan. Tan must also be seen over the eyes, and some on the cheeks. Under the tail also tan must appear. The Blenheim must also have a pearly white ground with bright rich chestnut or ruby red markings evenly distributed in patches over the body. The ears and cheeks must be red, and a white blaze should stretch from the nose to the forehead and thence in a curve between the ears. In the middle of the forehead there should be, on the white blaze, a clear red spot about the size of a sixpence. This is called the Blenheim spot, which, as well as the profuse mane, adds greatly to the beauty of this particular toy spaniel. Unfortunately, in a litter of Blenheims the spot is often wanting. The ruby spaniel is of one color, a rich, unbroken red. The nose is black. There are now some very beautiful specimens of ruby spaniels, but it is only within the last quarter of a century that this variety has existed. It seems to have originally appeared in a litter of King Charles puppies, when it was looked upon as a freak of nature, taking for its entire color only the tan markings and losing the black ground. The different varieties of toy spaniels have been so much interbred that a litter has been reputed to contain the 4 kinds, but this would be a very rare occurrence. The Blenheim is now often crossed with the tricolor, when the litter consists of puppies quite true to the 2 types. The crossing of the King Charles with the ruby is also attended with very good results, the tan markings on the King Charles becoming very bright and the color of the ruby also being improved. Neither of these specimens should be crossed with either the Blenheim or the tricolor, as white must not appear in either the King Charles or the ruby spaniel. It is regretted by some of the admirers of these dogs that custom has ordained that their tails should be docked. As portrayed in early pictures of the King Charles and the Blenheim varieties, the tails are long, well flagged, and inclined to curve gracefully over the back, and in none of the pictures of the supposed ancestors of our present toy spaniels, even so recent as those painted by Sir Edwin Landseer, do we find an absence of the long tail. If left intact, the tail would take 2 or 3 years to attain perfection, but the same may be said of the dog generally, which improves very much with age, and is not at its best until it is 3 years old, and even then continues to improve. Although the toy spaniels are unquestionably true aristocrats by nature, birth, and breeding, and are most at home in a drawing room or on a well-kept lawn, they are by no means deficient in sporting proclivities, and in spite of their short noses, their scent is very keen. They thoroughly enjoy a good scamper, and are all the better for not being too much pampered. They are very good house dogs, intelligent and affectionate, and have sympathetic, coaxing little ways. One point in their favor is the fact that they are not noisy, and do not yap continually when strangers go into a room where they are, or at other times, as is the habit with some breeds of toy dogs. Those who have once had King Charles Spaniels as pets seldom care to replace them by any other variety of dog, fearing lest they might not find in another breed such engaging little friends and companions, gentle, as of yore, and also comforters. Although these dogs need care, they possess great powers of endurance. They appreciate warmth and comfort, but do not thrive so well in either extreme heat or intense cold. One thing to be avoided is the wetting of their feathered feet, or, should this happen, allowing them to remain so, and, as in the case of all dogs with long ears, the interior of the ears should be carefully kept dry to avoid the risk of canker. In going back to a period long before the last century was halfway through, we find that a great number of these ornamental pets were in the hands of working men living in the East End of London, and the competition among them to own the best was very keen. They held miniature dog shows at small taverns, and paraded their dogs on the sanded floor of taprooms, their owners sitting around smoking long churchwarden pipes. The value of good specimens in those early days appears to have been from P5 to P250, which latter sum is said to have been refused by a comparatively poor man for a small black and tan with very long ears, and a nose much too long for our present-day fancy. Among the names of some old prominent breeders and exhibitors may be mentioned those of C. Eistrop, J. Garwood, J. A. Buggs, and Mrs. Forder. It is interesting to note, on looking over a catalogue of the Kennel Club show, that in 1884 the classes for toy spaniels numbered 5, with 2 championship prizes, 1 each for Blenheims and Black and Tans, and the total entries were 19. At this date neither tricolors nor rubies were recognized as a separate variety by the Kennel Club, and they had no place in the register of breeds until the year 1902. At the Kennel Club show in 1904 31 classes were provided and 8 challenge certificate prizes were given, the entries numbering 109. The formation of the Toy Spaniel Club in 1885, and the impetus given to breeders and exhibitors by the numerous shows with good classification, have caused this beautiful breed to become more popular year by year. 50 years ago the owners might be almost counted on the fingers of one's hands. Now probably the days of the year would hardly cover them. Among the most successful exhibitors of late years have been the Hon. Mrs. McLaren Morrison, the Hon. Mrs. Lytton, Mrs. Graves, Mrs. L. H. Thompson, Miss Young, Mrs. H. B. Looker, Mrs. Privet, Miss Hall, the Mrs. Clarkson in Grantham, Mrs. Dean, Mr. H. Taylor, Mrs. Bright, Mrs. Adamson, Miss Spofford, Mrs. Hope Patterson, Mrs. Lydia Jenkins, and Miss E. Taylor. The novice fancier, desirous of breeding for profit, exhibition, or pleasure, when price is an object for consideration, is often better advised to purchase a healthy puppy from a breeder of repute rather than to be deluded with the notion that a good adult can be purchased for a few pounds, or to be carried away with the idea that a cheap, indifferently bred specimen will produce first-class stock. It takes years to breed out bad points, but good blood will tell. When you are purchasing a bitch with the intention of breeding, many inquiries should be made as to the stock from which she comes. This will influence the selection of the sire to whom she is to be mated, and he should excel in the points in which she is deficient. It is absolutely necessary to have perfectly healthy animals, and if the female be young, and small stock is desired, her mate should be several years her senior. A plain specimen of the right blood is quite likely to produce good results to the breeder. For example, should there be 2 female puppies in a well-bred litter, one remarkable as promising to have all the requirements for a coming champion, the other large and plain, this latter should be selected for breeding purposes as, being stronger, she will make a better and more useful mother than her handsome sister, who should be kept for exhibition, or for sale at a remunerative price. The modern craze for small specimens makes them quite unsuitable for procreation. A brood bitch should not be less than 9 pounds in weight, and even heavier is preferable. A sire the same size will produce small and far more typical stock than one of 5 pounds, or 6 pounds, as the tendency is to degenerate, especially in head points, but small size can be obtained by suitably selecting the parents. The early spring is the best season for breeding, as it gives the puppies a start of at least 6 months in which to grow and get strong before the cold weather sets in, although, of course, they can be bred at any time, but autumn and winter puppies are more troublesome to rear. It is always wise to administer occasionally, both to puppies and adults, a dose of worm medicine, so as to give no chance to internal parasites, the most troublesome ill with which the dog owner has to wrestle, causing even more mortality than the dreaded scourge of distemper. The rules of hygiene cannot be overlooked, as upon them hangs the success of the breeder. Plenty of fresh air, light, and sunshine are as necessary as food. Puppies of this breed are essentially delicate, and must be kept free from cold and draughts, but they require liberty and freedom to develop and strengthen their limbs, otherwise they are liable to develop rickets. Their food should be of the best quality, and after the age of 6 months, nothing seems more suitable than stale brown bread, cut up dice size, and moistened with good stock gravy, together with minced, lean, underdone roast beef, with the addition, 2 or 3 times a week, of a little well-cooked green vegetable, varied with rice or suet pudding and plain biscuits. Fish may also be given occasionally. When only 2 or 3 dogs are kept, table scraps will generally be sufficient, but the pernicious habit of feeding at all times, and giving sweets, pastry, and rich dainties, is most harmful, and must produce disastrous results to the unfortunate animal. 2 meals a day at regular intervals are quite sufficient to keep these little pets in the best condition, although puppies should be fed 4 times daily in small quantities. After leaving the mother they will thrive better if put on dry food, and a small portion of scraped or finely minced lean meat given them every other day, alternately with a chopped hard-boiled egg and stale breadcrumbs. Chapter 45: The Pekingese and the Japanese. Few of the many breeds of foreign dogs now established in England have attained such a measure of popularity in so short a time as the Pekingese. Of their early history little is known, beyond the fact that at the looting of the Summer Palace of Pekin, in 1860, bronze effigies of these dogs, known to be more than 2,000 years old, were found within the sacred precincts. The dogs were, and are to this day, jealously guarded under the supervision of the chief eunuch of the court, and few have ever found their way into the outer world. So far as the writer is aware, the history of the breed in England dates from the importation in 1860 of 5 dogs taken from the Summer Palace, where they had, no doubt, been forgotten on the flight of the court to the interior. Admiral Lord John Hay, who was present on active service, gives a graphic account of the finding of these little dogs in a part of the garden frequented by an aunt of the Emperor, who had committed suicide on the approach of the Allied forces. Lord John and another naval officer, a cousin of the late Duchess of Richmond's, each secured 2 dogs. The 5th was taken by General Dunn, who presented it to Queen Victoria. Lord John took pains to ascertain that none had found their way into the French camp, and he heard then that the others had all been removed to Jehol with the court. It is therefore reasonable to suppose that these 5 were the only palace dogs, or sacred temple dogs of Pekin, which reached England, and it is from the pair which lived to a respectable old age at Goodwood that so many of the breed now in England trace their descent. Illustration: Toy Dogs 1. Miss Stevens' typical Japanese puppy. 2. Mrs. Vale Nicholas's Pomeranian ch. The Sable Mite photographed by T. Fall. 3. Miss M. A. Bland's Pomeranian ch. Marland King photographed by T. Fall. 4. Lady Hulton's Blenheim ch. Joy photographed by Russell. 5. The Hon. Mrs. Lytton's King Charles ch. The Seraph. Many years ago, Mr. Alfred de Rothschild tried, through his agents in China, to secure a specimen of the Palace dog for the writer, in order to carry on the Goodwood strain, but without success, even after a correspondence with Pekin which lasted more than 2 years. But we succeeded in obtaining confirmation of what we had always understood, namely, that the Palace dogs are rigidly guarded, and that their theft is punishable by death. At the time of the Boxer Rebellion, only spaniels, pugs, and poodles were found in the imperial palace when it was occupied by the Allied forces, the little dogs having once more preceded the court in the flight to Aix-en-Provence. The Duchess of Richmond occasionally gave away a dog to intimate friends, such as the Dowager Lady Warncliffe, Lady Dorothy Neville, and others, but in those days the Pekingese was practically an unknown quantity, and it can therefore be more readily understood what interest was aroused about 11 years ago by the appearance of a small dog, similar in size, color, and general type to those so carefully cherished at Goodwood. This proved to be none other than the since well-known sire Occam, owned by Mrs. Douglas Murray, whose husband, having extensive interests in China, had managed after many years to secure a true palace dog, smuggled in a box of hay, placed inside a crate which contained Japanese deer. Occam was mated without delay to 2 Goodwood bitches, the result being, in the first litters, Ch. Goodwood Low and Goodwood Putsing. To these 3 sires, some of the bluest Pekingese blood is traceable, vide Ch. Goodwood Chum, Ch. Chuer of Alderbourne, Ch. Jiajia, Manchu Taudai, Goodwood Ming, Marlin Myth, and others. It must, however, be clearly admitted that since the popularity of the breed has become established, we unluckily see scores of Pekingese in the show ring who have lost all resemblance to the original type, and for this the Pekingese Club is in some measure to blame. The original points for the guidance of breeders and judges were drawn up by Lady Samuelson, Mrs. Douglas Murray, and Lady Algernon Gordon Lennox, who fixed the maximum size at 10 pounds. A very generous margin. Since then the club has amended the scale of points, no doubt in order to secure a larger membership, and the maximum now stands at 18 pounds. Is it therefore to be wondered at that confusion exists as to what is the true type? At shows there should be 2 distinct classes, the Palace dog and the Pekin Spaniel, or any other name which would enable the breeds to be kept distinct. The following is the scale of points as issued by the Pekingese Club. Head, massive, broad skull, wide and flat between the ears, not dome-shaped, wide between the eyes. Nose, black, broad, very short and flat. Eyes, large, dark, prominent, round, lustrous. Stop, deep. Ears, heart-shaped, not set too high. Leather never long enough to come below the muzzle, not carried erect, but rather drooping, long feather. Muzzle, very short and broad, not underhung nor pointed, wrinkled. Mane profuse, extending beyond shoulder blades, forming ruff or frill round front of neck. Shape of body, heavy in front, broad chest falling away lighter behind, lion-like, not too long in the body. Coat and feather and condition, long, with thick undercoat, straight and flat, not curly nor wavy, rather coarse but soft, feather on thighs, legs, tail and toes, long and profuse. Color, all colors allowable, red, fawn, black, black and tan, sable, brindle, white and party-colored. Black masks, and spectacles round the eyes, with lines to the ears, are desirable. Legs, short, forelegs heavy, bowed out at elbows, hind legs lighter, but firm and well-shaped. Feet, flat, not round, should stand well up on toes, not on ankles. Tail, curled and carried well up on loins, long, profuse straight feather. Size, being a toy dog the smaller the better, provided type and points are not sacrificed. Anything over 18 pounds should disqualify. When divided by weight, classes should be over 10 pounds, and under 10 pounds. Action, free, strong and high. Crossing feet or throwing them out and running should not take off marks. Weakness of joints should be penalized. Lady Algernon Gordon Lennox has occasionally been criticized for her advocacy of whole-colored specimens, but in support of this preference it can be proved that the original pair brought to Goodwood, as well as Mrs. Murray's Occam, were all of the golden chestnut shade, and, as no brindled, party-colored, or black dog has ever been born at Goodwood or Broughton. We have some authority for looking upon whole color as an important point. This view was in the first place confirmed by the late Chinese ambassador in London, and further by Baron Speck von Sternberg, who was for many years minister at Pekin and had very special facilities for noting the points of the palace dogs. In every case a black muzzle is indispensable, also black points to the ears, with trousers, tail and feathering a somewhat lighter shade than the body. There is considerable divergence of opinion as to the penalization of what, in other breeds, is known as a Dudley nose, but on this point there must be some difficulty at shows. In the Pekingese the color of the nose varies in a remarkable way, especially in the case of the bitches. For instance, a pinkish tinge was always visible on the nose of Goodwood Mare before the birth of her puppies, but it resumed its normal color when the puppies were a few weeks old. As a representative type, Chewer of Alderbourne resembles most nearly the old Goodwood dogs. He has the same square, cobby appearance, broad chest, bowed legs, profuse feather, and large, lustrous eyes, points which are frequently looked for in vain nowadays, and his breeder and owner may well be proud of him. The Pekingese differs from the Japanese dog in that it appears to be far stronger in constitution, and withstands the changes of the English climate with much greater ease. In fact, they are as hardy, under healthy conditions, as any English breed, and the only serious trouble seems to be the weakness which is developing in the eyes. Small abscesses frequently appear when the puppies are a few months old, and although they may not affect the sight, they almost inevitably leave a bluish mark, while in some cases the eye itself becomes contracted. Whether this is one of the results of inbreeding it is difficult to say, and it would be of interest to know whether the same trouble is met with in China. The Pekingese bitches are excellent mothers, provided they are not interfered with for the first few days. This was discovered at Goodwood years ago by the fact that, on 2 or 3 occasions, one celestial lady, who had been given greater attention than she considered necessary, revenged herself by devouring her own family of puppies. One thing seems from experience to be especially advisable, as far as can be arranged, to breed in the spring rather than autumn. The puppies need all the open air and exercise that is possible, and where rickety specimens are so frequently met with it is only natural that a puppy who starts life with the summer months ahead is more likely to develop well than one born in the autumn. Great attention should be paid with reference to the frequent, almost certain, presence of worms, which trouble seems more prevalent with Pekingese than with any other breed. Wherever possible, fish should be given as part of the dietary. Some Pekingese devour it with relish, others will not touch it, but there is no doubt it is a useful item in the bill of fare. Bread well soaked in very strong stock, sheep's head, and liver are always better as regular diet than meat, but in cases of debility a little raw meat given once a day is most beneficial. It would not be fitting to close an article on Pekingese without bearing testimony to their extraordinarily attractive characteristics. They are intensely affectionate and faithful, and have something almost cat-like in their domesticity. They display far more character than the so-called toy dog usually does, and for this reason it is all important that pains should be taken to preserve the true type, in a recognition of the fact that quality is more essential than quantity. As their breed name implies, these tiny black and white, long-haired lap dogs are reputed to be natives of the land of the chrysanthemum. The Japanese, who have treasured them for centuries, have the belief that they are not less ancient than the dogs of Malta. There seems to be a probability, however, that the breed may claim to be Chinese just as surely as Japanese. The Hon. Mrs. McLaren Morrison, an authority on exotic dogs whose opinion must always be taken with respect, is inclined to the belief that they are related to the short-nosed spaniels of Thibet, while other experts are equally of opinion that the variety is an offshoot from the spaniels of Pekin. It is fairly certain that they are indigenous to the Far East, whence we have derived so many of our small snub-nosed, large-eyed, and long-haired pets. The Oriental peoples have always bred their lap dogs to small size, convenient for carrying in the sleeve. The sleeve dog and the chin dog are common and appropriate appellations in the East. The Japanese Spaniel was certainly known in England half a century ago, and probably much earlier. Our seamen often brought them home as presents for their sweethearts. These early imported specimens were generally of the larger kind, and if they were bred from which is doubtful, it was by crossing with the already long-established King Charles or Blenheim Spaniels. Their colors were not invariably white and black. Many were white and red, or white with lemon-yellow patches. The coloring other than white was usually about the long fringed ears and the crown of the head, with a line of white running from the point of the snub black nose between the eyes as far as the occiput. This blaze up the face was commonly said to resemble the body of a butterfly, whose closed wings were represented by the dog's expansive ears. The white and black coloring is now the most frequent. The points desired are a broad and rounded skull, large in proportion to the dog's body, a wide, strong muzzle, and a turned-up lower jaw. Great length of body is not good. The back should be short and level. The legs are by preference slender and much feathered, the feet large and well separated. An important point is the coat. It should be abundant, particularly about the neck, where it forms a ruffle, and it ought to be quite straight and very silky. The Japanese Spaniel is constitutionally delicate, requiring considerable care in feeding. A frequent, almost a daily, change of diet is to be recommended, and manufactured foods are to be avoided. Rice usually agrees well, fresh fish, sheep's head, tongue, chicken livers, milk or batter puddings are also suitable, and occasionally give oatmeal porridge, alternated with a little scraped raw meat as an especial favor. For puppies newly weaned it is well to limit the supply of milk foods and to avoid red meat. Finely minced rabbit or fish are better. Of the Japanese Spaniels which have recently been prominent in competition, may be mentioned Miss Serena's champion Fuji of Kobe, a remarkably beautiful bitch, who was under 5 pounds in weight, and who in her brief life gained 6 full championships. Mrs. Gregson Ch. Tora of Braywick, a fine red and white dog somewhat over 7 pounds, is also to be remembered as a typical example of the breed, together with Kara, the smallest Jap ever exhibited or bred in this country, weighing only 2.5 pounds. When 2.5 years old, Lady Samuelson's Togo and Otoyo of Braywick, and Mrs. Hull's Ch. Daddy Jap. There has lately been a tendency to lay too much stress upon diminutive size in this variety of the dog, to the neglect of well-formed limbs and free movement. But on the whole it may be stated with confidence that the Japanese is prospering in England, thanks largely to the energetic work of the Japanese Chin Club, which was formed some 3 years ago to promote the best interests of the breed. The following is the official standard issued by the club. Head should be large for size of animal, very broad and with slightly rounded skull. Muzzle strong and wide, very short from eyes to nose. Upper jaw should look slightly turned up between the eyes. Lower jaw should be also turned up or finished so as to meet it, but should the lower jaw be slightly underhung it is not a blemish provided the teeth are not shown in consequence. Nose very short in the muzzle part. The end or nose proper should be wide, with open nostrils, and must be the color of the dog's marking, i.e., black in black-marked dogs, and red or deep flesh color in red or lemon-marked dogs. Eyes large, dark, lustrous, rather prominent, and set wide apart. Ears small and V-shaped, nicely feathered, set wide apart, and high on the head, and carried slightly forward. Neck should be short and moderately thick. Body very compact and squarely built, with a short back, rather wide chest, and of generally cobby shape. The body and legs should really go into a square, i.e., the length of the dog should be about its height. Legs, the bones of the legs should be small, giving them a slender appearance, and they should be well feathered. Feet, small and shaped somewhat long, the dog stands up on its toes somewhat. If feathered, the tufts should never increase the width of the foot, but only its length a trifle. Tail, carried in a tight curl over the back. It should be profusely feathered so as to give the appearance of a beautiful plume on the animal's back. Coat, profuse, long, straight, rather silky. It should be absolutely free from wave or curl, and not lie too flat, but have a tendency to stand out, especially at the neck, so as to give a thick mane or ruff, which with profuse feathering on thighs and tail gives a very showy appearance. Color, either black and white or red and white, i.e., party-colored. The term red includes all shades, sable, brindle, lemon or orange, but the brighter and clearer the red the better. The white should be clear white, and the color, whether black or red, should be evenly distributed in patches over the body, cheeks, and ears. Height at shoulder, about 10 inches. Weight, the size desirable is from 4 pounds to 9 pounds. The smaller size is preferable if good shape. Chapter 46: The Maltese Dog and the Pug. No doubt has been cast upon the belief that the small, white, silky Canis melitaeus is the most ancient of all the lap dogs of the Western world. It was a favorite in the time of Phidias. It was an especial pet of the great ladies of Imperial Rome. It appears to have come originally from the Adriatic island of Melita rather than from the Mediterranean Malta, although this supposition cannot be verified. There is, however, no question that it is of European origin, and that the breed, as we know it today, has altered exceedingly little in type and size since it was alluded to by Aristotle more than 300 years before the Christian era. One may gather from various references in literature, and from the evidence of art, that it was highly valued in ancient times. When his favorite dog dies, wrote Theophrastus in illustration of the vain man, he deposits the remains in a tomb, and erects a monument over the grave, with the inscription, "Offspring of the stock of Malta." The offspring of the stock of Malta were probably first imported into England during the reign of Henry VIII. It is certain that they were regarded as meet playfellows for mincing mistresses. In the reign of Elizabeth, whose physician, Dr. Caius, alluded to them as being distinct from the spaniel, gentle or comforter. Early writers aver that it was customary when Maltese puppies were born to press or twist the nasal bone with the fingers, in order that they may seem more elegant in the sight of men, a circumstance which goes to show that our forefathers were not averse to improving artificially the points of their dogs. The snowy whiteness and soft, silky texture of its coat must always cause the Maltese dog to be admired, but the variety has never been commonly kept in England, a fact which is, no doubt, due to the difficulty of breeding it and to the trouble in keeping the dog's long jacket clean and free from tangle. 30 or 40 years ago it was more popular as a lap dog than it has ever been since, and in the early days of dog shows many beautiful specimens were exhibited. This popularity was largely due to the efforts of Mr. R. Mandeville, of Southwark, who has been referred to as virtually the founder of the modern Maltese. His Fido and Lily were certainly the most perfect representatives of the breed during the decade between 1860 and 1870, and at the shows held at Birmingham, Islington, the Crystal Palace, and Cremorne Gardens, this beautiful brace was unapproachable. It is a breed which to be kept in perfection requires more than ordinary attention, not only on account of its silky jacket, which is peculiarly liable to become matted, and is difficult to keep absolutely clean without frequent washing, but also on account of a somewhat delicate constitution, the Maltese being susceptible to colds and chills. If affected by such causes, the eyes are often attacked, and the water running from them induces a brown stain to mar the beauty of the face. Skin eruptions due to unwise feeding, or parasites due to uncleanliness, are quickly destructive to the silky coat, and constant watchfulness is necessary to protect the dog from all occasion for scratching. The diet is an important consideration always, and a nice discernment is imperative in balancing the proportions of meat and vegetable. Too much meat is prone to heat the blood, while too little induces eczema. Scraps of bread and green vegetables well mixed with gravy and finely minced lean meat form the best dietary for the principal meal of the day, and plenty of exercise is imperative. The following is the standard description and points of the Maltese Club of London. Head should not be too narrow, but should be of a terrier shape, not too long, but not apple-headed. Ears should be long and well feathered, and hang close to the side of the head, the hair to be well mingled with the coat at the shoulders. Eyes should be a dark brown, with black eye rims and not too far apart. Nose should be pure black. Legs and feet. Legs should be short and straight, feet round, and the pads of the feet should be black. Body and shape should be short and cobby, low to the ground, and the back should be straight from the top of the shoulders to the tail. Tail and carriage should be well arched over the back and well feathered. Coat, length and texture, should be a good length, the longer the better, of a silky texture, not in any way woolly, and should be straight. Color It is desirable that they should be pure white, but slight lemon marks should not count against them. Condition and appearance should be of a sharp terrier appearance, with a lively action. The coat should not be stained, but should be well groomed in every way. Size: the most approved weights should be from 4 pounds to 9 pounds, the smaller the better, but it is desirable that they should not exceed 10 pounds. There seems to be no doubt that the fawn-colored pug enjoys the antiquity of descent that is attached to the greyhound, the Maltese dog, and some few other venerable breeds. Although much has been written on the origin of these dogs, nothing authentic has been discovered in connection with it. Statements have appeared from time to time to the effect that the pug was brought into this country from Holland. In the early years of the last century it was commonly styled the Dutch pug. But this theory does not trace the history far enough back, and it should be remembered that at that period the Dutch East India Company was in constant communication with the Far East. Others declare that Muscovy was the original home of the breed, a supposition for which there is no discernible foundation. The study of canine history receives frequent enlightenment from the study of the growth of commercial intercourse between nations, and the trend of events would lead one to the belief that the pug had its origin in China, particularly in view of the fact that it is with that country that most of the blunt-nosed toy dogs, with tails curled over their backs, are associated. The pug was brought into prominence in Great Britain about 60 years ago by Lady Willoughby de Resby, of Grimthorpe, near Lincoln, and Mr. Morrison, of Walham Green, who each independently established a kennel of these dogs, with such success that eventually the fawn pugs were spoken of as either the Willoughby or the Morrison pugs. At that period the black variety was not known. The Willoughby pug was duller in color than the Morrison, which was of a brighter, ruddier hue, but the two varieties have since been so much interbred that they are now undistinguishable, and the fact that they were ever familiarly recognized as either Willoughbys or Morrisons is almost entirely forgotten. A fawn pug may now be either silver grey or apricot, and equally valuable. Whatever may have been the history of the pug as regards its nativity, it had not been long introduced into England before it became a popular favorite as a pet, and it shared with the King Charles Spaniel the affection of the great ladies of the land. The late Queen Victoria possessed one, of which she was very proud. The pug has, however, now fallen from his high estate as a lady's pet, and his place has been usurped by the toy Pomeranian, the Pekingese, and Japanese, all of which are now more highly thought of in the drawing-room or boudoir. But the pug has an advantage over all these dogs as, from the fact that he has a shorter coat, he is cleaner and does not require so much attention. It was not until the establishment of the Pug Dog Club in 1883 that a fixed standard of points was drawn up for the guidance of judges when awarding the prizes to pugs. Later on the London and Provincial Pug Club was formed, and standards of points were drawn up by that society. These, however, have never been adhered to. The weight of a dog or bitch, according to the standard, should be from 13 pounds to 17 pounds, but there are very few dogs indeed that are winning prizes who can draw the scale at the maximum weight. One of the most distinctive features of a fawn pug is the trace, which is a line of black running along the top of the back from the occiput to the tail. It is the exception to find a fawn pug with any trace at all now. The muzzle should be short, blunt, but not up-faced. Most of the winning pugs of the present day are undershot at least half an inch, and consequently must be up-faced. Only one champion of the present day possesses a level mouth. The toenails should be black according to the standard, but this point is ignored altogether. In fact, the standard, as drawn up by the club, should be completely revised, for it is no true guide. The color, which should be either silver or apricot fawn, the markings on the head, which should show a thumb mark or diamond on the forehead, together with the orthodox size, are not now taken into consideration, and the prizes are given to oversized dogs with big skulls that are patchy in color, and the charming little pugs which were once so highly prized are now the exception rather than the rule, while the large, lustrous eyes, so sympathetic in their expression, are seldom seen. The black pug is a recent production. He was brought into notice in 1886, when Lady Brassey exhibited some at the Maidstone show. By whom he was manufactured is not a matter of much importance, As with the fawn pug in existence, there was not much difficulty in crossing it with the shortest-faced black dog of small size that could be found, and then back again to the fawn, and the thing was done. Fawn and black pugs are continually being bred together, and, as a rule, if judgment is used in the selection of suitable crosses, the puppies are sound in color, whether fawn or black. In every respect except markings, the black pug should be built on the same lines as the fawn, and be a cobby little dog with short back and well-developed hindquarters, wide in skull, with square and blunt muzzle and tightly curled tail. Chapter 47 The Brussels Griffon. Away back in the 70s, numbers of miners in Yorkshire and the Midlands are said to have possessed little wiry-coated and wiry-dispositioned red dogs, which accompanied their owners to work, being stowed away in pockets of overcoats until the dinner hour, when they were brought out to share their master's meals, perchance chasing a casual rat in between times. Old men of today who remember these little, red terriers, tell us that they were the originals of the present-day Brussels griffons, and to the sporting propensities of the aforesaid miners is attributed the gameness which is such a characteristic of their latter-day representatives. No one who is well acquainted with the Brussels griffon would claim that the breed dates back, like the greyhound, to hoary antiquity, or, indeed, that it has any pretensions to have come over with the conqueror. The dog is not less worthy of admiration on that account. It is futile to inquire too closely into his ancestry. Like Topsy, he growed, and we must love him for himself alone. Even in the last 15 years we can trace a certain advance in the evolution of the Brussels griffon. When the breed was first introduced under this name into this country, underjaw was accounted of little or no importance, whereas now a prominent chin is rightly recognized as being one of the most important physical characteristics of the race. Then, again, quite a few years ago a griffon with a red pinwire coat was rarely met with, but now this point has been generally rectified, and every show specimen of any account whatever possesses the much desired covering. The first authentic importations of Brussels griffons into this country were made by Mrs. Kingscote, Miss Adela Gordon, Mrs. Frank Pierce, and Fletcher, who at that time, circa 1894, kept a dog shop in Regent Street. Mrs. Hanley Spicer soon followed, and it was at her house that, in 1896, the Griffon Bruxelles Club was first suggested and then formed. The Brussels Griffon Club of London was a later offshoot of this club, and, like many children, would appear to be more vigorous than its parent. Griffons soon made their appearance at shows and won many admirers, though it must be admitted that their progress up the ladder of popularity was not so rapid as might have been expected. The breed is especially attractive in the following points: it is hardy, compact, portable, very intelligent, equally smart and alert in appearance, affectionate, very companionable, and above all, it possesses the special characteristic of wonderful eyes, ever-changing in expression, and compared with which the eyes of many other toy breeds appear as a glass bead to a fathomless lake. Griffons are hardy little dogs, though, like most others, they are more susceptible to damp than to cold. While not greedy, like the terrier tribe, they are usually good feeders and good doers, and not tiresomely dainty with regard to food, as is so often the case with toy spaniels. It must be admitted that griffons are not the easiest of dogs to rear, particularly at weaning time. From 5 to 8 weeks is always a critical period in the puppyhood of a griffon, and it is necessary to supersede their maternal nourishment with extreme caution. Farinaceous foods do not answer, and usually cause trouble sooner or later. A small quantity of scraped raw beef, an egg spoonful at 4 weeks, increasing to a teaspoonful at 6, may be given once a day, and from 4 to 5 weeks 2 additional meals of warm milk, goats for preference, and not more than a tablespoonful at a time should be given. From 5 to 6 weeks the mother will remain with the puppies at night only, and 3 milk meals may be given during the day, with 1 of scraped meat, at intervals of about 4 hours, care being taken to give too little milk rather than too much. At 6 weeks the puppies may usually be taken entirely from the mother, and at this time it is generally advisable to give a gentle vermifuge, such as Ruby. A very little German rusk may also be added to the milk meals, which may be increased to 1½ tablespoonfuls at a time, but it must always be remembered that, in 9 cases out of 10, trouble is caused by overfeeding rather than underfeeding, and until the Rubicon of 8 weeks has been passed, care and oversight should be unremitting. At 8 weeks old, force or brown breadcrumbs may be added to the morning milk, chopped meat may be given instead of scraped at midday, the usual milk at tea time, and a dry biscuit, such as plasmon, for supper. At 10 weeks old the milk at tea time may be discontinued and the other meals increased accordingly, and very little further trouble need be feared, for griffins very rarely suffer from teething troubles. Brussels griffins are divided into 3 groups, according to their appearance, and representatives of each group may be, and sometimes are, found in one and the same litter. First and foremost, both in importance and in beauty, comes the Griffin Bruxelles, a cobby, compact little dog, with wiry red coat, large eyes, short nose, well turned up, and sloping back, very prominent chin, and small ears. Secondly come the griffins of any other color, or, as they are termed in Brussels, Griffins Belgies. These are very often griffins of the usual color, with a mark of white or black, or occasionally they may be gray or fawn. But the most approved color, and certainly the most attractive, is black and tan. The third group of Brussels griffins is that termed smooth, or in Brussels, Griffins Brabancans. The smooth griffin is identical with the rough in all points except for being short-haired. As is well known, smooth griffins are most useful for breeding rough ones with the desired hard red coat, and many well-known show dogs with rough coats have been bred from smooth ones. For example, Sparklets, C.H. Copthorne Lobster, C.H. Copthorne Treasure, C.H. Copthorne Taco the Town, and Copthorne Blunderbuss. This and many other facts in connection with breeding griffins will be learnt from experience, always the best teacher. The descriptive particulars of the Brussels Griffin are: general appearance, a lady's little dog, intelligent, sprightly, robust, of compact appearance, reminding one of a cob, and captivating the attention by a quasi-human expression. Head, rounded, furnished with somewhat hard, irregular hairs, longer round the eyes, on the nose and cheeks. Ears, erect when cropped as in Belgium, semi-erect when uncropped. Eyes, very large, black, or nearly black, eyelids edged with black, eyelashes long and black, eyebrows covered with hairs, leaving the eye they encircle perfectly uncovered. Nose, always black, short, surrounded with hair converging upward to meet those which surround the eyes. Very pronounced stop. Lips, edged with black, furnished with a mustache. A little black in the mustache is not a fault. Chin, prominent without showing the teeth, and edged with a small beard. Chest, rather wide and deep. Legs, as straight as possible, of medium length. Tail, erect and docked to 2/3. Color, in the Griffins Bruxelles, red, in the Griffins Belgies, preferably black and tan, but also gray or fawn, in the Petit Brabancan, red or black and tan. Texture of coat, harsh and wiry, irregular, rather long and thick. In the Brabancan it is smooth and short. Weight, light weight, 5 pounds, maximum, and heavy weight, 9 pounds, maximum. Faults, the faults to be avoided are light eyes, silky hair on the head, brown nails, teeth showing, a hanging tongue or a brown nose. Illustration, Toy Dogs 1, Mrs. Gresham's Pug Ch. Grindley King 2, Mrs. T. Whaley's Brussels Griffin Glenartney Sport 3, Pekingese Ch. Chewer of Alderbourne. Photograph by Russell. Chapter 48 The Miniature Breeds. Except in the matter of size, the general appearance and qualifications of the miniature black and tan terrier should be as nearly like the larger breed as possible, for the standard of points applies to both varieties, excepting that erect, or what are commonly known as tulip ears, of semi-erect carriage, are permissible in the miniatures. The officially recognized weight for the toy variety is given as under 7 pounds, but none of the most prominent present-day winners reach anything like that weight. Some, in fact, are little more than half of it, and the great majority are between 4 pounds and 5 pounds. Probably the most popular specimens of the miniature black and tan at the present time are Mr. Whaley's Glenartney Sport and Mr. Richmond's Mary Adam. Mary Adam is only 4.5 pounds in weight, and he is beautifully proportioned, with a fine, long head, a small, dark eye, small ears, and the true type of body. His markings of deep black and rich tan are good, and his coat is entirely free from the bare patches which so often mar the appearance of these toys, giving the suggestion of delicacy. The miniature black and tan is certainly not a robust dog, and he has lost much of the terrier boisterousness of character by reason of being pampered and coddled, but it is a fallacy to suppose that he is necessarily delicate. He requires to be kept warm, but exercise is better for him than eiderdown quilts and silken cushions, and judicious feeding will protect him from the skin diseases to which he is believed to be liable. Under proper treatment he is no more delicate than any other toy dog, and his engaging manners and cleanliness of habit ought to place him among the most favored of ladies' pets and lapdogs. It is to be hoped that the efforts now being made by the Black and Tan Terrier Club will be beneficial to the increased popularity of this diminutive breed. For the technical description and scale of points, the reader is referred to the chapter on the larger variety of Black and Tan Terrier. Of late years, toy Bull Terriers have fallen in popularity. This is a pity, as their Lilliputian self-assertion is most amusing. As pets they are most affectionate, excellent as watchdogs, clever at acquiring tricks, and always cheerful and companionable. They have good noses and will hunt diligently, but wet weather or thick undergrowth will deter them, and they are too small to do serious harm to the best stocked game preserve. The most valuable toy Bull Terriers are small and very light in weight, and these small dogs usually have Appleheads. Pony Queen, the former property of Sir Raymond Tyrwhitt Wilson, weighed under 3 pounds, but the breed remains, toy, up to 15 pounds. When you get a dog with a long wedge-shaped head, the latter in competition with small, apple-headed dogs always takes the prize, and a slightly contradictory state of affairs arises from the fact that the small dog with an imperfectly shaped head will sell for more money than a dog with a perfectly shaped head which is larger. In drawing up a show schedule of classes for this breed, it is perhaps better to limit the weight of competitors to 12 pounds. The Bull Terrier Club put 15 pounds as the lowest weight allowed for the large breed, and it seems a pity to have an interregnum between the large and miniature variety. Still, in the interests of the small valuable specimens, this seems inevitable. And opportunist principles must be applied to doggy matters as to other business in this world. At present there is a diversity of opinion as to their points, but roughly they are a long flat head, wide between the eyes and tapering to the nose, which should be black. Ears erect and bat-like, straight legs and rather distinctive feet. Some people say these are cat-like. Toy Bull Terriers ought to have an alert, gay appearance, coupled with refinement, which requires a nice whip tail. The best color is pure white. A brindle spot is not amiss, and even a brindle dog is admissible, but black marks are wrong. The coat ought to be close and stiff to the touch. Toy Bull Terriers are not delicate as a rule. They require warmth and plenty of exercise in all weathers. The most elegant, graceful, and refined of all dogs are the tiny Italian Greyhounds. Their exquisitely delicate lines, their supple movements and beautiful attitudes, their soft large eyes, their charming coloring, their gentle and loving nature, and their scrupulous cleanliness of habit, all these qualities justify the admiration bestowed upon them as drawing-room pets. They are fragile, it is true, fragile as eggshell china, not to be handled roughly. But their constitution is not necessarily delicate, and many have been known to live to extreme old age. Miss Mackenzie's Jack, one of the most beautiful of the breed ever known, lived to see his 17th birthday, and even then was strong and healthy. Their fragility is more apparent than real, and if they are not exposed to cold or damp, they require less pampering than they usually receive. This cause has been a frequent source of constitutional weakness, and it was deplorably a fault in the Italian Greyhounds of half a century ago. One cannot be quite certain as to the derivation of the Italian Greyhound. Its physical appearance naturally suggests a descent from the Gazehound of the ancients, with the added conjecture that it was purposely dwarfed for the convenience of being nursed in the lap. Greek art presents many examples of a very small dog of Greyhound type, and there is a probability that the diminutive breed was a familiar ornament in the atrium of most Roman villas. In Pompeii a dwarfed Greyhound was certainly kept as a domestic pet, and there is therefore some justification for the belief that the Italian prefix is not misplaced. In very early times the Italian Greyhound was appreciated. Van Dyck, Kneller, and would frequently introduce the graceful figures of these dogs as accessories in their portraits of the court beauties of their times, and many such portraits may be noticed in the galleries of Windsor Castle and Hampton Court. Mary, Queen of Scots, is supposed to have been fond of the breed, as more surely were Charles I. and Queen Anne. Some of the best of their kind were in the possession of Queen Victoria at Windsor and Balmoral, where Sir Edwin Landseer transferred their graceful forms to canvas. Among the more prominent owners of the present time are the Baroness Campbell Vaughan Lawrence, whose Rosemead Laura and Una are of superlative merit alike in outline, color, style, length of head, and grace of action; Mrs. Florence Scarlett, whose Svelta, Saltarello, and Sola are almost equally perfect; Mrs. Matthews, the owner of Ch. Senior, our smallest and most elegant show dog; and Mr. Charlwood, who has exhibited many admirable specimens, among them Sussex Queen and Sussex Princess. The Italian Greyhound Club of England has drawn up the following standard and scale of points. General appearance: a miniature English Greyhound, more slender in all proportions, and of ideal elegance and grace in shape, symmetry, and action. Head: skull long, flat and narrow. Muzzle very fine. Nose dark in color. Ears rose-shaped, placed well back, soft and delicate, and should touch or nearly touch behind the head. Eyes large, bright, and full of expression. Body: neck long and gracefully arched. Shoulders long and sloping. Back curved and drooping at the quarters. Legs and feet: forelegs straight, well set under the shoulder, fine pasterns, small delicate bone. Hind legs, hocks well let down, thighs muscular. Feet long, hare foot. Tail, coat and color: tail rather long and with low carriage. Skin fine and supple. Hair thin and glossy like satin. Preferably self-colored. The color most prized is golden fawn, but all shades of fawn, red, mouse, cream and white, are recognized. Blacks, brindles and pied are considered less desirable. Action: high stepping and free. Weight: 2 classes, one of 8 pounds, and under, the other over 8 pounds. The diminutive Shetland sheepdog has many recommendations as a pet. Like the sturdy little Shetland pony, this dog has not been made small by artificial selection. It is a collie in miniature, no larger than a Pomeranian, and it is perfectly hardy, wonderfully sagacious, and decidedly beautiful. At first glance the dog might easily be mistaken for a Belgian butterfly dog, for its ears are somewhat large and upstanding, with a good amount of feather about them. But upon closer acquaintance the collie's shape and nature become more pronounced. The body is long and set low, on stout, short legs, which end in long-shaped, feathered feet. The tail is a substantial brush, beautifully carried, and the coat is long and inclined to silkiness, with a considerable neck frill. The usual weight is from 6 to 10 pounds, the dog being of smaller size than the bitch. The prettiest are all white, or white with rich sable markings, but many are black and tan or all black. The head is short, and the face not so aquiline as that of the large collie. The eyes are well proportioned to the size of the head, and have a singularly soft round brightness, reminding one of the eye of a woodcock, or a snipe. The Shetlanders use them with the sheep, and they are excellent little workers, intelligent and very active, and as hardy as terriers. Dog lovers in search of novelty might do worse than take up this attractive and certainly genuine breed. Chapter 49: Practical Management. Many people are deterred from keeping dogs by the belief that the hobby is expensive and that it entails a profitless amount of trouble and anxiety. But to the true dog lover the anxiety and trouble are far outbalanced by the pleasures of possession, and as to the expense, that is a matter which can be regulated at will. A luxuriously appointed kennel of valuable dogs, who are pampered into sickness, may, indeed, become a serious strain upon the owner's banking account, but if managed on business principles the occupation is capable of yielding a very respectable income. One does not wish to see dog keeping turned into a profession, and there seems to be something mean in making money by our pets, but the process of drafting is necessary when the kennel is overstocked, and buying and selling are among the interesting accessories of the game, second only to the pleasurable excitement of submitting one's favorites to the judgment of the showring. The delights of breeding and rearing should be their own reward, as they usually are, yet something more than mere pin money can be made by the alert amateur who possesses a kennel of acknowledged merit, and who knows how to turn it to account. A champion ought easily to earn his own living. Some are a source of handsome revenue. Occasionally one hears of very high prices being paid for dogs acknowledged to be perfect specimens of their breed. For the St. Bernard Sir Belvedere £1,600 were offered. Plinlimmon was sold for £1,000, the same sum that was paid for the bulldog Rodney Stone. For the collies Southport Perfection and Ormskirk Emerald Mr. Megson paid 1,000 sovereigns each. Size is no criterion of a dog's market value. Mrs. Ashton Cross is said to have refused £2,000 for her celebrated Pekingese chewer, and there are many lapdogs now living that could not be purchased for that high price. These are sums which only a competent judge with a long purse would dream of paying for an animal whose tenure of active life can hardly be more than 8 or 10 years, and already the dog's value must have been attested by his success in competition. It requires an expert eye to perceive the potentialities of a puppy, and there is always an element of speculative risk for both buyer and seller. Many a dog that has been sold for a song has grown to be a famous champion. At Crufts show in 1905 the bulldog Mahomet was offered for £10. No one was bold enough to buy him, yet 18 months afterwards he was sold, and considered cheap at £1,000. Uncertainty adds zest to a hobby that is in itself engaging. Thanks to the influence of the Kennel Club and the institution of dog shows, which have encouraged the improvement of distinct breeds, there are fewer nondescript mongrels in our midst than there were a generation or so ago. A fuller knowledge has done much to increase the pride which the British people take in their canine companions, and our present population of dogs has never been equaled for good quality in any other age or any other land. The beginner cannot easily go wrong or be seriously cheated, but it is well when making a first purchase to take the advice of an expert and to be very certain of the dog's pedigree, age, temper, and condition. The approved method of buying a dog is to select one advertised for sale in the weekly journals devoted to the dog. A better way still, if a dog of distinguished pedigree is desired, is to apply direct to a well-known owner of the required breed, or to visit one of the great annual shows, such as Crufts, Manchester, the Ladies' Kennel Association, the Kennel Club, Crystal Palace, in October, the Scottish Kennel Club, or Birmingham, and there choose the dog from the benches, buying him at his catalogue price. In determining the choice of a breed, it is to be remembered that some are better watchdogs than others, some more docile, some safer with children. The size of the breed should be relative to the accommodation available. To have the St. Bernard or a Great Dane galumphing about a small house is an inconvenience, and sporting dogs which require constant exercise and freedom are not suited to the confined life of a Bloomsbury flat. Nor are the long-haired breeds at their best straggling round in the wet, muddy streets of a city. For town life the clean-legged terrier, the bulldog, the pug, and the schipperke are to be preferred. Bitches are cleaner in the house and more tractable than dogs. The idea that they are more trouble than dogs is a fallacy. The difficulty arises only twice in a 12-month for a few days, and if you are watchful there need be no misadventure. If only one dog, or 2 or 3 of the smaller kinds, be kept, there is no imperative need for an outdoor kennel, although all dogs are the better for life in the open air. The house dog may be fed with meat scraps from the kitchen served as an evening meal, with laudanum or a dry biscuit for breakfast. The duty of feeding him should be in the hands of one person only. When it is everybody's and nobody's duty, he is apt to be neglected at one time and overfed at another. Regularity of feeding is one of the secrets of successful dog keeping. It ought also to be one person's duty to see that he has frequent access to the yard or garden, that he gets plenty of clean drinking water, plenty of outdoor exercise, and a comfortable bed. For the toy and delicate breeds it is a good plan to have a dog room set apart, with a suitable cage or basket kennel for each dog. Even delicate toy dogs, however, ought not to be permanently lodged within doors, and the dog room is only complete when it has as an annex a grass plot for playground and free exercise. Next to wholesome and regular food, fresh air and sunshine are the prime necessaries of healthy condition. Weakness and disease come more frequently from injudicious feeding and housing than from any other cause. Among the free and ownerless pariah dogs of the East, disease is almost unknown. For the kennels of our British-bred dogs, perhaps a southern or a southwestern aspect is the best, but wherever it is placed the kennel must be sufficiently sheltered from rain and wind, and it ought to be provided with a covered run in which the inmates may have full liberty. An awning of some kind is necessary. Trees afford good shelter from the sun rays, but they harbor moisture, and damp must be avoided at all costs. When only one outdoor dog is kept, a kennel can be improvised out of a packing case, supported on bricks above the ground, with the entrance properly shielded from the weather. No dog should be allowed to live in a kennel in which he cannot turn round at full length. Properly constructed, portable, and well-ventilated kennels for single dogs are not expensive and are greatly to be preferred to any amateurish makeshift. A good one for a terrier need not cost more than £1. It is usually the single dog that suffers most from imperfect accommodation. His kennel is generally too small to admit of a good bed of straw, and if there is no railed-in run attached he must needs be chained up. The dog that is kept on the chain becomes dirty in his habits, unhappy and savage. His chain is often too short, and is not provided with swivels to avert kinks. On a sudden alarm, or on the appearance of a trespassing tabby, he will often bound forward at the risk of dislocating his neck. The yard dog's chain ought always to be fitted with a stop-link spring to counteract the effect of the sudden jerk. The method may be employed with advantage in the garden for several dogs, a separate rope being used for each. Unfriendly dogs can thus be kept safely apart, and still be to some extent at liberty. There is no obvious advantage in keeping a watchdog on the chain rather than in an enclosed compound, unless he is expected to go for a possible burglar and attack him. A wire netting enclosure can easily be constructed at very little expense. For the more powerful dogs the use of wrought iron railings is advisable, and these can be procured cheaply from Spratt's or Bolton and Paul's, fitted with gates and with revolving troughs for feeding from the outside. Opinions differ as to the best material for the flooring of kennels and the paving of runs. Asphalt is suitable for either in mild weather, but in summer it becomes uncomfortably hot for the feet, unless it is partly composed of cork. Concrete has its advantages if the surface can be kept dry. Flagstones are cold for winter, as also are tiles and bricks. For terriers, who enjoy burrowing, earth is the best ground for the run, and it can be kept free from dirt and buried bones by a rake over in the morning, while tufts of grass left round the margins supply the dog's natural medicine. The movable sleeping bench must, of course, be of wood, raised a few inches above the floor, with a ledge to keep in the straw or other bedding. Wooden floors are open to the objection that they absorb the urine, but dogs should be taught not to foul their nest, and in any case a frequent disinfecting with a solution of Pearson's or Jay's fluid should obviate impurity, while fleas, which take refuge in the dust between the planks, may be dismissed or kept away with a sprinkling of paraffin. Whatever the flooring, scrupulous cleanliness in the kennel is a prime necessity, and the inner walls should be frequently lime-washed. It is important, too, that no scraps of rejected food or bones should be left lying about to become putrid or to tempt the visits of rats, which bring fleas. If the dogs do not finish their food when it is served to them, it should be removed until hunger gives appetite for the next meal. Many breeders of the large and thick-coated varieties, such as St. Bernards, Newfoundlands, Old English sheepdogs, and rough-haired collies, give their dogs nothing to lie upon but clean bare boards. The coat is itself a sufficient cushion, but in winter weather straw gives added warmth, and for short-haired dogs something soft, if it is only a piece of carpet or a sack, is needed as a bed to protect the hocks from abrasion. With regard to feeding, this requires to be studied in relation to the particular breed. One good meal a day, served by preference in the evening, is sufficient for the adult if a dry dog cake or a handful of laudanum be given for breakfast, and perhaps a large bone to gnaw at. Clean cold water must always be at hand in all weathers, and a drink of milk colored with tea is nourishing. Goat's milk is particularly suitable for the dog. Many owners keep goats on their premises to give a constant supply. It is a mistake to suppose, as many persons do, that meat diet provokes eczema and other skin troubles. The contrary is the case. The dog is by nature a carnivorous animal, and wholesome flesh, either cooked or raw, should be his staple food. Horseflesh, which is frequently used in large establishments, is not so fully to be relied upon as ordinary butcher meat. There is no serious objection to bullocks' heads, sheep's heads, bullocks' tripes and paunches, and a little liver given occasionally is an aperient food which most dogs enjoy. But when it can be afforded, wholesome butcher's meat is without question the proper food. Oatmeal porridge, rice, barley, linseed meal, and bone meal ought only to be regarded as occasional additions to the usual meat diet, and are not necessary when dog cakes are regularly supplied. Well-boiled green vegetables, such as cabbage, turnip tops, and nettle tops, are good mixed with the meat. Potatoes are questionable. Of the various advertised dog foods, many of which are excellent, the choice may be left to those who are fond of experiment, or who seek for convenient substitutes for the old-fashioned and wholesome diet of the household. Sickly dogs require invalids' treatment, but the best course is usually the simplest, and given a sound constitution to begin with, any dog ought to thrive if he is only properly housed, carefully fed, and gets abundant exercise. Chapter 50: Breeding and Whelping. The modern practice of dog breeding in Great Britain has reached a condition which may be esteemed as an art. At no other time, and in no other country, have the various canine types been kept more rigidly distinct or brought to a higher level of perfection. Formerly dog owners, apart from the keepers of packs of hounds, paid scant attention to the differentiation of breeds and the conservation of type, and they considered it no serious breach of duty to ignore the principles of scientific selection, and thus contribute to the multiplication of mongrels. Discriminate breeding was rare, and if a bulldog should mate himself with a greyhound, or a spaniel with a terrier, the alliance was regarded merely as an inconvenience. So careless were owners in preventing the promiscuous mingling of alien breeds that it is little short of surprising so many of our canine types have been preserved in their integrity. The elimination of the nondescript cur is no doubt largely due to the work of the homes for lost dogs that are instituted in most of our great towns. Every year some 26,000 homeless and ownerless canines are picked up by the police in the streets of London, and during the 47 years which have elapsed since the dogs' home at Battersea was established, upwards of 800,000 dogs have passed through the books, a few to be reclaimed or bought, the great majority to be put to death. A very large proportion of these have been veritable mongrels, not worth the value of their licenses, diseased and maimed curs, or bitches and whelp, turned ruthlessly adrift to be consigned to the oblivion of the lethal chamber, where the thoroughbred seldom finds its way. And if as many as 500 undesirables are destroyed every week at one such institution, 'tis clear that the ill-bred mongrel must soon altogether disappear. But the chief factor in the general improvement of our canine population is due to the steadily growing care and pride which are bestowed upon the dog, and to the scientific skill with which he is being bred. Admitting that the dogs seen at our best contemporary shows are superlative examples of scientific selection, one has yet to acknowledge that the process of breeding for show points has its disadvantages, and that, in the sporting and pastoral varieties more especially, utility is apt to be sacrificed to ornament and type, and stamina to fancy qualities not always relative to the animal's capacities as a worker. The standards of perfection and scales of points laid down by the specialist clubs are usually admirable guides to the uninitiated, but they are often unreasonably arbitrary in their insistence upon certain details of form, generally in the neighborhood of the head, while they leave the qualities of type and character to look after themselves or to be totally ignored. It is necessary to assure the beginner in breeding that points are essentially of far less moment than type and a good constitution. The one thing necessary in the cultivation of the dog is to bear in mind the purpose for which he is supposed to be employed, and to aim at adapting or conserving his physique to the best fulfillment of that purpose, remembering that the greyhound has tucked up loins to give elasticity and bend to the body in running, that a terrier is kept small to enable him the better to enter an earth, that a bulldog is massive and undershot for encounters in the bullring, that the collie's ears are erected to assist him in hearing sounds from afar, as those of the bloodhound are pendant, the more readily to detect sounds coming to him along the ground while his head is bent to the trail. Nature has been discriminate in her adaptations of animal forms, and the most perfect dog yet bred is the one which approaches nearest to nature's wise intention. The foregoing chapters have given abundant examples of how the various breeds of the dog have been acquired, manufactured, improved, resuscitated, and retained. Broadly speaking, two methods have been adopted: the method of introducing an outcross to impart new blood, new strength, new character, and the method of inbreeding to retain an approved type. An outcross is introduced when the breed operated upon is declining in stamina or is in danger of extinction, or when some new physical or mental quality is desired. New types and eccentricities are hardly wanted, however, and the extreme requirements of an outcross may nowadays be achieved by the simple process of selecting individuals from differing strains of the same breed, mating a bitch which lacks the required points with a dog in whose family they are prominently and consistently present. Inbreeding is the reverse of outcrossing. It is the practice of mating animals closely related to each other, and it is, within limits, an entirely justifiable means of preserving and intensifying family characteristics. It is a law in zoology that an animal cannot transmit a quality which it does not itself innately possess, or which none of its progenitors has ever possessed. By mating a dog and a bitch of the same family, therefore, you concentrate and enhance the uniform inheritable qualities into one line instead of two, and you reduce the number of possibly heterogeneous ancestors by exactly a half right back to the very beginning. There is no sure way of maintaining uniformity of type, and an examination of the extended pedigree of almost any famous dog will show how commonly inbreeding is practiced. Inbreeding is certainly advantageous when managed with judgment and discreet selection, but it has its disadvantages also, for it is to be remembered that faults and blemishes are inherited as well as merits, and that the faults have a way of asserting themselves with annoying persistency. Furthermore, breeding between animals closely allied in parentage is prone to lead to degeneracy, physical weakness, and mental stupidity, while impotence and sterility are frequent concomitants, and none but experienced breeders should attempt so hazardous an experiment. Observation has proved that the union of father with daughter and mother with son is preferable to an alliance between brother and sister. Perhaps the best union is that between cousins. For the preservation of general type, however, it ought to be sufficient to keep to one strain and to select from that strain members who, while exhibiting similar characteristics, are not actually too closely allied in consanguinity. To move perpetually from one strain to another is only to court an undesirable confusion of type. In founding a kennel, it is advisable to begin with the possession of a bitch. As a companion, the female is to be preferred to the male. She is not less affectionate and faithful, and she is usually much cleaner in her habits in the house. If it is intended to breed by her, she should be very carefully chosen and proved to be free from any serious fault or predisposition to disease. Not only should her written pedigree be scrupulously scrutinized, but her own constitution and that of her parents on both sides should be minutely inquired into. A bitch comes into season for breeding twice in a year, the first time when she is reaching maturity, usually at the age of from 7 to 10 months. Her condition will readily be discerned by the fact of an increased attentiveness of the opposite sex and the appearance of a mucus discharge from the vagina. She should then be carefully protected from the gallantry of suitors. Dogs kept in the near neighborhood of a bitch on heat, who is not accessible to them, go off their feed and suffer in condition. With most breeds it is unwise to put a bitch to stud before she is 18 months old, but Mr. Stubbs recommends that a bull bitch should be allowed to breed at her first heat, while her body retains the flexibility of youth. And there is no doubt that with regard to the bulldog great mortality occurs in attempting to breed from maiden bitches exceeding 3 years old. In almost all breeds it is the case that the first 3 litters are the best. It is accordingly important that a proper mating should be considered at the outset, and a prospective sire selected either through the medium of stud advertisements, or by private arrangement with the owner of the desired dog. For the payment of the requisite stud fee, varying from a guinea to 10 or 15 pounds, the services of the best dogs of the particular breed can usually be secured. It is customary for the bitch to be the visitor, and it is well that her visit should extend to 2 or 3 days at the least. When possible, a responsible person should accompany her. If the stud dog is a frequenter of shows, he can usually be depended upon to be in sound physical condition. No dog who is not so can be expected to win prizes. But it ought to be ascertained beforehand that he is what is known as a good stock-getter. The fee is for his services, not for the result of them. Some owners of stud dogs will grant 2 services, and this is often desirable, especially in the case of a maiden bitch or of a stud dog that is overwrought, as so many are. It is most important that both the mated animals should be free from worms and skin disorders. 50% of the casualties among young puppies are due to one or other of the parents having been in an unhealthy condition when mated. A winter whelping is not advisable. It is best for puppies to be born in the spring or early summer, thus escaping the rigors of inclement weather. During the period of gestation, the breeding bitch should have ample but not violent exercise, with varied and wholesome food, including some preparation of bone meal, and at about the 3rd week, whether she seems to require it or not, she should be treated for worms. At about the 60th day she will begin to be uneasy and restless. A mild purgative should be given. Usually salad oil is enough, but if constipation is apparent, castor oil may be necessary. On the 62nd day the whelps may be expected, and everything ought to be in readiness for the event. A coarsely constituted bitch may be trusted to look after herself on these occasions. No help is necessary, and one may come down in the morning to find her with her litter comfortably nestling at her side. But with the toy breeds, and the breeds that have been reared in artificial conditions, difficult or protracted parturition is frequent, and human assistance ought to be at hand in case of need. The owner of a valuable bull bitch, for example, would never think of leaving her to her own unaided devices. All undue interference, however, should be avoided, and it is absolutely necessary that the person attending her should be one with whom she is fondly familiar. In anticipation of a possibly numerous litter, a foster mother should be arranged for beforehand. Comfortable quarters should be prepared in a quiet part of the house or kennels, warm and free from drafts. Clean bedding of wheaten straw should be provided, but the bitch should be allowed to make her nest in her own instinctive fashion. Let her have easy access to drinking water. She will probably refuse food for a few hours before her time, but a little concentrated nourishment, such as Brand's essence or a drink of warm milk, should be offered to her. In further preparation for the confinement, a basin of water containing antiseptic for washing in, towels, warm milk, a flask of brandy, a bottle of ergotine, and a pair of scissors are commodities which may all be required in emergency. The ergot, which must be used with extreme caution and only when the labor pains have commenced, is invaluable when parturition is protracted, and there is difficult straining without result. Its effect is to contract the womb and expel the contents. But when the puppies are expelled with ease, it is superfluous. For a bitch of 10 pounds, in weight 10 drops of the extract of ergot in a teaspoonful of water should be ample, given by the mouth. The scissors are for severing the umbilical cord if the mother should fail to do it in her own natural way. Sometimes a puppy may be enclosed within a membrane which the dam cannot readily open with tongue and teeth. If help is necessary, it should be given tenderly, and with clean fingers. Occasionally a puppy may seem to be inert and lifeless, and after repeatedly licking it the bitch may relinquish all effort at restoration and turn her attention to another that is being born. In such a circumstance the rejected little one may be discreetly removed, and a drop of brandy on the point of the finger smeared upon its tongue may revive animation, or it may be plunged up to the neck in warm water. The object should be to keep it warm and to make it breathe. When the puppies are all born, their dam may be given a drink of warm milk and then left alone to their toilet and to suckle them. If any should be dead, these ought to be disposed of. Curiosity in regard to the others should be temporarily repressed, and inspection of them delayed until a more fitting opportunity. If any are then seen to be malformed or to have cleft palates, these had better be removed and mercifully destroyed. It is the experience of many observers that the first whelps born in a litter are the strongest, largest, and healthiest. If the litter is a large one, the last born may be noticeably puny, and this disparity in size may continue to maturity. The wise breeder will decide for himself how many whelps should be left to the care of their dam. The number should be relative to her health and constitution, and in any case it is well not to give her so many that they will be a drain upon her. Those breeds of dogs that have been most highly developed by man and that appear to have the greatest amount of brain and intelligence are generally the most prolific as to the number of puppies they produce. St. Bernards, Pointers, Setters are notable for the usual strength of their families. St. Bernards have been known to produce as many as 18 whelps at a birth, and it is no uncommon thing for them to produce from 9 to 12. A pointer of Mr. Barclay Field's produced 15, and it is well known that Mr. Statter's setter Phoebe produced 21 at a birth. Phoebe reared 10 of these herself, and almost every one of the family became celebrated. It would be straining the natural possibilities of any bitch to expect her to bring up 18 puppies healthily. Half that number would tax her natural resources to the extreme. But nature is extraordinarily adaptive in tempering the wind to the shorn lamb, and a dam who gives birth to a numerous litter ought not to have her family unduly reduced. It was good policy to allow Phoebe to have the rearing of as many as 10 out of her 21. A bitch having 12 will bring up 9 very well, one having 9 will rear 7 without help, and a bitch having 7 will bring up 5 better than 4. Breeders of toy dogs often rear the overplus offspring by hand, with the help of a Ma and Thompson feeding bottle, peptonized milk, and one or more of the various advertised infants' foods or orphan puppy foods. Others prefer to engage or prepare in advance a foster mother. The foster mother need not be of the same breed, but she should be approximately of similar size, and her own family ought to be of the same age as the one of which she is to take additional charge. One can usually be secured through advertisement in the canine press. Some owners do not object to taking one from a dog's home, which is an easy method, in consideration of the circumstance that by far the larger number of lost dogs are bitches sent adrift because they are in whelp. The chief risk in this course is that the unknown foster mother may be diseased or verminous or have contracted the seeds of distemper, or her milk may be populated with embryo worms. These are dangers to guard against. A cat makes an excellent foster mother for toy dog puppies. Worms ought not to be a necessary accompaniment of puppyhood, and if the sire and dam are properly attended to in advance, they need not be. The writer has attended at the birth of puppies, not one of whom has shown the remotest sign of having a worm, and the puppies have almost galloped into healthy, happy maturity, protected from all the usual canine ailments by constitutions impervious to disease. He has seen others almost eaten away by worms. Great writhing knots of them have been ejected, they have been vomited, they have wriggled out of the nostrils, they have perforated the stomach and wrought such damage that most of the puppies succumbed, and those that survived were permanently deficient in stamina and liable to go wrong on the least provocating. The puppy that is free from worms starts life with a great advantage. Chapter 51 Some Common Ailments of the Dog and Their Treatment. The experienced dog owner has long ago realized that cleanliness, wholesome food, judicious exercise, and a dry, comfortable, and well-ventilated kennel are the surest safeguards of health, and that attention to these necessaries saves him an infinitude of trouble and anxiety by protecting his dogs from disease. On the first appearance of illness in his kennels, the wise dog owner at once calls in the skill of a good veterinary surgeon. But there are some of the minor ailments which he can deal with himself, whilst he ought at least to be able to recognize the first symptoms of the dreaded distemper and give first aid until the vet arrives to apply his remedies and give professional advice. Distemper. Although more than 100 years have elapsed since this was first imported to this country from France, a great amount of misunderstanding still prevails among a large section of dog breeders regarding its true nature and origin. The fact is, the disease came to us with a bad name, for the French themselves deemed it incurable. In this country the old-fashioned plan of treatment was wont to be the usual rough remedies, emetics, purgatives, the seton, and the lancet. Failing in this, specifics of all sorts were eagerly sought for and tried, and are unfortunately still believed in to a very great extent. Distemper has a certain course to run, and in this disease nature seems to attempt the elimination of the poison through the secretions thrown out by the nasopharyngeal mucous membrane. Our chief difficulty in the treatment of distemper lies in the complications thereof. We may, and often do, have the organs of respiration attacked. We have sometimes congestion of the liver, or mucous inflammation of the bile ducts, or some lesion of the brain or nervous structures, combined with epilepsy, convulsions, or chorea. Distemper is also often complicated with severe disease of the bowels, and at times with an affection of the eyes. Causes: whether it be that the distemper virus, the poison seedling of the disease, really originates in the kennel, or is the result of contact of one dog with another, or whether the poison floats to the kennel on the wings of the wind, or is carried there on a shoe or the point of a walking stick, the following facts ought to be borne in mind. 1. Anything that debilitates the body or weakens the nervous system paves the way for the distemper poison. 2. The healthier the dog, the more power does he possess to resist contagion. 3. When the disease is epizootic, it can often be kept at bay by proper attention to diet and exercise, frequent change of kennel straw, and perfect cleanliness. 4. The predisposing causes which have come more immediately under my notice are debility, cold, damp, starvation, filthy kennels, unwholesome food, impure air, and grief. The age at which dogs take distemper. They may take distemper at any age. The most common time of life is from the 5th till the 11th or 12th month. Symptoms: there is, first and foremost, a period of latency or of incubation, in which there is more or less of dullness and loss of appetite, and this glides gradually into a state of feverishness. The fever may be ushered in with chills and shivering. The nose now becomes hot and dry, the dog is restless and thirsty, and the conjunctivae of the eyes will be found to be considerably injected. Sometimes the bowels are at first constipated, but they are more usually irregular. Sneezing will also be frequent, and in some cases cough, dry and husky at first. The temperature should be taken, and if there is a rise of 2 or 3 degrees, the case should be treated as distemper, and not as a common cold. At the commencement there is but little exudation from the eyes and nose, but as the disease advances this symptom will become more marked, being clear at first. So, too, will another symptom which is partially diagnostic of the malady, namely, increased heat of body combined with a rapid falling off in flesh, sometimes, indeed, proceeding quickly on to positive emaciation. As the disease creeps downwards and inwards along the air passages, the chest gets more and more affected, the discharge of mucus and pus from the nostrils more abundant, and the cough loses its dry character, becoming moist. The discharge from the eyes is simply mucus and pus, but if not constantly dried away will gum the inflamed lids together. That from the nostrils is not only purulent, but often mixed with dark blood. The appetite is now clean gone, and there is often vomiting and occasional attacks of diarrhea. Now in mild cases we may look for some abatement of the symptoms about the 14th day. The fever gets less, inflammation decreases in the mucous passages, and appetite is restored as one of the first signs of returning health. More often, however, the disease becomes complicated. Diagnosis: the diagnostic symptoms are the severe catarrh, combined not only with fever, but speedy emaciation. Pneumonia, as we might easily imagine, is a very likely complication, and a very dangerous one. There is great distress in breathing, the animal panting rapidly. The countenance is anxious, the pulse small and frequent, and the extremities cold. The animal would fain sit up on his haunches, or even seek to get out into the fresh air, but sickness, weakness, and prostration often forbid his movements. If the ear or stethoscope be applied to the chest, the characteristic signs of pneumonia will be heard. These are sounds of moist crepitations, etc. Bronchitis is probably the most common complication. In fact, it is always present, except in very mild cases. The cough becomes more severe, and often comes on in tearing paroxysms, causing sickness and vomiting. The breathing is short and frequent, the mouth hot and filled with viscid saliva, while very often the bowels are constipated. If the liver becomes involved, we shall very soon have the jaundiced eye and the yellow skin. Diarrhea is another very common complication. We have frequent purging and, maybe, sickness and vomiting. Fits of a convulsive character are frequent concomitants of distemper. Epilepsy is sometimes seen, owing, no doubt, to degeneration of the nerve centers caused by blood poisoning. There are many other complications, and skin complaints are common after it. Treatment: this consists firstly in doing all in our power to guide the specific catarrhal fever to a safe termination, and secondly, in watching for and combating complications. Whenever we see a young dog ailing, losing appetite, exhibiting catarrhal symptoms, and getting thin, with a rise in temperature, we should not lose an hour. If he be an indoor dog, find him a good bed in a clean, well-ventilated apartment, free from lumber and free from dirt. If it be summer, have all the windows out or opened. If winter, a little fire will be necessary, but have half the window opened at the same time. Only take precautions against his lying in a draught. Fresh air in cases of distemper, and indeed, in fevers of all kinds, cannot be too highly extolled. The more rest a dog has the better. He must be kept free from excitement, and care must be taken to guard him against cold and wet when he goes out of doors to obey the calls of nature. The most perfect cleanliness must be enjoined, and disinfectants used, such as permanganate of potash, carbolic acid, Pearson's, or Isel. If the sick dog, on the other hand, be one of a kennel of dogs, then quarantine must be adopted. The hospital should be quite removed from the vicinity of all other dogs, and as soon as the animal is taken from the kennel the latter should be thoroughly cleansed and disinfected, and the other dogs kept warm and dry, well fed, and moderately exercised. Food and drink. For the first 3 or 4 days let the food be light and easily digested. In order to induce the animal to take it, it should be as palatable as possible. For small dogs you cannot have anything better than milk porridge. 1. At all events, the dog must, if possible, be induced to eat. He must not be horned, unless there be great emaciation. He must not overeat, but what he gets must be good. As to drink, dogs usually prefer clean cold water, and we cannot do harm by mixing there with a little plain niter. 1. Oatmeal porridge made with milk instead of water. Medicine. Begin by giving a simple dose of castor oil, just enough and no more than will clear out the bowels by 1 or 2 motions. Drastic purgatives, and medicines such as mercury, jalap, aloes, and podophyllin, cannot be too highly condemned. For very small toy dogs, such as Italian greyhounds, Yorkshire terriers, etc., I should not recommend even oil itself, but manna, 1 dram to 2 drams dissolved in milk. By simply getting the bowels to act once or twice, we shall have done enough for the first day, and have only to make the dog comfortable for the night. On the next day begin with a mixture such as the following: solution of acetate of ammonia, 30 drops to 120, sweet spirits of niter, 15 drops to 60, salicylate of soda, 2 grains to 10. Thrice daily in a little camphor water. If the cough be very troublesome and the fever does not run very high, the following may be substituted for this on the 2nd or 3rd day: syrup of squills, 10 drops to 60, tincture of henbane, 10 drops to 60, sweet spirits of niter, 10 drops to 60, in camphor water. A few drops of dilute hydrochloric acid should be added to the dog's drink, and 2 teaspoonfuls, to a quart of water, of the chloride of potash. This makes an excellent fever drink, especially if the dog can be got to take decoction of barley water, instead of plain cold water, best made of Keene and Robinson's patent barley. If there be persistent sickness and vomiting, the medicine must be stopped for a time. Small boluses of ice frequently administered will do much good, and doses of dilute prussic acid, from 1 to 4 drops in a little water, will generally arrest the vomiting. If constipation be present, we must use no rough remedies to get rid of it. A little raw meat cut into small pieces, minced, in fact, or a small portion of raw liver, may be given if there be little fever. If there be fever, we are to trust for a time to injections of plain soap and water. Diarrhea, although often a troublesome symptom, is, it must be remembered, a salutary one. Unless, therefore, it becomes excessive, do not interfere. If it does, give the simple chalk mixture 3 times a day, but no longer than is needful. The discharge from the mouth and nose is to be wiped away with a soft rag, or, better still, some tow, which is afterwards to be burned, wetted with a weak solution of carbolic. The forehead, eyes, and nose may be fomented 2 or 3 times a day with moderately hot water with great advantage. It is not judicious to wet a long-haired dog much, but a short-haired one may have the chest and throat well fomented several times a day, and well rubbed dry afterwards. Heat applied to the chests of long-haired dogs by means of a flat iron will also effect good. The following is an excellent tonic: sulfate of quinine, 1/8 to 3 grains, powdered rhubarb, 2 to 10 grains, extract of taraxacum, 3 to 20 grains. Make a bolus. Thrice daily. During convalescence, good food, Virol, Sprat's invalid food and invalid biscuit, moderate exercise, fresh air, and protection from cold. These, with an occasional mild dose of castor oil or rhubarb, are to be our sheet anchors. I find no better tonic than the tablets of phosphorine. 1/4 of a tablet thrice daily, rolled in tissue paper, for a toy dog, up to 2 tablets for a dog of mastiff size. Bronchitis. Dogs that have been exposed to wet, or that have been put to lie in a damp or drafty kennel with insufficient food, are not less liable than their masters to catch a severe cold, which, if not promptly attended to, may extend downward to the lining membranes of bronchi or lungs. In such cases there is always symptoms more or less of fever, with fits of shivering and thirst, accompanied with dullness, a tired appearance, and loss of appetite. The breath is short, inspirations painful, and there is a rattling of mucus in chest or throat. The most prominent symptom, perhaps, is the frequent cough. It is at first dry, ringing, and evidently painful. In a few days, however, or sooner, it softens, and there is a discharge of frothy mucus with it, and in the latter stages, of pus and ropey mucus. Treatment: keep the patient in a comfortable, well-ventilated apartment, with free access in and out if the weather be dry. Let the bowels be freely acted upon to begin with, but no weakening discharge from the bowels must be kept up. After the bowels have been moved, we should commence the exhibition of small doses of tartar emetic with squills and opium thrice a day. If the cough is very troublesome, give this mixture: tincture of squills, 5 drops to 30, paregoric, 10 drops to 60, tartar emetic, 1/16 of a grain to 1 grain, syrup and water a sufficiency. Thrice daily. We may give a full dose of opium every night. In mild cases, carbonate of ammonia may be tried. It often does good, the dose being from 2 grains to 10 in camphor water, or even plain water. The chronic form of bronchitis will always yield, if the dog is young, to careful feeding, moderate exercise, and the exhibition of cod liver oil with a mild iron tonic. The exercise, however, must be moderate, and the dog kept from the water. A few drops to a teaspoonful of paregoric, given at night, will do good, and the bowels should be kept regular, and a simple laxative pill given now and then. Diarrhea, or looseness of the bowels, or purging, is a very common disease among dogs of all ages and breeds. It is, nevertheless, more common among puppies about 3 or 4 months old, and among dogs who have reached the age of from 7 to 10 years. It is often symptomatic of other ailments. Causes: very numerous. In weakly dogs, exposure alone will produce it. The weather, too, has no doubt much to do with the production of diarrhea. In most kennels it is more common in the months of July and August, although it often comes on in the very dead of winter. Puppies, if overfed, will often be seized with this troublesome complaint. A healthy puppy hardly ever knows when it has had enough, and it will, moreover, stuff itself with all sorts of garbage. Acidity of the stomach follows, with vomiting of the ingesta, and diarrhea succeeds, brought on by the acrid condition of the chyme, which finds its way into the duodenum. This stuff would in itself act as a purgative, but it does more: it abnormally excites the secretions of the whole alimentary canal, and a sort of subacute mucus inflammation is set up. The liver, too, becomes mixed up with the mischief, throws out a superabundance of bile, and thus aids in keeping up the diarrhea. Among other causes, we find the eating of indigestible food, drinking foul or tainted water, too much green food, raw paunches, foul kennels, and damp, draughty kennels. Symptoms: the purging is, of course, the principal symptom, and the stools are either quite liquid or semi-fluid, bilious-looking, dirty brown or clay-colored, or mixed with slimy mucus. In some cases they resemble dirty water. Sometimes, as already said, a little blood will be found in the dejection, owing to congestion of the mucous membrane from liver obstruction. In case there be blood in the stools, a careful examination is always necessary in order to ascertain the real state of the patient. Blood, it must be remembered, might come from piles or polypi, or it might be dysenteric, and proceed from ulceration of the rectum and colon. In the simplest form of diarrhea, unless the disease continues for a long time, there will not be much wasting, and the appetite will generally remain good but capricious. In bilious diarrhea, with large brown fluid stools and complete loss of appetite, there is much thirst, and in a few days the dog gets rather thin, although nothing like so rapidly as in the emaciation of distemper. The treatment will, it need hardly be said, depend upon the cause, but as it is generally caused by the presence in the intestine of some irritating matter, we can hardly err by administering a small dose of castor oil, combining with it, if there be much pain, which you can tell by the animal's countenance, from 5 to 20 or 30 drops of laudanum, or of the solution of the muriate of morphia. This in itself will often suffice to cut short an attack. The oil is preferable to rhubarb, but the latter may be tried, the simple, not the compound powder, dose from 10 grains to 2 drachms in bolus. If the diarrhea should continue next day, proceed cautiously. Remember there is no great hurry, and a sudden check to diarrhea is at times dangerous. To administer dog doses of the aromatic chalk and opium powder, or give the following medicine 3 times a day: compound powdered catechu, 1 grain to 10, powdered chalk with opium, 3 grains to 30. Mix. If the diarrhea still continues, good may accrue from a trial of the following mixture: laudanum, 5 to 30 drops, dilute sulfuric acid, 2 to 15 drops, in camphor water. This after every liquid motion, or, if the motions may not be observed, 3 times a day. If blood should appear in the stools, give the following: kino powder, 1 to 10 grains, powder ipecac, 1/4 to 3 grains, powdered opium 1/2 to 2 grains. This may be made into a bolus with any simple extract, and given 3 times a day. The food is of importance. The diet should be changed. The food requires to be of a non-stimulating kind, no meat being allowed, but milk and bread, sago, or arrowroot or rice, etc. The drink either pure water, with a pinch or 2 of chlorate and nitrate of potash in it, or patent barley water if the dog will take it. The bed must be warm and clean, and free from draughts, and in all cases of diarrhea, one cannot be too particular with the cleanliness and disinfection of the kennels. Constipation, more commonly called costiveness, is also a very common complaint. It often occurs in the progress of other diseases, but is just as often a separate ailment. Perhaps no complaint to which our canine friends are liable is less understood by the non-professional dog doctor and by dog owners themselves. Often caused by weakness in the coats of the intestine. The exhibition of purgatives can only have a temporary effect in relieving the symptoms, and is certain to be followed by reaction, and consequently by further debility. Want of exercise and bath common cause. Youth was never more correct in his life than when he said, "Many dogs have a dry constipated habit, often greatly increased by the bones on which they are fed. This favors the disposition to mange, etc. It produces indigestion, encourages worms, blackens the teeth, and causes fetid breath." Symptoms: the stools are hard, usually in large round balls, and defecation is accomplished with great difficulty, the animal often having to try several times before he succeeds in effecting the act, and this only after the most acute suffering. The feces are generally covered with white mucus, showing the heat and semi-dry condition of the gut. The stool is sometimes so dry as to fall to pieces like so much oatmeal. There is generally also a deficiency of bile in the motions, and in addition to simple costiveness, we have more or less loss of appetite, with a too pale tongue, dullness, and sleepiness, with slight redness of the conjunctiva. Sometimes constipation alternates with diarrhea, the food being improperly commingled with the gastric and other juices, ferments, spoils, and becomes, instead of healthy blood-producing chyme, an irritant purgative. Treatment: hygienic treatment more than medicinal. Mild doses of castor oil, compound rhubarb pill, or olive oil may at first be necessary. Sometimes an enema will be required if the medicine will not act. Plenty of exercise and a swim daily, with a good run after the swim, or instead of the swim a bucket bath, water thrown over the dog. Give oatmeal, rather than flour or fine bread, as the staple of his diet, but a goodly allowance of meat is to be given as well, with cabbage or boiled liver, or even a portion of raw liver. Fresh air and exercise in the fields. You may give a bolus before dinner, such as the following: compound rhubarb pill, 1 to 5 grains, quinine, 1/8 to 2 grains, extract of taraxacum, 2 to 10 grains. Mix. Fits. Whatever be the cause, they are very alarming. In puppies they are called convulsions, and resemble epileptic fits. Keep the dog very quiet, but use little force, simply enough to keep him from hurting himself. Keep out of the sun, or in a darkened room. When he can swallow, give from 2 to 20 grains, according to size, of bromide of potassium in a little camphor water thrice daily for a few days. Only milk food. Keep quiet. Skin diseases. In the whole range of dog ailments included in the term canine pathology, there are none more bothersome to treat successfully nor more difficult to diagnose than those of the skin. There are none either that afford the quack or paternostrum under a larger field for the practice of his fiendish gifts. If I were to be asked the questions, why do dogs suffer so much from skin complaints? And why does it appear to be so difficult to treat them? I should answer the first thus: through the neglect of their owners, from want of cleanliness, from injudicious feeding, from bad kenneling, and from permitting their favorites such free intercourse with other members of the canine fraternity. Overcrowding is another and distinct source of skin troubles. My answer to the second question is that the layman too often treats the trouble in the skin as if it were the disease itself, whereas it is, generally, merely a symptom thereof. Examples: to plaster medicated oils or ointments all over the skin of a dog suffering from constitutional eczema is about as sensible as would be the painting white of the yellow skin in jaundice in order to cure the disordered liver. But even those contagious diseases that are caused by skin germs or animalcules will not be wholly cured by any applications whatever. Constitutional remedies should go hand in hand with these. And indeed, so great is the defensive power of strong, pure blood, rich in its white corpuscles or leukocytes, that I believe I could cure even the worst forms of mange by internal remedies, good food, and tonics, etc., without the aid of any dressing whatever except pure cold water. In treating of skin diseases, it is usual to divide them into 3 sections: 1. The non-contagious, 2. The contagious, and 3. Ailments caused by external parasites. 1. The non-contagious. A. Erythema. This is a redness, with slight inflammation of the skin, the deeper tissues underneath not being involved. Examples: that seen between the wrinkles of well-bred pugs, mastiffs, or bulldogs, or inside the thighs of greyhounds, etc. If the skin breaks, there may be discharges of pus, and if the case is not cured, the skin may thicken and crack, and the dog make matters worse with his tongue. Treatment: review and correct the methods of feeding. A dog should be neither too gross nor too lean. Exercise: perfect cleanliness, the early morning sluice down with cold water, and a quassia tonic. He may need a laxative as well. Locally, dusting with oxide of zinc, or the violet powder of the nurseries, a lotion of lead or arnica. Fomentation, followed by cold water, and when dry, dusting as above. A weak solution of boracic acid, any chemist, will sometimes do good. B. Prurigo. Itching all over, with or without scurf. Sometimes thickening. Treatment: regulation of diet, green vegetables, fruit if he will take it, brushing and grooming, but never roughly. Try for worms and for fleas. C. Eczema. The name is not a happy one as applied to the usual itching skin disease of dogs. Eczema proper is an eruption in which the formed matter dries off into scales or scabs, and dog eczema, so called, is as often as not a species of lichen. Then, of course, it is often accompanied with vermin, nearly always with dirt, and it is irritated out of all character by the biting and scratching of the dog himself. Treatment must be both constitutional and local. Attend to the organs of digestion. Give a moderate dose of opening medicine, to clear away offending matter. This simple aperient may be repeated occasionally, say once a week, and if diarrhea be present, it may be checked by the addition of a little morphia or dilute sulfuric acid. Cream of tartar with sulfur is an excellent derivative, being both diuretic and diaphoretic, but it must not be given in doses large enough to purge. At the same time, we may give thrice daily a tonic pill like the following: sulfate of quinine, 1/8 to 3 grains, sulfate of iron, 1/2 grain to 5 grains, extract of hyoscyamus, 1/8 to 3 grains, extract of taraxacum, and glycerin enough to make a pill. Locally, perfect cleanliness. Cooling lotions patted on to the sore places. Sprat's cure. N.B. I know what every remedy contains, or I should not recommend it. Benzoate zinc ointment after the lotion has dried in. Wash carefully once a week, using the ointment when skin is dry, or the lotion to allay irritation. 2. Contagious skin diseases. These are usually called mange proper and follicular mange, or scabies. I want to say a word on the latter first. It depends upon a microscopic animalcule called the Acarus follicularum. The trouble begins by the formation of patches, from which the hair falls off, and on which may be noticed a few pimples. Scabs form, the patches extend, or come out on other parts of the body, head, legs, belly, or sides. Skin becomes red in white-haired dogs. Odor of this trouble very offensive. More pain than itching seems to be the symptomatic rule. Whole body may become affected. Treatment: dress the affected parts twice a week with the following: creosote, 2 drams, linseed oil, 7 ounces, solution of potash, 1 ounce. First mix the creosote and oil, then add the solution and shake. Better to shave the hair off around the patches. Kennels must be kept clean with garden soap and hot water, and all bedding burned after use. From 3 months to 6 will be needed to cure bad cases. Mange proper is also caused by a parasite or acarus, called the Sarcops canis. Unlike eczema, this mange is spread from dog to dog by touch or intercommunication, just as one person catches the itch from another. The symptoms: at first these may escape attention, but there are vesicles which the dog scratches and breaks, and thus the disease spreads. The hair gets matted and falls off. Regions of the body most commonly affected: head, chest, back, rump, and extremities. There may not be much constitutional disturbance from the actual injury to the skin, but from his suffering so much from the irritation and the want of rest the health suffers. Treatment: avoid the use of so-called disinfectants. Most of those sold as such are simply deodorizers, and applied to the skin, are useless. Nor are they of much use in cleaning the kennels. Nothing suits better for woodwork than, first, carbolic wash, and then a thorough scrubbing with hot water and garden soap. Some ointment must be used to the skin, and as I am writing for laymen only, I feel chary in recommending such strong ones as the green iodide of mercury. If you do use it, mix it with twice its bulk of the compound sulfur ointment. Do over only a part or 2 at a time. The dog to be washed after 3 days. But the compound sulfur ointment itself is a splendid application, and it is not dangerous. 3. Skin complaints from vermin. The treatment is obvious: get rid of the cause. As their diagnosis is so difficult, whenever the dog owner is in doubt, make certain by treating the dog not only by local applications but constitutionally as well. In addition to good diet, perfect cleanliness of coat, kennel, and all surroundings, and the application of the ointment or oil, let the dog have all the fresh air possible, and exercise, but never overexciting or too fatiguing. Then a course of arsenic seldom fails to do good. I do not believe in beginning the exhibition of arsenic too soon. I prefer paying my first attentions to the digestive organs and state of the bowels. The form of exhibition which I have found suit as well as any is the tasteless liquor arsenicalis. It is easily administered. It ought to be given mixed with the food, as it ought to enter the blood with the chyle from the diet. It ought, day by day, to be gradually, not hurriedly, increased. Symptoms of loathing of food and redness of conjunctiva call for the cessation of its use for 2 or 3 days at least, when it is to be recommended at the same size of dose given when left off. There are 2 things which assist the arsenic, at least to go well with it. They are iron in some form and virol. The latter will be needed when there is much loss of flesh. A simple pill of sulfate of iron and extract of licorice may be used. Dose of liquor arsenicalis from 1 to 6 drops per day to commence with, gradually increased to 5 to 20 drops. Dandruff. A scaly or scurfy condition of the skin, with more or less of irritation, It is really a shedding of the scaly epidermis brought on by injudicious feeding or want of exercise as a primary cause. The dog, in cases of this kind, needs cooling medicines, such as small doses of the nitrate and chlorates of potash, perhaps less food. Bowels to be seen to by giving plenty of green food, with a morsel of sheep's melt or raw liver occasionally. Wash about once in 3 weeks, a very little borax in the last water, say a dram to a gallon. Use mild soap. Never use a very hard brush or sharp comb. Tar soap, writes, may be tried. Parasites, internal. Worms. We have, roughly speaking, 2 kinds of worms to treat in the dog: 1, the round, and 2, the tape. 1. Roundworms. They are in shape and size not unlike the garden worm, but harder, pale, and pointed. Symptoms. Sometimes these are alarming, for the worm itself is occasionally seized with the mania for foreign travel, and finds its way into the throat or nostrils, causing the dog to become perfectly furious, and inducing such pain and agony that it may seem charity to end its life. The worms may also crawl into the stomach, and give rise to great irritation, but are usually dislodged therefrom by the violence accompanying the act of vomiting. Their usual habitat, however, is the small intestines, where they occasion great distress to their host. The appetite is always depraved and voracious. At times there is colic, with sickness and perhaps vomiting, and the bowels are alternately constipated or loose. The coat is harsh and staring. There usually is short, dry cough from reflex irritation of the bronchial mucous membrane, a bad-smelling breath and emaciation or at least considerable poverty of flesh. The disease is most common in puppies and in young dogs. The appearance of the ascaris in the dog's stools is, of course, the diagnostic symptom. Treatment. I have cured many cases with santonine and arecanut powder, betelnut, dose 10 grains to 2 drams, or turpentine, dose from 10 drops to 1½ drams, beaten up with yolk of egg. But arecanut does better for tapeworm, so we cannot do better than trust to pure santonine. The dose is from 1 grain for a toy up to 6 grains for a mastiff. Mix it with a little butter, and stick it well back in the roof of the dog's mouth. He must have fasted previously for 12 hours, and had a dose of castor oil the day before. In 4 or 5 hours after he has swallowed the santonine, let him have a dose of either olive oil or decoction of aloes. Dose 2 drams to 2 ounces or more. Repeat the treatment in 5 days. Spratt's cure may be safely depended on for worms. 1. Many dog owners swear by the preparation called ruby, which can be recommended as a cure for worms. Ed. The perfect cleanliness of the kennel is of paramount importance. The animal's general health requires looking after, and he may be brought once more into good condition by proper food and a course of vegetable tonics. If wanted in show condition, we have plasmon to fall back upon, and Burroughs and Wellcome's extract of malt. There is a roundworm which at times infests the dog's bladder, and may cause occlusion of the urethra, a whipworm inhabiting the cecum. Another may occupy a position in the mucous membrane of the stomach. Some infest the blood, and others the eye. 2. Tapeworms. There are several kinds, but the treatment is the same in all cases. The commonest in the country is the cucumarine. This is a tapeworm of about 15 inches in average length, although I have taken them from Newfoundland pups fully 30 inches long. It is a semi-transparent entozoan. Each segment is long compared to its breadth, and narrowed at both ends. Each joint has, when detached, an independent sexual existence. The dog often becomes infested with this parasite from eating sheep's brains, and dogs thus afflicted and allowed to roam at pleasure over fields and hills where sheep are fed sow the seeds of gid in our flocks to any extent. We know too well the great use of collie dogs to the shepherd or grazier to advise that dogs should not be employed as assistants, but surely it would be to their owners' advantage to see that they were kept in a state of health and cleanliness. Treatment. We ought to endeavor to prevent as well as to cure. We should never allow our dogs to eat the entrails of hares or rabbits. Never allow them to be fed on raw sheep's intestines, nor the brains of sheep. Never permit them to lounge around butchers' shops, nor eat offal of any kind. Let their food be well cooked, and their skins and kennels kept scrupulously clean. Dogs that are used for sheep and cattle ought, twice a year at least, to go under treatment for the expulsion of worms, whether they are infested or not. An anthelmintic would make sure, and could hardly hurt them. For the expulsion of tapeworms we depend mostly on areca nut. In order that the tapeworm should receive the full benefit of the remedy, we order a dose of castor oil the day before in the morning, and recommend no food to be given that day except beef tea or mutton broth. The bowels are thus empty next morning, so that the parasite cannot shelter itself anywhere, and is therefore sure to be acted on. Infusion of Cusco is sometimes used as an anthelmintic, so is wormwood, and the liquid extract of male fern, and in America spigelia root and pumpkin seeds. The best tonic to give in cases of worms is the extract of quassia. Extract of quassia, 1 to 10 grains. Extract of hyoscyamus, 1/2 to 5 grains. To make 1 pill. Thrice daily. Parasites. External. Fleas. Washing with Spratt's medicated soap. Extra clean kennels. Dusting with Keating, and afterwards washing. This may not kill the fleas, but it drives them off. Take the dog on the grass while dusting, and begin along the spine. Never do it in the house. Ticks. I have noticed these disagreeable bloodsuckers only on the heads and bodies of sporting or collie dogs, who had been boring for some time through coverts and thickets. They soon make themselves visible. As the body swells up with the blood they suck until they resemble small soft warts about as big as a pea. They belong to the natural family, Ixodidae. Treatment. If not very numerous they should be cut off, and the part touched with a little tups. The sulphuret of calcium will also kill them, so will the more dangerous white precipitate, or even a strong solution of carbolic acid, which must be used sparingly, however. Lice. The lice are hatched from nits, which we find clinging in rows, and very tenaciously too, to the hairs. The insects themselves are more difficult to find, but they are on puppies sometimes in thousands. To destroy them I have tried several plans. Oil is very effectual, and has safety to recommend it. Common sweet oil is as good a cure as any, and you may add a little oil of anise and some sublimed sulfur, which will increase the effect. Quassia water may be used to damp the coat. The matted portions of a long-haired dog's coat must be cut off with scissors, for there the lice often lurk. The oil dressing will not kill the nits, so that vinegar must be used. After a few days the dressing must be repeated, and so on 3 or 4 times. To do any good, the whole of the dog's